Look at this fully responsive portfolio website that you are going to develop by the end of this course. You can customize the personality and overall look of the website easily by changing a few values. And it has an active contact form that someone can use to contact you. This can be very beneficial for someone who is looking at your portfolio and they want to connect with you. By the end of this course, you will be equipped with all the knowledge that you can use to build similar websites like this on your own. Now, I do not like to talk much, so let me get straight to the point. Just hold on for 2 to 3 minutes and I will tell you why this could be your dream front-end course. This course is for those who want to become a really good front-end developer or simply want to craft really good websites that not only look good on all screen sizes but also performs with good performance result in Google Lighthouse page load analyzer. Wait, what? What is a Lighthouse page load analyzer? I have never heard about it. Well, I will tell you about that. So we are going to start our journey of front-end development by getting a very detailed overview of the field of web development and working of a website, like what are clients and server, how the files are assembled on the server and then sent back for us to see, what are static and dynamic websites, the difference between front-end and back-end development, and the core technologies that we use in web development. Then we will get an overview of HTML. We will understand each line of the HTML boilerplate, what they mean and what their purpose. Then we will get an overview of HTML. We will understand each line of the HTML boilerplate, what they mean and what are their purposes. And then we will understand the anatomy of an HTML tag. Followed by this is complete HTML5 tutorial. While HTML is definitely not that hard to understand, CSS is. But what makes this course different is that in this course, and indeed whatever courses I produce, I use a lot of analogies to explain the concepts. We really dig deep into the logic behind it. Look at these topics. We are going to cover them all in complete detail. These are the most important topics if you really want to understand CSS. Moving forward, since I talked about analogies, look at this. For example, positioning is considered one of the most confusing concepts in CSS. But here I have crafted a well-logical presentation that will explain to you the logic behind positioning. Similar to this, I will also be creating a diagram to give you real-time explanations of how code will behave after applying each position property. In a similar way, we will understand Flexbox, grid, and website development good practices such as BEM, using custom properties, creating reusable classes, media queries with mobile first versus desktop first approach, and a lot of important stuff that will truly give you an idea of how a professional website is developed. In this course, you are not only going to learn website development from scratch, but I will also teach you the good practices to consider to craft a really professional website, such as creating reusable CSS classes, writing custom properties for smooth customization of the website design, section code repetitions, BEM, and understanding responsive website development with mobile first approach. And after this, we will be developing this cool responsive portfolio website that you can possibly use as your portfolio. We will also host it on Netlify. So this course is packed with a lot of amazing content and I'm for sure very excited to show you that. For sure, to get help and do a little chit chat, feel free to join the Discord and Telegram channel. The link is given in the description. Also, please, I request you to like this video and subscribe to this channel to let the YouTube algorithm know of this course value and the channel's value so that it gets recommended to others. And share this course with whom you think this course can be a useful resource to learn, and make sure to provide me nice feedback on if something needs to be improved or if you have any requests. I read all of the comments and I will surely try to reply. So enough talky, I told you I don't like to talk much, so let's get to business. And yes, if you want to download the completed files, I have given the GitHub link in the description. Let's get started and enjoy a lot. So I'm going to assume that this might be your first interaction with the field of web development. And so before we start writing HTML and CSS code, I think we should begin this course with a very detailed and high level overview of the field of web development. So in this video, we will take a look at the core concepts such as how the client and the servers interact, what is the front-end and back-end development, what are a static and dynamic website, and the core language and core technologies of the web development. So we will start by understanding all of this from the complete basics right from the moment you search for a website on your web browser. Just keep in mind that these are just a high level overview and I am skipping a lot of internal details and advanced concepts of the World Wide Web because at this point you don't need a PhD lecture on the World Wide Web. Okay, so let's say that we are trying to access codeblockdev.com from our browser, and yes, codeblockdev.com is the official website of this channel, so do make sure to check that out. Now, what happens when we try to access this website? Well, the answer is the browser will send a request to the server where this page is hosted on the internet. So every website and application is stored on something called a server, which is a computer that is connected to the internet and can receive a request like this one. So when we search for any website, the web browser will send a request to the server where the website is stored, and then when the server receives the request, it will take all the files that make up the website and send them back to the browser. So we say that the server sends a response to the browser which essentially contains all of these files that the website is made of. Now you can see from these file extensions we have some HTML, CSS and also JavaScript code here, and these are the three languages that browsers can understand. So what this means is that all of the code that makes up a website needs to be always written in these three languages: HTML, CSS and JavaScript, because these are the three core technologies that any browser can understand. Now once the browser receives these HTML, CSS and JavaScript files from the service response, it will take the code and render the website we are trying to access. And with this, you already have a good understanding of what happens behind when we browse a web page, and you also understood the technology we use to build any website. And this process of writing HTML, CSS and JavaScript code is the process that we call front-end web development. So whenever you hear someone talking about front-end development, it simply means the developers writing code that is displayed in the browser, which is the front end of a website. And in fact, this is what we are going to learn in this course. So very fundamentals of front end development, which is learning HTML and CSS. Now, whenever the files that make up the website are simply stored on the web server and then they are sent back to the browser, they are called a static website, and this will make a little bit more sense in a minute when we will talk about what a dynamic website is. But for now, just keep in mind that a static website is a website where the files are simply sent from the server to the browser as they are without any transformation. So I hope that from this you learned what is front-end development and also about the three core technologies that make up any website. And so now let's take it one step further and talk about something called backend development. So let's try another example here. So let's try to understand what would happen when you try to access a website like youtube.com. So again, the first step that happens is a request is sent to the server where youtube.com is hosted. Now websites like youtube.com are different from a website like codeblockdev.com, which is a static website. And the reason behind this is complex websites like youtube.com is completely different because there is a lot of content that always keeps changing. For example, on YouTube, every 1 hour, 400 videos are uploaded, older videos views are updated, new comments are made and videos are liked, more channels are subscribed, and a lot of other things keeps happening. And so to make a whole system like this, youtube.com needs a complete system for developing a server and a big database that contains all of the data that is uploaded on YouTube, like videos, shorts, comments, and a whole bunch of analytical data that is shown on the channel's dashboard. Now to do all of this, front-end technologies like HTML and CSS are simply not enough. So whatever I will teach you in this course, by using simply that, you won't be able to build a website like youtube.com. So to write applications that are executed on web servers, developers use some kind of backend languages like Node.js, PHP, Python, or Ruby on Rails. So this language takes data out of a database and assembles that data into the final files that will be then sent back to the browser as a response. This whole process is called backend development because this is the invisible part of the website. Now in this situation, we say that we have a dynamic website because the website is dynamically assembled from different pieces on the server, and that happens each time someone visits the website. This is the reason when you visit youtube.com, each time you see a different homepage that is developed based on your search history. You don't see the same content each time. If YouTube was a static website, then the website files would be sitting on the server waiting for someone to access them. So that's the difference between static and dynamic websites. Static files are already completed, and in dynamic, they first needs to be generated by an application that is running on the server, and the rest of the process is the same as before. So the files are now ready to be sent back to the browser as a response, which will then be converted to the final website like this one. So now you understand the complete detail about what is a static website and what is a dynamic website. Now you don't need to memorize all of this, and also no need to deeply understand this process. I wanted to give you a broad overview of what frontend and backend actually are, what the browser and the server are, and also what static and dynamic websites are. So I thought it will be immensely helpful for you to start your developer journey. Now just to finish, let's take a closer look at the three languages of the front-end development. So HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And starting from HTML, HTML is responsible for the content of the web page. So whatever you see on the web page like text, images, buttons, etc. are always written inside the HTML file. Then the CSS is responsible for the presentation of the content. So for laying out elements on the web page and styling all of the content that you see. And finally, JavaScript is the actual programming language of the front end. So it allows us to add dynamic and interactive effects to the web page. We can also use it to manipulate the content or the CSS to load data from web servers and even to build entire front-end applications which are called as web applications. We can also use the analogy of nouns, adjectives and verbs to make the separation of roles here a little bit easier to understand. So in this analogy, HTML represents the nouns. For example, saying that the P element is a paragraph. So paragraph is the noun here. The CSS then is the adjective because it describes the noun. For example, this piece of CSS saying that the paragraph text is black, and so black is the adjective describing the noun. And finally, JavaScript is actually the verb. So like saying hide the paragraph. Okay, so with this, we finished our introduction to web development. So we are now ready to start learning the complete fundamentals like HTML and CSS. So let's now get ready, and in the next video, we will set up our code editor and I will walk you through these steps. So see you in the next one. So do make sure to subscribe and like the video if you like the course so far. See you in the next one. Let me quickly guide you through the development setup that we are going to follow in this course. We need two softwares. One is a code editor and other is a web browser. Now the code editor that I prefer to use while developing my project is Visual Studio Code, and it is one of the most used code editor out there. So to download it, just visit code.visualstudio.com, and from here just click this drop down and you can download the stable version for your preferred operating system. Now the installation process of VS Code is very simple, so I'm not going to walk you through that. You must be familiar about how to install software in your operating system. Okay, it's pretty simple. Now another software is the web browser itself, and so I prefer to use Google Chrome. So just search on Google, download Google Chrome, and there you go. Now if you already have these two softwares, man, that's good, right? But if you want to use another combination of softwares, for example you want to use another code editor, there are amazing code editors out there like Brackets, Sublime Text. Okay, if you want to use them, and another web browser as well like Mozilla Firefox, feel free to do that. Your learning will not be compromised. Now I will just suggest you to use VS Code and Google Chrome above any other code editor and web browser, because these two are superset while developing any web app. VS Code is extremely fast. It has amazing extensions and plugins that you can see right here. I will also guide you through some of them when the time will come. And Google Chrome is again the fastest web browser in the world, and of course since it is built by Google, so there is nothing that you cannot do in it. Okay, now I already have the combination of these two softwares installed in my system because I do development on a regular basis. So I'm not going to walk you through the entire installation setup. So this was a very quick video guiding you about the setup that we are going to use in this course. Hello everyone, I hope you guys are doing absolutely fine. So in this video we are going to learn to develop our very first web page. So we are going to keep it very simple. My goal is not to teach you HTML yet, and so we are just going to get familiar with the development setup that we are going to follow in this course. And so yeah, for the major parts that we need to understand in HTML, we are going to cover all of that from the next video. Right now just start to code as quickly as we can, and so we are going to keep it completely simple. So in the previous video I suggested you to download two softwares. One is the code editor, which is VS Code, and a web browser, Google Chrome preferably. Okay, and so I'm just going to launch my VS Code, and it is up. Now in VS Code, or generally while developing something, you always need to be inside some sorts of folder. So if you click this icon here, you see it says no folder opened, which means we need to open some kind of folder, right? And so on the desktop I'm going to create a new folder. You can create this folder anywhere, just keep it at a relatively simple path from where you can access them easily. I'm just going to keep it on my desktop. Okay, and normally I keep all of my projects on the desktop, and later when they are done I just move them to Git repository. So you can see I have few of them. Okay, and so now I'm going to name this folder. I will say code block front end. Since we are learning front-end development, I named my project on the thing that we are actually doing. Okay, and again you can name it anything, just name it relatively what you are doing, hit enter, and that's it. Now to open the folder, just take it, drag and drop it here, and there you go, you opened a folder successfully in the VS Code. And now from here we can start to create folders and directories. Okay, I'm just going to get little zoomed off. I think I'm little super zoomed. So by pressing command and minus, it would be control minus for Windows. So here if you see it says code block front end. Okay, and so these are some menu bars that we are going to use. This is search bar, source control, debug, extensions. We are going to use some extensions, and I will guide you when the right time will come. For now just keep it simple. Okay, so see here we have few sets of icons. Actually you can call it menus. So to create a new file you can click this. Similarly, to create a new folder you can click here, and to refresh them just click it, or this is to expand and shrink the files inside of a folder. So I'm just going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it index.html. Okay, so this is the entry point of your website. So whatever website you see on World Wide Web, the starting of the website is with this .html. So when you write an HTML code, you always write that code in an HTML file. So you create a file called index.html, and I will tell you why do we call it index.html. So always remember that the first page of your website should always be called as index, and then you say .html. Now this .html does two things. First, it tells the code editor itself that hey, I am an HTML file and I want you to show me as such. Okay, and the second thing it does is that it helps the programmer to write HTML code efficiently. Plus, when this index.html will be open in a web browser, then the web browser will say that okay, so I'm getting an index.html file, which means that the code written in this file is an HTML file, so I need to render it as such. So browsers default this page as an HTML page, and when it will parse the page, you will see the actual output that this page is intended to output. So here I'm just going to print the default boilerplate of HTML. Now to print the default boilerplate of HTML, just press the combination of Shift and 1 on your keyboard, and here you can see we are getting something called Emmet abbreviation. Now don't worry about this too much at this point. I told you we are going to keep it simple. For advanced concepts we are going to cover in the next video. Just hit tab and there you go. Now if you are a beginner, it might look little overwhelmed, so let me get rid of these things real quick, or let's keep it here. Why to fake things? Okay, just keep it real. And from here, so this is the starting position of your website. So whatever you see on the web page goes right here. Here you just have to write simple h1. Okay, again, whatever I'm doing, just follow it. Don't worry, I'm gonna teach you everything. Okay, so just print this left angle brackets, write h1 and close it, and now you see that VS Code is closing it automatically. Now here you just have to write hello and welcome to Code Block Frontend, and this is the structure of your very first web page. So congratulations for that. Now how to see the output? So to see the output, just open the folder that you created. So Code Block Frontend, double click to open it. And now here you can see we have an index.html file. To open it, right click, open with, and select the default browser. In my case, it's Google Chrome. But again, I'm giving you this option. If you want to use another web browser, that's completely fine. I promise you, your learnings will not be compromised at all. Just click Google Chrome and wait. Just now using output. There you go. Our page is launched. Okay, so here you see we wrote hello and welcome to Code Block Frontend, and here we got the rendered output. So this is your very first web page. So congratulations on developing your first web page. Now if you see this title, so what is this title? Well, again, I'm gonna tell you everything about details, like what is this meta tag, what is this head, what is this lang attribute, why do we use doc type. I'm gonna tell you everything about everything that is mentioned here. Okay, so no need to worry at all. But for now, if you just change the title, for example, title tag simply changes the title of the web page. You can change it to anything. You can say myname.com. Again, save it. There you go, myname.com. If you want to write something else, just duplicate this line of code by pressing Shift option and down arrow. It will duplicate it without copying it. Save the file. You see, yeah, I almost forget to tell you that you need to save each time you make changes to your code. So this white icon initiates that something has been edited and it needs to be changed. So just press Command S and there you go, you saved your index.html file, and when you reload, there you go, you see the output as many as times you have written the code. So this is a very simple HTML page. Now again, I'm just keeping it completely simple. So from the next video, we are going to deep dive into HTML, and I'm going to tell you almost everything about HTML that you need to know. So I'm going to see you in the next video. Do make sure to like, comment and subscribe if you have been enjoying the tutorials so far. I will see you in the next one. Let's start learning HTML, and I will start by giving you a complete overview. HTML stands for the Hypertext Markup Language. What does this mean? Well, the language here is self-explanatory, but what are hypertext and markup? Please be patient. I will show you what hypertext and markup mean. The first version of HTML was written in 1993 by Sir Tim Berners-Lee. The complete details do not matter to get started, but still if you want to know the complete details of the World Wide Web, I will provide a link in the description, but still, that much detail is all optional. HTML is a markup language that is used to describe the structure and content of the web page. We will see all about this in the next video, but always make sure to remember this: HTML is not a programming language but a markup language. The main difference between markup language and programming language is that a markup language defines a set of rules for encoding documents in a format that is both human readable and machine readable. For example, HTML and XML, you can read them, while a programming language provides a set of commands and syntax that can be used to write computer programs which are understood by the computer. So, a programming language are built on the logic that you express in your program. HTML consists of elements that describe different types of content such as images, videos, links, headings, paragraphs, buttons, forms, tables, and many more elements that we will see while learning HTML. Let's now understand what is HTML's boilerplate and what each line means for the web page. So remember your early school days, we used to write applications to our principal for several reasons, mostly for apologies. So your application had a predefined structure like header, where you would write the address for the letter to reach principal's office, then the subject name, and then the body where you described your query, mostly with words like sorry and apologies and forgiveness to not repeat the same mistake, and then your signature to attest the fake promises that are soon to be broken and a new application will be written. Oh man, I'm missing my school days. I used to break benches and sell their keys in the market to eat ice cream. Oh, I have some serious achievements under my belt. Missing my school days, man. Anyway, HTML boilerplate is the same as this application. Boilerplate is the structure. It defines how your markup should be written following the correct structure. So in the previous video, you saw this code. Now let's go through each line and understand what they mean. The first one is doc type. It is very simple. It simply indicates to the web browser that we are using the latest version of HTML, which is HTML5, and by default, we always use this on the top of our markup. Then we have this HTML tag with lang attribute with two parts, opening and the closing part. Everything you see on the World Wide Web is always written inside this HTML tag. Google, Netflix, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, everyone's default code will always go inside this HTML tag. Yes, even this video from YouTube's server is getting shown to you from inside of this HTML tag. Now, this will become so technically if I start to explain this in detail. So we will cover all of this when we will learn about backend development in Node.js pretty soon. For now, just basics is enough. Now it has a lang attribute set to en. Well, it indicates that the web page is written in English language. If you want to write Hindi text on the markup or Japanese or Russian, just change the lang attribute to that language initial to indicate the browser of the page's language. Inside HTML, we have the head tag, inside which you can see many meta tags. Let's understand about all of them one by one. The first meta tag with the charset attribute set to UTF-8 tells the browser to use the UTF-8 character encoding when translating machine code into human readable text and vice versa to be displayed in the browser. Now just understand it as this, that the charset attribute on a meta tag specifies to the browser what character encoding to use for the page. Browser use this information to properly render the web page. Then you have these two meta attributes. The meta attribute with XUA compatible was used for Internet Explorer web browser. It was a document mode meta tag that allows web authors to choose what version of Internet Explorer the page should be rendered as. But now, since Internet Explorer is altogether down, You can delete this tag and there will be no impact on the web page. Since it came with the boilerplate, I found it interesting to discuss here. And after that, we have another meta tag with the viewport attribute. This is to switch on the responsiveness of the web page. I will tell you everything about this meta tag when we will learn CSS cascading style set, and especially when we will learn about responsive web design and media queries in detail. And then we have this title, which is self-explanatory. It sets the title of the web page, and we have seen this as well in the previous video when we created our first web page. And now after the head, we have this body. Whatever content you see on the web page, all content is written in this body tag. In the previous video in our HTML boilerplate, we wrote this simple heading tag and it appeared on the web page. So this is about HTML boilerplate. Let's now move forward and understand the anatomy of an HTML tag. So here I have a simple h1. Let's break it down and understand its each part. So this entire h1 from beginning to end is called an element. Then we have this starting h1, which is called as opening tag, and then we have this closing tag with a backslash that indicates the closing of the tag, also called as closing tag. Whatever you write inside these tags are called content that actually renders on the web page. One point to remember that not all the tags in the HTML require a closing tag. Some of them just have an opening tag such as image, line break, input, link, etc. And so these are called as self-closing tags, and we will see this as well. Now we are done with the complete overview of HTML. This is all the basics that you need to know about HTML to get started. So now let's start the real fun by learning all about HTML. So see you in the next one, where we are going to start writing our markup to develop beautiful web pages. Do like the video and subscribe the channel if you have been liking the content so far. It helps me a lot to produce such content for absolutely free. And with more, I will see you in the next one. Till then, stay safe, happy coding. Let's now start our journey of HTML. So a few videos ago, we were on this same page. We created this boilerplate, and then inside the body tag, we created this h1 that is rendering here. We also understood about what each of these meta tags and these tags in general mean for this web page. And so we are going to learn all about HTML that is required for us to get started with front-end development in general in this simple index.html file. So no need to create another folder and then drag and drop and start from beginning. Okay, so everything that is required to learn in HTML, we are going to cover right here. Now, before we start to learn HTML, I want to give you few suggestions as a form of warning shots before attempting to learn HTML. And so do not take these warnings or suggestions. I would say suggestions, not warnings, but still you can interchange these words. So yeah, do not take these words lightly, because I am sharing my personal experience with you. Otherwise you will waste a lot of time. Okay, so let's see what are these suggestions. So yeah, okay, it is written warning about HTML. So the first suggestion or the first warning that I have for you is you need to clear the basics. You don't have to become a PhD holder in HTML. So just complete the basics and you are good to go. Okay, like simple what a boilerplate means, what does each tag do. Okay, so yeah, and then start with simple tags, and on the way you will learn all the advanced steps. See, you have internet. If you need something, just go and look for that. So again, HTML is very basic. You don't have to memorize each and everything in hypertext markup language. It is as simple as this. You use some tags to build the content of the web page. So just learn simple tags, and when you will start to build website, which we will do by the end of this whole I can say course, we will be building a very beautiful responsive website. And while building those websites, I will teach you some of the advanced steps in HTML that we don't have to remember. Just one Google and everything is there in front of us. Okay, so the third one is, yeah, learn to Google, become self-reliant. Why to memorize each and everything? You have high internet data. You are not living in 1990s. Well, we did not have internet back then, but still right now the accessibility that you have over those who were learning these things in 1990 is immense. You are miles ahead, so do not waste a lot of time. Fourth one is learn to write good markup. See, what happens is that you learn HTML. Even I knew HTML, but learning HTML is not enough. You must also understand how to write good markup. Now, what do I mean by good markup? By good markup, I mean how to write semantic HTML. Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Do you know what is content separation in HTML? You don't know, right? Whenever you develop a web page, you separate your content in three parts. Navigation goes in header, and then main content goes inside a section that is wrapped inside a main content, and then whenever you are designing the footer, it goes inside the footer tag. This is semantic HTML, the usage of semantic HTML. Don't use div a lot. Now these are some suggestions that I will be giving you, and I will show you practically. Okay, so here I have just written this. I can understand it might not make much sense to you, but please do keep these 4 points in mind, and I will put you in that group of 10% people who knows HTML and also knows how to write correct HTML, because I have seen many folks who know HTML and they also develop very beautiful websites, but when I look at the source code, I figure out that the code that they have written is not fully accessible. Now what does this fully accessible means? Have you ever heard about a thing called screen reader? For guys who are visually impaired, who cannot access your website, there is a thing called screen reader mode in HTML. Their website is not compatible for them. Now how can someone who is visually impaired access your website as well as those who can see? So the visually impaired guy has less advantage to access your website. So HTML is not for those who can see, but also for those who are not able to see. So please use your skill to write code that is beneficial not only for those who can see, but also for those who are visually impaired. They can still access your website. So yeah, writing code is very, very important. So the fourth point is very important for you. Learn to write good markup. Okay, and so yeah, HTML looks easy, and it is easy. Okay, only writing HTML becomes little tough because you don't put emphasis over it, and I have not seen any teacher putting emphasis over it. Yeah, no one taught me this. I learned this hard way. I practiced and then I figured out. If I would not tell you this, again you will fall in those tutorial hells and you will think that no, I need to learn all of the tags in HTML, then only I will be able to build websites. No, that doesn't happen. Guys and girls, always remember, do not waste a lot of time learning HTML. It's very simple. 2 or 3 days is enough. Okay, and so CSS looks hard, and it actually is, but don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing is hard. Okay, I'm gonna crystal clear everything. So yeah, HTML looks easy, CSS looks hard, which actually is, but again I'm going to make it simple. Don't memorize it, but use it and you will remember it. Don't sit and then start memorizing it, that what does selector do, what does header do. No, you don't have to make notes on that. Just remember it and move on. When you will build websites on these, by building 3 or 4 websites, you are going to remember each and every tag of HTML. So back in the days when I was learning HTML, I used to do this crap a lot of time. I was enrolled in a paid course, and I used to make notes out of that paragraph is for P is for paragraph, H1 is for heading. You don't have to do that. I wasted a lot of time. I can't even recall those moments, and I neither want to. So nothing is easy, nothing is hard. It's about practice, which I'm going to make you do anyway. So yeah, let's get started, and now let's begin the real fun. I'm gonna see you inside. Let's now start learning HTML. And so before we start to deep dive in HTML concepts, I want to talk about something called as case. Now this is not the case that you are thinking about, but this case is actually a principle that I believes in. This case stands for keep it simple, stupid. So whenever I am learning something new, or at least something that I have little doubt on and I need to refresh my skills on, I start considering myself at least stupid. Why? Well, because if I were to ask you this simple question, if you meet a stupid guy, well, not those annoying stupid guy, but genuinely a guy whom you think that he or she is quite qualified to understand things, but they are slightly behaving like a stupid, how would you explain a certain topic to them? Well, by simplifying it in the most simplest way, right? So I believe in this principle. This actually means that keep it very simple. Steve Jobs also used to say that stay hungry, stay foolish. If you want to learn something and grow something, never stop the learning phase, and I believe in the same thing. And so this is how we are going to learn HTML. We are going to keep it very simple. See, so we are going to build this very simple blog post, and by building this simple blog post, you are going to learn most of the concepts that you require to learn in HTML to build and actually to write beautiful markups, semantic markups. Okay, and so yeah, we are going to keep it completely simple. And so if you analyze this very simple blog post, we just have this simple nav bar, h1, this image, and some article, you can consider it, some buttons, and then some more resources that will help us to learn HTML in a better way. So this is a very simple blog post, but trust me, 90% of HTML is covered in this simple web page. Yes, it's as simple as this. So here we have a very simple menu bar. So for example, you must have seen, if you want to learn JavaScript, click here. Of course, we don't have an article for JavaScript, but yeah, just understand that how the navigation works. If you want to read about a particular website, just click about us. Of course, we don't have about us for this website, but again, completely simple. You want to contact them, just click contact us. And of course, here on the contact us page in the real blog that we will be coding up right here, we will build a beautiful form here. Okay, and so let's quickly go back to home page, and there you go. Okay, so I'm going to also integrate this beautiful image, and I will show you some of the resources from where you can access these images. Okay, and so let's start learning HTML in the most simplest way possible. So let's now start learning HTML, but before that we need to do some setup so that we can manage our workflow in a little better way. Why? Because again, we are going to follow this KISS principle. Keep it very simple. Keep it simple, stupid actually. Okay, and so if I duplicate this h1 3 or 4 times, I'm just going to press shift option and down arrow, so it duplicates the code without copying them to the clipboard. If I save this, you see, to see the update, I have to reload this web page, right? So I reloaded, I see the update. Now this is good, but again, if I keep doing this, it will actually waste little time. So we are going to set up a live server, which means that we just have to work on this development process and everything will be updated automatically. So for that, we are going to use an extension. Now I already have that extension, but again, I'm going to show you how to get that. Just click on this extensions tab and here search for live server, and this is the live server that I'm talking about. So this is from Ritvik Day, almost 3.5 million downloads, 3.3, but again, just download it or actually install it, and then you are good to go. Okay, and let's close the sidebar by pressing Command B, which is the shortcut to close and open the sidebar. Okay, and then if you want to go live, here you can see in the bottom navbar, you would be seeing something called as go live. So I'm just going to dispose the server real quick. So you would be seeing something called go live. Just click it, and if you don't see it, which I highly doubt, you are going to see it. But anyway, if you are not going to see that, just right click and click open with live server, and there you go. Now you have a live server of the web page that you are working on. And so whenever you will make changes to this file, it will reload, it will actually update on real time. Okay, so if I quickly get rid of these extra lines of h1s, and see, this file is edited. So the moment I will save this, did you see that our web page updated on the fly? But if you see, our static file is still not updated, and to update it we have to manually reload. So we are going to use this thing called live server. We just have to work here. We don't have to really think about reloading our web page again and again to see the changes. So yeah, this is one setup that I wanted to talk about. And so let's now move forward, and I want you all to delete this default boilerplate of HTML from here and write all of them manually. The reason why I am telling you to do so is that you can use the Emmet abbreviation tool to generate the default boilerplate. There is no problem with it. However, just as a beginner, to properly learn HTML, we must need to understand to write all of the default boilerplate on our own. So do make sure to delete all of this and let's do it together. So the first one is the doc type. So it's just angle brackets, left angle brackets, then this exclamation mark, and then you can see that Emmet is already suggesting us that, hey, do you need doc type? So if you click, it will auto complete for us, but no, we are going to write it manually. So I can say doc type, and then after this we have this HTML, then close it. And after doc type HTML we have the HTML itself. Okay, so again HTML. Now if I close it, you see that our HTML automatically got closed. This is completely fine, you don't have to delete this and then again write it manually. It is completely fine, just keep it simple, but again do it manually as much as you can do. Okay, and then again inside HTML we have one head tag that contains all the details about the web page, and then the body tag inside which we write all those markup that actually renders on the web page. Okay, so inside here we are just going to write the simple title, and this is the codingarena.com. okay, so this is the simple block that we are going to build, so I'm just going to call it the codingarena.com. okay, so you see the title changed, and of course the body, since it is empty, we are seeing nothing rendered here. To test it, you can just write h1 hello world, and there you go. Okay, so everything seems to be working completely fine. We will now continue to learn how to mark up texts, and we will start by learning about HTML headings, paragraphs, and some more elements such as bold and italic. So let's start with the heading. So the goal of the heading is to break up big blocks of texts into more logical sections and to add a well-defined title to each of the sections. We already learned about the H1 heading, but there are 5 more. So there are 6 types of headings, each creating a hierarchy between our texts, and this will become more clear when we will see the difference that each tag outputs for our code. So we can go all the way from H1 to H6. So I will just duplicate this, and I'm just going to press Shift, Option and down arrow to duplicate 5 times. Okay, because we have 6 types of headings, and then I'm gonna change H1 to H2, then we have H3, then H4, then H5, and then we have H6. Okay, so and you can see that the closing tag is automatically getting closed. So I'm using an extension called as auto renaming tag. You can download that and it will automatically close your tags. Okay, so if I save it, you can see the output. So H1 is the primary heading, H2 is the secondary heading, and H3 is the tertiary heading. So you can clearly observe the visual difference between them. The first one is the biggest of them all, and the last one, that is H6 here, is the smallest one. So now we know how this heading appears on our web page. Let's figure out which one we need to create our blog post. Okay, so if we observe our simple blog website, then we have the name of our website. So this is the biggest heading. Then below that we can see that we have the name of the article, and this is a little bit small, and so this is not the primary heading but the secondary heading. And after this you can see we have one more heading, and this is appearing even smaller than the above two because this is an S3, the tertiary heading. And so remember how I just mentioned that headings are used to break up texts into logical sections. So here in between the texts we have another heading. Right here you can see actually 2 headings. Okay, so let's now create the same markup for this kind of structure. So I'm going to comment these basic introductory codes, and so to comment them, just select all of them and then press Command and /. So when you comment a part of the code, then that is not going to be passed by the web page. So if you save it, you see we see no output because we commented all of those H1s. Okay, and so comments are literally used to comment a part of the code. Of course you can see them as a reference, you can see them, but these are not going to be parsed. And so let's now write the primary heading that we have here in our simple blog post example. So I'm gonna select these and then copy it by pressing Command and C. I could have given you all of these texts as a starter file, and then I decided that no, as a beginner you need to write all of them on your own hand, because that would be doing like a practice. I know if I give you the starter file, you can copy them and paste them, but that actually isn't doing practice at all. So write all of these texts manually, and the more time in the beginning you will spend writing markup, the more better, the better you will get. Okay, not the more better, but the better you will get. Okay, so I'm gonna copy it, and since I have just have a simple h1, I can see this. I'm gonna paste this text inside the h1. So if I save this, you see the coding arena. Now you can see that there is a visual difference. The page, the example page, has the coding arena h1 in orange color, but ours is in black color. Don't worry about that, that does not matter. I'm gonna tell you how I achieved that one, but again, just keep it simple, stupid. Okay, and I can see here we have one more heading. This is the secondary heading, so I'm gonna copy this one as well. I'm gonna use the h2 tag and paste it. I'm gonna refactor them real quick, and so you see that our article, our blog post actually is taking shape, and I can see we have one more heading, and this would probably be tertiary, means an h3, which is what is HTML. So let's select this, and I'm gonna write the h3 as well. So h3, this is what is HTML. Okay, so see, this is how our web page is looking so far. So this is pretty close to what we have in the final file here. So this is the structure of our web page. Now one thing to always keep in mind about headings is that each and every page should only have one h1 heading, so only one primary heading. This is not a rule, so technically you can have multiple h1s, it does not violate any HTML rules, but it is considered a good practice to always have just one primary heading per web page. Again, why? As I just told you, h1 is considered primary, so just think about this. Primary itself means most important data, right? So how can a web page have multiple primary data? It is always good to have only one h1 per web page. Now about all the other ones, we can have multiple of them. So now I can see down here we have one more heading, and this is also an h3. So let's complete this one as well. So I'm gonna select it, and then I'm going to write an h3. I'm gonna duplicate this code, and I will just change the content inside of that. Okay, and refactor it, and there you go. Why should you learn HTML? So this is the very simple structure of our web page. You can see that slowly and slowly it is taking the shape of our final file. And now let's fill it with the paragraph in between them. And so to create a paragraph, we use the p tag and then describe the paragraph in between. Now remember, we don't have a hierarchy between paragraphs like p1, p2, p3, no. That is just for h1. So if you want to describe the details in the web page, you can write a full length paragraph. And so to describe the paragraph, we use the p element. So if you see, after this article, we have this simple paragraph. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this, and after this article, I'm gonna open this p tag, and inside this p tag, just gonna refer this. Okay, so if I save, now I see this posted on Monday, April 1st, 2024 by CodeBlock. So like this, and after this we have few more. So I'm gonna select this one as well, and after this I'm going to open one more paragraph, and I'm going to paste the copied text real quick, and then I refactored that, and so you can see that closely we are getting the shape of our final file. And then one more, gonna duplicate it real quick, and then I'm just going to change the content. Now again, one thing, if you do not want to write all of these text, you can use the dummy text, right? So to write the dummy text, you can just again open one more paragraph, and here you just have to write lorem and the amount of word that you want. For example, if I want just 10 words of lorem ipsum, actually I'm just gonna write 10, hit tab, and there you go. We have 10 dummy words of lorem ipsum. Now do not worry much about what is this lorem ipsum $it emmet. This is just some dummy text that you can use to fill your website to see how it is appearing, how it is visually appearing. Okay, So if you do not want to write all of these texts, just use this lorem ipsum. I'm gonna delete it real quick. Okay, now we are almost done with the complete basics. So just to finish, let me show you how to decorate our content. For example, making this part bold and this part italics. Okay, and so here in the final file you can see them. So you can see that the day of the week as well as the date is italicized, and the author's name is made bold. So if you want to achieve this, then you can simply use the pre-built tag to achieve those targets. So for example, if you want to bold this part, this is the author part, so just use the bold tag, which simply is by writing this simple B. So just use this B tag and then refer this code block inside of this, and so when you will save it, you will see that that part is bold. Okay, and similarly, to make all of these italicized, you can use the I tag. So I'm gonna cut actually only till this part, not the year actually. Okay, and then I can say I stands for italicized. So I'm just gonna paste it, and now you can see that our day of the week as well as the date is italicized. So if you compare it with our final file, we are pretty close. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom a little bit, you can see it. Okay, so both of them are visually appearing same, but so we have used bold and italics to achieve our output. Okay, but wait a second, I will not suggest you to use these tags anymore because these are non-semantic tags. Rather than use semantic tags like strong and emphasis like em. Now about semantic tag, we will talk about that in depth in a moment, but essentially what it means is that B as an element does not have a meaning of its own, while on the other hand a semantic tag has its meaning on its own. For example, rather than using this B tag, you can use a strong. So you can say strong. So this strong has a meaning on its own. Okay, so you are actually saying that hey, this is really important, so this part should really stand out from other texts. Okay, so if you save this, you will see there is no visual difference, but again, do not use B. Similarly, for I, you can replace it with em. Em simply stands for emphasis. If you save this, you see there is no visual difference, but this em simply means that hey, we are putting emphasis over this part of the text, and then this part should appear strong. So this is how you actually format very simple texts in your markup. Okay, so we understood very simplest and complete basic parts of the HTML, that is headings and paragraphs, and we also saw a little bit of content styling using semantic tags such as strong and em. Let's continue working with texts, and now we will learn about creating lists with numbers and bullet points, and trust me, this is also very simple. So see you really soon. Journey of learning HTML, and in this video we are going to talk about lists in HTML. So HTML lists are used to display related information in an easy to read and concise way as lists. So we can use three types of lists to represent different types of data in HTML: an ordered list, and description list. We rarely use description lists, so we are going to talk about two of the very important types of lists, that is unordered lists and ordered lists. So if you observe the final file, you can see we have two lists. Now from naked eye you won't be able to figure out, but when we will understand about lists, then after looking at this content, you can easily recognize that okay, so these are some lists. Now which one is ordered and which one is unordered? So if you observe this one, then this one is ordered lists and this is unordered lists. Okay, so the ordered list is used to represent data in a list for which the order of items does matter, and the unordered list is used to represent data in a list for which the order of items does not matter. So if you read this part, it says HTML elements are made up of three parts. So we are putting emphasis over this three thing. So what is these three parts? So the first one is the opening tag, second is the closing tag, and the third is the entire element itself. But if you read this part here, why should you learn HTML? There is no proper markup for this. So these can be a very well defined bullet points, okay? And so you can read about them. You want to learn web development and impress friends, have fun. So these are an example of unordered lists, and this is a very well example of ordered lists. So let's now create all of this, okay? And so I can see that we have few more paragraphs here. So let's complete this one as well. I'm gonna copy it. And then where is this? This is after what is HTML. So after what is HTML, I'm gonna create one more paragraph and then paste the content inside it. So here we go. Okay, and after that we have one more paragraph. I'm gonna copy this one real quick. I'm gonna replace this one with just copied data. And there you go. And I think I have one more. Okay, so this one, HTML elements are made up of 3 parts. So one more paragraph and we are done. Now you can see that we have this read more text not appearing in blue as this one. So here this is an example of a link. Wait a moment, I'm gonna talk about link real soon, but first let's complete the list. Okay, and so to create an ordered pair of list, you use OL. Okay, so where is that? This is right here. HTML elements are made up of 3 parts. Okay, so when you write OL simply means ordered lists. Hit tab to autocomplete it, and there you go. Inside this you use LI. So LI, what is this LI? Well, LI defines a list item in ordered or unordered list. So here you can write you can describe your list. For example, the opening tag, the closing tag, right? So here you are going to write the opening tag and then the closing tag and then the element itself. If you save this, you see we got our numbered list. Similarly, we can also use an unordered list. So unordered list is appearing after this why should you learn HTML, right? So again, why should you learn HTML? After this, to create an unordered list, we can use UL, just the opposite of OL. OL simply means ordered list, UL simply means unordered list. Create this one, and now inside this again you'll have to define some LI again, because I just told you what does LI means. LI simply defines a list item in ordered or unordered lists. So LI, this is the list item 1, list item 2, list item 3, but here this list item will not print 1 or 2 because this is unordered. So here you can say to have fun, and then to impress friends, and then probably because you want to learn web development, you want to learn web development. And if you save it, you see we get bullet points. This is clearly ordered and this is clearly unordered. Again, we have few more texts, but I'll leave it for you to write them on your own. Okay, now in the beginning I told you that we have 3 types of list. So let's quickly see the third one as well. Again, we don't use it quite often, but there is no harm in quickly seeing that. So the third one is description list. So to write a description list, you write DL, and then inside DL you have to write the title and then the data. To write the title you write DT, and here you can write the title, for example HTML. And so if you want to describe it, you can now write DD. So this DD simply means the description data. So you can define what actually HTML does. So let's you create web pages, and then amazing to learn and easy as well. You see we have this description list created. Okay, and so that's how we create 3 types of list. So this is very simple ordering of data inside of HTML. Images are fundamental parts of the website. Without images, any website will look completely void. So let's go forward and insert an image, and we will learn some more important concepts related to images. And so if you observe the final file, then here an image is appearing after this description paragraph. Okay, and so right here, so if you go above, after this, okay? And so here we are going to insert an image. So to insert an image in the web page, we use this image tag and then you close it. Now you will observe that image is a self-closing tag. Other tags that we have used so far, they all required manually closing. So P, H1, all of them have these manual closing tags, these ordered lists, these LIs, but an image is a self-closing tag, okay? And so you don't really need to manually close it. Now you can ask me that if image is the self-close. Now you can ask me if image is the self-closing tag, then where does the content actually go? Now this brings me to another part that is called as attribute. So in this image, you can provide this backslash to make it a self-closing tag. And now here you can provide few attributes, and then those attributes will define this image. So the first attribute that we provide to image is the source attribute. Now what are attributes? In simple plain English, attributes provides additional data for this element. So here we are saying that source, and then here you can define the location. You can provide the path of the location from where this image should fetch the image. But if you see inside our working tree, we do not have an image. Now from where can we get an image? Again, I told you that I could have given you a starter file, but I do not believe in that. As a beginner, we should understand how to learn everything from basics. So here I have a very cool website that is called as unsplash.com. You can download millions of free images. I don't know if you ever will be able to download millions of images from unsplash.com, but if you see my recent searches, it is clearly indicating that I looked for something called as coding images. So if I click, I may not be able to find this exact image, but we are going to get relevant images, okay? And so yeah, all of them are coding images. Now select any one of them. No need to like really scratch your head to select a particular one. I'm gonna select this one, okay? So select this one, and then after this let it reload, and once this appears, click this drop down from here and download the smallest file, that is 640 into 426. If you observe, the medium file is the HD one and the large one is the 4K, and the original size is huge. Just download this small one, click, and it will be downloaded. There you go. Just take it and then drop it inside your file tree right here, and then change the name. So right click, rename, and I'm just going to call it IMG, okay, and hit enter. There you go. Our image is right here. Now inside this source attribute, you can provide the path to this image, and that is simply because the image is directly in the root directory. I can simply say IMG, and then you can see that it is automatically suggesting us that, hey, do you want img.jpg to load? Sure, we do. So I'm just going to hit tab to autocomplete, and when I save this, you see we got our very beautiful image loaded, okay? So this is pretty much close to what we have here, okay? And so this is how you load an image. Now after this source attribute, we also have one more attribute that is called as alt. So ALT. Now alt is some additional data that you provide for this image. So if you hover over it, you can read that this attribute defines an alternative text description of the image. And if you can read the note, do make sure to pause the video and read it. But I'm going to explain you what it means. So sometimes what happens is that these images takes times to load because from server they might be getting data delayed. There might be some internet issue. So by the time this image reload, see if I reload, you will notice something. I'm gonna reload. Okay, it did not happen. It is quickly coming. It is loading very quickly because I'm using 5G network. But I think if I use the static file right here, this is the static file. If I reload now, did you see? Image loaded little bit later again. Did you see the image loaded little bit later? And so if things go wrong, then what you can do, you can provide an alternate text, and by the time this image is taking time to load, this alternate text will appear on the place of image. And this alternate text and this alt text is also useful for people who are visually impaired and then accessing the website using a screen reader. So if you provide here a text data, it will appear here on the place of image if image is taking little time to load. So here I can say coding website image, okay, or what is this, okay, anything, but make sure to write a clear description of the image, okay. So if I save this, you cannot see anything here, but let's assume that this image is getting delayed, or we have some server error, internal server error, which is stopping the image from loading. So I can just do this. I'm just gonna take out G. So this image.jp is not an extension for image, which means that this link is broken. So if I save, you see our image is not loading, but you can clearly see this alternate text, which is coding website image. Okay, so this is why we use this alternate text while inserting an image in our web page. So let's quickly fix this by providing the correct extension, that is JPG. Save it, and now we are back. Okay, so this is a very simple image, and after this we have to understand, you can see this is a very simple button. Let me close this one. Okay, so gonna understand about buttons, and then these links, and then again we are going to create this resource, some footer note, and then this menu bar as well. Okay, so gonna see you very soon. Remember, I told you in the overview section we will learn about hypertext or hyperlinks when we will learn HTML. So let's do it now. Hypertext or hyperlinks refers to a word, phrase, or chunks of text that can be linked to another document or text. So in a website, a hyperlink or a hypertext is just like an item, like a button or a word that points to another location. So when you click them, the link will take you to the target of the link, which may be a web page, document, or other online content, a YouTube video, an article, anything. So websites uses hyperlinks as a way to navigate online content back and forth. So if I were to give you a real life example, let's go to Wikipedia, and if you search for India, you will see lots and lots of data connected together. So you can read more about them, and all of them are actually linked deep down. So like Hinduism, Rig Veda, Indus Valley Civilization, some mode like New Delhi, their coordinates, largest city Mumbai, Delhi. So if you want to read about New Delhi, just click it, and you will be taken to the section where New Delhi has been defined. So history, Calcutta, partition of Bengal, something like that. Okay, so if you want to again read it further, you can click all those links. So these are very well example of hypertext, the text that has been linked together, and it helps you to navigate back and forth. If you want to go back, just, well, I don't think we'll be able to go back from here to India, so you'll have to search India again. There you go. I could have gone back by pressing this back button, but again, you understood the very simple usage of hypertext. Okay, and so let's now see what do we have to understand. So yeah, we have to understand how to create this part, which is where it says read mode. So this is a very simple hyperlink. Okay, and then we have navigation bar as well. So what are navigation bar? Navigation bar helps you to create different sections of the web page and then link them together. So for example, we want to write something for CSS, then we can create a separate section where we will write all of our articles about CSS. So if you want to learn CSS, click learn CSS. To learn JavaScript, click JavaScript. And if you want to read more about the blog itself, about us, and if you want to contact them, you can contact them. So if you go to unsplash.com, and if you click this hamburger menu, you will see their navbar. Okay, so if you want to read about them, click about, history, join the team, blog, press contact. If you click this contact us, you will be able to contact them using this form, which eventually we are going to create. But for now, let's learn more about hypertext and how to create this navbar. So I can see that this navbar is appearing on top of our web page. So we are going to write the markup on the very top. So right here, even before the h1. Okay, so usually this is the place where we write the markup for our navbar. So let me show you. If you observe unsplash.com, you can see that their navbar is also appearing on the top of the web page. Again, it is just based on the design pattern. You can create the navbar on the right side as well as on the left side as well, but not on the bottom, because bottom navbar are called as footer. Of course, you can create. These are all an example of links. Actually, I can call it navigation links, but these are not navbars. These are footer. What can you call it? Footer icon, footer navigation icon, navigation link. But navbar is usually on top of the very top of the web page. Okay, and so let's now understand how to create it. So I can see we have some links, learn CSS. So if you click, you can see it took us to learn CSS. And if you observe here, we have new file learn-css.html. Similarly, if you click learn JavaScript, you see that the URL changed. Now it is taking us to javascript.html. Similarly, for about us, we get about.html. For contact us, we get contact.html. So if you see contact us of Unsplash, can you see this? unsplash.com/contact us. So they have this different page. Actually, I can say individual page dedicated just for this form. And so this is something that we are going to do. And again, if you want to navigate back to home page, just click this home. That will again take you to index.html. Okay, and so this is hypertext or hyperreference that you can call it. And so here we are going to create that navbar. And so to create a navbar, we use link tag, anchor tag actually. So to create an anchor tag, you simply write this a and then close this, and then inside this a you pass an attribute that is called as href. Href stands for hyperreference, and here you pass an empty pair of strings which will soon to be filled with the link or the location where you want this anchor to take you once you click it. But again, you'll have to give it a name. So the first link in our navbar is learn CSS. It's learn CSS, right? So if you save it, we see learn CSS, right? But if you click it now, it will not take you anywhere. No, it is not taking us anywhere because we haven't passed any hyper reference to it. So here we pass the location where we should be navigated once this learn CSS is clicked. So what is that location? Well, that location is this new, if you click learn CSS, this new learn css.html file. So we need to create it. So I'm gonna open my sidebar tree, and here we will have to create a new HTML file that is going to be called as learn-css.html. Okay, and then here we are going to generate our default boilerplate. Again, I will suggest you to write everything on your own, but I'm just going to quickly generate it. I'm gonna call it learn CSS page, and a simple h1 will do the work. I'll say here you will learn more about CSS. Okay, that's it. And now here you'll have to reference this learn-css.html. So if you write learn, you see it is automatically suggesting us that do you want this file to be mentioned as hyperreference for this link? Sure, we do. Hit tab to autocomplete, and now if you save it, there you go. Now you can see that there is a change in our color, but that does not matter. Even if the color did not change, let me check if it did changed. No, I don't think the color changed, but anyway, now if you click it, of course after saving it, if you create this anchor tag, provided it a hyper reference and the text that appears as the clickable link, save it, and now if you click this learn CSS, see you are taken to this learn-css.html. Here you will learn more about CSS. So this is a very simple example of a navbar. Similarly, we have learn JavaScript, about us, and contact us as well. So as a challenge, you can complete it on your own. So I'm just going to duplicate this 3 times, and this will be learn JavaScript, about us, contact us. Okay, so I'm gonna change the name to learn JavaScript, and then here about us, where we are going to write few paragraphs about our website, and then there you go, contact us. Okay, and of course we'll have to change the hyper reference as well. So we are going to create individual pages as well. So I'm going to say javascript.html, and let's quickly create this default boilerplate. And here I'm gonna write JavaScript, actually code arenas JavaScript, code arenas JavaScript, and here we are just going to write this simple h1. Here you will learn about JavaScript. Okay, and let me copy all of this, and then we have two more pages. Okay, so about us, about.html and contact.html, contact.html. So let's fill the about us page. About, I don't know why did I copy the previous text, because I just used the M8 abbreviation. So h1 about us. Similarly, we have this contact us as well. So this is contact us, and here you can contact us here, and here we are going to create a very beautiful but very general form actually. Okay, and you will see how does that actually works. So now we just have to reference it. So index.html, on JavaScript we'll have to say javascript.html, because that is the place where we want to navigate once someone clicks this learn JavaScript. Okay, so javascript.html, and then here we will have about.html. Similarly, we will have, what is this, contact us, so contact.html, and this is our very general navigation bar. If I save this, now you can see that we have few menus, and it is almost similar to what we have here. Of course, we have this home page as well. I'm going to tell you the usage of that. So if you click contact us, you see we are taken to the contact us page. Now one problem you can notice here is that from here to navigate back, you'll have to click this back link. Okay, but you cannot navigate back by clicking a link, so you'll have to just go back like this. Same for about us, JavaScript and CSS is happening as well. So how to fix this? To fix this, take this entire code and then paste it in all of the available pages. So paste it in the about us page as well. So here about us, and then in the contact us, let's paste it in the contact us, and then in the javascript.html as well, and then this learn.css as well. Okay, and now you are going to see the links for all of the pages on all of the pages. So if I click about us, I can see we are getting about us as well. Now from here, if you want to navigate to learn JavaScript, click it. From learn JavaScript to contact us, click contact us. Now one problem you can notice is that we are still unable to navigate back to home page. We have menus to navigate to different pages of our website, CSS, JavaScript, about us, contact us, but we cannot navigate back to our home page. And if I were to do this, we'll have to then write index.html manually in the URL, and now we are taken back to the home page. So how to fix this? You can see that we have a home menu right here. So to go back to home page, we'll have to create a home menu bar. So again, we'll have to do that somewhere here. So on about us, on contact us, everywhere. So here we are going to create one more anchor tag that will take us to index.html, and here we are just going to write home page. Okay, and now let's take all of it and going to replace it with all the previous codes. So let's do that for JavaScript and CSS as well, and CSS as well. There you go, we are done. Okay, and now what happened? We are not seeing, oh okay, so on index.html we have to replace that here as well. So there you go. Okay, now I want to tell you that we normally do not write a home navigation bar on the home page itself, and the reason why we do not write is that if Google will parse this web page, then when they come at this particular link, href-index.html, the crawler will simply move again to this same page. They will not go to this page, because from here they will get into infinite loop situation. Now again, these are some advanced concepts, but I'm going to talk about this little bit later. Right now let's just keep it simple. It's very simple. Google will parse the page from top to bottom they will see doc type, HTML head, title, head, body, and then when they will come at this link, they will say that okay, so from here we have to go to href index.html. What is index.html? This very same page is index.html, right? So again they will start crawling this entire index.html, and then again when they will come to this anchor tag, they will again see that okay, so from now we again have to go to index.html. So they will again go to this entire page, and so code will only loop till this part. The crawler of Google will not be able to parse this rest of the codes normally, okay, which would actually result into all of these pages not getting crawled by Google. So this is the reason why we do not provide an anchor tag that is redirecting us back to the home page on the index.html itself. So if I save this and then I quickly go to contact us, you see we have all the menu bars here. So if I go to home and then from here learn JavaScript, and from learn JavaScript to about us, contact us, everything is linked. So this is hypertext. We have multiple links, all of them connected back and forth, okay. And so let's see what else do we have. Again this nav bar is appearing on top of our h1. So for few pages, I think for about.html, we need to bring this about us down, okay. So let's do that real quick. h1, I'm taking it down, and then again JavaScript learn-css, because typically our nav bar appears on top of our web page, okay. And so now you can see the changes. Learn JavaScript, about us, contact us, CSS, home, everything is working completely fine. The next thing that we have to understand is about these buttons. Very simple. Buttons are very simple in HTML. You just use the button tag to create the button. So I'll go to index.html, and where is this button appearing? This button is appearing after this opening tag, closing tag, and the entire element, the list that we created. So right after here, okay. So to create a button, you just create this button tag, and then here you describe what your button is doing. For example, click me or order now. So this is a very simple example of a button. If you save it, you see a very simple button, click me, order now, and this is clickable actually, okay. It does not do anything because we do not have backend logic or any logic that is applied to this button. But again, this is a very simple button. So what are buttons? Let me show you. So if you go to unsplash.com's homepage, there you will find many buttons. So this submit a photo, this actually is a button. This login, it's a button. This hamburger will actually be a link, it will not be a button. But this icon, you can see this lens here, this is a button. I can show you. If I right click, inspect, and then I'm gonna select this tab bar, and then I'm going to hover over this button, and actually you can see this is a button. So if I hover over this, can you see this right here, button? So if I click this part, here you see we have this button with few attributes, role equals to button, tab index 0. So if I quickly say background color to be orange red, you will see this button, this entire button. So this is the button that is appearing here. So we have some more buttons as well. This icon, I think this is also a button. This lens tag is also a button. So if I quickly show you, you see this is also a button. You can see it right here, button. And then this search bar. This search bar is actually not a button, but this entire container is a button. Then we have this submit a photo. This is a button. Login. This is not a button, but this is a link. And then a button. Okay, so there is not much difference in link and button. Link simply helps you to take one place, helps you to navigate from one place to another place, and buttons are literal buttons. Okay, so so we don't have much to research here on the unsplash.com. So let's quickly move back, and so this is how we have created a button. Let's see what else do we have to create. Okay, so I think we have one more h1 again. This is read more, right? So let's create this read more part as well. So HTML elements are made up of 3 parts. So HTML elements are made up of 3 parts. So I'm gonna cut this entire part here. I'm gonna create one anchor tag, and hyper reference we are just going to pass nothing, but here we are going to write this read more. So if you save Now you see that this read mode is appearing in a blue color, but if you click, nothing happens. So there is a fine way to tell that, hey, please do nothing. If you provide this hash symbol on this hyper reference, then this is a null link that does not take us anywhere, but it will definitely appear as a link and it will not reload the page. So if you now click this read mode, see, it is not reloading the page, but it is not taking us anywhere as well. Whereas if you do not provide it any hyper reference link, now if you save it, if you click it, you see that our web page is getting reloaded again and again. We do not want this functionality, so we say hash. So we simply say that you definitely is a link, but I want you to navigate nowhere. So we have said hyper reference to be hash. Okay, so when you say hash, it will not take you to anywhere. So again, if you write hash to this learn-css.html, it will not take you to learn-css. So if you click, see, it is not taking us to learn-css.html. okay, and we will actually see how this hash symbol is useful when we will create our big project, front-end project. I'll tell you how do we use this hash symbol to create very amazing web pages which takes us to a particular section. All right, and then we have these 3 best resources for learning HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So I'm gonna show you some of the documentations that we use. So from here we are going to write an h3, no, not h1 bro, but h3. I'm gonna paste all of this right here real quick, save it, and we get it, the 3 best resources for learning HTML, CSS and JavaScript. And so from here we can see we have few of the websites. So now I'm gonna tell you how do I know these stuffs. So I told you this is ordered list, this is unordered list. This is an image that we create by using the img tag, that is a self-closing tag. So to provide a content, we use attributes, source and alternate, and then to make a text appear strong, we use the strong tag, which is, by the way, a semantic tag. How do I know all of these stuffs? So very simple. I keep looking out on the web for informations related to web development, and so that is the same thing I'm going to teach you now. The power of query. As a beginner developer, you must understand that this is a very essential tool that you have in your, what do you call it, arsenal, anything, but this is a very essential tool that is called as the power to query. Whatever you want to learn, you can ask your seniors or juniors or whoever knows it, but the best is that look out for yourself. So I have 2 websites that I want to suggest you if you want to learn HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So do not go out there to look on websites, very fancy websites like Tutorials Point, W3 School. They are helpful, they are actually helpful, but again, case, keep it very simple. So the first website that I want to talk about is htmldog.com, and the second one is htmlofprogrammist.com, and I'll come to this programmist.com's HTML real soon, but just see what does this htmldog.com has to offer us. So here you can see we have tutorials, techniques, examples, references, and very simple. That's it. This is the simple website. We are done. Okay, so from here I'm gonna click this HTML, because we have guides for HTML, CSS and JavaScript as well. So if you read, HTML is where the magic of web page design begins. It isn't presentational. That's what CSS for. Hypertext markup language is a simple, elegant way to structure content, and that's what we have been doing so far. We have been structuring our content based on whatever we want it, however we want it to be structured. Okay, and so here you can read about tags, attributes, elements, page titles, paragraphs, headings, lists, links, images. We have yet to understand what are these tables and forms. Okay, and then we have some intermediate tutorials like span and div that we will cover in CSS section. Meta tags, we already seen that. Description list, again we talked about description list. Sectioning, this is sectioning is very important. We are going to cover this from this programming.com HTML. So this is something about semantic HTML. Then advanced tutorial, we really do not need this much knowledge, and that's it. If you want to become really good at HTML, if you go through these entire links, this will be very quick, to be honest. You will be able to understand more rather than enrolling in a course that would teach you HTML. Okay, so from here you can learn more about HTML. And then for programmers.com, I won't suggest you to go through entire of their list. You can go, I have already covered all of this. I told you what are headings, comments, unordered list, ordered list, description, line break. This is we are going to cover a little bit later, and block element, these are something that we are going to cover in CSS section. But this thing, semantic tag, this is what I want you to learn from programming. I'm not gonna teach you too much in advance, but you will open it for yourself and you will read it. You will read it and you will understand it. Trust me, this is very important for you as a beginner. I can teach you each and everything, but do you think that this is practically possible for me? No, brother, no. So you'll have to look out for yourself and become self-reliant rather than depending on someone else. Okay, and so let me check what else do I have to see. And this is our website, and this is the completed website. I don't know why it is taking time to load, but anyway, I think we have this very simple footer text, and yeah, this link, we forgot to create this link. Okay, so let's create this link as well. So over here, so after 3 best resources for learning HTML, I'm gonna say anchor tag. I'll say anchor tag, hit tab, and on hyperreference we'll pass the link to this website. So this one, so I'm gonna take this entire link, copy it, and then come here, paste it, not right here but inside the hyperreference, and then here you are going to say HTML dog. What do we have here? So let's check. It's htmldog.com. okay, so here we are just going to write htmldog.com, save it, and now you can see we have htmldog.com. And so similarly we have programmage as well. Okay, so I'm gonna call it programmage.com, and we need the link for programmage HTML section. So from here we're gonna go to this simple HTML. So this is programmage HTML. So I'm gonna take this link, replace this link with the newly copied link, and there you go. So we have programmage.com as well. And then the third one is MDN itself. So MDN is a very simple resource that we use to learn anything. It could be CSS, JavaScript, HTML. So just search for MDN HTML, hit enter, and probably the first link will be the perfect one. So click first link, and this is the MDN's doc for HTML. This is also very simple for us to follow. For example, if you want to know about alt tag, right? So I can say alt, and you can say HTML image element alt property. Click. MDN is very advanced. It is very smart enough to understand what do you actually need. So you read that HTML image element property alt provides fallback alternate text to display when the image is specified by the image element is not loaded. And we understood this when this image, actually not this one but this image, was not loading, we saw its alternate text. Okay, it is the same thing this article is telling us. So I'm gonna go back, I'm going to go to this part here, I'm gonna click this because this is the hypertext reference. I'm gonna copy this one and I will just replace this with MDN's web HTML. I'm gonna call it MDN html.com. okay, and now we have 3 resources from where we can learn HTML. Now one thing I want to show you, if you click this link, you see that the link is opening in the same page. But if you do not want this to happen, if you want that when someone clicks this link, then a new tab should open with the link, then you can provide it a target element. You can simply say target is equals to string, and inside this you just have to write underscore blank. So when you write underscore blank, now it simply means that we want to open a new page when someone clicks this link. So if you now click htmldog.com, the htmldog.com did not load it on the same page, but a new tab was created. So let's quickly do this for all of these 3 tags. Okay, target equals to underscore blank, save it, and there you go. If you now click MDN html.com, a new page with the document loaded. Okay, but the web page that we are working on did not change. Okay, so we are almost close to what we have in the final file. So right here, and we just have this copyright footer note text. So I'm just going to copy it and I'm just going to write it here. I'll say a simple paragraph, and here I'm just going to write ampersand, not the dollar symbol but ampersand, copy. So this is the entity. HTML entity are very simple text that actually prints these symbols. So this copyright, okay, so you just have to write ampersand copy to print the copyright symbol. We are going to talk about entities little bit later. Here I'm just have to write copyright, so I will write copyright 2025, and then this all rights reserved, and after this you just have to write @code block dev yt, save it. There you go, copyright 2025, all rights reserved @code block dev yt. I think I forget to add the channel, so yt channel. Now it is appearing good, okay, so yt channel. So this is pretty much similar to what we have right here as the final file, okay. And so the next thing that we have to learn is about how to create this form, and of course we have a little bit to understand about tables as well. So what should we do? Let's create table and form right here in the contact us itself, okay. So with that I will see you in the next one. So I think we are going to work in this contact.html, okay, so right here. And then after that I'm going to teach you about this semantic HTML, semantic HTML, why do we need this, okay. So see you in the next one. Let's assume as a beginner we don't know what is HTML table, so we can go to any of the two best resources I mentioned and can read more about them. So I went to Programming's table reference, so I can read more about HTML tables myself. So if you read, it says the HTML table tag is used to represent data in a structured way by creating a table. So an example code has been given. We will come back to this very shortly, but a real life example of an HTML table can be this one. So the school timing table, so this one, or this very simple, where you have this timing slot and then the weekdays, and then from here you are going to learn history from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. or then programming or anything, okay. So this is a very simple and general example of HTML table. So let's copy this basic code, and don't worry, I'm going to explain you what does this means, okay. And so now I'm working on about.html. I told you that we are going to create a table and form on contact us, but let's leave contact us for a form. On about us we are going to create a table. So I just copied this code, don't worry, you can copy it, and then I'm just going to paste it. I'm going to refactor it real quick, and if I save this, you see we have a very simple table. So we have this name, Harry depth, anything, age, country, okay. So let's see what it has more to offer. So if you read more about it, it says in the above example, so this example, you can see we have used multiple tags to create a table in HTML. So the first one is the table, so this entire table itself, we'll come back to this border just in a moment. So this is tr, then tr is used to create the table row. So here tr tag is used to define a row in a table. For example, when you create a table, then you can create a tr. So here this is tr, so this entire part is a table row, okay. So let me show you the output here. So this entire part, table row, this 28, 35, 19 is table row, this is a row, okay. And then after table row we have table data, so the data that you want to define for the table. So first we have this table head, and then this table head, so name, country, and then the table data for them, so table data for them. So this is how we have created a very basic table. Again, this might be going over your head, but again, if you read it for yourself, you are going to understand it. So this th tag is used to define a table header. It is generally the top row of the table. So this thing here, this is table head, name, age, country, and then this is table data, Harry depth, 28, Britain, okay. So this is a very simple example of table, and this border is actually helps us to give this table a very literal border. So if you skip it, now you'll see our table will appear little blank, okay, unformatted table. But again, just keep the border to 1 here, and now we are going to have a simple border. This is table head, name, age, country, so your name, age, country, and then we have said the table data for name is Harry depth, the table data for age is 28 and the table data for country is Britain. So the first data is mapping to the first table head, second data is mapping to the second table head, and third data is mapping to the similar third table head. And similarly we have this as well. So John Smith 35 USA and Ram Krishna 19 Nepal. Okay, so this is a very simple example of HTML table. Let's now see how can we build a very simple form. So let's go to HTML forms on the table itself. So I think it would be somewhere here, forms. Okay, and just click the form and read more about it and we'll be able to understand. So an HTML form is a section of the document that collects input from user. So literal this form, if you want to contact on a Splash, you can use their contact us page. So I can click contact us and from here we can contact them. So you'll see a contact us page. So there you go. This is a very simple example of an HTML form. So let's see how we can create one. So if I go a little bit down, this is a very simple example of an HTML form. I'm just gonna copy it and I'm just going to paste it, but not here. On the contact.html as well. I thought that we are still on this about.html, but no. Let's go to contact.html. I'm gonna paste it. A very simple example, and let's go to contact us. And now you can see first name, last name, email, password, and then we have a button as well, login, that we already have seen this. Okay, and now you can see we have label. So the label for first name, where we have defined the data that we are going to input for. So first name, and then here we have an input. So remember I told you that input is a self-closing tag when we are talking about an overview of HTML. So here we have said input type is equals to text and name equals to first name, and this is required. Now additionally you can also write a placeholder. So placeholder indicates what data needs to be inserted. So you can say enter your name. If you save it, you get this placeholder data, enter your name, and now anyone who is visiting your contact us page, they can literally see that okay, so here we should technically write our name, and you can write the placeholder for other inputs as well. Then this required simply means that this form will not proceed forward if this field has not been provided. So if you keep it empty, if you press login button, you will not be able to proceed. So that's why we have this required attribute set here. And then for label we also have again label, then input text, then again for email, password, and you can see the type is changing. So if you want someone to enter an email, you just change the input type to email. If you want someone to enter a password, you type the password. So if you write something here, you will see that it is not appearing as the text. If you write your name here, you can write code, it is appearing in English language. But if you write this password here, it is appearing in a, what can you say? You can say the password is appearing in a hidden format. Okay, so this is this type does. So I think we have some more type. So let me get rid of this text. Okay, and if you just create this empty string, now you can see we have button, checkbox, color, date, file. If you click file, you will be able to see that we have now a way to insert file. So this is how you choose a file on, you must have seen something like this, choose file to upload. And I think then we have color as well. If you want to have some color, you can say that please select the type of color you want to enter, and then click this color, and from here you can select the color. Okay, so this is a very simple example of form. Of course you can read more about this, you can read all of them in details, but I just wanted to make it real quick. So I hope it makes sense. Go through these documents because it would be practically impossible for me to teach you each and everything. So do make sure to learn. And of course you can see we have form action set to this login. We will see this when we will understand about backend. So if I copy this, I'm gonna show you real quick. So but everything should be wrapped inside this form, okay, otherwise it will not work. So here you can see this email, and then we have password, and then we can submit it. Okay, and then the data will be submitted to this /login. So this /login is the route where we are going to get all this data stored onto. But again, we are going to cover this when we learn about backend, complete backend development. Okay, we are almost done with HTML, and so let's now quickly talk about something that is called as semantic tags in HTML. And I had promised you I will come back to this, so let's now see what it means. If you observe whatever element we wrote or whatever markup we wrote, you can see all of them are appearing independently. These link tags are not inside any group. This h1 and paragraph or image, they are not inside any container, so all of them are appearing independently. So our web page will surely parse them as they are intended to be parsed, but the web page does not have any idea that okay, so this is a link tag on its own. You consider it a navbar, but for web page this is not a navbar. For web page this is a simple link tag, okay, anchor tag, and this is h1. For web page this is a h1, this is a p, and this is an image. But for the entire web page this is not a section. Okay, so again it will become clear when we will read more about it. So again I am on the reference for semantic tag of programmist.com. If you read, it says HTML tags can be categorized into two types based on semantics in HTML. They are semantic tag and non-semantic tag. So what are semantic tag and non-semantic tag? So if you read, it says semantic HTML elements clearly define the purpose and meaning of the code, and tags which accurately describe their purpose and describe the type of their content are called semantic tags. For example, h1 tells the web browser that hey, whatever content that you see inside me is an h1, it's a heading, okay. And from h1 you can consider it a primary heading, h2 secondary, h3 tertiary, and similarly for h6 the least put emphasis over it, the least emphasized heading in HTML. So for some more examples can be form literally tells that hey, this is a form, you can fill it. This is a table, you can see it in a tabular data. Similarly, non-semantic tags do not have a specific meaning or purpose. They are used to create general purpose container for content without providing any additional meaning. For example, this div and a span, we are going to understand about them when we will learn about CSS, but again they do not have a meaning of its own. So here we have some example of semantic tags, and why semantic tag is necessary: makes the code easier to read, makes the site more accessible, leads to better SEO. So whatever code you have written so far is good, but we can enhance it. So let's now make our web page little semantic. So we know that this entire part is a navigation bar, right? So we can cut all of this and we can paste all of this code inside this nav tag, and now it has a meaning of its own. So this is an anchor tag that is wrapped inside the navbar. So the web page will say that okay, so here goes our navbar. Now navbar are also a part of something called as header. So we can cut this entire part and then we can put it inside this larger header tag, and we will see it when we will again create our big project. So do follow that. There is a lot to learn and a lot to understand in that, so please do not skip that. Okay, so here I'm just going to paste that. So this is header. Inside header we have nav, and then inside nav we have this anchor tag. Of course it will not result into any major changes on the web page, but again for SEO, when Google will parse this page, they will consider that okay, so this entire part is a header, and inside header I have a nav bar which is clearly mentioned here. Okay, and then after that you can see that all of these are appearing independently. So I can wrap them into a section. I can consider it a section, and then I can pass these three data into this section. Okay, so there you go. This is again visually no difference, but we are letting the web page know that this is one section. And remember I told you that h1s are used to give a title to the section. So this section has a title called as the coding arena. So this coding arena which has a paragraph and a simple image. Okay, and then we can create one more section where we can have these paragraphs. So cut it, I can say section, and paste the recently copied code, and there you go. These two paragraphs are wrapped into their own section, and then we can do the same for this as well. So I can create one more section, and then I can take all of this paragraph that we have. So we have three paragraphs, and then gonna move them little upwards. Okay, so inside this section, so you can see that all of them are now wrapped into their own section, individual section, and then I can see this list is appearing individually. So let's see what we can do more. So we can use an article, nav, footer. Let's use this summary. Okay, so we can use this summary tag. So I can say summary, and of course it will again visually there will be no difference at all, but again we can do that. So let's select this dash list as well and put it inside this summary. There you go. And after this we have this resource, so I can put this one as well inside the section. And let's select all of them till here, cut it and paste it here, save it. Now in last you can see we have this footer text. So whenever we create a footer, we do not use a section tag, but we use this footer tag. So footer tag simply refers that hey, we are in the last of our website, and whatever nav bar or whatever navigation links that you see, all of them are wrapped into this footer tag. Okay, so if you read more about it, you see, where is the footer? Footer defines the footer of a document or section of a document. So this entire part here, if I navigate it till down, this is footer. And let's see if programming itself has used the footer tag to define this content or not. So right click, inspect, and from here I'm gonna select this part, and I will select this entire blue part. And I'm very hopeful that they definitely would have. So gonna select this. My browser is freezing, but yeah, did you see that? Footer. So yeah, they definitely have used footer to mark the end section of their content. So this is semantic HTML. So this is how you should format the content on HTML. You should never write an element on its own. You should always use the semantics. Semantics helps you to describe the section of the web page. Okay, and so if I quickly show you the original website that we have created, the web page actually, and if I show you the code that I have written for this web page, right here you see that we have something similar to it. I've created this head. Inside head we have this nav bar, and then we have a main section inside which we have created these sections, multiple sections, and then in last we have this very simple footer. I have used aside, but again, aside, summary, all of these has its own meaning, okay, which we are going to see a little bit later. And then we have this footer inside which we have this simple, very simple paragraph text. And you can also see that our h1 was appearing in orange color because I have styled it. I provided it an inline style by using this style attribute and have set the color to this RGBA. So I can do that here real quick. So where is the h1? Right here. So style equals to color and then this color, and now our h1 will appear in orange. Okay, so this is how we understood almost everything about HTML. Okay, and so yeah, let's move forward, and from next section we are going to start understanding CSS, cascading style set. And just one request, do make sure to like the video and subscribe. I have put a lot of effort to produce these videos, so yeah, please like and make sure to subscribe the channel. Okay, so we covered the first fundamental of web development, HTML. I hope you followed along, and congratulations. Now let's start our journey of CSS. But before I start teaching you CSS in depth, let's see the power of CSS and what CSS is actually used for. And then we will start the journey of CSS. So I'm on this website called as wizardingworld.com. You don't have to go there, just see what I want you to see. So this is a website of Harry Potter film series. I think they contain it is just like an adventurous website for Harry Potter lovers. You can play quizzes, you can get updates about Harry Potter legacy for kids. Yeah, if you want to purchase few items that was used in the film series, you can shop that as well. Okay, but anyway, just go to wizardingworld.com if you are a Harry Potter fan, and you will be able to figure out what they actually offer. Okay, I think seek out, be the first to hear exclusive TV series news. Anyway, let's come back to the point. I want to show you the power of CSS. So if you observe, the website looks stunning. If you see the design, it looks completely aesthetically pleasing, right? So all those background colors, the images that has been used, buttons, they have been styled. So whatever you are saying right here, it all has been achieved by writing amazing CSS. Now I want to show you the power of CSS. I will go to view, page styles, no styles. Now I am using Mozilla Firefox because the thing that I just showed you was not possible in Google Chrome. So I used Mozilla Firefox, and now you can see that everything is looking ugly, right? The images are not styled, these links are not styled, the logo itself is appearing huge, If I navigate little down, I'll be able to figure out, look at this image, it's humongous. These buttons are not styled anymore. Why am I seeing this website the way I'm seeing? Well, the simple reason is that I took out all the CSS that was written to make this website appear as we saw in the beginning. So this is the power of CSS. You can write all of this markup, you see. All of this HTML is still appearing and it is working as well. So if I click on this news, we will be able to navigate to wizardingworld.com/news. But again, where is the styling? The website is not looking visually clean. So this is the power of CSS. Now if you want to make it look better, again you'll have to go to view, page styles, basic page styles, and now we got the stylings back. Okay, so this is the power of CSS. You can write as much markup as you want, but at the end, if you want to make your website look visually pleasing, you'll have to write CSS. Okay, and so that's what we are going to do in this section. We are going to learn CSS. Now listen to this. I will teach you all the CSS you need to know, and this is my pinky promise. I don't know if pinky promise is any word or not, but here is the thing. Remember, before starting HTML, I gave you some suggestions to keep in mind, right? Well, the same I want to do for CSS as well. Listen, CSS is huge, but what if I tell you you don't need to know everything in CSS? See, that's the mistake all beginners do. I did the same and I wasted a lot of time, and I don't want you all to do the same. So if you have a little bit of experience working with CSS, I will consider you mature, but if you are a beginner, you may get distracted by an unclear path that is followed nowadays while learning CSS. So please, beginners, stop believing in things like mastering. You don't have to become a master. The goal should be to understand the fundamentals and the most important concepts properly in depth and start being creative with that tool. So I prepared a list of all the important concepts that as a beginner you should understand clearly. And here is the list. So this is the top 10 subjects, actually concepts, that you must understand in CSS, and after that you will be able to understand all the tools that is required to create a visually stunning website like this one. So first you'll have to understand how does inline, internal and external CSS works, basic selectors, specificity, cascade, the very common properties that we use like font family, font size, text align, margin, padding, something like that, and then box model, which covers margins, paddings, border box, display, CSS units. So far you must have heard percentage, right? But the better way to write CSS is rem m. Okay, and well, pixel is also here. I forget to mention about pixel. So percentage and pixel are the most common, but nowadays we don't use them as well. We use rem and m, and I'll tell you why. Positioning, this is one of the confusing concepts in CSS, but don't worry, I'm here. I'm gonna make it crystal clear. A little bit of transitions, and then the big daddy of all of them, Flexbox and grid. Nowadays we create a responsive website using Flexbox media queries, and yeah, I'm gonna tell you everything about Flexbox and how do we write media queries using Flexbox, and of course the grid as well. And after that we will create a very simple project in which we are going to understand about some of the methodologies that we use while writing the markup of web page, because I told you in the beginning that HTML it's not like something that big, but you'll have to understand how to write good HTML. So you'll have to understand something like BEM, how to write block element modifier, how to actually create classes that is inheritable and that is styled, that can be styled easily as well. Okay, so we will create a very simple project, and after learning all of that we are going to create our master project. So I hope you guys are excited for that. So with all of that, I'm gonna see you in the next one. Okay, so do make sure to check out the codeblockdev.com as well. I keep uploading, not uploading but publishing articles related to currently hot trending topics on the web. But anyway, for those who love Harry Potter, do make sure to visit wizardingworld.com. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. Alright everyone, so let's get started with CSS. So I have created a very simple folder, codeblock CSS, and I simply dragged and dropped that to the Visual Studio Code. Inside that folder I have a very simple index.html file, that contains the default boilerplate for HTML, and I changed the title to code block CSS because that is what we are learning. I have a very simple h1 that is rendering live here. So yeah, whatever update we will make here, it will be updated in real time. So this is the very basic structure that we have also used to learn HTML. So I assume there should be no problem creating such. You just have to create a folder, name it anything, just create one simple index.html file, generate the default boilerplate. But if you are a beginner, I will again suggest you to write all of these manually because yeah, you need to practice few times, okay? Once you get familiar, you can use the emmet abbreviation to generate these boilerplates. And yeah, change the title and very simple h1. Now I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Why do we use CSS? Very simple. To style the markup, right? Right now we just have h1, but eventually when we will build larger web pages, we will have lots and lots of elements like images, forms, tables, links, buttons. So we will have to style them as per the design guidelines. So to style them, we need to learn CSS. So remember, in previous video I told you that these are the top 10 topics that we have to understand if we really want to become good in CSS. So if you want to understand and write better CSS, these are the 10 topics that you should understand from the code, actually to the core, okay? So yeah, trust me, I'm gonna teach you everything that you need to know in CSS to become really good at it, okay? So the first one that we are going to learn about is inline, internal and external CSS. What are these? Well, these are how you write the markup. I just told you that we are going to style this h1, okay? How are we going to write the styles for this h1? Now let's understand it with an example. I'm giving you a task. By default, whatever text you write, h1, paragraph, all of them appear in black color, right? I want you to change the color of this h1 to orange red. Orange red is my favorite color, okay? So if you can do it on your own, do go ahead and do that. So in CSS, you have three ways of styling the content or the markup that you see on the web page. These are by writing inline styles, internal styles, and by using an external style sheet. So let's understand about all of them one by one, and we will see that what are pros and cons of each one of them and which one is the best one, okay? And so the first one is inline style. So remember, I just told you that if you can change the color of h1 from black to orange red, go ahead and do that. So let's see how to do that. So we will have to figure out some way to selecting the element itself and then changing its color. So how would you do that? Well, this brings me to the next point of selecting the default structure of CSS. So there you go. This is the default structure of CSS. You select one element and then you declare a block. Inside that block, you declare properties that you want these h1s or elements to be applied to. For example, I want this h1 to turn to orange red, right? So I would simply say h1 code block color colon and then the value of the color. This can be anything. For example, I just said orange red. You can call it blue, pink, anything. So this is the very simple syntax. You select element, block of code, color, colon, orange red. If you want another property, then you write semicolon. After that, you write text dash align. So if you want the text of h1 to be aligned in the center, somewhere right here in the center, where you see this let's go CSS, so you will say text dash align colon center. If you want to increase the font size like this one, okay, so you will simply say font dash size to be 40 pixel. This is the very simple 40 pixel value. We are going to understand about all of them in detail, but this is the very simple structure of how we write CSS, a block inside which we declare one or multiple properties depending on what kind of output we want, okay? So let's see how to apply all of them in real time, okay? So here the first one is inline styling. So I'm just going to write a very simple comment, inline styling, so that when I will give you the final file, you will be able to figure out how does actually all of these things work, okay? So let me close the sidebar real quick, okay? So here after the h1, you simply write this a style tag or attribute, not tag, I'm sorry, a style attribute. So remember, what are attributes? Well, attributes provides additional information about the element. For example, this charset attribute, this lang attribute simply tells that, hey, HTML, the language that is used to write this web page is English. So this is the attribute. Remember, in image, source is an attribute, alt is an attribute, Similarly, this style is an attribute that is providing additional information to this element. Now after this style, you write equals, and now you see that we automatically closed it with double quote. And inside this, you write these stylings. So let's say that I want to change the color. So I will simply write the color property. So I will say color colon orange red and then this semicolon. Now when I will save it, you see that the H1 turned to orange red. After that, if you want to increase the font size or simply text align, right? So you can say text dash align. You can see that the code editor is suggesting me that, hey, do you want text align? Yeah, I do, text dash align. And then I can say center. By default it is in left, so I can say center. If I save it, nothing happens because we do not have that much space. Or did we make some mistake? Yeah, I make some mistake. Somehow center did not got autocomplete. Okay, so text align, that center. Save it, and now you can see that our text shifted to center. I can prove it. If I expand the size of the browser, you see it is in center. Okay, and similarly we have font size as well. So I can say font dash size of, let's go huge, 100 px. Save it. Ooh, boom. Hello and welcome to Code Black. It's appearing huge. Okay, but you can see that with this you can also observe that there is a problem. What if we have hundreds of lines of styles for a simple element? This can very much be a possibility. So do you think that this is a proper way of writing CSS? I mean, this is inline style, this is good, but if we have even 10 properties, this will really become cumbersome. So we should always avoid writing this one. So I'm gonna comment this one. This is not a good way. This brings me to the next point of writing this one. So internal styles. So let's just understand how do we write internal styles. So I'm just going to duplicate this one, and I will quickly get rid of, I will uncomment this, and let's get rid of this H1 I gave you here for the reference inline style. And then after that I have what? Internal styles. So here I will write internal styling. So similarly we have internal styling. So if you want to write styles, again inside the head tag, here you just have to create this style tag, and now whatever you wrote here, you can write all of them here. So let's say that we want to write H1. So I can select H1, declare this block of code, and let's do this one. Again, the same we did right now. So orange, red. If I save it, you see the text turned to orange red. Text dash align to center. Text align to center. And then I can say font dash size to, again, huge, 100 px. Good. So this is inline and this is internal styling. We are using the same HTML file to also write the CSS. So this is internal styling. Now this is also not recommended to do. The reason why it is also not recommended to do is because remember, if you are developing websites like the wizardingworld.com that we saw in the example of CSS, that website looks stunning. The color coordinations that have been used, they are huge. Like that literally looks different than the normal websites that you see nowadays, right? So you will have to write thousands of lines of code to make something like that. So do you think that writing thousands of lines of code in an HTML file, that too that is CSS, will be a good choice? No, you can do that, but that wouldn't be a good choice for two reasons. The first one, that you will not be able to manage, because again you're writing the markup in this HTML file, as well as you are writing styles for that markup in the same HTML file. Horrible, man, this is horrible. Second is that this is also not good for SEO. So when Google will parse this HTML page, well, they will be able to figure out that, okay, wait a second, what's going on? I can see styles on an index.html file and I have the content as well. No, this does not look really good. They will parse it, but this is not really a good practice for SEO. So we should always avoid doing these two. So inline stylings and internal stylings, not recommended, bro, not recommended. So what should we do then? External CSS. And I will tell you the profits that we have by using external CSS. So I'm just going to comment this one because this is not recommended, but yeah, I'm going to keep it here so that you can have a look at it. So yeah, I'm going to move this comment right here. I think that was the wrong place where I created this comment. Okay, So now I'm gonna open the sidebar, and here the way I created one index.html file, I will create one more file. I will call it a styles.css. So this CSS is the extension just like HTML. So this CSS tells the web browser as well as the code editor that hey, the programmer or the coder is writing CSS syntax in this. So this is a convention to call your CSS file as styles.css, but you can call it anything. You can call it johnwick.css. I don't know what is my obsession with John Wick, but anyway, hit enter and there you go. You have your styles.css file. Now you can write h1 and then you can say color to orange, red. Now if you save it, nothing happens. Well, why nothing happened? Well, the reason is that you need to build a bridge between a styles.css and index.html. Right now, this index.html has no idea of styling this h1 using an external styles. So we are saying that hey, index.html, you surely have this h1. Hey, styles.css, select the h1, change the color to orange red. But both of these files have no idea of each other. So we will have to link both of them so that we can build a relationship among them. So how do you do that? Simply, before title, you can say link, hit tab. And now you can see we have two attributes. One is a relation that says a style sheet. So a style sheet is the relation. And inside this href, you can provide the path of this styles.css. So here you just have to write styles, and now you can see that VS Code is automatically suggesting us that hey, are you looking for this styles.css file? Sure, we do. Hit enter to autocomplete, and the moment I will save it, there you go. h1 turned to orange red. So this link tag is building bridge between index.html file and the styles.css file. Now here you can declare some more styles as well that we just saw. So text align center, font size 100px. There you go. Now this is the perfect way of writing CSS. In index.html, just keep all the content that you want to appear on the web page. But for styling, always use an external style sheet. So styles.css, again you can name it anything, but this is an external file, and then link both of them to make them know about each other. Okay, and so there you go. This is how we are going to write CSS. We will separate our content in index.html file, and we will write all the styles in this styles.css. So there you go. This is how we are going to learn CSS. We are going to write all of our markup in index.html file, and then we will write all the stylings in a styles.css file. So this is the best way to always create a website. You separate your content. Later, when we will learn how to add interactivity to the web page, we will again create one JavaScript file. So you can see how manageable it is. We know that hey, this is index.html. This contains all the markup of the web page. This is styles.css. This contains all the stylings that we want to write for those markups. Again, to add interactivity, you can create a script.js file, and then you can write all the JavaScript code. Okay, so this is the very fundamentals of web development, understanding the structure of writing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So next up, we are going to understand about these basic selectors. We will understand what is specificity. Also, we will understand what is cascade. So yeah, I'm gonna see you in the next one. Let's now dive into the world of CSS selectors. But before that, I just want to quickly show you some of the most frequently encountered CSS properties. I'm not going to discuss these properties in details. I will quickly summarize them because while moving forward, we are going to understand about each one of them anyway. I just wanted to show you because we are going to use some of them very soon. Okay, so these properties are self-explanatory. Actually, most of the properties in CSS are pretty much self-explanatory. So these are some of the commonly used CSS properties, and few of them we are going to use right now. So this background-color property is used to change the background of a web page and set a background to an element. So if you have a web page and if you want to change the background color of the web page, by default it appears white. So right here, if you want to change the background of this web page from white to other, you can use this background-color property. And if you closely observe, you can see all of these texts already has a background color of orange set to it. So if you want to achieve something like this by using CSS, then you can use background-color property on the text element. Similarly, we have this color to change the color of the text. By default, the color is appearing in black. If you want to change it to some other color, you can use the color property to define that color for the text element. Font size is used to increase the font size of the text. Text align property is used to align text to left, center, or right of the web page. Height and width are pretty much self-explanatory. We use height and width to describe the height and width of an element. And then we have margin, padding, border, and border radius. These are something that is related to box model. So we are going to understand about all of this when we are going to understand about box model that is coming up ahead after this video, okay? So yeah, these are some of the commonly used CSS properties. Let's now dive into the world of CSS selectors. So what is a selector and what is its need? Well, the answer is very simple. We have many elements on our web page that needs a styling. To style them, we need to pick those elements, and for that, we need to understand selectors. So in the previous video, we did this. We simply have one h1 on our web page. We selected it and we gave it a very simple color of orange red that is appearing here. So this is selecting. We selected the element, we gave it some stylings, we described few stylings for it. So this is very simple selector, but we are not only limited to this one. We have few more as well. So actually selectors are classified into few parts. We have simple selectors, combinators, pseudo selectors, and then we have attribute selectors. Let's now talk about all of them one by one. We are going to keep it very simple, okay? And trust me, you are going to understand it. So in simple selector, we have four categories. Universal selector, that is what do you say? That is symbolized by using this asterisk symbol. We have elements name, classes ID. So first of all, we are going to understand about this elements name, and I'm going to come to this universal selector after understanding all of these elements name, classes, and IDs, okay? So first we have elements name. Whatever we have done so far, we have used elements name. We have this simple h1. The name of the element itself is h1, so we selected the h1 itself. If we have a paragraph, we want to style the paragraph, I can say I am a paragraph. If I want to style the paragraph, I can use the element selector itself, so I can select the P itself, okay? So this is called as element selector. This is a part of simple selector. You see, we said P color orange red, the paragraph also turned to orange red. So this is also elements name. When we select the element itself to apply a certain style to it, it simply means that we are selecting the element itself. This is good, but this is not recommended to do. Why it is not recommended to do? Let me show you. Let me actually give you an example. So I'm again back at this Harry Potter wizardingworld.com website, and if I navigate little down, if you observe in this section, we have styled little differently. So in the left side we have the text, and in the right side we have the image. If you navigate little more down, now the text is in the right side and image is in the left side. And then again, now text moved to the left side, it is aligned left to the web page, actually not to the web page but to this section, and then the image is in the right side. So this is a very common styles that you can find used in many of the websites. So let's try to create something like this, and then we will understand that why selecting the element itself might not be a good choice. So let me comment these out. Actually, let's delete this, okay? And let's delete these stylings as well. Oh, what did I do? I had to delete these stylings, okay? Not the one that we have in the markup, man. Okay, so here I'm just going to create two sections. I will create one section for the main, and then I will say, let's not create the main section, I will say first and second, okay? So here I will say h1. Don't worry, all of this will become crystal clear. I will say main h1 should go in left side. I'm gonna copy this h1. I will say second section. I have written main section. I will say first section go in left side, second section go in right side. Save this. Now how do we align texts? We use text dash align property, right? Now I want the first h1 to go in left side. By default it is already in left. Okay, so we just have to move this h1 to the right side. So again, I can come here, I can simply say that, hey, h1 text dash align right. If I save this, you will notice a problem. Did you see both of the h1 moved on the right side? We don't want both of the h1 to move on the right side. If you see, then you can see that this text is in left side, but this text is in right side. Both of them are appearing same, but one is in the left side and one is in the right side. But when I selected the h1 itself, you see, and I say text dash align right, all of the h1 moved onto the right side. Actually, all of the h1 got these stylings applied. Why? The reason is very simple. We have used the element name itself. So when you use the element name itself, then there is a problem. Whenever you have that element written somewhere else on the same web page, then the stylings that you have defined here will be applied on that element as well. So it doesn't matter if you create one more section. Let's say I'm gonna create one more section, and inside this section I will have a div, and I will have one more section, I will have div. Don't worry about the div, we are going to look into div just in a moment. Section div okay, this is getting mad, but anyway, gonna say h1. I'll say I am one more h1, and the moment I will save it, you will see that this h1 will also be aligned to the right side of the web page. Did you see that? So this h1 is also appearing on the right side of the web page. Why? Because we have used the element selector. This is not good. Whenever you are using element selector, then all of the element, wherever it is written, it is going to get the stylings applied. So yeah, why to, I mean, this is going to break your web page. Now, what is the solution? Well, the solution is to use classes and IDs on the web page. So if you want to style both of them differently, which is our main goal, we can use class and ID. So first of all, let's understand what is this class. So I can give all of these a class to make them look little different. Actually, name them. I can name them that, hey, your name is this, your name is that. So I can give this section a class name itself. I can simply say class equals to, now inside this double quote, I can write what? I can give it a class. So let's say this is the main section. So I can say main dash section. Okay, and so if this is main section, then a very suitable class name for this h1 can be main heading, right? So I can say main heading. Okay, main heading. Similarly, this is our secondary class. So I can say class equals to secondary section. So this h1 can be called as secondary heading. Class equals to, not class, but class equals to secondary heading. Now, if you save it, there will be no visual differences on the web page. By applying class or IDs, you are not going to get anything changed on the web page. You use class name and IDs name, you declare them to make your code look readable, as well as you want to have more control on them. Okay, now I can target this class and then I can style them accordingly. Now it will not come in our way. So instead of selecting the element itself, now I can select the class. I will simply take the class, I will come into the styles.css file. Here I will write main heading. You are supposed to go to text dash align left. If I save this, you will not see first section h1 should go in left, turning to left. If I save this, nothing happens. Why? Because we have used the class, but classes are not used like this. Whenever you are having a class, always use that with a dot prefix. What do you call it? Prefix or suffix, anything, but you use classes with dot syntax. So now if I save this, you see that the main h1 turned to left side. You want another property, simply use font dash size. I can say 60px, save it. Why not? I can use the background color as well, background dash color to be orange. Save this. There you go. Okay, now if you want to style the second h1 itself, you can select the second heading, and now you can say that, hey, second heading. Now let me comment this one. Okay, I can say, if I save this right now, you see that the second h1 is also in the left side, but I can say text dash align right, and now I can apply these two stylings to this one as well. So this is something that we have used. We have more control over. By using classes, you have more control over the elements. Now you can see that we are getting something like this. So our text for this section is aligned in left side, image is in right side. Text for this section is in right side, image is in left side. Image, we haven't used image, but I hope you are understanding the example. I think I'm increase this let's decrease the font size to 30, okay, so that it would look visibly that what are we doing. Okay, so this is using classes. Now one more thing about classes that you should always remember is that classes can be repeated. So if you have one more, for example, if you have a paragraph element, you can say I am a paragraph, and if you want to repeat the stylings that you have declared for this h1 on this paragraph itself, you can use the same class. So you have already defined this same class, these styles, so text, align, font size, background. Now you don't have to select the paragraph and then define the same stylings to them as well. You can simply repeat this class. Of course it would not make sense because this name is main dash heading. Why would you use a name that is main dash heading on a paragraph? But you can do that. Classes can be repeated. So if you provide the same class to this element paragraph, you'll see this will also have the same stylings. Now of course there is a visual difference between a paragraph and an h1. That's why we are seeing the h1 in bold and paragraph in light, actually semi bold. But again, all the rest stylings has been applied on both of them. But yeah, this does not make sense. So you can change this to main para, and then of course you can come over here and instead of saying main dot main dash para and all of this style, you can simply provide a comma, and here you can say dot main dash para, main dash para. So now if you save it, both of them will have stylings, but now you don't have to declare main dash para and on a separate line and then declare styles for them as well. You can use both of these. If you want to declare same stylings for both of the elements, multiple elements actually, you can declare these stylings and you can separate them with a comma, and both of them will have the same stylings applied. So this is classes. Classes can be repeated. Okay, so yeah, now we have IDs as well. Why do we use IDs? Well, IDs are unique. As the name itself suggests, IDs are unique. We have more use cases of IDs, but let's quickly see what are IDs. If you want, again, you can use IDs as well. For example, I have an anchor tag. Okay, I have an anchor tag. I can say click me. First of all, let's not redirect us to anywhere. So I can provide this anchor tag an ID. I can say main dash link. Okay, so this is an ID. We use ID to, for example, we have multiple uses of ID. Let's not get into that. First of all, understand how do we actually use IDs. So the way we used dot selector, we can use hash to say that, okay, so now we are using an ID. So now we can take the name of the ID, that is main dash link. So I can say main dash link. Now I can style them. So let's say color to be blue. If I save this, oh, by default it is blue, so it is not going to have any change. How about I can say pink? It would not look visibly clean, does not look good, but I hope you understand what I want to show you. Okay, so we have multiple ways of selecting an element. We can select them by using elements name, classes, ID. Now why do we use ID? Well, IDs are unique. IDs should not be repeated. Even if you repeat it, it will be not much of a big problem. You can do this. You see, if I save this, you see both of the links having same stylings applied. But don't do this. This is not recommended. IDs are unique. Imagine you are going inside a classroom. You have been allotted a roll number of 15. Now someone else will have the same roll number. How would you feel? How would you be able to distinguish between yourself and the person who has the same roll number? Of course, your facial expressions, your body height can be counted, but still on the mark sheet, on the paper, it would be absurd to think that same student in the two multiple students in the class have same roll number. That's completely out of the world ranking. So yeah, IDs are unique. We have more use cases of IDs. For example, I can provide this section an ID. I can say main dash section, and then this section can be targeted with this ID, and then we can perform some tasks on this section. Now that task we will see when we will create the project. How do we navigate from one section to another section? For example, you must have seen, if you click a button, it will take you to that particular section. If you again click a button, or actually button or menu, it will take you to that particular section, so that you can use something like that functionality you can create using this id. Okay, so this is a very simple selector. Now let's come back to this universal selector, that is with this asterisk symbol. Okay, so what is this universal selector? See, universal selector simply means select everything. So if you say asterisk, that is the symbol of universal selector. See, the name is universal, so everything in this CSS universe will be selected. So if you say what, let's say what if I say border, I can say 10 pixel solid black. If I save this, looks very ugly. You see, all of the elements that we have on this web page, all of them has a border of 10 pixel applied to it. You want to have something else, you want a margin, you can say margin of 10 px. Don't worry, we are going to understand about margin as well. Now you can see these stylings that you have declared here are applied on all of the element. Yes, all of the element, h1, paragraph, anchor. If you have one more element, it will be applied there as well. Okay, so if you duplicate all of these links, see all of them have a border of 10 pixel applied to it. Okay, so this is universal selector. The universal selector is used to reset the default stylings that the browser applies to the elements, and we will see this when we will learn about inspector tools and Chrome dev tools. But just understand it by this: by default, browser applies some default stylings to the element, and we don't want that to happen. Why? The reason is because as a developer, it is us who will decide which elements will have how much margin and spacing, not the browser, so that we can have more control on our design. And that's why we use universal selector to override those default styles applied by the browser. Let's now move forward and understand why we need combinators, which is also called as grouping selectors. Okay, let's now see why do we need combinators. While writing stylings, sometimes we need to style an element based on some conditions, and for that we can use a combinators. A CSS selector can contain more than one simple selector, and between these simple selectors we can include a combinator to have more control over a particular element that needs to be targeted. So in CSS we have 4 combinators, and these are also called as grouping selectors. Okay, because we group multiple simple selectors to create a relationship between them, so that we can target a particular element based on that relationship. We will see that in a moment. So there are 4 combinators: so descendant selector, child selector, adjacent sibling selector, and general sibling selector. So let's first see what is this descendant selector. And I have changed the background color of this web page from white to this color so that it will be easy on our eyes. Let's now understand descendant selector. A descendant selector is made up of 2 or more selectors or simple selectors, and they are separated by a white space. The use of descendant selector is very simple. It allows us to target an element that is a descendant of an element type. Now, what do I mean when I say element that is a descendant of an element type? Let's see that this entire section is a parent. Now it has some element. So these elements that are child of this parent, they are all descendant. So these all elements are descendant of this larger section. So I want to target elements based on a certain condition. For example, what if I tell you to style only those anchor tags that are inside this main dash section? Of course, you can see that this anchor tag already has an ID applied to it, so you can target this anchor tag with the ID. Of course, you can give it a class name as well, but there is a problem. If you do that, and let's suppose that this anchor tag, the same anchor tag, because class name can be repeated. Again, I'm pasting it, ID cannot be repeated, but let's suppose that this is a class. Okay, class can be repeated. Now, if you target this anchor tag with the class name, then both of the anchor tags are going to get the same stylings. But I just gave you a condition. The condition is to select only those anchor tag that is inside this main dash section. You can use a descendant selector. So you will come here and of course I have just commented all of the previous stylings, that's why you are saying it like this. Okay, so you can say only those anchor tag that is inside main dash section. So this is a descendant selector. Okay, and now here you can declare all the stylings. So first you write the section which you want to target, and then the element that you want to specifically target. So this is descendant selector. Didn't I just told you that descendant selector is made up of two or more simple selectors separated by a white space? So this part here is the white space where the cursor is blinking. So this is mandatory. If you do this, no, it will not work. You need to have a space between both of the simple selectors. So what it will do is that it will target only the anchor tag that is inside this main dash section. So if you say color is, I want to change the color to white, I want to increase the font size to, let's say, 30px. If I save this, you'll see that only the first anchor tag got all of those stylings applied, but not the second one. The second anchor tag that is inside this secondary section is still untouched. So this way you have more control over how you can style one particular element. Now let's say that I have a deeply nested element. For example, I have one more section, and inside this section I have a div, and inside this div I have one more section. Don't worry about the div, we are going to talk about div. And then I have one more div, one more section, and inside this section I just have a very simple anchor tag. Okay, that will lead us to nowhere. I will say what, buy now, very simple anchor tag. You see that this anchor tag also got the stylings applied. So it doesn't matter if the element that you are targeting is deeply nested or it directly comes after it directly is a child of the parent. It will already, or it will always be targeted, it will always be selected. So when you say anchor tag main dash section, then all of the anchor tag inside this main dash section will be selected and will be given these stylings. Okay, so this is descendant selector. So always remember that this descendant selector allows you to specifically target an element that is a descendant of a parent. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of this one. Okay, so this is descendant selector. After this we have to select child selector. So next up we have to understand about the child selector. So child selector is very easy. Descendant selector selects everything, even if it is a nested element it will select it, right? But the child selector only selects the children of an element. So I'm just going to get all those markups back again. Now let's say that I want to target what, this anchor tag or this anchor tag. I can use a child selector. So I can simply say I want to select, let me come to styles.css. I can say that I want to say all of the anchor that is a child of this dot main dash section. Okay, so what this means is that only anchor tag that is a children of this main dash section will get all the stylings applied. So I'm going to comment the previous styling. I will take this color and font size. If I save this, or let's give it a background as well, I will say background dash color of orange. If I save this, you see the second anchor tag got the stylings applied, but not the first one. Why? Because the first anchor, it's a descendant selector, it's not a child specifically. What is a child? Well, child is something that comes directly inside this range. So this is the child, but this is not the child, this is descendant. This is deeply nested. This link is deeply nested, first inside this larger section, inside then div, then section, div, section, and then it is here. But if you quickly bring it here, right here, now it is a children as well. If you save it, now you see both of them got the same stylings applied. So one is descendant, so this is descendant, and this is child. Okay, so I hope the distinction is pretty clear. There is a clear difference between a child selector and a descendant selector. Descendant selector selects every element even if it is deeply nested, but a child selector only selects element that is a real child of a selected element. So, and yeah, I almost forgot to tell you that the symbol for child selector is this greater than symbol. For descendant selector you need just a spacing. If you save it, You see both of them got the stylings applied because now we are using a descendant selector. But when you say that I want to select only anchor tag or only those element that is a children of a specified element, then you can use a child selector. The symbol is greater than. Okay, if you save it, only the second one got the stylings because that is the children. Other than all of these links, they are deeply nested, so these are not going to be applied. Even if you copy this link and if you provide it here, it is not going to get the stylings applied because it is also not a children. Children comes directly after the described element. They are not deeply nested. So this is child selector. After that we have adjacent sibling selector and general sibling selector. Next up in our list is adjacent sibling selector. So I have commented all of the previous code because they were already getting little bigger. So I thought that I should not explain you adjacent sibling selector and remaining general sibling selector with the same markup. So I commented all of them and I have written fresh markup. So if you observe, this is very simple. I have a section containing 2 paragraphs and then 2 paragraphs on their own, and then again same section containing 2 paragraphs and 2 paragraphs on their own. So if you want to select this paragraph and this paragraph that is inside the section, you can use descendant selector, right? But what if I want to select an element that comes directly after an element? For that we are going to use adjacent sibling selector. So I can come to styles.css and here I can say that I want to select paragraph that comes after section. It is not inside section, okay, and neither it is a child of that section. This is coming after the section, so here I'll have to say plus. So this plus is the symbol of adjacent sibling selector. So if you want to target an element that comes directly after an element, for that you'll always use adjacent sibling selector. So I can say color to be white, and let's increase the font size so that it will appear little different. I can say 30px. If I save this, you see paragraph 3 after a section and paragraph 7 after a section got these stylings applied. So let me show you on the markup. So this one, paragraph 3 and paragraph 7. Now you can see that this paragraph 4 and paragraph 8 did not got all the stylings applied. The reason is that the adjacent sibling selector only selects an element that is directly after another specific element, so that is placed immediately after a certain element. So it does not select everyone, but only the first element that comes directly after the specified element. So this is adjacent sibling selector. Now if you want to select every of the element, then you'll have to use general sibling selector. So this one. So for the symbol for general sibling selector is this tilde. So now if you save it, now you see that all of the stylings are applied to all of the elements that comes directly after this section. Okay, so this is difference between adjacent sibling selector and general sibling selector. So I hope that the combinators class was little easy for you to understand. Now I can understand that as a beginner this might be little tough for you to get this concept little tuned into your head, but trust me, these are not really difficult. If you write the markup on your own and if you try to for example, if you want to select this paragraph and if you want to use a combinator inside this section, just create one more div. I'm going to explain you what is div. So create a div inside a section and then a section inside a div, and try to create an element and then try to target that element using all of these mentioned selectors. So descendant, child, adjacent and general. You will understand that how each one of them behaves. So this is the perfect way to understand. You cannot just sit and relax and expect me to teach you everything. I can get your hands, I can hold your hand and I can get you on the track, but movement is within you. You will have to move. It's not me who is going to pick your hand, who is going to hold your hand and going to move you across. Trust me, students, I would say dear friends, this is something that you'll have to do on your own, okay? You'll have to practice. If you just keep sitting and imagining that okay, today, tomorrow, then you are done. Okay, so don't take all of these things for granted. So yeah, do make sure to practice. So this is adjacent and general sibling selector. Next up we are going to understand pseudo selectors, and then after that we will understand attribute selectors. Next up in our list we have pseudo class, and I have commented all of the previous code again. Now by default, some of the elements on our website, they appear static and they change based on the certain actions that we perform. For example, I am again back at wizardingworld.com, and you can see in the center of the web page we have a very simple button. Now statically it is appearing as you are saying it, but the content, not actually the content, but the appearance will slightly change based on certain actions that we perform. For example, if I hover over this button, you can notice that the background changed slightly, not much but slightly. See, this is the normal state of the button. When I hover over it, did you see that the button's background color changed? So this is the action that I am performing, and based on that action certain things are occurring. In this case I am hovering, this can be clicking, this can be dragging and dropping, anything, and based on that event certain things happen. So for this we will have to understand how do you use a pseudo class. So I have a very simple presentation here. If you read, it says a pseudo class is a keyword added to a selector that specifies a special state of the selected element, and I have a very simple anchor tag example. So I have created an anchor tag and then I have given it a hover class with these stylings. So by default it appears like this, but when you hover over that anchor tag it will appear like this one. So let me show you. I'll create a very simple anchor tag that will not lead us to anywhere. I will say click me, okay, and then I'll go to styles.css, and here, okay, I don't know why it is loading, but anyway, here you can see we have click me. So I'm gonna comment this real quick and I'll say A, and now I can simply say color to be white. First of all, I'm just doing some resets. I'll say background. Okay, so these are the stylings that I have applied to this anchor tag by default. Now I'm just going to say A colon hover. So hover is one pseudo class. I think I have list of many more as well. So we have active, checked, first, and let's see first hover. What is hover? So I can say when someone hovers over this button, I just want to change the background color to Rebecca purple. Okay, that's it. If I save this, now if I hover over this link, you see that the background color is changing to Rebecca purple. So this is pseudo class. By using pseudo class, you can create functionality like this one. So when someone does something should be different. So just same as this one. I am hovering over this button and the background color is changing. You want to increase the font size, you can do that. You can simply say font dash size. So someone, when they will hover over this, the font size will increase to 100 pixel. It will not look really good. You see, this is not good, but yeah, you can do this. And after hover, we also have active. What is this active? Well, when we hover over the button, we click as well. Okay, so I can say A colon active. So when the button is active, I just want to change the background color to, let's say, green. I'll say green will signal that the button has been clicked. Okay, so if I hover over it, the color, the background color is Rebecca purple, but when I click it, you see that the color changed to green. So this is active pseudo class. Other than this, we have checked, first child, not, nth child, nth of type. So I'm not going to go into all of them. I will leave it for you to discover on your own, because it would be practically impossible for me to go into all of them, but I'll surely want to show you this nth of type. So if you just say, for example, first of all, I will have to create some lists. I will say unordered list. Inside this, I'll have list. I'll say item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now I want to style all the even item inside of this unordered list. I can use nth of type. So again, I'll have to say ul, not ul, but li. All the li, that is nth of type. I'll say even. Okay. Now all the even data will have a background dash color of white. If I save this, you'll see all of the even items. So item 2, 4, 6, 8, all of them has this stylings applied. Now if you want to select the odd items, you can say odd, and now all of the odd items will be styled with this property. So background color is white for all the odd items, so item 1, 3, 5, 7. If you want a specific number, you can provide that as well. For example, I want the third item to have these stylings. There you go. Now only the third item has this styling. If you want the 8th one, you can do that as well. So this is pseudo class. Pseudo class helps you to declare styling for a special state of the selected elements. Next up in the list, we have pseudo elements. So pseudo elements are also pretty much similar as pseudo class. The only difference is that pseudo class is used with single colon and pseudo element is used with double colon. So here I have written few of them: after, before, first letter, first line selection. So let's see what pseudo elements mean. So I'm just going to write a simple h1. I will say a simple h1. Okay, now if you want to manipulate this h1, you can use a simple pseudo class. So here I'm just going to say h1 colon colon. Now if you want to style the first letter, so here you can see that it is already suggesting us that hey, you want after, backdrop, before. So let's say I want after. Okay, I want to do something after this. I want to create a content after this h1. So here I can say content is going to be what? I am simple h1 enjoy. So this enjoy will come after this h1. So if I save this, you see we get enjoy. Now if you want to space, you'll have to provide a space here. Save it, and there you go, a simple h1 enjoy. You want to style it, you can simply say color to be white, and now it will be styled accordingly. So this is after pseudo element. It helps you to declare, if it helps you to create something after the h1 is end. So this h1 is the markup that you have created, but after this, if you want to create something, some text, you can use this after. Similarly, you have before as well. So let me duplicate all of this one. Okay, so here I'm just going to say before, and I will change the content to before. Very simple. You see, you get before a simple h1 enjoy. Okay, so this is after and before pseudo elements. After this, we also have first letter, first line selection. So you can pretty much guess for yourself. So first letter will simply style the first letter of the h1. So I can say h1 colon colon first dash letter. If I say color to be purple, you see the first letter of the h1 is colored purple, and then I can also use the first line itself. So if I say first dash line, then the first line will have the same color. I can say color, I think red will look fine, so I can say red. You see that the first line is colored red, but now you can say that okay, so this is first line, how can I differentiate between first line and second line? We just have a simple line. So there is a tag called as line break, br. Okay, so you can use br, which is called as line break tag, to difference, to actually write a single statement into multiple parts. I can say I am on next line. So if I save this, you see we get I am on next line. So only first line is styled, but not this one. Okay, so this is first line, and after this we have selection, right? So h1 colon colon selection. Selection is very easy. You just say background color to be orange. If I save this, whenever I will select an element, you see when I'm selecting this markup, can you see the background color turned to this orange? So this is selection, but I won't be able to select something that I have created manually. So by using this pseudo elements after, before, so I cannot select this before and this enjoy because this has been created using this pseudo elements. I can only select that markup that I have actually created in my index.html file. So a simple h1, I can select it, but I cannot select something that I have created using pseudo elements. So this is some of the very simplest pseudo elements. Now I cannot go into all of them, and we should not really invest that much time to understand what are pseudo elements. What does each pseudo element does. If you want to use a specific one, you can always look for docs, and I will tell you how do we actually use online documentations to figure out what we need. But this is what I wanted to get you through: pseudo class and pseudo elements. Next up we have attribute selectors, and after that we are going to understand about I think specificity and cascade. Okay, and you can see whatever topic we understood, I just check mark that. So I think we are almost done to this one as well. So we are going to check mark this one as well. Okay, so I'll see you in the next one where we are going to understand about attributes selector. Next we have this attributes selector. So as the name itself suggests, you can target an element based on the attribute they have. So I have a very simple anchor element which has an attribute of href that does not lead us to anywhere. So I can take all of this, I can copy it, and here I have written already I've already written the markup for attribute selector. So you simply say anchor that has an href attribute of this one, then color this one. Okay, so this is attribute selector. If you have a class, for example this h1, if it has a class of I can say heading, I can simply take this entire part here. Okay, so I'm just going to say h1 that has attribute of class heading. Now color them pink. It would not look good, but I can do that. Now h1 is pink. You want to what you want to increase the font, you can say font dash size to be 100px, and there you go. So this is a very simple attribute selector. Next up we have cascade and specificity. At list we have cascade and specificity. So CSS stands for cascading style sheet. Cascading simply means that the order in which your styles are declared, they matter a lot. So I have a very simple h1, and here I have written that initially the color of h1 should be yellow, and then I said green, and then I said white, and then I said red. Now you can see that the styling that is applied to this h1 is this red. So this is cascade. The order that comes in the last in our declaration, they are applied. This is cascade. So the order matters. Okay, if you comment this out, you'll see now our h1 will turn white. If you comment this one, now our h1 will turn green. Comment this one, and now our h1 will be yellow. So the order in which your styles are written, they matter, and the one that appears latest, that is being applied finally to it. Now what is specificity? On a specificity, I have a very amazing article from web.dev. So if you read, it says, okay, it says this module takes a deeper look at specificity, a key part of the cascade. So if you read this one, you will be able to understand what is specificity, but still I'm going to go into this. Okay, so suppose that you are working with the following HTML. You have a very simple button that says hello specificity. Here you have applied, and you can see we also have a class of branding applied to it. So initially the button has color of red, and now by using the class we have set color of blue. What do you think will be the stylings applied to this button? So I have a very simple button here. I'm going to create it, button dot branding. Okay, branding. I will say I am a button. If I save this, I will see this style. I'm a button. Okay, now I'm going to style it multiple way. First I'm going to directly select the element itself. I will give the background color of orange. Okay, and now I'm going to select the class, and now I will see background color of, let's say, what should I say, blue. Let's say now you see that the background color of blue is applied on this button, but not the background color of orange applied to it. I can see I have two semicolons. Let me get rid of one. Why this is happening? Let's read it. The answer is mentioned here. So there is two competing rules here. One will color the button red and the other will color it blue. So one is coloring orange and the other one is coloring it blue. Now the question is, why blue was applied and not the orange one? Of course, you see that this is appearing in the last, that's why it is applying. But if I move it above, you will still see that the button will still be blue. Let me show you right here. You see that the button is still blue. The reason why it is blue is that the class has always a higher specificity than an element. Here we have selected all of the element, but if there is a class on an element and you are selecting the class and you are selecting the element as well, and then if you are applying same stylings to it, then the stylings that are declared for the class will be applied. So specificity, in the specificity battle, class have more you can say importance than a button. If you read here, right here, if you read it, it says understanding the CSS specifications algorithm about specificity is the key to understanding how CSS decides between competing rules. Specificity is one of the 4 distinct stages of the cascade, which was covered in the last module, where we did not talk about cascade in the last module. I just told you what is cascade. But anyway, if you read here, it says each selector rules gets a scoring. You can think of specificity as a total score, and each selector type earns point towards the score. So if you select the element and then you give it a style, your score will be 1. I'm just giving you an imaginary number. But if you're selecting a class and then you are styling, then your score will be 2. So 2 is always greater than 1. So 2 will be applied, not the 1 will be applied. Okay, so 2 will win in the cascading battle, actually a specificity battle. So 2 will be applied, the styles that is declared for the 2 will be a style. So there is a scoring system that is going behind, and so the higher score you have, that will win, and that style will finally be applied. So here it is written scoring each selector type. So a universal selector has no specificity and gets 0 points. So if you select something with this star selector, it has a 0 point, it has 0 point. This means that any rule with 1 or more points will override it. So if you select asterisk, and here if you write if you say that background to be, let's not do this, I can say background color to be blue. If you see, entire background is blue, right? But if I now say that now I'm selecting body, and now I'm selecting the background color and changing it to white. Let me get rid of this colon, save it. Now you see that the body part, where we have written the part here, this entire body has a background color of white. If I quickly change it to HTML, now I think I hope I will get everything white. You see that entire part is now white. So you see that this universal selector has a specificity of 0. You know what do we use universal selector for? We use universal selector when we want to select each and everything on our element, on our web page actually. So when we say universal selector background color of blue, then the entire web page turned blue. But now I overrided that by using more I can say greater specificity class. So this HTML is winning in a specificity battle because element has higher specificity than this universal selector. I'm gonna comment this one real quick. So I'm gonna come back to this article to explain a little more. And then we have element and pseudo element selector. So element or pseudo element selector gets 1 point of specificity. They have one number. So if you will use the element itself, you will get 1. Okay, and then you have class selector. So class selector always gets 10 points. So that's why you see that this element has 1. It achieved the marks of 1, and a class achieved the marks of 10. So 10 wins. So the styling for the class will be applied. Now if you have an ID selector, again this attribute selector also has point of 10. Yeah, a class, pseudo class and attribute selector gets 10 points of specificity. And then after that we have I think we have ID selector. So an ID gets 100 points of specificity. So if you have an ID instead of classes, if you have an ID, let me quickly declare an ID here. I can say button ID equals to, I will say branding. Okay, ID is also branding. Let me select this one, this entire part here, copy this. Well, I forget to save, and now here I will say hash branding. And now if I change the background color of orange to red, now you will see that ID will win. So ID has more specificity number than class. So now you can see that our button is red. Okay, so even if you put this class before ID, this will not going to work. The ID will always win. Why? Because see, this element has 1 number, this class has 10 points. Actually they scored 10 points in a specificity battle, but ID has 100 number. So if an element is using both of three, if you are styling an element with its name by providing a class, this one is the class, or by providing an ID will always win in the specificity battle. So whatever you will declare here, it will be applied on that element. Okay, of course here you can change it if you want to have some other stylings for 100px. If you save this, you see that the font size of this class is also loaded, but this one will be overriding this one. So background color is blue, so ID's background color will be applied, but this font size, it can be inherited from this CSS class as well. Okay, so this is a specificity. I think I have one more. Yeah, inline styles always win. So doesn't matter if you apply all of this here, but if you have an inline styling, for example, if you write the style directly here, style equals to, let's say, background dash color of orange, it will always win. Okay, it will always win. So always remember that inline styles has a higher specificity of 1000. So element 1, class 10, ID 100, but inline style has a specificity of 1000. So this is a specificity how CSS selects which rule will be applied on which on which element. And then the most important of all of them is this important rule. For example, if you want to apply this rule, for example, you say that, hey, I want this orange to be applied anyhow, or let's change this to some other color because we already have orange. Let's say that this pink. Okay, I want this pink to be applied, but right now this inline style is winning in this specificity battle, but no, I want anyhow this background color to be applied. So I can say exclamation, and now you can see it is already suggesting us that, hey, do you want this important? I'll say yes, I do want this important. So now doesn't matter, even if you have this inline stylings, this important will win because this important statement has a specificity number of 10,000. So if you save it, now you can see that the background of the button changed to this pink color. Okay, so always remember that specificity is the battle of how an element is going to be, what styles applied to it. So I'm going to write elements point 1. Okay, elements points 1, and after this we have class has a point of 10, ID will get a point of 100, and I think inline will get a point of 1000. And then if you have important text like this, it will have a specificity number of 10,000. And so if you have used this important statement on any of the element, then this will be applied. Doesn't matter even if it is universal selected, important always wins. Okay, but one thing I want to warn you about is that we do not use important. This is not recommended. You can use it for some different purposes, but normally we do not use important. We really make our CSS look really what I can say very easy to read. Okay, so until and unless you are 100% sure that, hey, I want to use this important here, this styling is very important for me, and this should never ever be replaced by other properties, this should never be overridden by other property, then you are going to use important. Otherwise you are going to keep it very simple and very stupid. One thing I also want to show you before going is that I've created a new CSS file, style2.css. so I'll have to create as well. So I'm going to create a style2.css. somehow I deleted this. If I say this button here, or let's not select the button itself, let's keep it very simple. I think I have an h1 here on the web page. Yeah, I am an h1. Okay, so I'm gonna save this h1, and this styles2.css, I will say h1 should now get the color of Rebecca purple. If I save this, now you see that our h1 turned Rebecca purple. The reason why it is turning Rebecca purple is that we already have commented all of this code, but even if I get this one here, you will see that our h1 is Rebecca purple. Why? See how we are parsing our CSS, it depends on that. So here on the first link tag, we parsed our style.css. So the code moved to style.css and it figured out that okay, so h1 is colored red, but after this line it moved to this line, and here I have a conflicting style where I have again changed the h1's color from red to Rebecca purple. Now Rebecca purple is applied to it. So this is what happening. Okay, so but if I move it to up, now you will see that h1 will be back to red. So now this styling is applied. So yeah, this is cascade and this is specificity. Cascade is how the cascade simply means that the order of your styles, they are very important. That's how your elements are going to get a particular styles, and cascade simply decides the rule for which a particular style is going to be applied. And before leaving you right here, I really want you all to go to this link and read this article on your own, and you will understand about specificity and cascade in a much more broader way. Okay, so yeah, do make sure to go to this web.dev/learn/css/specificity article and read more about them. Okay, so this is complete details about selectors and cascade and specificity. Next up, we are going to learn about box model. So see you there. Okay, next up in our list, we have box model. But before I start to teach you about box model, I want to get into this very simple yet very important concept that you must need to understand, such as inspector tools. How do we actually inspect these elements that are appearing on our web page? Plus, I will guide you through some of the resources that you can use quite often to do research on your own, so that you literally do not have to be dependent upon anyone. If you need certain answers to a certain question, you can look them on these resources. Okay, so yeah, let's get through it. And so the first thing is inspector tool. So this is a Chrome developer tool. Now, why do we need this? Many times while developing websites, sometimes things can go little different, and it might give you a little panic attack. It happens with beginners mainly. So sometimes when you write styles, I wouldn't be able to give you an example, but I will show you more slightly easy way. Okay, so let's say that I applied this button a padding, although we haven't really talked about padding yet, but I think a more suitable example would be, yeah, very simple, why not background color. So let's say I give this button a background color of orange, but somehow that orange color is not applying. Yeah, you can see that this I have given it a background color of orange, but the button is in this what do you call this color, pink. By looking at naked eyes, you can get confused. You can say that okay, so I have used inline stylings which has higher specificity, but still this background color of orange is not applying on these buttons. What's going on? To figure out what's going on, you can inspect this element. How to inspect? Well, not only this element, but any element on CSS on your web page, you can inspect and figure out that what's going on and why something is not applying as it should have been. So just right click and go to inspect, and that's it. You just have to do this one. Okay, and I'm gonna expand it a little bit. I think I have some additional notifications. I'm gonna close this one. I will zoom a little bit. Okay, so the Chrome developer tools is divided into two parts. So the first one, well, here you can see many tabs, elements, console. We don't have to deal into that much right now, but this is this pan, it's showing you all of the element that is actually created in the markup. So if you expand this one, you see you have head. Okay, head contains all the meta tags that you have used, and this is similar to what you have here. Okay, so you see you have styles.css, styles.css, style2.css, style2.css. So this is the representation of your actual code that you have written here. Okay, so these elements tab, not these elements tab, but this element tabs represents all of the code that you have written here. Okay, so if you you see that the code that even I have commented, they appear here. Okay, if you expand the body tag, you see it represents all of the code. Of course, these codes are not actually parsed, but yeah, it appears because we have these codes in our markup. Now the actual code would be somewhere here. So here we have just a simple h1 and then this button. Now if you click this button, of course, because that is the button on which we are going to do some analysis, that why this background dash color of orange is not applied to it. So if you hover over it, well, not hover over it, but if you click it, you see it was automatically selected. You see it is selected when I hover over this button. Now to figure out why this styling is applied, go here. Now on this styles tab, here you can see, let me expand it, you can see all of the stylings that has been applied to this button to appear it like such. Now you can figure out, so this elements.style is the default styling that should have been applied on this because you have clicked this element, okay. But if I come little bit down, you can see that it says okay, background color of orange could have been applied, but this is not applied. Background color of red could also have been applied, but this is also not applied. Additionally, this button could also have a background of blue, but it is also not applied. Well, the reason why it is not applied is that it is not winning in the specificity battle. You know that I have used this important syntax here. So when you are marking any property and its value as important, then specificity and cascade rule does not really play that much. When you are saying that it is important, then it is going to get what, higher authority, yeah, higher authority over any other specified rules. So now you can see that it is check marked and these are not crossed, so it means that this color is applied. Now from here you can toggle it if you want to just see that okay, how would the button appear if this stylings were not applied. You can deselect it, and now you can see that orange color is being applied to the button because now our this style is winning. Well, if you want to check that if this style is not applied, how would our button then look? Just deselect it, and now you can see that since IDs are preceded over classes, now you see that background color of red is being applied. If you deselect this one, now you see we get the blue color, okay. So this is CSS inspector tool. Now if you go to computed section, this is the box model representation of this element. So let me tell you, let me just give you a very brief information about box model. It's just the representation of how an element is formed. Of course, we are going to learn about box model in complete details, but right now this is the actual representation of how an element is formed, okay. But yeah, let's not get into that much. Do I have to show you something else? Well, I don't think so. No. So these are some additional stylings that could have been applied, okay. No, but this is style tag, style tab, not tag. I don't know why I'm publishing because I'm recording in the mid of the night because I thought this would be perfect time. So yeah, 2:40 a.m. Should have been sleeping, but no. So this is what CSS inspect tool. We use it quite often to figure out why something is behaving as it is behaving, and we will use this inspect tool to really dig detail when we will build our project, because at that time it would be certain that we are going to get into some trouble while building that huge portfolio website that is coming up. So there I will show you the real power of how to use this inspect tool, okay. And the next step that I want to show you is that how to do research. For example, yeah, I told you that I cannot teach you each and everything about CSS, so I'm going to show you 4 of the best resources that I use to figure out informations related to web development, specifically CSS, HTML and JavaScript. The first one is the MDN, okay. So this is the, what you can say, this contains all of the resources to the details. So pro developers, I think they mostly use MDN, but this is how can I say, for a beginner this might little get intimidated, but yeah, this is one of the resources that we can use. Another one I've already shown you, this is htmldog.com. this is pretty easy and the UI is very simple. The third one is this web.dev. So web.dev is a very simple yet very amazing website that you can use to find out informations related to CSS. And if you want to really learn CSS from the depth actually, you can use web.dev. So just go to, okay, ignore this HTML CSS, htmldog.com, ignore this developer.mozilla.com, go to web.dev, dev/learn/css, and I promise you that if you go through these references, you see box model, selectors, cascade, inheritance, what is color, how do we actually deal with color, sizing unit that we are going to talk about. I think I have that, yeah, CSS units, percentage rm pixels. So yeah, layout, we are going to talk about layout in this Flexbox, and when we learn about media queries and responsive design, we are also going to talk about what are mobile first design, then grid. So this Flexbox and grid, you see it is already here. Logical properties, spacings, pseudo elements, we already talked about that. Pseudo classes, borders, we are going to talk about borders just in a moment when we will start understanding box model. Okay, so yeah, this contains, I mean, yeah, animations, filters, blend modes, lists. Whew, this is going to be your one stop for learning CSS. Last but not the least, you have CSStricks.com. I remember when I was starting with web development back in 2018, when I was a noob. Well, I'm still noob, but somehow I progressed slowly. So yeah, I used to use this CSStricks website.com. I think Chris Square is the founder of CSS tricks.com. I don't actually remember. If you guys know, then yeah, make sure to correct me in the comments. So for example, if you want to learn about Flexbox, just search here for Flexbox. They have amazing tutorials on Flexbox, old Flexbox and new Flexbox. Okay, a complete guide to Flexbox. Why not? Let's check it. Yeah, okay, Chris Square. Did you see? My memory is sharp. So yeah, this is the what can you say, visualizing learning. But anyway, if you want to learn, you can learn. The lessons are very interactive. So this is container, these are items, how do you use them. You can read about Flexbox, although we are going to understand about Flexbox. But even though we are going to talk, sometimes you will need the reference by reading some articles. So you can really come to these 4 websites. I would again suggest you to go to this one, this web.dev/learn/css, and this will be enough for you to understand enough CSS to understand how to build websites like wizardingworld.com that involves complex codes to written in order to build something like that. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to keep this video really casual. I really did not wanted to edit this too much, so pardon me for all the mistakes in my sentences that I've created. I'm not going to put too much editing to it. So yeah, this is 2 things that I wanted to talk about. So the inspect tool and how to do research on your own and how to learn steps on your own. Okay, moving on, about JavaScript, I have already taught about how to do research when you want to learn JavaScript. So do check out the JavaScript playlist. You are going to get a lot of out of it. So I don't think I have much to talk about now. Let's get into this box model. I'm going to understand about margins, paddings, what are borders, what is this border box, and of course, how does this styles being computed somewhere over here. So yeah, this computed, how box model actually, simply how does an element actually forms. Okay, so yeah, see you in the next one. A really important thing to remember when writing CSS or working on the web as a whole is that everything displayed by CSS is a box. Whether that's a box that uses border radius to look like a circle or even just some text, the key thing to remember is that it's all boxes. That's why understanding how the CSS box model works is therefore a core foundation of CSS. So let's now understand box model. So I have check marked all of the topics that we have already covered. So box model consists of margins, understanding of margins, paddings, what is border and how does border box and content box actually behaves. Now all of this will become crystal clear just in a moment. Let's now go through each one of them one by one. So yeah, let me quickly show you that I've created a new folder, box model, inside which I have boxmodel.html and then a simple box.css, and both of them linked together. I thought that I should teach you box model in this very index.html file, but then I realized that it is already getting a little bigger, so this might not be a good choice to do, because why not, we can create a new folder and we can keep all of the content separate, so that when I will give you the final file, it will be really very easy for you to navigate through each topic that we have discussed. Okay, so let me close the sidebar, and of course I don't want this index.html. So yeah, this is the box model.html. I generated the default markup, and I linked box.css, and that's why it is going live here. Okay, and yeah, I changed the background color to this one because I don't like this to be white, because if you are watching this in night, this might cause little trouble to your eyes. So that's why I changed the background color to this color. Okay, let's now talk about box model in details, and we are going to start with margins. So here I'm going to create two div. Now remember, in a previous video I told you that we are going to talk about div. Let's do it now. So div is a non-semantic element. It does not have any meaning of its own, but the way you create a section or a block of code using semantic tags like nav, aside, you can do that using the div as well. The only difference is that div is same as all of those tags, but it does not have a meaning of its own. Okay, other than this, it does not have any else difference. So if you hover over this div, I hope you will see it. Okay, so if you read, the div element has no special meaning at all. It represents its children, and you can read further, but only difference is div is non-semantic, and semantic tags like section, navbar, aside, they have some meaning, they have literal meanings. Okay, so here I'm going to create two div. I will give this div a class, and I will call it box1, and I will create one more div. I will call it box2, and I will write some content inside this. I'll say lorem of, or let's create a paragraph. Okay, I'll say a paragraph, come on, paragraph, and I'll have a lorem of 20 words of text. Okay, there you go, and I'll have the same text in this box as well, and you can see that here. Okay, now let's style it, and I will style the div with common stylings. I will give it a width of width width of 300, or let's go with 200 pixel, although it does not matter much. Height is also 200 pixel. So we use width and height property to describe the width and height of an element. Okay, so now you can see that both of them are limited to 300 by 200. Okay, and then I can say that let's now style each box individually. So I will say box1 have a background dash color of, I think I have so I've created this presentation to explain you a little bit in depth. So I can say the box1 will be black, and box2 will be orange. Okay, and box2, not box1. Okay, and since box1 is black and the text color by default is black, that's why you cannot see the text. So let's change the color of text to white from black. Okay, there you go. Now let's understand what is margin. So margin is simply the distance that you apply from outside of the an element. For example, if you say that, hey, I want to shift this div, here you can see this box1, I want this box1 to have a margin from top of 50 pixel. I want this box to appear somewhere here, so right here. So this is the visual representation of what we actually have in this code. So if you want to do something like this, you want this box to appear somewhere here, you can use the margin property. So you can come over here, you can say that, hey, box1, I want you to have a margin of top of let's say 30 pixel. You'll see the box will move from top of 30 pixel. If you cannot see the difference, let me increase the margin. You see now box moved 80 pixel from top. Now how can I figure out that it actually moved from top? I can inspect it. I will select this box, and now can you see this orange part right here? If you hover on it, you can see this orange part, that's the margin that it has from the above, from the top, and it also shifted this box down. Okay, now if you want this box to have margin from left side, you can again say margin from left of 80 pixel, and now the box moved away from left side. So now the box is somewhere here. Okay, of course something like this one, because we already have margin from top, so right here. Now if you want this box to have margin from bottom, you can do that as well. So you can say margin from bottom of 80 pixel, and now there is a margin of 80 pixel right here, and that's why this box is appearing 80 pixel away from this box. Similarly, you can have margin from right as well. So when you say right of 80 pixel, don't just assume that box will shift away from right to 80 pixel. No, it will have just invisible space of 80 pixel from this side. But when you create a new element just next to this div, then that element will not touch this div, but that element will be 80 pixel away from this element. So if you have something like this, then if you have another div, it will not appear here, it will appear here. Why? Because this div has margin of 80 pixel from top, left, bottom and right as well. If you do not have margin of 80 pixel from right, this box will have enough space to touch it. But if it has a margin of 80 pixel, then it is creating a space of 80 pixel from all of its side. So in plain English, it is same as saying that, hey, this div has 80 pixel of space from all side. So whatever element that will appear next to it should stay away 80 pixel from it. Okay, so this is margin. In very simple plain English, margin is simply the space that you create outside of an element. Okay, so this is margin. Now just opposite of this, padding is something that by using padding you create a space inside of an element. So let's see that this text right here is touching the corner of this box, right? Now if you want this text to have a space within, you can say within this container, within this box, but on top of it, on side of it, each side, if you want to have a space, you can use the padding. So padding is a space from inside. So similarly, you can say that I want a padding of let's say 30 pixel padding from top. Okay, so I can say padding from top of let's go with 40 pixel, 40 px. You see that it has a padding of 40 pixel from top. Similarly, you can say for left as well, left of padding of 40 pixel, and of course you can say right as well, that will have 40 pixel of padding from right. And similarly you can have for bottom as well, so padding of bottom. So this is padding. Padding simply creates a space within the container. So how can I show you? If you can ask me that, okay, I trust you, but can you show, can you prove that this is actually what you are teaching about? So if you inspect it, you will be clearly able to see all those margins and paddings. So just click this inspector tool, select the element, and now come to computed section. By default you may be there, styles, go to computed, and this is the box model representation of the element that you are seeing. You see this 80, this when you hover over this 80, this entire part, the orange part that you see is margin. Of course you can see that it is when you say that 80 pixel from right is going all the way from left to right, because div is a block level element. So that's why you can see the margin from right is going all the way to right. These are not margins, these are default behavior of inline block. These are not margins, but these are default behaviors of block level element. We are going to understand about block and inline just in a moment. There I will explain you what do I mean. Okay, so if you see, we have 80 pixel of margin from bottom. If I quickly get rid of this by simply double clicking, and I can now edit it here, I can say 0, hit enter. You see we got rid of the margin from bottom. Similarly from top I can delete it, and there you go. I can do that here as well. Of course it will not be permanent, it will be temporary, but yeah, we can do that. If I refresh, it will quickly be back. Okay, so this is margin, and then we have padding of 40 pixel from inside. Now this entire part that you see here, this is content. So this is content. When you hover over this, 200 into 200, so this is width into height. So this is 200 is the width of the content, and this 200 is the height of the content. So this is the blue part that you are seeing when I hover over this part here. This is the actual content. Here you can insert an image, you can create something else, anchor tag, anything. So this is the width of element, actually the content. And then we have padding, and we do not have any border so far, so no borders appearing here. But then you have this margin. Okay, so we understood two things. One is margin, one is padding, another one is borders. So border is literal border that you define to an element. For example, I have this element, this is my presentation software, so that's why I created this visualization right here so that I can make it crystal clear. Okay, so let's say that I want this box to have a border. I can literally do that. Of course I'm doing it manually, and I'll show you real quick how to do this with CSS. So here you can see I can adjust the width. By the way, you can see that the color of the border is black and the type of the border is solid. Of course I can select from I can say dashed, dotted, so these are type of borders, and then from here I can actually change the color to green, red, anything. Okay, then here I can decrease the width, decrease and increase the width, and yeah, of course, width of the border. Okay, so to define this border you can use the border property. So here you will say border, let's say border, and now I want the border from all four sides. So I can, of course I can also manually say that I want border from top, border from left, but more generally we apply border on all of the sides. But let's say that I want border on all of the sides of 10 pixel. So the first part is the width, I say 10 pixel, and then the type of the border I will say solid, so the one you are seeing right now, and then here you'll have to say color, so I'll say white. If you save it, you see you have a 10 pixel of border, the color is white. And now here in the box model representation, you can actually see that okay, so border is also calculated. So when you hover over this border part, you can see that is highlighted over here. Okay, so this is content, the highlighted part, this is the padding, the green part, this is border, the yellow part, and this is margin, the orange part. So this is the overall construction of an element, how an element appears. So this representation is the box model representation of an element, and this is not only available for just this div, but even if you create a paragraph, you are going to see this box model representation for that paragraph. Okay, so box model is a simple representation of how an element is appearing. Okay, now of course if you want to have different border on each side, you can do that. You can say border dash top, I want let's say 20 pixel of solid pink. You can do that. Now from top you can see that we have a border of 20 pixel of pink. If it is not visible, I can change this to a random high contrast color like green. I can see it. Okay, similarly you can say border of bottom as well. That's completely doable. Looks like the spelling is wrong, border bottom. Okay, similarly you can replace all of this to create the padding shorthand, that is just padding. So if you say padding of 40 pixel, then this simply means that padding of top, left, right, bottom. Okay, so this is the shorthand for padding. Similarly we have shorthand for margin as well, that is simple margin. Okay, margin of let's say 80 pixel, because that is what we are applying by default. Okay, there you go. Okay, so this is margin, paddings, and border. Now one very general question that can be asked to you, that hey, in interview of course, that hey, calculate the width and height of an element. How would you do that? Box model is the simple representation of an element that consists of margin, border, padding, and content. So this is box model representation of element. Now a very simple question that can be asked in any front-end interview to a beginner or sometimes to an expert as well is to calculate the actual dimension of an element. For example, they can ask you that hey, can you tell me what is the actual width and height of this element? So now you will say that okay, so yeah, I can calculate margin 80 plus 20 plus 40 plus 200 and then plus 40 plus 20 plus 80. So this will be height and this will be width. So the calculation of margin from left to all the way from margin of right and whatever lies in between, if I add all of them, then we are going to get the height and width of an element. This is wrong. This is the box model representation. This is not the actual dimension of an element. So whenever you have to figure out the actual dimension of the element, you simply do this one. So like this. Okay, so here I have written how to calculate dimensions of an element. So whenever you calculate dimensions of an element, for calculating width, you calculate the border that has been provided from left, border that has been provided from right, padding from left, padding from right, and then the actual width of the content. Similarly for height, border from top, border from here should have been bottom, padding from top and padding from bottom, and then the height of the content. and then when you will add all of these, you will get width and height. So let's now do it all together, okay, because I am experienced, I can actually tell you the height and width of this element right now. But let's now calculate it using this formula. So let's say that interviewer asked you, and this can be an actual question. This is very important for you to understand, because this is also good for debugging. Sometimes you will often find that an element is not respecting width and height, so you can inspect that and figure out that why the width and height are not being respected. So understanding this is really important for you. So let's say I want to calculate the width of this element. I'll simply come here and I'll say, okay, so it has a border of left of 10 pixel, so I will write that here, so 10 pixel, and then we have border of 10 from right as well, okay, so I can say border of 10 pixel from right as well. And then we have to calculate padding from left and padding from right. So padding is 40 pixel from left and 40 pixel from right as well. Here you can see we have padding of 40 pixel from all sides, so I can say padding of 40 pixel from right plus padding of 40 pixel from left, and then of course width of the content. So here you can see that our content has a width of 200 pixel and height of 200 pixel, and actually I can prove you that this is width and this is height. So if I double click and if I say 100, you will see the width of our box will be divided by 2 and it will just be till here, okay, so right here. So it will be something like this. Our box will appear only till here, so this is width, okay. So if I say 100, hit enter, did you see our box shifted to 100 pixel? This is height. If I change this to 100, now our box will appear something like this, so somewhere till here, okay, hit enter, did you see that? So our box is now 100 by 100. Actually the content is now 100 by 100, okay. I'm going to quickly refresh to get everything to its default state. Now since the content's width is 200, I can actually write that here 200. So now if you calculate all of them, so it will be 80 plus 20, 200 plus 200, it will be 300. So 300 pixel of width, I'm going to write it here, width is 300 pixel. Now similarly height will also be 300 pixel, because the same thing we are doing here as well. So height is 10, border of top, border of bottom, padding of top, padding of bottom. So border of top is 20 pixel, okay, so border of top is 20 pixel, so this will change, this will be changed to 20 pixel, because here we have manually mutated the data. So we have said border of top is 20 pixel, and then border of bottom is also 20 pixel, so border of bottom is also 20 pixel, and I think padding is 40 pixel from all sides, okay. So this will be 40 plus 40, 80, 80 plus 20, 100, 120, and this will be 320, right, okay. So this will be 320. So the height is 320, width is 300. So how can I prove it? There is nothing like 320 or 300 written here. Now if you really want to calculate, well, you already have calculated. Now if you want to see that these outputs are correct, 300 is the width, height is 320, just select the element, and there you see here, focus here. When you hover over this element, can you see it? The width versus height, 300 into 320. So there you go, you see that this is actually how the dimension of an element is calculated. So this can be a very real question coming up in an interview, so always be prepared for this one. So this is how we calculate the width and height of an element. Now we have a lot to understand as well, like we will have to understand what is this border box and what is content box. We are going to understand about this one just in a moment, but first I am going to show you something. If I comment this star out, I'm gonna quickly comment this, and I will say width and height commented. There you go. And I think okay, let's not comment this part here, okay. I'm going to comment this one, margins, and yeah, okay, that's it, done. Now can you figure out something is off? Well, what is this space? What is this additional space that has been created right here from top and from bottom? See, we haven't said any margin, everything has been commented out. no margin, no padding, but still somehow we are seeing some space left from top and from left, and for both of the divs. What is this? Well, this is the default stylings that browser applies to an element. So in CSS it is a very what you can say, very common thing that browser applies some additional stylings to an element in CSS. Doesn't matter if you have a div, if you have a h1, if you even create an h1, it will have a default stylings applied to it. Why? Well, nobody knows why, but yeah, this is the case. I can actually prove that to you. So if I hover over this element, can you see that orange part right there? So that is the additional margin that is applied to the paragraph element. Similar will be for this div as well. Actually you cannot see that right here, but of course with naked eyes you can see that we have these spacings applied to this. Now this is good if you are creating something general, but this will create a real problem if you actually want to have if you actually want to have control over your design pattern. By the way, you can see margin of 8 pixel from top, bottom, left and right. Okay, so this is the default stylings that has been applied by the browser itself. Now I don't want this one. I can of course get rid of this one. I can say 0, and there you go, we got rid of this one. I can say 0, and now our element moved to left. I do not want these margins by default, but the moment I will refresh, these ugly and you can say what undemanded stylings are again being applied. I don't want this. For this we can use the browser reset tool. So we can reset these stylings. We can simply say that, hey div, by default I do not want any margins on you, so I will say margin 0, and similarly we say padding as well, because sometimes we also get paddings. So now well, nothing happens. Why? Margin 0, padding 0, div does not have a margin of 0. If I refresh it, okay, we still get these margins applied to it, because yeah, we won't say this to div, but we'll have to say to body, not to the div but to the body. Now if you say margin 0, padding 0, there you go. Did you see our div shifted to its original place? So well, but there's a problem. If I create an h1, you will see that h1 will also have a default margin applied. I will say I am an h1. If I save this, you see an h1. If I hover over this, can you see this orange part right above this h1? You see margin of 21.440 something is applied to this div, to this h1 as well. I don't want this margin. Yes, I don't want. I am a designer. I want to it is under my control that I will decide which element needs to have how much margin. Hey browser, I really do not want you to apply any default margins. How can I fix this? Again, I can select the h1, and by default I can say that, hey h1, I do not want any margin and any padding to you. And now you see that our h1 does not have any margin or any padding applied to it. Okay, so if you hover over this, and you can see that our h1 shifted and it is aligned to the box 2, orange box. So this is good, but if you have 1000 of elements, do you think that doing margin padding 0 to all those elements will be benefit for you? No. For this you use universal selector to reset default stylings that has been applied to these elements. So you say asterisk simply means universal selector. So asterisk simply means we are selecting all of the elements on our browser. And now instead of saying body margin 0, padding 0, h1 margin 0, padding 0, we simply say margin 0, padding 0 on every element. Now when you save this, there you go. Now you can see that there is no additional stylings applied to any of our element. Now you have full control over how to design your elements, and yeah, very simple. Now you have full control over spacings that you want to provide. So this is resetting the browser using universal selector. Just in a moment, I'm also going to teach you something about this box sizing border box thing. Okay, now one more thing that we have to understand about this is understanding this border box, because border box is also one property that we add here. Okay, now what is this border box? In CSS, we have a property called as box sizing. This property allows us to include the padding and border in an element's total width and height. Now you can ask me why. This does not make any sense to me. Let me tell you, without the CSS box sizing property, by default, the width and the height of an element is calculated with this formula. So border of left plus border of right plus padding of left plus padding of right and the width of the content. This means that when you set this width and height to an element, then the element will appear bigger than what it should appear as. So let me show you with an example, then it will become crystal clear. You see, we have this div set width of 200 pixel. Now here I'm going to select the box one with the class, and I'm going to quickly change the width to 300 pixel. Okay, and there you go, the width of this box is 300 pixel. If you hover over it, you can see 300. Okay, so 300 into 200. So here you can see 300 into 200. Now when I add a border to it, I'm going to say border of 10 pixel solid white. If I save this, can you see the box is growing? It grew bigger. So if I increase the border to 20, now you see box grow even further. Now if you add a padding to it, this will grow even further. So if you add 30 pixel of padding, now you see that box is growing even further. This does not make any sense. Now if you try to figure out the width of the box, you see it's 400. I don't want that. I have said that, hey box 1, your width should be 300. Now this width is 300. This is my styling. If I have applied the width of 300 pixel to this box, then there must be some reason behind it. I want this box to only have 300 pixel. But if the design guide is telling you that, hey, I also want a border, and you added the border. Now when you add a border, and of course if you have padding as well, if you added border and padding, now you see that initially the width is 300 pixel. This is our demand, but the actual width is 400 pixel. This is absurd. I don't want this to happen. I want this border and padding to be contained within this width. Of course, I want this border, I want this padding, but I want this border and padding to be contained within this width. For that, I can use this box sizing property. So I can say box dash sizing. Now it has two property, actually value. One is content box and one is border box. Content box is by default whatever you are saying it. When you say border box, now this padding and border will respect this width, and it will try to contain the padding and border within this area. So when you save it, now you see our box shifted back to 300. Now the actual width of the box will always remain 300, and this padding and border will also be respected. If you comment this out, then this will add how can I say, yeah, I just said that when you set width and height of an element, then the element often appears bigger than you have set. Why? Because the element's border and padding are added to the elements specified width and height. I don't want this. I want all of these borders and paddings to be respected within this width. So that's why we use this box sizing property of border box. Now by default, each and every element will behave like content box. So content box, okay, like this. This is the default behavior of each element. Now I don't want this. I don't want to go on every element and change the box sizing to border box. Instead, what we do is that, so I'm going to cut this property from here, and I will simply paste it into universal selector. Okay, so I'm simply saying that, hey universal selector, deal with it. I do not want any margin or any padding by default applied to any of the element by this browser. It is under my control that how I want an element to be designed. So same way I can say box sizing should be border box on each and every element. I do not want any element to not respect the width that I have described to it. So when I add a width of 200 pixel to a div, then when I add a border to that div, then that border should always be confined under this 200 pixel. That should not create additional width, because that is not what I want. Okay, so this is a very simple style, actually a CSS reset that you can see many of us performs while developing web app or starting to develop any website. So if you have any little experience working with CSS, you probably would have seen this written there, and now you know why we declared this. So this is resetting the default styles, okay, so that we can have more control over how we want our design to be displayed on this web page. Okay, so yeah, this is box model. I hope this really made much sense to you. Do make sure to subscribe and like the video. And next up in our list we have display. We are going to understand how does this display property works. So let me check this one, because we understood box model. Now if you have any problem understanding any of this, make sure to join our Telegram group and ask your queries right there, and I will be more than happy to help you all. Okay, so I will see you in the next one. My computer is getting heated up. Okay, so yeah, fans are moving fast. I'm gonna shut it real quick. See you in the next one, where we are going to understand about display property. Any element that you see on the web page, be it h1 to h6, a paragraph, an anchor tag, an input button, a generic button, forms, tables, section, header, all of these elements, they are classified into two categories. Either it can be an inline element or it can be a block level element. So let's now talk about this display property that we use to deal with elements which are block level and which are inline element, and how do we actually use display property to manipulate the default behaviors of element being block and inline. So yeah, before I start, again I've created a new folder to keep the content separate. Just a very simple index.html file that is linked to display.css file, where I've just changed the background color of the body from white to this color, so that it will be easy on your eyes if you are watching it in night. Okay, so the first thing is, what is a block level element? Very simple. Block level elements are those elements which takes up the entire width of the viewport. For example, if I create an h1, just a general h1, I'll say I am an h1. If I save this, you see this is an h1, right? Now I'm going to give this h1 background color. I'll say h1 will have a background color of orange. Can you see this, that the orange color, I've given background color of orange to this element, which means that this element is taking up the entire width that is available next to it. If I expand the browser, you see that the element's width also expanded. So a block level element goes from all the way from left to right. Now if you duplicate this h1, and I'm going to say I am also an h1, if you save this, then you'll see that this h1 is appearing on its next line. So see, we have space left, from here to here, but still this h1 appeared on a new line. So this is a block level element. On the other hand, an inline element is those elements which takes up width as per its content. For example, an anchor tag is an inline element, image is an inline element, span is an inline element. So if you I'm just going to use a simple anchor tag. I'll not navigate it to anywhere. I'll say click me if I save this, and let me quickly give these anchor tags a background color as well. Okay, anchor tag will have a background color of yeah, why not green? Okay, doesn't look appealing. Let's go with white so that it will be visible. Okay, there you go. You see our anchor tag. Right now if I duplicate anchor tag, I will say buy now. Okay, buy now. If I save this, you see both of these anchor tags are sitting next to each other. So inline element shares a space, block level element, they do not share the space. Okay, so this is difference between a block level element and an inline element. Let's see the simplified version of it. Okay, so I'm going to delete this box. This is the same example that we have created in the previous video where we were understanding about box model. Okay, So this is a very generic, let's say, div. So div is a block level element. When you create a div and if you put content inside the div, then that div will take up the entire width of the viewport. Yeah, and if you have another div, then it is going to sit next to it. Just opposite of it, an inline element, for example an image, they are going to share the space. So assume that this is an image, and if you have one more image, then it is going to share the remaining space. So this is the default behavior of inline element. A block level element, they take up the entire width. Even though if space is available, they are going to block the space. Okay, so that's why they are called as block level element, and inline element, they share space. Now how can I tell you that how many elements are inline and how many elements are block level element? So you can make a search and you can read about that, but here I have written this very simple text. I do not want it to make it fancy like this one, or I could have, but anyway. So h1 to h6 is a block level element, div is a block level element, hr is a block level element, li list item, ordered list, unordered list, paragraph is a block level element, form, section, main, footer, and for more you can search on the internet that list of block level elements. I'm more than sure that you are going to get the lists, but these are some of the most elements that we use. Okay, and then inline elements are anchor tag, input button, a simple button, line break, image is an inline element, italicized or italics, and span. These are inline elements. Okay, so let's now talk about how do we actually deal with this block and inline, and why do we even have these two. So for example, you see that this is taking up the entire space, right? Now what will happen if I want both of these h1s to sit on next to each other? I do not want this h1 to take up the entire width. I can actually change their behavior from being a block level element to being an inline element. I just have to manipulate the display property. So here I'm just going to say, hey h1, now display. By default it is a block level element. Okay, so now I can say I'm changing your display property from being a block to inline, and the moment I will save it, this h1, actually these two h1s, they will become an inline element. So they will start behaving like anchor tags and they will start sharing space. So if you save it, can you see both of the h1s are now sharing space? And of course, since every of these elements that are available on our web page, all of them are an inline element, all of them are appearing on the same page. Similarly, the way I changed this block to inline, I can change this inline to block. So I can say display, I can use this display property to, so I can say block. Yeah, now if I save this, now you'll see that these anchor tags will appear on different lines. Whew, did you see that? Now these anchor tags are taking up the entire width of the viewport. So even though space is available, they are not going to share the space because now we manually changed that anchor tag. Now you are a block level element. Now there is a problem. Let me comment this one as well. So what will happen if I try to apply this h1 a width? For example, I'm just going to say, hey h1, I want the width of yours to be 600 pixel. I'm manually setting the width of this h1 to 600 pixel. I will be able to do that. I can also adjust the height. I can say your height to be 600 pixel as well. Now it will be a perfect square. Oof, it's too much. So why not decrease the width height to 200 so that it will be visible? You see that I am able to change the width and height of a block level element, but an inline element does not respect this width and height. See, if I come here and if I do the same thing here, width and height, if I do this, nothing happens. An inline element has this default rule. I'm going to write it: inline element do not respect width and height. However, you can apply margin and padding to it. I can apply a padding to it. I can say padding of 30 pixel from all sides. If I save this, you see that the button, actually anchor tag, has a padding of 30 pixel from inside. I can also apply a margin. I can say you should have a margin of let's say 40 pixel, but there is a catch. Surely you can apply padding and it will be used as paddings are used. Padding provides margin from inside of the content. But when you use margin to an inline element, margin will be distributed from left and right but margin will not be applied from top and bottom. If I save this, did you see that it surely shifted from left to right? The margin is here. Let me inspect it. If I click this part, you see that it has a margin of 40 pixel from this side as well as this side. But even though this margin of 40 pixel is showing for the top and bottom as well, it is nowhere to be used. So if I even delete it, there will be no impact. There will be no impact. But if I delete this one, you will see our box will shift to left. Actually, it did not shifted. Now it's shifted. Okay. So you see margin, when you use margin on an inline element, then only margin are applied from left and right, but not from the top. I can prove it. Actually, I can give you one more neat example. Let me comment all of this here. Okay. I'll create a very simple why not h1, an h1, and I will say lorem of 50 words. Okay, and there you go, we have this h1, and inside this h1 I'm going to create an anchor tag. I'll say an anchor tag. I will not lead it to anywhere. I'll say by now. Save this. I have this anchor tag. Now you can see that again we have this padding applied, margin is also applied, but if I increase this padding to 300, oh, it's too much. Let's go with 100 only. Okay, and actually both of them are, since I have limited the width to be 600, here I will increase the width, or let's increase it to, I'll say 900. Okay, now it is still creating problem for us. Let me comment this one. Okay, now you can see that it surely has this padding, but can you spot something? See, first of all, let me show you. h1 is a block level element. I just have described the height. I can comment this one as well. Okay, let's do it. So background color of orange, just background color of orange. Okay, width and height they do not respect, because they are not respected because this is an inline element. Okay, so there is no point of being it here. Even though I'm going to keep it, it is not going to come into play. Okay, but padding of 100 pixel is surely applied, and margin of 40 pixel is surely applied. But even though if I say margin dash top of 40 pixel, there will be no impact at all. Why? Because margin is not applied from top and bottom. They are only respected from left and right. Okay, so even though if you use this margin shorten property, which means margin of top, bottom, left, right of 40 pixel, you see that margin of left is applied and right is applied. Let me show you here. Can you see this part here? This is the margin. This is the margin that has been applied to this element, this anchor tag. So let me expand this one, this anchor tag. So this part here, can you spot the orange part? So right, focus right here and here. So this is the margin, but we have also applied margin from top, but there is no margin from top. So always remember that inline elements, they do respect margins and paddings, but with some certain rules. The rule is written here. I'm going to also write this rule that margin is only applied from left and right, not from top and bottom. Now I do not want this. Actually I want this anchor tag to also respect the width and height that I have described to it. Even though if it is an inline element, I want it to have a width and height, because again I can have designs where I have to set particular width and height to an inline element, but we know that we cannot do that. So how can we actually fix this? Well, here I'm going to bring you to the third value of the property, that is called as inline block. So instead of calling it block like this, you can call it inline dash block. So now this inline element will also behave like an inline element, but it will have all the functionality that a block level element can have. So you can apply width and height to a block level element. So you will be able to apply width and height to this inline element as well, because now it is not inline, neither it is a block, but it is an inline block element. Okay, so if you save this, now you can see that this inline element has all of these margins from 40 pixel, margins of 40 pixel from top, and paddings of 100 pixel applied to it. A more simplified example of this will be something like this. Let me comment this out. I will create 3 generic divs here. Div, I'll say 1, 2, 3. I'll give these divs, come on over here. Okay, div width of 200 px, height of 200 px, a background color of orange. Save it, and wow, let me give it a border as well. I'll say border from all side. I'll give it 5px solid black. Save this. There you see, we have 3 generic div. Now divs are block level element, right? Now I can simply say display to be inline so that I can inline all of them. But whoa, what happened? When I said inline, you see all of them are now sharing the space that is available on this viewport. But since inline elements cannot have this width and height, that's why they are only taking up space as much as their content. So if I increase the content, I can say 2,000 million, something like this. Now you see that our element size did grow up. But what if I really want to have this div respecting this width and height? I can make it inline block. I can simply say inline block. There you go. And now, even though div is a block level element, now you can make it an inline element, and you can also make it respect width and height. So this is display property. Now I also want to show you one more thing. This is very simple. I hope you understood the difference between inline element and block level element. Now we have one more property, that is display none. For example, if you want to hide something, you can simply say display none, and when you will save it, there you go, it is just magically disappeared from the web page. Of course, somewhere over here you can see that content is still there, okay, but it is just magically disappeared only from this view page, this viewport, okay. So display none will simply hide this entire element. So let's now summarize whatever we have understood here. So inline no margin, actually no width, okay, no width, no height. Similarly, we have block, so respects width and height. If you want to use inline dash block, this simply means that an inline element that also respects width and height. And after this, if you have this none simply hides the element from the web page. It is there in markup though, okay. So again, this is a simple note for you with love from, yeah, why not, code block dev. Do subscribe, okay. So one more reason to ask for subscription. So yeah, this is block and inline, okay. So next step, we have to understand about CSS units. This is also very important for you to understand, so I'm going to check mark this one. There you go, we understood one more concept. Now we are done, okay. So yeah, next step, we are going to understand about CSS units. So yeah, I'm going to create one more folder about CSS units. So see you there. The next concept that we are going to learn about is CSS units. It is not one of the most glamorous topics in CSS world, but it is one of the most important topics to understand while learning CSS. And I'm saying this with my experience. So far, we have only used pixels to set values. But what if I tell you using pixels nowadays to provide values to elements are bad choice? We have more than pixels. When looking for ways to specifying lengths in CSS, we are quite spoiled for choices. All units for specifying lengths in CSS fall under 2 categories: absolute units and relative units. Absolute units, as the name suggests, are absolute. They are fixed and they don't react relative to anything. This means no matter what happens, they will be the same size always. Absolute lengths include centimeter, millimeter, inches, pixels, points, and picas. And honestly, I don't even remember when was the last time I used centimeter, millimeter, inches, points, and picas to provide values to elements. I've always used pixels, and 90% chances I can confirmly say that if you have little experience working with CSS, you also probably wouldn't have used any units other than pixel. So yeah, so just care about pixels, and remaining these units you can just ignore them. I don't think that anybody uses these units to provide lengths to elements. So yeah, on the other hand, we have relative units. Relative units specify a length relative to another unit. For example, they respond based on other specified units or elements. Most used relative units are percentage, view height, which sets the height of the viewport, view width, which sets the width of the viewport, and then m and rem. So Let's talk about all of these one by one. So the first one is percentage. We have already talked about pixels. So pixels are fixed units. 100 pixels will always remain 100 pixels even if you increase the width of its parent. Now what do I mean by this? Just in a moment, I'm going to explain you the drawbacks of using pixels while we are going to understand percentage being a relative unit. So yeah, this time I have a very simple markup. I have a very simple div that has a class of parent that contains one paragraph, and one more div that has a class of child that contains one more paragraph that says I am a child. So again, a very simple folder for CSS units. As for the stylings, I don't have much stylings, just the background color has been changed from white to this teal, somewhat teal color, whatever. Now let's quickly give these parents and childs few stylings so that yeah, we can visualize the difference. So you can say BGC. So BGC is the shortcut for using background property. Previously I used to write background color manually, but I recently figured out that I can use this sort command for creating this background property. Hit enter or tab to auto complete it, and then I'm going to give this parent a background color of orange, and there you go. And the same will be for this child as well, but of course the value will be different. So yeah, purple. Okay, good. Now I will quickly give this parent a width of let's say 600 pixel by default. Since divs are block level element, it is taking up the entire width. Okay, so if I increase, you see it is going all the way from left to right. Okay, it is going across. Now if I say 600 pixel, since pixels are absolute unit, they are always going to remain 600 pixel. So if I increase or decrease the width of the browser, it does not impact. But yeah, surely if I decrease more than what it has, you see we are going to have this what do you call it, whatever you call it. But now if I decrease it even further, then the width will also decrease. Let's see, let's check it. If I say no, the div again has a value of 600 pixels, so doesn't matter if you increase or decrease, it is always going to remain 600 pixel because these are absolute units. Similarly, I'm going to provide this height as well. It's a height of yeah, 300 pixel. Let's see. Okay, so height of 300 pixel, but looks like there is a problem, spelling mistake. 300 pixel. Okay, and same I will do for child as well. So I will give it a width of let's say 200 pixel. Okay, 200 pixel, and height of 100 pixel. Great. And now I'll quickly comment paragraphs. Okay, because now we can clearly visualize what is a parent and what is a child. So the orange part is the parent and the purple part is the child. So parent has a width of 600 pixel, height of 300 pixel. Now when I will comment the child's width and height, if I save this, it is gone. Okay, but if I give it a height of 100 pixel, for sure you see that width is automatically adjusted. I have commented the width, but the width is going all the way from left to right. Why? Because right now it is inheriting the property of its parent. Now what if I say that hey child, your width is always going to remain 200 pixel. Now if I increased, focus, please focus, see the width is 600 pixel, right? If I increase the width to be let's say yeah, why not 1200 pixel, you will see that this width will always remain 200 pixel. You see that the parent's width increased to 1200 pixel, but this width is still 200 pixel. Why? Because we have used pixels, and pixels are absolute units. They do not change based on their parents. If you have declared something using pixels, that is always going to remain 200 pixel. If you say 800 pixel, it is always going to remain 800 pixel. Even if you decrease the width, if you say that hey the parent has a width of 600 pixel but child has a width of 800 pixel, this will overflow. You see the child's width is overflowing the parent's width, but this is absolute. Once you say 600 pixel, it is always going to remain 600 pixel. Okay, no matter what. So here comes percentage. So percentage are a relative unit. Now this time I'm just going to say that child's width is going to be 50%. So this 50% means 50% of the parent. So if parent has a 600 pixel of value, then 50% means that child will have a width of 300 pixel. If I save this, now you see that parent is 600 pixel wide, and the child is 300 pixel wide. 300 pixel wide. Okay, so this is relative unit. If you increase this to, let's say, 10, now you see that it is covering 10%. If you say 20, the width is 20% of this parent. If you increase the parent, let's say why not 20%? If you increase the width of parent to, let's say, 1200 pixel, now the width of child will also increase to 120 pixel. So no, it's 240 pixel actually. Okay, so little bit fumble while calculating, but anyway, so this is 1200 width for this parent. But when we used percentage value, then this percentage value is equivalent to what the original value for parent is. So if the parent has width of 200 pixel, 1200 pixel, and when we say child has a width of 20%, then this 20% is going to be calculated with this 1200 pixel. And same can be done for height as well. So if height is 300 pixel, and if you say now your height is going to be 10%, then this 10% will be evaluated with this value, so it will be around 30 pixel. So if you calculate, you say 240 is the width and 30 is the height. If you say 100%, then it is going to take all the way from top to bottom. So this is relative unit. Percentage is a relative unit. Okay, now what if I say that width is going to be 100%? Now there will be a magic. When you say width to be 100%, then this 100% simply means that whatever is the viewport. So whatever is the viewport having, that is 100% for this parent. So when you say width to be 100%, height to be pixel, of course I haven't changed height as well, but if you say that, hey parent, your width is 100%, then this 100% will be 100% of the available viewport. Okay, and now if you say width to be 20% of child, it is going to be 20%. But if you say 100%, then it is also going to be 100% of the viewport based on the width of parent. Okay, so this is percentage. I hope the percentage value is really clear. Next up we have M, and I think I have written a comment here as well. So percentage is relative to its parent. An M unit determines how large something is relative to its parent's container's font size. For instance, by default, most of the HTML tags start with a font size of 16 pixel. Using an M unit, we can say that 1M is equals to parent div's default of 16 pixel. So here I have a very simple div with a class of header that contains one h1 and one paragraph. Now I have commented all of the previous code. Now by default, these paragraphs and h1 has a default font size of 16 pixel. Of course, you can say that, okay, so if both of them have a default font size of 16 pixel, then why do both of them appears different? See, h1 has its own default styling, okay? But by default, this paragraph, this h1, all of them has a default styling of 16 pixel applied to it. Now, how to actually confirm this? So if you say paragraphs font size to be 1M, then this 1M will be equivalent to 16 pixel. So if you select the paragraph, if you come to computed section, you see it says font size is 16 pixel. If you do the same thing right here for the h1 as well, we have one h1. If you save this, did you see that? Now the h1 also has a font size of 16 pixel. So always remember, by default, most of the text that you see on the web page, by default it has a font size of 16 pixel applied to it. But if it is an h1, h2, then the default stylings, default behaviors of h1 or h2 will be shown to you. But by default, all of them starts with 16 pixel. So always remember that M is relative to whatever font that you have set to parent. For example, you know that 1M is equivalent to 16 pixel, but if you change the font size of this header, if you say that the header's font size should be, let's say by default 20 pixel, okay, so this 20 pixel, this 1M actually will be equivalent to the 20 pixel. Now this 1M will not be equivalent to 16 pixel because you have changed the parent's default font size to be 20 pixel, and I just said that M unit determines how large something is relative to its parent's container's font size. So right here, see this parent's container's font size. So h1's and paragraph's parent is this header, When you say that, hey header, your font size is 20 pixel, and then you say paragraph font size is 1em, then this 1em is going to be this 20 pixel. Now if you come to this computed section, now you see it says font size to be 20 pixel. If you increase the font size right here, let's say 60 pixel, it's huge, okay? Now 1em will be 60 pixel, and now the paragraph will be paragraph will grow as per this font size. Wow, it's huge, okay? So now the paragraph has a font size of 16 pixel. Now why did h1 also grow? We didn't set any stylings to h1, but h1 also grow. The reason why h1 also grow is that stylings are inherited. So when you say h1, when you actually declare h1 h2 paragraphs inside a container, and if you set that container font size of 60 pixel, then those stylings will be inherited for that as well, okay? So this is inheritance. Now I really do not want this big text, so I will go back to 20. There you go, okay? So m units are used if you want your text to always be relative to a parent tag. If you have multiple elements inside of a div or somewhere smaller than others, and yet you want to maintain the ratio of their font sizes, then it makes sense to use a set pixel size on parent and then use rem unit for sizing the children. So if I zoom here, you'll notice that we are maintaining the ratio between the texts. However, it is very rare that I will use m unit because parent div can have different sizes and it will throw off the consistency within the texts. For example, this is one section header, and I have said that, hey, the header's font size is going to be 20 pixel and the paragraph will be relative to this font size. Now what if I have another section and the sections are going to be designed differently, and this can be very much a possibility. So I have a section testimonial, it also has one h1 and paragraph. By default these stylings are applied. Now if I change this section testimonial to have a default font size of 30 pixel, now you'll notice that the text's ratio is being broken. So by default we have said, hey header, your font size is 20 pixel, paragraph should have 1em. So this 1em for this header, so the paragraph will have 1em. So the paragraph that is inside this header will have 1em to be 20 pixel, equivalent to 20 pixel. But the paragraph that is inside this section dash testimonial, this paragraph will have a font size of 30 pixel. So this is drawback of using m. This is the drawback of using m. It will break the consistency within the text if you are not sure that how your sections are going to be styled. As a result, in my opinion, it is better to use what is called as a rem unit. So rem is always going to be equivalent to the HTML's font size. So for example, if you want to remain consistent within your texts, just comment all of this, okay, and then declare the HTML to have a font size of let's say by default I want 16 pixel, okay? I can change it 16 pixel. Now by default you see that since we have commented all of this, it got a font size of default 16 pixel. Now when I say paragraph will have a font dash size of 1 rem, now this 1 rem will be equivalent to the HTML's font size. Now if I save this, now nothing happens, but when I say 2 rem, all of the paragraphs font size will be equivalent to 32 pixel. If I save this, did you see that the paragraph's font increased to 32 pixel? I can show you, I can prove that. So 2 rem is 32 pixel. If I quickly show you 1 rem, it will be equivalent to 16 pixel. 1 rem is equivalent to 16 pixel. If you increase the font size right here, let's say that 30 pixel, by default the HTML will have a font size of 30 pixel, then each element will be computed with this font size. If I save this, there you go, did you see, it's huge, okay? So it is a very common thing to do that we set the HTML to have a common font size of 10 pixel, and after that we can say if 1 rem is 10 pixel, then if I want the paragraph to have a 16 pixel, I can simply say 1.6 rem, and there will be consistency, it will not break anything, okay? So you see that both of the paragraph, the headers paragraph, the section testimonials paragraph, both of them are having same 16 pixel. So let me show you. If I see this paragraph is also having 16 pixel 1.6 RAM, okay, and this paragraph that is inside this section testimonial, this also has a font size of 16 pixel 1.6 RAM. If I zoom out, doesn't matter, the ratio is maintained. And it is very common to set HTML to set the HTML font size of 10 pixel, and then from here you can actually do that. You can actually manipulate the styling. So for example, if you want the H1 to have a default styles, now let's say that you want the H1 to have 32 pixel. Instead of saying 32 pixel, of course it will be applied, you can simply say 3.2 RAM, okay. So now the consistency will be maintained, there will be no difference, but when you zoom you see that the consistency is maintained. But if you say 32 pixel, then this is an absolute value. When you say 32 pixel, this is absolute value, of course. Now if any of this is at all confusing you, then you need not worry, because when we are going to develop our big portfolio website, then we are going to do some setups. There you are going to understand about RAM and M a little bit more in depth. There you will actually realize the power of using RAM instead of using something absolute as pixel, okay. And so by using RAM, how do we actually develop website that are really maintainable, okay. So yeah, no need to worry if things are not making much sense to you. Now the next step is viewport width and viewport height. So this is almost similar to percentage, but the only difference is that viewport units are calculated as a percentage of the browser's current viewport size, whereas percentage units are calculated as a percentage of the parent's element. So for example, here I have wrapped this header inside this container. So if I say that hey, let's say dot container has a width, let's say width of 600 pixel, then if you say that header will have a width of 50%, then that is going to, of course, we'll have to apply some background color. I'll say background color to be red so that it will be visible. You see that our header has a 50% width of this container. If I increase the width of the container to 900, then width of header is also going to increase, okay. There you go. But when you say 50 viewport width, then this viewport width is going to be calculated as per the width that we have right here. So viewport, if you expand this, then it will be expanded. If you shrink this, then it will shrunk. So this is viewport width. Similar to this is viewport height. So of course we'll have to change the property name, viewport height, VH, okay. So again, I'm saying it again, the only difference is that viewport units, they are calculated based as the percentage of the browser's current viewport size, whereas the percentage unit itself are calculated as a percentage of the parent's elements, okay. So this is viewport width and viewport height. So we have understand almost everything that is important for us to understand about CSS units. So next up we have in the list CSS transitions and transforms, but no, we are going to start from Flexbox and grid, because I decided, I thought actually when we are going to anyway develop a practice project to understand most of the steps that we are learning right now, then it does not make sense to learn about CSS transitions and transform property in isolation. So there I am going to teach you about how do we actually create a very simple animation in CSS, okay. So next up Flexbox, and after that grid, and after that a practice project, and after that our big portfolio project. So see you there. Yeah, do make sure to subscribe if you like these videos. Understanding how the positioning of an element works. Positioning is all about where an element is going to be positioned on the web page, be it by default or as per our design. I have seen many beginners struggling to understand positioning, and this is completely normal because they are not taught the correct way. I have seen many tutorials on YouTube related to the positioning, where the instructor simply applies the different values of position property and then explains the result. They are not wrong though, but I guess instead of directly learning positioning by writing a few lines of code, we must first understand what is the logic behind positioning, how it works, and the core concepts that revolve around it. So why positioning and what problem does it solve? Well, it's very simple to understand. Let's say that we have to fix the position of some elements on the web page. For example, a nav bar. We want to fix it on the top of the web page, and when the web page scrolls down, I want that nav bar to be fixed. It must not move with the web page. It should stay at the top always for easy navigation. We can use the positioning for that. Now I will show you this example practically in a moment, but first let's quickly clarify a few more points. Next I say I have a few divs with width and height of 100 pixel by 100 pixel. Now I want to position the first div, so the orange div, in the right side bottom of the web page. We can do that. Now the div is going all the way down and treating HTML as its parent and fixing it with respect to the HTML. But I want this div to stay inside the body and not the HTML. You can ask me, but why do you want to do that? The reason is pretty simple. It is based on our design and we want our box to be inside the body. To achieve all of this, we need to understand the concept of positioning. One more example can be having a small box. Consider it an element. It could be anything, an image, anchor tag, heading, etc. inside a big box, and then controlling the movement of that small box inside that big box only. It must not overflow the big box, and then when we scroll the web page, then the small box should move along with the big box. Now when I say control the movement of elements, then it means that now by using top, bottom, left and right properties, we can control the movement of the element. I hope this simple animation is clear to you. So let's now quickly discuss the terminology of the positioning. We use the position property to control the positioning of the element. This property has 5 values. Static, which simply means the default appearance of every element on the web page. Relative elements moves relative to its original positioning. Absolute simply gets rid of the DOM and then we can control the movement like it is flying in the air. And then we have sticky that moves itself based on the user's scroll position. Fixed simply fixed itself at a certain location. And then G-index simply means stacking of element. So in the last we have G-index, which simply means if you have the element appearing in the same place, then which one should be visible, means which one should be above, so we can control that using the G-index. Let's say we have orange div appearing static and on the same place we have blue div having G-index of 1. So the blue div will appear over the orange. Now to make orange appear over blue, we will have to increase the value of orange div's G-index to even higher than the blue. And then if you want the blue to win again, then increase its G-index to even higher than the current G-index of the orange div. So the element having higher G-index will always appear on the top. Now all of this will become crystal clear with the code. So let's start the real fun. Okay, then let's now talk about positioning. So this time on index.html file, I have 3 divs. All of these 3 divs has div class and then box 1, box 2 and box 3 individual classes. As for the stylings, let me show you what do I have. Also I have a nav bar here which we are going to use in a moment, but for now I have commented it. Okay, so yeah, create these 3 divs on your own. And for the stylings, we don't have much. Again, I have made the browser reset, and then on HTML itself I have provided the border of 20 pixel, and then body has background color of this black, somewhat black, and then body also has a border of 20 pixel, and I have decreased the opacity so that it will be a little easier on my eyes. Okay, and then the div, so all of these divs, so all of these 3 divs has similar styles applied on it. So width of 150 pixel, height is same, then I have also included a border of 5 pixel, and then I have given all of these 3 divs a margin of 5 pixel. Font size I have increased from default to 30 pixels so that this box 1, box 2, box 3 will be clearly visible. And then I've used flex so that I can put the text in center of the box. So justify content center, align item center. Okay, again we are going to understand about Flexbox in a moment, not in a moment but after this video. Okay, but yeah, if you want to do it, you can do it. And then these box 1, box 2 and box 3 all of have individual stylings applied. So that is background color of blue violet for box 1, orange for box 2 and purple for box 3. So if you do this setup, you will end up having something like this. Okay, now this is not yet. Similar to this, I also have this presentation. So this is the keynote presentation that I have developed, and you don't have to develop. The reason why I developed is to show you what goes behind the scenes when we apply an element a position of certain value. For example, if I apply position of absolute to any element, what happens to that element, I'm going to show you using this presentation. So I'll be able to move this manually, and you will be able to understand how the element actually behaves when a position of certain property is a position of certain value. Okay, position of certain value is applied to them. Let's now understand positioning in depth. So positioning has these 5 major values, starting all the way from static. So static is the default appearance of any element on the web page. So whatever element that you are seeing right now, all of them are positioned static according to the rules of how the web browser parses an element. For example, I have this navbar on this index.html file. If I quickly uncomment this, if I save this, you will see that our navbar is showing up here. However, this is not styled, but again, we are not going to care about stylings and detailings. You see that this is positioned static. So browser has some rules to parse this. Those rules can be anything, like where this navbar is. Well, this navbar is before the box 1. So it says, okay, so before the box 1 this navbar is, so I'm going to place this navbar before the box 1. What is the behavior of anchor tag? Well, this is inline, so browser parsed this anchor tag in an inline way. Okay, so this is the default behavior of any element that is appearing on the web page, and it is considered static. For example, if you create a paragraph after the ending div, I can say lorem of 5 words. If I save this, however, you cannot see the text because the background is black, as well as the color of paragraph is also black. But now when I highlighted this, you see that our paragraph is created after box 3. So this is the default appearance of any element. Okay, so when you apply position of static, let me comment this navbar as well. We are going to use this little bit later. Okay, so if you apply any element a position of static, then nothing will change. If you say position of a static, you will see no changes. Okay, nothing changed, everything is as same as it was earlier. So we understood position static. Static is the default appearance of the element. Now what is relative? Well, before talking about relative, I want to show you something. Let's say that I want to have this box a margin of 100 pixel from top. How can I achieve that? Well, I can say margin dash top, right? We can. So I can say 100 pixel. If I save this, we have a margin of 100 pixel from top. I can show you. Right click, inspect, and then I can select this and I can go to computed, and now you can see that our box 1 has a margin of 100 pixel. Now can you notice something is off here? Well, that something is when we said our box 1 is going to have a margin of 100 pixel from top, it also moved box 2 and box 3 down. Now I do not want this. When I say that I want this box 1 to have a certain number of margin, that does not mean that I want this box 1 to push box 2 and box 3 down. No, this is not correct. Our design may not suggest us to do so. But again, this is the default behavior of margin. When you apply margin on any element, then the further element is going to be pushed. Okay. Now, how can I fix this? Let's say that I want this box to surely have a so-called margin of 100 pixel from top, but I do not want box 2 and box 3 to move. I want box 2 and box 3 to always stay at its original position. Well, for that, you can use these position property: relative, absolute, sticky, and fixed. And one of them is relative. So when you say position of relative, then relative simply means that now you can control the movement of this box on which you have applied the position of relative. You can control the movement of this box without disturbing another elements and then this element is going to be moved relative to its original position. So now you can control the movement of this box one. So I can say now you don't have to use margin top. Okay, so whenever you are using position property, you no longer qualified to use this margin top, margin left, margin right, margin bottom, but now you will have to use top, left, right and bottom property to move, to control the movement. So you can say top of again 100 pixel, right? So I can say 100 pixel. Now you will see that our box surely will have a 100 pixel so-called margin from top, but box 2 and box 3 is not disturbed. Isn't this amazing? It is, right? Now one thing I want to clarify here is that this top of 100 pixel does not mean margin top of 100 pixel. Margin is different, this top of 100 pixel is different. So I have seen many beginners making this mistake. They actually confuses themselves by saying that this top of 100 pixel is also similar to this margin top of 100 pixel. No, it isn't. It isn't. Margin top will be computed in the box model, but this top of 100 pixel will not be computed in the box model. You can see the representation here. If you expand your body and then if you check out the box one, if you click this box one, you'll see the computed part here. So you see this is 150 by 150, that is width and height. We have no padding, we have a border of 5 pixel and then margin of 5 pixel. So this is the margin on div. So this is the margin on div, and then this is the margin and then border. Okay, but now can you see we do not have any margin of 100 pixel from top. But whoa, what is this? Well, this is position 100, but this is position of 100 pixel applied on this box. So this is not computed in the final box model. So you know that box model is the representation of how an element is created. Okay, and positioning is not added into the overall creation of an element, because position is simply the value that you have applied to that element so that it can position itself at a certain location. What is that location? That location is 100 pixel away from top. So relative simply means relative to your original position, which is this one. Move yourself using top, left and bottom property. So now you can also use left. You can say left of I can say 200 pixel, and now relative to its original position the box one started moving. So this is its relative position, original. Now I can control the movement. So when you say 100 pixel, it moved 100 pixel from top. When you say left of 200 pixel, it went 200 pixel from the top. You can again say, let's say bottom of 100 pixel, it will move up. Okay, so I can say that. For that we'll have to comment top, because top does not make sense. If you save this, our box is somewhere here. So I can say, what if I say bottom of, let's say 200 pixel, let's see what happens. Yeah, it went above. Okay, so when you say, let me decrease this so you can actually see that it is moving upwards. Did you see? Box one went right up. Okay, so but when you say top, left, bottom, right, it simply means that the element will be pushed away from that side. So left of 200 simply means 200 pixel away from left side, 200 pixel away from right side. Okay, I can comment that, and I can actually provide a negative value as well. So I can say, let's say first of all save to make it relative. Now let's say that I want box one to go right here, negative. I can give it a negative value. So I can say, let's say left of minus 100 pixel, and it will be somewhere here. Okay, so it is going right here, so it is away a pixel away from left, which means it is going inside. Okay, so this is minus 100 pixels. Similarly you can say top, left, bottom, right of 0 as well. So what if I say top 0, and this is important for me to show. If I show you 0, then it is at its original position, because this is its relative position, that is top 0. Similarly left 0, right 0, bottom 0 will also be same. Okay, so this is relative to your original position without disturbing other elements. Start moving. And then after this we have absolute. So I can comment this out, and now I can say position of absolute. Now absolute is pretty interesting. Absolute simply, I can say, deletes box one or the element on which you have provided the value of absolute from the document flow. So if I save this, you see box one is still there, but box 2 is gone. Now box 2 is not gone. What is happening? Let me show you. When you say box 1 to absolute, it means it simply is flying. It is no longer the active member of the document flow. Now it created this space, it is no longer the active member of document flow, which means this space is vacant. So when this space is vacant, then this box 2 is going to take this space, and then box 3 is going to take box 2's space, and then since this box is positioned here, then that's why you are seeing this output. So box 1 is here, box 2 is behind this box 1, box 2 is not gone. I can show you that. If I now apply, again I can control the movement of this box using left, top, right and bottom. So if I say 200 pixel, you will be able to see box 2. Did you see that? So box 2 was underneath box 1, and now you understand why. Because this box 1 is now flying, which created this space which is then fulfilled by box 2, and then box 2's space was empty, so box 3 took box 2's space. And now you can control the movement of box 1, box 2, box 1 actually again using top, left, bottom, right. So this time if you say, let's say top of 0, it means 0 pixel away from top. So if you save this, can you see this? Box 1 is aligning itself with the HTML, with the parent, and of course we have 5 pixel margin, that's why you are saying little distance there. If I comment this out, now you see that box 1 is aligning itself to the HTML. So it simply means that when you provide a value of absolute to any element, then that element will treat HTML as its parent, and then it will move according to that parent. So if you say, let's say if you say left of 0, then it will align itself right here, right in the left. So it is coming somewhere here. So top of 0, left of 0. So in English it simply means that, hey box 1, you are positioned absolute, which means no control on yourself. Align yourself 0 pixel away from top, 0 pixel away from left. So position absolute will ask, okay, so which is my parent? So by default, if you apply position absolute to any element, always remember, make sure to write down this in your notebook, okay? So when you apply position absolute to any element, it simply starts treating HTML as its parent and align itself according to it, okay? So this blue part is the HTML. So when you say top of 0, which means 0 pixel away from HTML, left of 0, which means 0 pixel away from the HTML. So that's why it is aligning itself right here. Similarly, if you can say bottom 0, right 0, it means it will be somewhere here. So when you say bottom 0, it will be right here. So this is treating HTML, which is the viewport, as the parent, okay? And then if you say right of 0, there you go, it will be somewhere over here, okay? So HTML and its current viewport. So don't get confused. If I increase the height on this body, if I give this body a height of 2000 pixel so that I can make it a scroll, can you see this? The box 1 is sticking itself right there, which means that it is treating the current available viewport. So if I decrease this down, little down, let me decrease this little down, you will see our box 1 is also decreasing. So it is treating the current HTML, which is the viewport. So current viewport, and then it is sticking itself relative to it, okay? And now when you move up, it is moving upwards as well. Now you can see that this box 1 is treating HTML as its parent and then moving relative to it. Now what if I want this box 1 to treat its original parent as its parent and then move inside that container? Well, for that you will have to manually tell this box 1 who is its parent, which is body, okay? So let me quickly get rid of this height, additional height that I created. Now I want this box 1 to move within this body, not within this HTML, because body is its original container. So let me show you. You see that this box 1 is within this body parent, not this HTML. Of course HTML is the parent, but this is not the direct parent, this is the grandparent, which also contains this head and then this body. But this box 1's original parent is body, and I want this box 1 to move within this body, so this red box, not this purple box. Well, for that we will have to tell that, hey box 1, your parent is body. Now how can I do that? Well, for that you will have to apply this body a position of other than a static to it. So you can apply relative, absolute, sticky, fixed, but not static. Static simply means the default behavior. So right now saying position static is simply as doing nothing. Okay, so that's why you cannot apply position of static to it. Now what do you think will be the correct position property applied to the body, so that without disturbing the normal document flow we will be able to move this box one within this red container? You can say position of relative. Why relative? Because by default relative does not do anything. When you say relative, it means relative to your original position, which means if you say body position relative, then nothing will happen. It simply means relative, which is this one, but a position is applied to relative, a position is applied to this body. So now this box one will actually find out the rules and regulations and will be able to figure out that okay, so now body has a position of other than static applied to it, so it means that I'm going to treat this body as my parent. If I save this, now you see that box one is treating body as its parent. Now you can control the movement of the element, but now it will be contained within this container. So if you say, let's say if I say top of 0, and you see now the box is treating HTML as its parent. If you say let's say left of 0, left and right does not go one on one, so yeah, it works, but left and right together does not make sense. Okay, so again I can say bottom. Now you see that our box is contained within this container. So this is absolute positioning. Always remember the rule that if you are using absolute positioning, then you will have to mention that hey element, your original parent is not HTML, but your original parent is a certain container. In our case it is body, but in your case it can be anything, and we are going to see the use cases of this when we will develop John Wick portfolio website. Okay, so practice whatever I have taught you, do some manipulations with the values on your own, and see if you are able to understand how the positioning works, and give it some time and it will all make sense. Next up we have to talk about sticky. So sticky is pretty simple to understand. An element with position sticky is positioned based on the user's scroll position. For example, I want to draw your attention on this portfolio website that we are going to develop. Now you can see that we have a nav bar at the very top. When I scroll, can you see that nav bar is fixed? Okay, so sticky element toggles between relative and fixed, and depending on the scroll position, so scroll position, this is the scroll position, depending on this scroll position it is position relative until a given offset position is met in the viewport, then it sticks in the place like position fixed. Now let me explain you all of this by writing few lines of code, and then it will make sense. So let's comment this and comment this as well. And in our index.html we have this nav bar. Okay, so I'm just quickly going to uncomment it. Now you can see somewhere here, yeah, okay, so we have this nav bar. Now let's select this nav bar and provide it a position of sticky. Now by default if you provide it a position of sticky, nothing will change. Okay, nothing will change, and of course since sticky position works with a scroll behavior, then we need to increase the height as well. So let's quickly get this height. Okay, and if I scroll, nothing happens. Okay, because we certainly have said that hey nav, your position is sticky, but we haven't defined the scroll position. Okay, so let me define the scroll position for this nav bar, but first of all let me define few stylings for all the anchor tags. So I have said all the anchor tags that is inside nav bar, so I have increased the font size and changed the color. So if I save, okay, now I can define the scroll position. So here I can say, let's say top of 10 pixel. So this in English translates as hey navbar, your position is sticky when you are 10 pixel away from top. So move, but when you have a distance of only 10 pixel, then fix your position. So if I save this, now if I move the web page, you see now when our navbar finds that okay, so it has only 10 pixel of distance from top, it fixed itself. Okay, I can increase this to 15, and now when we will have 15 pixel of distance, now our navbar is fixed, and I can actually change this to -15 as well. So now our navbar will simply push inside the top. So if I save it, you will see our navbar will half be covered inside the top, and then it is fixing itself right there. So this is position sticky. And then after that we have this fixed. So fixed is also pretty easy to understand. Let me show you an example. So if I navigate little down, can you see this button here that I click, it takes me to the top of the web page. Let me click it again. Did you see it? It took me to the top of the web page, and if I navigate little down again, we'll be able to see it. So this is a anchor tag that is fixed on the right side of the bottom of the web page. So let's try to do something similar to this. Fixed simply means fixed. So here I have created a div. I have given this div a class of fixed, and then I selected that fixed class, gave it a width of 60 pixel, height of 60 pixel, and background color of orange, and it is appearing like this. Now I can provide this a position of fixed. Save this. Now it is gone. Now you can control the movement just the way you controlled the movement of an absolute element. Okay, but this element is always going to be fixed at a certain position. So here I can say that, hey div, I want you to be away 2 rem from right and 2 rem from bottom, so somewhere around here. Okay, so if I save this, you see our box is here, and when we scroll our web page, our box is always going to remain there no matter what, similar to something like this that we have here. We have made that fixed as well. Okay, so this is the very simple understanding of positioning. Now let's quickly talk about this G index, and this is also very easy to understand. Come on, let's go to positioning.css, and let me override few elements, and then we are going to talk about. So first of all, let's select the box one itself. Let's give it a position of absolute and save it, and box 1 is here. Okay, now box 1 is here because it is taken out of the document flow, but box 2 is behind box 1. Now if you want to keep that box 2 above box 1, you can change the G index of box 2. So you can come to box 2, and here you can say G dash index, and since there is no G index applied on this box 1, you can always increase the G index here by 1. So you can say G index of 1, but when I will save it, nothing will happen. If I save this, see, nothing happens. Why? Because the rule is, if you are using G index property on any element, then there must be some sorts of positioning other than static applied to it. So again, the better positioning is you can apply a position of relative, because position of relative by default does not do anything. So if you apply position of relative and G index of 1, which is higher G index than this box 1, so box 2 will appear above box 1. Did you see that? Similarly, if you now increase the G index of box 1 to 2, now box 1 will appear over box 2. Did you see that? Now if you increase the G index of box 2 to 3, now box 2 will appear above box 1, and similarly if you increase the G index of 4 of box 1, now box 1 will appear over box 2. So the rule is very simple. If you want an element to appear over some element, then increase the G index of the element that you want to appear over an element. Okay, so the higher the G index, the above it will appear, but there must be some sorts of positioning other than static applied to it. So the better positioning that you should apply when using G index is position relative, because by default position relative does not do anything. Okay, to move this box, you are going to control the movement using top, left, bottom, right. Okay, but by default if you apply position relative, it does not gets rid of the document tree. It is still the part of document tree. Okay, so always use position of relative and then use G index. But if you have position of absolute applied on this box 1, then there must be some reason why you have applied position absolute, because you want to make this body relative, so you don't have to think much about G index issues. Okay, so here you can easily include G index of any number. So this is an overall understanding of positioning. Now again, if you are a beginner, this may sound little over intimidated, so I will suggest you to watch this lecture 2 or 3 times and do some manual coding on your own. Try to change the position, try to change the values, read these rules and try to understand. Okay, like will move inside its parent, so go and figure out who is the parent. Only if the parent has a position of other than static applied to it. What does it mean? And once you will be able to understand the complete fundamentals of these statements, you are going to master positioning. Okay, again, I do not use this word mastering very often because I don't believe in something like that. But again, if you want to become really good at CSS, then there are something that you need to understand to the core, and positioning is one of them. I hope you understood this. Next up, Flexbox, and after that we are going to talk about grid. So see you there. I hope you all are excited to learn Flexbox. Now, before I explain you what Flexbox actually is and how it exactly works with the presentation that I have created, we are going to play with it. We will be learning about some of the Flexbox terminology and will use it to learn some of the very basics of the possible use of Flexbox. Now again, I am not going to give you any starter file. The reason is very simple. I want to maximize your practice. So I will show you the starter code and you will write all of the code on your own, because I know if I give you a starter file, then most of you will start to do the coding, but somehow you will not take time to practice writing all of these codes on your own, which is really important, and most of the tutorials do not cover this aspect of learning, so writing code on a regular basis. So this is the very simple reason why I am not giving you any starter file as of now. We are going to write all of this code on our own. Okay, so let me guide you what is happening here. So I just have a very simple folder, Flexbox, inside which I have a very simple index.html, and this time I have just combined the styles and the markup. Okay, pretty simple. We have seen it. We could have created a different styles.css file as well, but this time I decided not to do that, so that we don't have to occasionally switch between tabs to see styles as well as the markup. Okay, now again, I just have a very simple boilerplate, and then here I have the content. So everything that you see here is this content. So all I have is a very simple container which has a class of container. This could be anything, which contains 8 child element, which has its own text. HTML5 and CSS are easy with code block, subscribe, and this class as well. So it should really be not that difficult to write on your own. Okay, as for the stylings, nothing fancy. Again, all of these elements have been given a different background color. So pause the video and copy all of these colors, and yes, do make sure to provide the element 3 a background color of green with the height of 150 pixel. This is really important. I will show you why I have provided height 150 pixel to element 3, or we could have provided this height to other elements as well. It's really not that necessary to provide it to only element 3 because of some specifications. No, not at all. I just want to show you something related to Flexbox. That's why I randomly picked one element and provided a height of 150 pixel to it. Okay, nothing that fancy. As for the container itself is styled with very basic styles. The font family changed to sans serif. It has also got a background color of DDD, and which is grayish, light grayish or white. Font size is 30 pixel. It has a margin of 30 pixel from all sides, and then it has also a border of 5 pixel, and then it has also a border of 5 pixel solid black. Okay, so very simple, very minimal code to start with Flexbox. So let's now come to this container and start using Flexbox, and it's very simple. So all we have to do in order to get started is use the display property and set the value to flex to some container element. By container element, I mean any container that has some child in it. So here you just have to say display, and then you just set the display to this flex to the container element that has some child in it. Okay, so when you apply the display to flex, you will see it immediately starts to look different. What happens is all the elements are now side by side without using any floats. Now you can ask me, what is float? So before Flexbox, we used to use floats to create layouts of the web page, where we had to manually set float value to different elements and float it right or left of the web page depending on the design. It can still be done, but I'm not sure if anyone uses float to develop the layout now. We are in the era of modern development, so mostly Flexbox and grid is used. Float was a old school thing. I will just advise you to ignore it and focus on more modern tools. Now these elements are called the flex items because these elements are the children of a flex container. So two terms, note it down in your notebook, flex container and flex items. Nevertheless, we are also going to see the presentation. There I will give you a clear explanation of flex container and flex items. Now here you can see all these elements occupies spaces as per its content, and we have some space left here. By the way, this gray color is the color that is applied to the container. So this color is the background color applied to the container. So that is the same gray color here, okay? Now horizontally, so in x-axis, so from left to right, all the elements are taking spaces as per the context. So exactly the space that is necessary for its text content. So HTML5, so it is going to take this much space. If I increase, HTML5 is good. If you save it, now the space will increase, okay? So pretty simple. It will only take spaces as per its content, okay, text content. However, things are a bit different vertically, so from y-axis, from top to bottom. So if we talk about vertical space distribution, all the flex items are as tall as the tallest element present in the flex child, which in this case is this green child, which has a height of 150 pixel. So if you come here, you can see that element 3 has a height of 150 pixel. So this makes the entire container grow by 150 pixel, which means that all of other elements are also going to have a height of 150 pixel. So if you increase this 150 pixel to 250 pixel, you will see that all of these elements are also growing their height, and this is the default behavior of Flexbox, okay? Now if this is not present, if I comment this out, then the height of all of the element would simply also have the height to occupy only the space that is necessary for the content. But let's put it back because this can be helpful to demonstrate a couple of different things, okay? So in order to demonstrate how powerful Flexbox can be, let me show you one of its most useful application, which is vertical centering. So to basically center all of these items vertically, so in y-axis, and to do this, all we have to do is to say align dash items and set the value of center to it, and indeed now they are vertically aligned as it is expected. So the flex container still takes the height of the highest element, which is 250 pixel, so this one, but now all the other ones simply takes the space that they need for the text or in general for the content, and then they get vertically aligned in the center. Let's try another one. So to put them at the very start, we can say flex dash start, and to put them in the bottom, we say flex end. And by default, the value of the items are stretch, okay, which means that if I comment this code, you will see nothing changes, okay? So by default, the value of the items are stretch, but let's put it back to center because this is one of the most important things we do using Flexbox. Now just imagine how hard it would have been to do this without Flexbox. So we would have to manually select all of these elements except for the green one, and then kind of try to guess some margin at the top so that then they looked aligned in the center. But here it all happens automatically, and of course we can also center them horizontally, so in this x-axis. For that we have to use this justify dash content property, and now here I can say center, and now you will see that it is horizontally centered. And actually this property here, justify content, this is the part of the Flexbox specification which gives us a couple of other really helpful and nice options. So for example, we can also say a space dash between, and then there will be equal space in the between of all of these elements. Okay, so now you can see that all of these elements are sharing equal available space. Okay, and we have few more values like space around, and now we will have equal spaces around all of these elements. We have space evenly as well, evenly, and now spaces will be distributed evenly among all of these elements. Okay, now you can ask me which space. Well, the space that was left for us, so this space right here. So let me show you this entire space. By using these properties, we are distributing all of these spaces equally among these elements. Okay, now this is a very simple explanation of Flexbox. We are not done yet. We have plenty of things to learn in Flexbox, but this was just a video to get you started with Flexbox. Okay, now in the next one, we are going to look at the presentation. We are going to understand Flexbox. We will take a complete overview of Flexbox, and then we will learn some important implications of Flexbox. In the next video, we are going to look at the overview of the Flexbox, and then we are going to learn some more in-depth concepts of Flexbox. Let's now define what exactly Flexbox is and when and why we need it, and also talk about some important terminology around Flexbox, and finally also get a complete overview of all the properties that are part of the Flexbox specification. So a one-line definition of Flexbox is, it is a set of related CSS properties for building one-dimensional layouts. When Flexbox was developed almost half a decade ago, the main idea behind it was to allow the browsers to automatically divide the empty space inside some container element by its child elements. And by doing that, the browser takes a lot of work that previously the web developers had to do manually. So manually defining width and the height and stuff like that. With Flexbox, it all happens automatically. Now Flexbox also makes it extremely easy to align items to one another inside a parent container, and that is true both horizontally and vertically. And in fact, we already saw that a few minutes earlier, right? And with this, Flexbox solves a couple of very common problems in CSS development, such as vertical centering and also creating equal height columns. So these used to be extremely hard problems before Flexbox came into existence. But now with modern CSS, these are very simple to solve. And since I am already teaching you modern CSS from the beginning, consider yourself very lucky, because you never have to know how difficult it used to be without Flexbox. So in conclusion, Flexbox is very useful in replacing the old school floats, and by that it allows us to write fewer and cleaner HTML and CSS code, which of course is very easy to maintain, and it also helps us to write bug-free codes. Okay, so now that we know what exactly Flexbox is and what problem it helps us to solve, let's now talk a little bit about some important terminology. And actually, there aren't too many concepts behind Flexbox that you need to understand in order to start using it, but here is what you need to know. So first of all the elements on which we want to use Flexbox is called the Flex container. So just like I showed you in the last lecture where we wrote some code, and all we have to do in order to create a Flex container is to set its display property to Flex, and that's it. That's how we get started with Flexbox. So if we do this, then all the direct children of that Flex container will be called Flex items. And this is actually important to know and to keep in mind, because we will use different properties on the Flex container and on the Flex items. Now the direction in which these Flex items are laid out by default is called the main axis, which is represented with this black arrow here, and then the other perpendicular axis is simply called the cross axis. You can relate it with x-axis and y-axis, and it is important to know about these names because we can actually change the direction of the main axis, and so therefore also of the cross axis. Plus, we can align elements along the main axis and along the cross axis in different ways, and therefore, we always need to know which axis we are dealing with. So try to keep these concepts in mind so that you can fully understand how the different Flexbox related properties works, and actually that's what we are going to talk about next. So try to keep these concepts in mind so that you can fully understand how the different Flexbox related properties work, and actually that is what we are gonna talk about next. So in this slide, before we actually move to the practice part, we will quickly get a simple overview of all the CSS properties that are part of the Flexbox specifications, both for the Flex container and for the Flex items. So for the Flex container, the most important ones are these. These are gap, justify content, align items. We have seen these two, so number 2 and number 3. And then we have flex direction, flex wrap, and align content. And actually the first 4 is pretty simple, but number 5 and 6 are used for pretty advanced Flexbox techniques that we will not study in this long course because they are a bit too confusing for beginners. So this course, which is more of a beginner front-end developer course, my goal is just that you really understand the fundamentals of Flexbox and be able to use them on your own. And with these fundamentals, trust me, you can solve 99% of all the most common scenarios. Now moving on to the properties that can be applied to the Flex items are these. We will go over all of them starting all the way from align self to order. Actually number 5, the Flex property, it is a shorthand for providing value to Flex grow, Flex shrink, and Flex basis all at once, just like we saw with the border property, which is a combination of border width, border type, and border color. And again, we will go over each of them one by one. And now in last, we have order property as well, which can be used to change the ordering of the items. Okay, now enough theory, let's see all of these in practice. And yes, if you haven't subscribed so far, what are you waiting for? Do press the subscribe button and hit the bell icon as well, because I work really hard to create these presentations and then edit them and fine-tune them to create tutorials like these. It takes a lot of patience and sometimes I frustrate myself. So yeah, please consider subscribing. Now before we move any further, I want to discuss one more thing. So remember how we applied the value of Flex start and Flex end to these align items, which means that using these values we can control the appearance of these elements. If we want them to appear at the very top, we can use the Flex start, so it will align it at the very top, and similarly we can use Flex end, which will just push it to the very bottom of the container. Similarly, we can use these two values on the justify content property as well. So the similar thing will happen, but this time it will not move top to bottom, but now it will move from left to right. Okay, so here you can use Flex start. So Flex start will make all of element start from the top, so not top but start from the left, so right here. And similarly Flex end will push it to the end. Okay, so pretty simple. Now let's keep it to center and Flex start. Alright, so this one, or let's keep it to the center and make this Flex start. Good. Now let's start understanding a bit more about Flexbox, and now let's keep talking about aligning items, but now using the align cell property which applies to the Flex items. So basically using align items on the Flex container, we will make it so that all the items will have the same alignment, but sometimes we need to control the adjustment of one single element differently and want it to be aligned differently. In that case, we can use the align cell property on that element. For example, I want any one of these elements to appear little different. For example, I want this HTML5 element to appear at the very top. So we can use align cell property to control the appearance. So I can select the element, so it is element 1. So here I can select it manually. I can say dot L-1, and by using align dash self property I can control the adjustment. So here I can say let's go flex start, and now you can see that it is appearing right here, and all of the rest elements, they are in the center itself. Okay, similarly we can control others movement as well. For example, if I want this EG to be stretched across, I can select, so this one probably would be number 4, so L-4 align dash self, and let's apply the value of a stretch. Okay, so it is number 5, not 4. Okay, so now it is stretching. Okay, and by default, since the approx height is controlled here, height to 50 pixel, you can see that this EG is also stretched all the way from top to bottom. So if you increase the width, not the width but height, again I'm fumbling because I'm recording in the late night. Okay, so now you can see that the height increased. So let's quickly get back to 250. So this is pretty simple align self. Okay, and let's now also talk about the order property since we are already here. So order is pretty simple to understand. By using order, we can control the order of the appearance of these elements. So let me comment all of these. Okay, so by default, all of them are appearing in the normal order. So HTML and CSS are EG with code block subscribe. Now by using order, we can control the appearance of these elements. For example, sometimes while making, this can be used mostly while making responsive web pages. In mobile version of the web page, we want some elements to be ordered before the other. For example, I want this subscribe or this code block appear in the first. And now I do not want to change the markup here. I want to control the order by using CSS. So we can do that using the order property. Now how that works, let me show you. So let's say that my goal is to bring this code block right here in the very front. So I can simply select the element position. So this is code block, so it is element 7. So I can say, so now I can select the element number 7. And now by using the order property, I can control the order of the appearance of these elements. So my goal is to bring code block at the very front. So I can control the order of the appearance of code block. So let me tell you that by default, all of these elements have a order value of 0. So HTML5 is 0 and also has a value of 0. And similarly, all of these elements has a value of 0. Now this is not indexed, so it is not like this is 0, this is 1, 2, 3, no. All of these elements have a single digit value of 0. Okay, now how order works is that if you want to bring this code block at the very front, then what you have to do is you have to give it a negative number, which means even lower than all of these values, so that it can come at the very front. So what is the lower value than 0? Of course -1, right? So if you say -1, you will see that code block will appear even further than HTML. So this is -1, so it appears at the very start, and then this is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, so 0 is higher than -1, so -1 is appearing right here. So code block, we have already said this to have a -1 of order, so that's why it is appearing at the very front. Now similarly, if I want this HTML to be very last, I can increase the value of HTML5 by maybe 1. So I can say dot element, and HTML is the first element. So now by using the order property, I can increase the value by 1. So now it will be pushed to the very last. So this is -1, 0, 0, 0, 0. This is also 0, this is also 0, and this is 1. So from what you can say, from smallest to largest. So the smallest the value, the more front it will appear, the higher the value, the more last it will be shifted. Okay, now what if I want to let's say that this EG, okay, I'm giving you a task, pause the video and try to push this EG either at the very start or at the very last. Can you do that? Try to do it on your own. So I'm giving you 5 seconds and I will count it because I really haven't generated. Oh, let's stop the talk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do it. So what is EG? EG is element 5. Okay, so I can say dot element dash dash 5. So to make it appear at the very front, I can increase the order value by even -1. I can decrease the value by -2. So even smaller than -1, so -2. So it will do the work. You see that now EG is even front than code block. Okay, and similarly, if you want to push the EG at the very last, you can increase the value by 2. Okay, so just get this minus and now it will be at the very last. Okay, so this is a very simple order property. Let's now talk about space between these elements. So adding space manually, because we saw already how we can use Flexbox to automatically create space between flex items using justify content. But now I'm talking about manually creating space, which is most of the time even more important. So in practice, many times we are in fact interested in manually defining space between our flex elements. And so currently there are 2 ways to do that. So the first one is that I can select all of these elements all at once. So I can do that by selecting this L class, which will then select all of these 8 elements. And then here I can provide some sort of margin to all of these elements. So here I can say margin right maybe for 10 pixel of 10 pixel. So now you can see that all of the elements are having a 10 pixel of space between them. So with this, we basically created 10 pixel of space between all of these elements, right? However, in order to really get this right, we would then have to go in and remove the margin right from the very last element, which can be a bit of a pain. So it's an extra space, and also it's way nicer to have the definition of a gap between these elements right here in the container itself. Now you can ask me why. Well, then we have basically all the definitions of how the flex items looks right here in the container element, and again that is a lot nicer. So by looking at the container, you can actually figure out that what is the gap, what is the margin, or what is make much sense right now. But with practice, you will understand that actually it's a good practice and it is helpful to have all of this in the flex container. And so therefore a new property was added to Flexbox, which is called gap. So we can remove this one here. I'm just going to comment it out, and now I can add this gap property and I can provide this 10 pixel value to it. And now we are going to have the same result, but now we do not have to manually remove the margin from the right side. I can show you that. If I inspect, you will see that we do not have any margin on these elements. It is genuinely a gap of 10 pixel. So if I hover over these elements, you see that we do not have any margin. But if I comment this out and if I use this way to provide a margin, you will see that ugly margin here, which you will have manually go to the right side, and then you will have to remove that ugly margin manually. So now if I hover over these elements, now you can see this orange part. So the orange part, you can see that. Let me zoom it. So this one, the orange part, then you will have to manually remove it. Okay, so if I comment this out, use this gap, and now we are done. We don't have to worry about removing that margin. You see there is no ugly margin on the right side. Okay, so this is it. I think this is all about the fundamentals of aligning and creating space between elements, and all of this will make sense with practice, which we will do anyway by developing our big portfolio project. In the next lecture, we will talk about one of the important property of Flexbox, which is the flex property itself. Let's now learn about the basics of the flex property, which is the property that we use to size the flex items. Remember, I told you that flex property is a shorthand for flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So let's now talk about each one of these three one by one. So when we want to size these flex items and particularly the width of these flex items, then we do not use the conventional width property of CSS, but we use the flex basis property. So let's say I want these elements to have a width of 100 pixel. How can I do that? Well, I can define that width right here. But first, let's understand the default values of these three properties. So I'm going to paste this comment here. So default values for flex grow is 0, flex shrink is 1, and flex basis is auto. Now our goal is to provide these all elements a width of 100 pixel. We can do that using this flex basis property. So here I can say 100 pixel, and if I save this, now you will see that all of our elements will be 100 pixel wide. So if I hover over it, it's 98 actually. So let's try to comment the last one so that we can have little space, and let's comment the gap as well so that we can have additional control over our elements. Okay, good. Now if you hover over these elements, if you inspect them, you will see that all of our elements other than few, they are 100 pixel wide, but the code block, it's not 100 pixel wide, but it's 145 pixel wide, and the region is flex basis is not rigid. So it's more like a recommendation that we make to the browser, but the browser will then, based on the content, figure out the optimal length. So even though we say that hey, all you elements are going to be 100 pixel wide, if the content of any of the element is wider than 100 pixel, then the browser will decide the width of that element. So this flex basis is not really rigid. Okay, so it's not like that it is forcing all of the elements to have 100 pixel of width. Now watch what happens if I try to increase the width of these elements. For example, let's say now I want all of these elements to have 300 pixel of width. If I save this, okay, certainly we did increase the width, but if you hover over these elements, you can see that these are not 300 pixel wide. We have deliberately said that hey, I want all the elements to be 300 pixel wide, but none of them are 300 pixel wide, and the reason for that is by default Flexbox is allowed to shrink elements so that they can fit the container. So that is what this flex shrink with value 1 actually means. So again, it simply means that if there is not enough space in a container to fit the items with the size that we have described here using the flex basis property, then Flexbox is going to shrink these elements. However, if you want to change that, which sometimes we may want, you can do that. So all you have to do is you have to say flex dash shrink 0, which means don't shrink. So now if you save this, you will see all of our elements will be 300 pixel of wide. Of course it is bouncing out of the container, but by default you can actually change the behavior. Okay, so now if you hover over these elements, you will see these are 300 pixel wide. These are actually 300 pixel wide. Okay, all of these elements are 300 pixel wide. So essentially what flex shrink does is to determine whether Flexbox is allowed to shrink elements if necessary or not. And finally, there is also basically opposite of that, which is flex grow, which means if the element is allowed to grow as large as they can or not. So here you can simply say flex dash grow. So 0 means no, it is not allowed to grow. 1 means it is allowed to grow. Now when you say flex grow of 1, then it means that the container, the element is going to be as wide as per its content. Okay, so which means that in that case this flex basis does not actually make much sense. So having flex basis, it does not impact at all. Okay, so let's comment this out, and if I save this, then you will see that the space is evenly distributed among these containers. Why? Because flex grow simply means that grow as much as you can, because the n and the available spaces inside of the container will be distributed equally. Okay, but what happens if actually only one of these elements here would have flex grow set to 1? Then what will happen? So right now flex grow of 1 is set to all of the elements, so the space is equally distributed among them. So I'm talking about this space, so this one. Okay, so this is the space left. So when you say flex grow of 1 to the element, so the all of the elements, Now this space is equally divided among all of these content. But what if I set flex grow of 1 to any one of these elements, for example the element 1. So if I say element 1 flex grow of 1, then what will happen? Well, very simple. This space, this entire space will be allotted to this HTML5 element. So this first div here, okay, which means that flex grow simply means that grow as much as you can under the space that is left here. So if you save it, you'll see that this entire box is taking almost half of the space that was left, okay. But this is not half of the space, this does not get calculated like that. This is taking all of the space that was left, and remaining elements, all of them have enough width as per their content, okay. So now let's get it back and let's comment this one. And now what will happen if one of these elements have twice the value? So what if the flex grow is not 1 but 2? So if I set the flex grow of 2 to element 1, then you will see that the space will be distributed. Again, it will be distributed as per the availability of the width, okay. So this all elements also grew a little bit, okay. So all of these elements are growing little bit, okay. So and so indeed this one is a bit bigger than the other ones, right? Okay, so having this value double the flex grow of the other ones does not mean that this one here will get the double the size. No, what it does mean is that it gets double of the available empty space than these other ones, okay. So it's not like that if you say flex grow 2, then it is going to get double the space of what was left. So this one, so come on, I'll have to comment this one as well. So this one, no, double the space of this one, it doesn't happen. No, if you say flex grow of 1, flex grow of 2 to any individual element, it means that the available space will be distributed evenly, okay, as per the space left. Now let's quickly talk about the shorthand of flex, which is of course the flex itself. So instead of saying flex shrink flex grow, no, don't do this, use the shorthand which is the flex itself. So flex, now the flex has a value of flex grow, flex shrink and flex basis. So flex grow, we want it to grow, so we are just going to say 1, and we do not want it to shrink, so we say flex shrink 0, and then flex basis is auto. But you can also have some width, but if you do not want to manually say width, then you can simply say auto and there will be no changes, okay. So you can comment these two as well and you will see that there will be no changes at all, okay. But if you comment this one, then probably there will be little changes, okay. And now all of them are equally distributed in this container. If you want to increase the width, so if you do not want it to shrink, you can say 1 and let's say 300 pixel, and now you will see that this flex grow is 0, flex shrink is 1, which means that yes, it will be shrinking, and then it has a 300 pixel. But if you say 0, which means we have closed the shrinking, if I save this, now all of our elements are free to grow, okay. So this is the shorthand for flex. Let me tell you again that the value of flex is this one is grow, the second one is shrink, and then this is basis, okay. So what does grow do? It helps us to grow the element as much as they can. Shrink has two values if the element will be shrinking inside the container. So if you say 1, it will be shrinking, and if you say 0, then it will not be shrinking. So if you say 0 here, you see that all of the elements are bouncing over the container. But if you say 1, which means that hey, please don't shrink, now all of them will be confined within this container, okay. So this is very simple Flexbox, and I think that I have covered almost everything related to Flexbox. Now before I set all of you free, I want to share a very interesting game that you can play that is based on Flexbox, and by playing that game you are going to learn a lot about Flexbox. So head over to flexboxproggy.com, and here whatever you have learned so far, by using all of those properties, practice this game, okay, and then it will enhance your Flexbox learning. For example, here you have 24 labels. So what you have to do is you have to read this instruction and follow these instructions and then write the code and make this frog do whatever it is saying here to do. So you can read it. It says guide this frog to the lily pad on the right by using justify content property. So you have to guide this frog to this lily pad. So let's try to do one. I will try to do the first one. I have done this. I think I had problem with the label 24. Others I was able to clear very easily, okay. But again, since I'm experienced, I can do it. It does not mean that you will be able to do it in the first attempt. You can do it. I wish you all the best, but don't give up. Try to play this game. This is very interesting. It will enhance your Flexbox knowledge. So again, I can say justify dash content. So okay, so I have to bring this frog here. So this will be flex and yeah, okay. So if you hit next, now we will be at level 2, okay. So this will be center, justify content center, okay. So you can see that how easy it is to clear these labels, but again, I'm not going to clear all of them, okay. So you clear it on your own, and I will see you in the next one with CSS grid. Okay everyone, so I hope you all are excited to learn CSS grid. I am for sure, so I can't really wait to finally show you CSS grid. So again, to learn CSS grid, we are going to follow the same simple approach that we followed while learning Flexbox. We will learn it in complete isolation. So no starter file, very minimal code which I'm going to explain you, and a quick hands-on exercise to get started. And after this, we will see the cool presentation where we will understand some in-depth terminology of CSS grid. Alright, so now let me explain you this starter code. So again, I just have a very simple folder. Let me quickly open the sidebar. So 08 grid, of course I have named it 0807 because when I will be giving you the final file, you will be easily able to navigate between the completed code and then can look it for yourself, and yeah, you can revise just for the revision, okay. So again, index.html, a very minimal boilerplate. I just kept the stylings and markup both in this same index.html so that we can refrain from navigating back and forth to multiple files, okay. And I have two containers this time. I have two containers, so container 1 and container 2. Container 2 is for some advanced grid related stuffs. For now we are going to work on container 1 where we are going to learn about the basic stuffs of grid. We are going to get our hands dirty with this container, and once we will be comfortable enough to understand the terminologies related to grid, we will be moving on to this section where we are going to apply some advanced properties of grid and we'll try to understand some advanced features, okay. So again, for stylings, I just have these stylings. You can copy it. Container 1, these stylings, and on container 2 I have these stylings, okay. And again, all the element has been given the different background color, including a random element. Element 3 has been given a height of 150 pixel, and again I'm going to explain you why, okay. Now just like Flexbox, grid also has a terminology of grid container and grid child element. So this entire container is a grid container, and then this is a child container, and grid is more modern way of building a two-dimensional layout, and it is very easy as well, and nowadays it is extensively used. So old school float is completely replaced with Flexbox and grid, and creating a grid takes less than 1 minute. So again, terminology, I explained you that this is a grid container which contains some grid elements. Now by default it doesn't appear to be a grid because we have to make it a grid, okay. Now since we are not working with container 2, I find it unattractive to be here, so I'm going to deactivate it for a moment. When we will be needing it, we are just going to reactivate it. So for now I'm going to hide it, so I'm just going to use this display property and we'll set it to none. Make sure to provide this display property set with a value of none to container 2. Okay, because eventually we are going to comment this out so that we can actually see it, and then we will be using it for advanced greater steps. For now, we are just going to work with container 1. Now to make container 1 a grid, again just like Flexbox, we have to set the value of grid on the property display. So we say display grid, and now it will be a grid container, but by default nothing is going to be different. See, it is completely same. Now why? Because by default we have to manually decide that how many columns do we want and how many rows do we want. Now before explaining you columns and rows, let me give you a very simple visual difference of a column and a row. So this is a column, so a pillar, just like a pillar. This is a column. Consider it a pillar of a parliament or a temple or a church or any very famous building. You can see, oh, what did I do? Okay, so a very simple pillar like this. So this is a column, and similarly a row is this. This is one row, and then again I have another row. This is two row. Okay, so this is row. This property is one row, this property is two row, this property is three row. Okay, so this is very simple example of a grid column and a grid row. Now here you will have to define it. So to define a grid column, you can use this property, grid template column. The shortcut is GTC. Hit tab to auto complete it. Don't get into this repeat for now. We are going to understand it little bit later. So you can write it manually as well, but GTC is the shortcut to write grid template column. Again, if you are a beginner, which I guess you are, so again write it manually, grid template columns. And now here you can define column and their width and how many columns do you want. So if you want 4 columns, then you can define the width of each column. So let's say that I want 2 columns for now. I will say that, hey, the first column should be 200 pixel wide and the second column should be 300 pixel wide. If you save it, you will see that your grid is starting to take shape. All of the items are confined within these defined value. So the first grid container, so the first grid cell actually, this has 200 pixel of width, and the second has a 300 pixel of width, and all of these children are adjusting themselves according to the defined column, and row is created by default. So again, let me explain you. Control Shift 4. So this is one row, and then this is 2 row, this is 3 row, this is 4 row, and then this is one column, and similarly we have this one to be another column. And now since we had 8 items, yes, 8 items, you can see that all of our items are confined right here. So this is a 2x4 grid, so 2 columns and 4 rows. Okay, now similarly if you create a column, you don't have to create a row, but you can define a row as well. I will come to that in a moment, but for now let's assume that if I want to increase the row, I want the column, I want one more column. Sometimes I myself get confused at which is column and which is row, but again it is very easy to understand. Let's say that I want one more column, so this time I want the column to be 100 pixel. So now we are going to have 3 columns. You can see now we have 3 columns, and all of the rows are accommodating itself. Now here we are falling short of an element, so that's why here we have a vacant space. Okay, and of course these spaces are created because the container is larger than the sizes of these elements. By default they are going to appear like this. Now one more thing is that the height of the container is defined by the height that has been given to an individual element, which is the sharpest height, which is the longest height, just like Flexbox. So if any element has been given a height, then the entire row is going to be that high. Okay, so element 3 has been given a height of 150 pixel, then this entire row has a height of 150 pixel. If I comment this out, then the height will be as per the content. Okay, so this one, and if I decrease the width, let me show you. If I decrease the width to be 100 pixel, now you can see that the height of 7 and 8 is similar. Why? Because this sudden fluctuation in the text wrapping increased the height of this cell. Again, I'm going to come to this terminology grid cell. By the way, this entire part here, this is called a grid cell. This is a grid cell, okay? But don't worry, we are going to see the presentation where we are going to understand about the most important steps and the terminologies that you need to know. For now, let's quickly shift it back to 300, and I need to provide the height as well, okay? And you can actually inspect to see whatever I have said you. Okay, so inspect, looks like it is taking time to load, but nevertheless. And if I expand the body, let's inspect it. So click it, and if I hover on it, you can see that the width is 200 pixel and height is 150 pixel. Similarly, for element 4 it is going to be different. So 200 is width, but height is 30 pixel, which is as per its content. Okay, so this is very simple grid. Now let me close this one. I have few more things to show you, which is defining row. Here you can see that the row has a height as per its content, but of course you can change it. If you want your rows to be manually given a height, you can do that. You can define the row as well, so you can do that by grid template row, grid template dash row. Rows, it's rows, not row. Okay, now here you can define the height of the row. Okay, so here let's say that I want 3 rows, okay, and each row should be 100 pixel wide. Why not 100 pixel, 100 pixel, 100 pixel? So now I'm going to have 3 row of 100 pixel. So like this, 100 pixel, 100 pixel, 100 pixel. So it would come somewhere here. Okay, so if I save this, now I have 3 rows, 3 columns and 3 row. Row 1, row 2 and row 3. Column 1, column 2 and column 3. And now you can see all of these are 100 pixel wide. If you want the last row to be 400 pixel, you can completely do that. You can say 400 pixel. Now the last row will be 400 pixel of height. Let's shift it to 300, and let's right click and inspect it again, because again inspecting is really very good to clear some points straight away. Okay, and if I expand this body, and you can see that I have this grid. So if you click it, you will be able to see this very nice what I can say linings that gives us a fresh perspective of what are the areas, what are the starting areas and what is the ending areas, plus what are their numberings. Now again, all of this going to make sense in the next presentation where I have explained all of this in depth. Okay, so these are linings, and then we have these cells. Anyway, we are going to utilize all of this, but for now, if you again observe it, expand the container 1, not container 2, and if you hover over these items, for example 7 and 8, you see that the width is 200 pixel and height is 300 pixel. Okay, for both 7 and 8. So this is how you define a very simple grid. Now again, if you want to have a gap between them, you can provide the gap, and this is by using this gap property. So if you say gap 30 pixel, now we will be having a gap of 30 pixel. Okay, now you cannot use margin here, and no, margin is not allowed to use, because this gap property is the related property to be used with grid. Okay, now if you work on another code, if you work in older code, you are going to find this gap to be defined as grid gap. Now you don't have to say grid gap, now you just have to say gap, and it is going to work perfectly fine. It works in the modern browser as well. Okay, so gap is same as grid gap earlier. Now what difference that you can see related to grid and related to gap in the grid is that in Flexbox you cannot manually define the column width and the row width, but here row gap, actually column gap and row gap, but here you can do that. For example, if you want to manually control the gap between the column and the row, you can do that. So let's say that I want my columns to have a gap of 40 pixel. I can say that, I can do that, column dash gap to be 40 pixel. My column will have a gap of 40 pixels. Similarly, if I want the rows to have a different gap size, I can completely control that. You cannot do this in Flexbox because Flexbox is one dimensional, but grid is, since it is two dimensional, we can completely do that. Okay, so but again, if you want an uniform gap, you can use this gap property. Okay, so now you will have 30 pixel of gappings on all of the sides. Okay, so this is the very simple CSS grid. This is how you create a grid. Okay, now we are going to understand about all of these terminologies and this blank space, grid sizes, tracking, grid lines, grid area, grid track, all of this in the presentation that is coming up ahead. Now that you know some of the fundamentals of CSS grid in practice, let's now also learn some theory about it. And so just like Flexbox, the first question that we ask is, what actually is CSS grid? And at the most basic level, CSS grid is a set of CSS properties that web developers can use to build two-dimensional layouts. And when CSS grid was first developed and brought into browsers a couple of years ago, the main idea behind it was that now we could divide a container element into rows and columns that we could then fill with its child elements. And a lot of stuff is possible here. So things like spanning elements across multiple rows and columns, overlapping different elements and more. So we use CSS grid in two-dimensional context, where it allows us to write a lot less HTML and also easier to read CSS. And you will start appreciating these characteristics of CSS grid once you actually start using it and maybe comparing it to things like Flexbox or even float layouts. So CSS grid completely changes the way we envision and build two-dimensional layouts with CSS, and therefore we can say that in a way CSS grid completely revolutionized CSS. Now, one common misconception that many beginners have is that CSS grid is meant to replace Flexbox. However, that is completely incorrect. So instead, Flexbox and CSS grid works together perfectly. You simply use them in different situations. So when you need a one-dimensional layout, then you use Flexbox, and when you need to build a two-dimensional layout, which is usually a grid anyway, then you can use CSS grid for that. So again, one does not replace the other, but instead both of them works together absolutely fine. And once again, now we need to talk about some terminology here, so that when I talk about CSS grid, we are all on the same page. So as we just learned, just like Flexbox, the grid container is basically where everything happens, and we create a grid container by setting its display property to grid, just like Flexbox. Then all the child elements of the grid container will be grid items. So again, just like we learned before, and also this is quite similar to Flexbox. Then also, like Flexbox, we also have axis here. So we have a row axis and a column axis. Now, unlike Flexbox, we cannot change the direction of the row and column axis in grid, which in my opinion actually makes it even a bit easier to work with CSS grid. Alright, so this is the basic terminology about CSS grid. However, since two-dimensional layouts are a bit more complex, we need actually some more terminology in order to really understand what is going on. So let's look at some more terminology here. So this is what we just saw before, right? But now let's also introduce the concept of grid lines, which are these lines which basically divides up the grids and separates the columns and the rows. And as you can see, these grid lines are numbered from 1 to the number of columns plus 1 and the number of rows plus 1. So if we have 3 columns, then we have 4 grid lines for the columns, and if we have 2 rows, then we have 3 grid lines for the rows. And these numbers are actually important because we can use them to place a grid item exactly in one place in the grid where we want it to be. Now the intersection of all these grid lines, so both the grid lines for the columns and the rows, creates all these areas in which we can place our grid items, and these areas are called grid cells. Okay, so grid cells are always created, but they don't always need to be filled. So in this case, we only have 5 grid items, but there are still 6 cells, simply because this is a grid with 3 columns and 2 rows, and so 3 into 2 makes 6. So again, each of these spaces is called a grid cell, but they don't always need to be filled by a grid item, and also they don't need to be filled entirely. Next up, as we saw in the last lecture, we can actually create spaces between the grid items, and these spaces are then called as gutters or gaps. So remember, for that we use the gap property, or also if you want to have additional control, then you can use row gap and column gap property, right? I hope you are remembering all of these. So technically these are actually called as gutters. Okay, finally, another term that is commonly used when we talk about CSS grid is the term grid track. So a grid track can be a row or also a column. So each of these, the red part, so each of these are grid tracks. So in this example here we have 2 row tracks and 3 column tracks. Okay, and we call these tracks because these concepts are a bit more about the space itself and not about the grid items. So a little bit like a grid cell, right? So remember, a grid cell might be filled by a grid item or not, but what matters is there is some theoretical space, and the same applies to the grid track as well. Okay, but now I promise that that's it about terminology, and I know this is a lot to take in, so please don't worry too much about all of these terms at this point. So with time this will all come naturally to you, especially things like grid cell, grid lines, grid tracks, gutters. All of this will become pretty common to you as you progress forward, and as we start to build layouts using Flexbox and grid, all of these terms are going to be very easy for you to understand. No need to take any note, and no need to be like creative in note taking to understand all of this point. If you write all of these terms 4 or 5 times in code, all of these are going to make sense. So these are important terms that we are going to use all the time, and so at some point you will naturally know about all of these. And now to finish, just like in the Flexbox lecture, let's now take a look at an overview of some of the properties that we can use on the grid container and on the grid item. And starting with the properties for the grid container, the most important ones are the grid template rows, grid template columns, the column gap and row gap, which together makes up the gap property, and then also justify items and align items, which we can use to align the items inside rows or inside columns. So in other words, horizontally and vertically. So just like before, I have 2 default values for each of the properties and with a very simple short description. So I think it would be very helpful for you if you could print out this cheat sheet and keep it at your desk. So the next time you are going to work with CSS grid, all of this is going to be very easy for you to understand. Okay, so I will not go over all of these here now one by one, because of course we will do that in practice anyway. But anyway, there are also 2 less important properties on the grid container, which are justified content and align content. So these only apply if the container is actually larger than the grid itself, and so these are usually not that important. And right away, actually this overview of the CSS grid properties does not contain all of them. So there is actually a huge amount of CSS grid properties, but we will not talk about all of them here in this course because that would be just too confusing for beginners. So we will do that in advanced front-end course. Maybe after backend I will try to bring it there. We are going to understand Flexbox in very depth, and also I will be talking about some completely advanced grid terms. Okay, but this course should be comfortable for you as a CSS beginner, and therefore we are not going to overcomplicate things too much. Alright, so anyway, now about the grid items. There is the grid column and the grid row properties, which are very important to place grid items into a specific cell. Then finally we have justify self and align self, which hopefully you can recognize from Flexbox. So align self is used to override align items, and justify self is used to override justify items for one individual grid cell. So again, just like in Flexbox. So this is an overview of the most important CSS properties that we are gonna use in this course. So make sure to somehow print this and keep it on your desk if you really want to start building some nice fine layouts using CSS grid. Then make sure to do it, and if not, then just maybe why not again take note of these. But anyway, all of these are going to become easy for you. Again, I just said that you do not need to take note, and then I also said that just take out a printout. There is contradiction, right? What I mean to say is that You don't need to be creative in note taking. All of these properties are very easy to remember, but as a beginner, just write them down and write it on a very simple note paper. And from next time, whenever we will be using these properties, you will be able to draw the analogies that in what context we are using justify self, in what context we are using raw gap, and why are we even using these properties. So to draw the analogies, note taking is must, but it's not like that you have to be really creative like note taking each and everything. You don't have to make presentation like what I made. No, not at all. That's why I said that it would be fine if you just could take the printout and that's it. Okay, so this is very simple suggestion. In the next video, we are going to start understanding all of these terms from beginner's perspective. Okay, so see you there. Welcome back. I hope the presentation was clear to you. So now we are going to talk about creating and sizing grid columns and grid rows. In our very first lecture about CSS grid, we already learned how to create columns and rows like this. Now for me, and actually for most front-end developers, most of the magic of CSS grid comes from a very new unit, which is the FR unit. So using the FR unit here instead of pixels will allow us to very easily create flexible columns and flexible rows. So using pixels only allows us to give these tracks a very rigid dimension, so fixed dimension. So their columns are always going to be 200 pixel no matter what. So if I resize this browser window, you can see, well, not this one, but the browser window, you'll see that their column width are always 200 pixel. The last one is 150 pixel, but they are still fixed. So this is a rigid dimension, and sometimes it even overflows the container. So many times that is not what we need. Instead, we want flexible columns and grids, and for that we can use the FR unit. So let's say that here we want the last column, so the red and the orange one here, to fill up the remaining space that is left in the container. And so here, instead of specifying a fixed pixel value of 150 pixel, let's specify 1 FR. So you just have to say 1 FR. FR stands for fractional or just fraction. So now if I save this, you will see that the last column has been expanded in order to fill all the available empty space. So it's like it's a little bit like setting flex to 1 in Flexbox. Remember that? So now you can adjust the window. And you will notice that the columns are adjusting as per the width of the container. Okay, so the columns keeps expanding to fit all the available spaces. So if I keep resizing, it is adapting to the available width, and after some times it is again overlapping because at certain point it still needs to fit the content, and so therefore then our grid will again overflow. But at all of these other width, then this column here will attempt to fill all the remaining space. And I will show you in a second what happens if I give them here different values. But for now, I want you to think about how we can create a grid where all the columns are of the same width. So I want you to pause the video and try to create a grid where all of these 4 columns have the same equal width. And then you can do the same for 2 columns by deleting the other 2 columns, and for 3 columns as well. Okay, so experiment a little bit, and with that I will see you back here in a minute. So pause the video right now. So I'm very hopeful you did that. Now I will just copy this line and comment the first one so that just I can keep the reference of the older code. But now hopefully you arrived at the solution that if we want 4 columns with the same width, then we need to set all of these to 1 FR. So 1 FR. The last one was already 1 FR. Okay, so now if I save this, you will see that all of our columns are equally divided in the container. All of them have the same width. So now if I resize, you see that all of them have the same width. No matter how much I keep growing, all of these grids are of the same width. Why? Because we have said 1 FR. So hey, all of you grid items, your size is 1 FR, which means that one fraction. So this entire grid items are divided with equal width. So this is very powerful and very useful, and we do these kind of things all the time. And if we remove one of them, for example this one, then we will have 3 columns, and again we are overflowing here, but we have 3 columns of equal width. Same we can do for 2 columns as well, okay? But both of them are going to be always equal, which means 1FR 1FR. So in the container, the spaces will be equally divided among the columns. Let's quickly shift back to 4 columns. So let's quickly review what is happening here. So in this container, there is basically initially all of these empty spaces that was available here, okay? And then we use the FR unit like this, then all of the empty space will get divided up equally between these 4 columns. And that is because each of them has the same value here. So each of them is 1. And watch out what will happen if I change one of these to 2FR. So this one gets double the space than all the other columns. So now the space basically is divided into 5 fractions. 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 5 fractions. And so out of these 5 fractions, the first column gets 2 of them, and the remaining one gets each of them. And the same is true if I keep increasing the size. So if I say 3FR, then the first column should have half the space of the container. And to see this in reality, let's make it even bigger, huge, and let's inspect this. And so the container, this container is 1315. Okay, let's quickly try to resize it, or let's fix it to 1200 so that the calculation will be easy. Okay, and so now the container is 1210. Some browser sizings are applied, but anyway, and now you can see the first one is 585 and the other one is 195, 195, 195. Okay, so if I do 195 into 3, we get 585. Okay, which means that this entire column is half of this entire container. So this is 50% and the other one are 50%. So this is 3, and then other columns are 3. So 3 plus 3 is 6. So 6 by 2 is 3. So 3 is 50%. So this entire container, so this entire column is 50%, and the other 50%, in other 50%, all of our 3 columns are divided. So that's why we are saying here. So grid template column, the first column is 3 fraction of the container, and the other 50% then adjust all of the other columns with 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. Okay, now going back here, I'm going to quickly shift to 1FR. I actually want to show you something else. So here we can also specify the auto keyword instead of one of these units. So if we say auto, for example, on the 4th column, auto, then it will take exactly the size that is necessary to fill its content. And many times in practice, this is actually exactly what we need for one of the columns. So this one here is very important to keep in mind. But once again, let's turn this off because I want to even show you something else again. So let's write grid template columns, this time write columns again, because there is actually an easier way of writing 4 times FR like we did here. So instead, CSS Grid introduced a repeat function where we can simply write repeat and then call it as a function, and here we can simply write how many columns do you want. So I want 4 columns, and then by providing a comma you can say how large they should be. I want all of them to be equal, so 1FR, and now close it. So that's why we have said grid template columns, and then this is going to create 4 columns with equal width. So if I save, now you can see that I'll have to refresh. No, we already got it. Okay, so we have 4 columns with equal width. So writing this is equivalent of writing 1FR 4 times. So once again, CSS Grid is making our life easy. Now you can do some experiment with it. So if you want only 3 columns, you can change it here, and now you will end up having 3 equal columns. So now we have one more row, and so this row is called an implicit row, and while these two rows are called an explicit row, and that is because here we explicitly defined the sizes for them, while this third one here was basically just added automatically because we ran out of space that we defined. And so this row that was added automatically is called an implicit row. Now there is a way to style implicit row as well, but that is beyond the scope of this course, so I'm skipping that. But most of the time we specify the sizes of rows and then work with them, and so the chances of an automatic row, this is very less, and so we can fix it easily as well. Okay, but again I'm skipping that. Let's now shift back to 4 because this FR unit is also available to be used on the rows, but to use it on row we need to have some height applied to the container, because other than that we won't even be able to use this FR unit. So let me shift it back here, and then here I can say grid, yes, template rows, and then so if I say 1FR 1FR, if I save this, now you will see that okay, so now you can see that both of the rows have equal height. And so how is this happening? Well, 1FR here is in the context of the height that must have been given to any of the element. So element number 3 has height of 150 pixel, so the first row is exactly 150 pixel. Okay, and so if it is 150 pixel, then it is 1FR, and so if 1FR in this context is 150 pixel, then the other 1FR is also going to be 150 pixel. So this is how the height is determined. And so if I comment this out, then the height will be defined as per the content. Okay, and so if I write something here to, let's say if I write something to the code block, let's quickly shift to the markup. I'll say lorem 100. So now all of the sizes are defined as per the content of the 7th block. Okay, so this is the same thing that is happening here, but now I can apply the container 1 a height of 600 pixel, and so now 1FR in this context is 300 by 300. If you say 2FR, then the first row will have twice the space as this one. So this is half the space, almost, well, more than half. Okay, so 2 plus 1, okay, 3. So this is one row, this is one row, and then this is one row. So 2FR for the first row and then 1FR for the second row. Okay, so yeah, this is sizing grid columns and grid rows. Let's move forward and understand a little bit more about CSS grid. We are not done yet. We have a lot of steps to learn more. Let's now quickly shift back to 1FR, and just one final thing is that the auto keyword is also available on rows. So I can write auto, and then the height will be automatically decided and the other spaces is then filled automatically. Okay, and now I want to teach you about placing and spanning grid items across multiple cells. But first let's revert back to changes. So let's keep it at 1FR, and let's also just get rid of the height from the container itself. So this one, let's comment this out. I'm keeping it here just for the reference, and let's get it back so that we can have a clear visible grid cells. Okay, so placing and spanning grid items across multiple cells simply means that we can control the placement of these grid items, and then we can place them into different cells manually. For example, if I want to place item number 7 in the first cell or item number 5 in the 4th cell, we can totally do that. Similarly, if I want to span the item number first across this row, we can totally do that as well. Similarly, if I want the item number 2 to span across this entire column, we can do that as well. Okay, so let's now try to understand placement and placing and spanning grid items across multiple cells. So first of all, before getting into example, placing and spanning grid items across multiple cells. But first of all, before giving you an example, I want to introduce you with a very handy tool that Google Chrome provides us that we can use to understand working with grid very easily. So right click and inspect and then expand this body, and on this container you can see I have this grid tab here. Okay, so if you click it, now you can see we have these linings. So we are familiar with these linings. I told you in the placement that these are the tracking of the linings that we have for so this is row. For row, the total number of lines, so grid lines, are going to be the total number of columns plus 1. So this entire column, so we have 1 column, 2 column, 3 column and 4 columns. So 4 plus 1, so 5 lines. So line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5. Okay, so this is grid track. And then for we also have grid track for row, so which is also going to be the number of rows plus 1. So row number 1, row number 2, so total grid tracks is going to be 3 for row. Okay, now let me increase the gap. Let's keep it at 30 pixel. Okay, now it will be visibly clean. Okay, now it is looking much more visible. And then this is the gutter, so the gap, so gap of 30 pixel. So this is the column gap, so this is the column gap. Okay, because this is column. Okay, so this is 1 column, 2 column, 3 column, 4 column. Okay, tracks for row, so 1, 2 and then 3. Okay, now let's see how we can place this item number 7 into this cell number 1. Okay, so to do that, we'll have to control the items itself. So here I can say element number 7, and then here I can say grid dash column. So now here I can define the start of the column and end of the column. So for example, I want the element number 7 to be placed in this grid cell 2, so second grid cell. So first I can define the grid column. So let me quickly open the track here. So yeah, let's click this grid. Okay, and so this is the column, so this entire part is row and then this is column. Okay, so now I have to define where do I want these grids to be placed. So I want this to be placed in this grid column, so in 2 or 3. So here I can define that. So I want the grid column for element number 7 to start at 2, and then we can also define the end. So the end is 3. So if I save this, you will see that the grid 7 will be positioned here on the place of 6. If I save this, come on, what happened? Element dash dash 7, oh, grid column. Okay, if I save this, now it will come here in this 7th place, and now again it is creating a new row. So let's not quickly define the row as well. So I can say grid row is from 1 to 2. So I can say that your grid row is 1 to 2. Okay, and so now if I save this, our item will be placed into the second block. So how did it happen? So element number 7, grid column, your grid column is 2 by 3, so grid column is 2 by 3. So this is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 2 by 3, and then the row, so row is 1 by 2. If you want this to be placed inside the 5, you can say that your grid row is 2 by 3, and now it will be placed in this block. Did you see that? And let me tell you one more handy trick is that if you have the end value incremented just by 1, then you can totally skip it. Okay, so skipping it will not bring any change. Okay, so you don't have to say 1 by 2, 2 by 3, just say 1, and the end value for that column or that row will automatically be figured out because you are just incrementing by 1. Let me tell you again, 2 by 3 is simply same as saying 2. Okay, so this is what is happening here, but just for the reference I'm going to keep it. Okay, 2 by 3, and let's keep it at 1 by 2. Let's now try to do similar thing one more time, and so this time let's try to place the item number 3 in this cell. So let's say element number 3, and this time I want you to pause this video and try to do that on your own. It's pretty simple. You just have to use these two properties. Okay, but I'm going to straight away do this. And now if you have confusion understanding the linings, columns and rows, if you have tough time keeping the track, just switch on this grid mode, okay? And so this will give you this fine outline of what are the numbers, okay? And so now I can say the grid column for item number 3 is going to start from 1, so right here, and it should end at 2. And then the grid row for this is going to be 2 by 3. So this one 2 by 3. So this is the row, and then this is the column. So column is 1 by 2 and row is 2 by 3. So this item number 3 will be placed here. And now you see the item number 3 is placed in this cell. Now what do you think will happen if I increase the value of 2 to, let's say, 3? What do you think will happen? So if I save this, now you will see that our item, so element number 3, is spanning across third track. So this third column, so right here, so this is a spanning of grid. So this time we are spanning across 2 cells. So we are starting all the way from 1, so the column is 1, and then spanning this entire item till column 3. Similarly, if you want to control the spanning of this grid item number 2, so you can say dot element number 2 grid dash this time I have to span this across this row, this column to be exact. So I can say grid, not column but grid row. Your grid row is going to be starting from 1 and going all the way till 3. And if you save this, then you'll see that our element number 2 is spanning all the way from 1 to 3. Okay, and so this is spanning, controlling the spanning of a grid item. Now let me tell you that, let me comment this first. Okay, good, we are back. And now if you want to span across all the way from left to right, so you'll have to write this, you'll have to write 5, okay, because 5 is the last track line. So starting all the way from 2, well, this is grid row, so let's do for the grid column. Okay, so I want the spanning of this entire item all the way from grid column number 1 to grid column number 5. So let's on this track, so right here till 5. I can do that, I can write 5, but it will be a span. If you see, it is spanning all the way till 5, but writing 5 is not an ideal choice. If you want to span all the way from left to right, just write 1 by -1. If you save this, you'll see that both of them are completely same. The reason why it works is that our grid linings do not only start with positive number, but it also keeps track with the negative number. So 1 is also 1, but it is also -5. 5 is also 5, but it is also -1. So we are saying start from 1 and go till -1. So that's why we are getting this one. Okay, similarly, if you want to span across just 3 cells and you do not want to remember what is the start of the cell, for example, you can start from this cell number 2. So let's say I'm starting from this second column and I want to span only till the 4th column. I can do that, I can say 4, and now our grid item will come only till here. But doing this will again you are remembering the grid lines. But if you just want to span across 2 grid cells, instead of writing 4, you can simply write span 2, which means that span across 2 grid cells. If you save this, you'll see that there is no difference. Okay, so let me write this, let me duplicate this and write the comment, and let's duplicate it again, and here I can also write the -1, and similarly the same thing can be done for grid row as well. So if you want to span across 2 cells, you can totally do that. Okay, and so now since our 8th element was overflowing, now our cell is spanning across this row as well. Okay, so this is spacing, so come on, again, okay, let me restart. Okay, so this is spanning and controlling the placement of grid items across multiple cells. Now this is very useful in developing modern websites. Nowadays we don't have to use floats to control the floating of these elements. We can create grid and then we can control the placement, and we can span them across multiple cells very easily. Okay, let's now continue to understand some more grid steps. And so now, just like in Flexbox, in CSS Grid, we also have the ability to align grid items. And so let's now learn how that works. And this time we are going to work with the other grid container that we have here. So let's now hide this one. So I'm going to here on the container one, and I will simply set its display property to none. And then I'll quickly remove the display property of none from container 2. And let's quickly decrease the width so that we can clearly see it. So let's keep the width at 700 and height at probably 500. Okay, let's push it down. Okay, so this is completely fine. Let's push it little more down. All right. Let's now start by creating a very simple 3x2 grid. But before creating the grid, make sure to comment out all of the stylings that we wrote for these individual elements. And so let's now create a very simple 3x2 grid. So I'm saying display grid template columns, and this time I'm not using the FR unit because I really do not want to create a flexible grid. But this time I have a rigid dimension of 150 pixel by 125 by 200. Okay, and then 2 rows of each 200 pixel. And so if I save this, we will end up having something like this. Okay, what is this? Don't show. How can I close this? Oh, I closed the inspect panel itself. Let's quickly open it. We may need it. Okay. All right, so aligning grid items is a little bit different than it is in Flexbox, because we can align both the tracks inside the container and we can also align the grid items inside of the track. And that is because sometimes the grid items are smaller than the cells that they are in. But let's now start with aligning the grid tracks inside of the grid container. So basically the columns and the rows inside of the grid container, and that is possible here because the grid itself is smaller than the grid container. So this is the grid container and these are the grids. Okay, so we have a lot of empty space here, and so then there is some space to align our tracks inside of the container. So let's now write this comment here. I'm going to write aligning tracks. My keyboard is coming in between, so let me shift my mic. Aligning tracks inside the container. Okay, good. And so these are basically about distributing empty spaces, and the properties that we use to do that are justify content and align content. So it is these two properties which are for aligning tracks inside of a container. So now using these properties, we can align these grid tracks inside this grid container. So we have this space, so we can divide these equal spaces among these containers. So to align these horizontally, so in the x-axis direction, we can use justify content. So I can say justify content, and now I can say center, it will move to center. Okay, I can also say right, it will come in right. Similarly, I can have the value of a space between, and now we will have a space between around. Okay, and similarly I can also provide a gap, so I can say gap of 20 pixel. Okay, so now I'm having gap of 20 pixel, and now you can see that the element number 3, since it has a defined height of 150 pixel somewhere here, you can see we have said the element number 3 to have a height of 150 pixel. So that is why this element is not 200 pixel of height. So here we have said that the rows are going to be 200 by 200. So this is 200, this is 200, this is also 200, but element number 3 is just 150 because we have deliberately set the height of 150 pixel to this element number 3. If you want to do the observations, you can quickly do that. So element number 3, if you hover over it, 125 by 150, so 125 is the width, so this one, and 150 is the height. Okay, and so again, so we use justify content to align items horizontally, but we can align items vertically as well. So for that we have align, and this time it is not items but content. Okay, and now the same property we can apply here as well. So I can again say center, and now you will see that our items are in center. Similarly, you can also have a space dash around and then a space between. Similarly, we are going to have evenly. Yes, and by default the values for both justify content and align contents are a stretch. If I say stretch, then the original value. Okay, here I also have to say a stretch, and now so basically saying this is basically doing nothing. Okay, so this is the default value, and now I want to show you a few more things, and that is, let me just quickly say, let's duplicate this and uncomment it. So the default values are stretch, but we can also apply the value of start and end to it. So if I say end, you will see the entire container moved to the end. Similarly, we can provide the value of end here as well, and then it will be moved to the very bottom. So this is definitely just like as Flexbox, like flex start and flex end, but this is not same as Flexbox, because in grid we do not use flex start and flex end, although we can use it, but we don't use it. Flex start and flex end is the value that we use when we are actually working with Flexbox. So if you say flex start, you will see it will work. It will work. Flex start, it will move to the top, well, not top, but on the x-axis. So here you can also say flex dash start, and now it is here. Okay, you can also say flex end, and then we are going to move it bottom, but we don't do this. We simply say start and end. I don't know why they created this separate property when flex start and flex end also works on these grid items, and we should have called it end. Okay, and so yeah, so this is how you align tracks inside the container. Okay, that is by using justify content for x-axis and align content for y-axis, and then all of the other similar steps that we learn in Flexbox, they are also available here. So space between, space around, space evenly. By default the value is stretch. Here stretch, we can apply gap, and then we can also use the start and the end property to make them start and then just put them to the very end. Okay, now let's move on to aligning the items inside cells, and let's start with align items, and this one you already remember from Flexbox. Now set it to center, and so what do you think will happen now? And keep in mind that this is about aligning items inside of the cells. So right now the cells is this entire thing here, which has this background color, so which is visible here. All of these blue, green, orange colored boxes are cells, and these are cells. That is because by default the align items has a value that is set to stretch, so just like in Flexbox. So again, all of these here are cells, but now we will move the items around inside of the cells itself. So if I save this, you can see now the grid items are centered vertically, because that is what align items is always used for, and this is what align items is also about. And we can also do the same thing horizontally, and for that we always use justify. So justify, and this time not content but items, and this time again if we want to move these items inside these grid cells into center of the cells, again you can say center, and now we will end up having a little square. Okay, so yeah, a very tiny square, that is yeah, a very tiny square like around the content, but everything is centered. So this will be even clearer to notice if we turn on the grid visualization. So here if you click this grid, so now you can see that all of these contents are centered inside these cells. Okay, but not the third one, because we have applied a manual height of 150 pixel to it. Okay, and so right here you can do some steps to clearly observe it. So if you say align items, and again if you say end, it will be in the bottom. Okay, you can also say start and it will be at the top. Okay, by default the value is a stretch. Okay, and if you do justify items a stretch as well, then all of them will be defaulted. Okay, so to recap the content properties, so these two properties that end in content, so justify content and align content, they are about aligning tracks inside of the container. Okay, so justify is for horizontally aligning the items, so in the row axis, while align is for vertically aligning the items, so on the column axis. And the same is true down here for aligning the items inside of these cells, but then these two are called items, so it is both align and justify the items. And now remember in Flexbox how we could override these individually. So let's try to do the same here, and let's select for example the element number 3, which is this one that has the special height, so element dash dash 3. Okay, so just like in Flexbox we have align cell property, which will then override the align items property that is right now set to center. So here I can control it individually, so I can say align self and let's say start, so it will move on the start of the container. Let's quickly switch on the container, so this highlighting, and it will be much clearer. Okay, and so it is now starting. Similarly I can also say end, and now it is ending. For some reason it keeps going, so let's quickly again switch on. Okay, and so again to move it on the horizontal axis, for that I have justify self, so I can say justify self and then let's say end, and then it will be in the end. Okay, and again the lining is gone, so let's quickly switch on. Okay, so this is what happening here. Okay, and now again you can play with these properties for yourself. You can try to manipulate these properties to understand some of the steps on your own how this grid is behaving. Okay, alright, great. So with this we wrap up CSS grid, which I hope was not all too confusing, even though I understand as a beginner it is a lot to take in. But as always, there is no need to memorize all of these. Now, what I want you to take away from these last few lectures is that now you know how CSS grid actually works in broad terms. Because if you know that, then it will be very easy to simply go and look up the exact properties that you need in the grid overview section, and then you can probably use it for your own purposes. Okay, and nevertheless, as we will keep developing few projects, all of these properties are anyway going to make sense to you. Okay, and now just as I introduced you with a game in Flexbox, that was Flexbox Froggy, I want to introduce you with a game for CSS grid as well. Okay, that is called as CSS Grid Garden. So this one, Grid Garden, a game for learning CSS grid. Let me expand this. Okay, and so then here you can read about all of these questions. Welcome to Grid Garden, where you write CSS. Okay, I understand that. For example, grid column star 3 will water the area. So I want, well, this game, not I want, I didn't develop this game. So grid column star 3 will water the area starting at the third vertical grid, so which is another way of saying the third vertical border from the left in the grid. So it is simply saying water only the area that have carrots by using grid column start. Okay, so by using grid column start. Okay, so let's write grid dash column dash start, and then I want the column to start from, so this is 1 2 3 4, so I can say 3, and now we are done. I will click next, and then I will be moving on to the next challenge. Okay, but again this is just for you. Go ahead and try to complete the challenges, and by completing the challenges you are actually going to understand how different properties of grids work together. Okay, and so yeah, let's now move forward. Okay everyone, welcome back. In this part of the course, we are going to dedicate well over an hour to understand about the important steps that we should must take care of before planning our next project, or I can say next big project, because my goal is not only to make you a developer but a professional developer. Okay, so far whatever courses you would have seen on YouTube so far, most of them, I can't say all of them, because it is certain that I'm not the only one who knows all of these steps. There must be plenty of other teachers or developers who are aware of all of these points that we should take care before taking on our next project or planning at least a high-end serious project, right? But I can guarantee that, should I use the word guarantee? Let's use it. So I can guarantee, at least on YouTube, most of the time you would see the teachers simply saying that, okay, create an index.html file and then create an style.css file, and all the markups should go in index.html and all the stylings should go into the styles.css file, and then they write the code and then they create the beautiful website. They are not wrong, they are also correct, but the thing that differs them from a professional developer is that professional developers always take care of project planning in a serious way. Why so? Because I just mentioned that, see, you are not the only one who is developing the website. You may develop the website, but once you are gone, means if you are shifted in another department, then the code that you have been written, that should be written in such a way that should be understood by other developers as well. Okay, now this is just over the top explanation of what we are going to discuss in this section or module. I think I can't say module. Okay, in this section of the course. Okay, so here I have listed few of the important steps that we are going to understand, and if you understand all of this in details, which I think pretty basics, these are pretty basics, these are not really very difficult to understand. As long as I'm here, nothing related to code is going to be difficult for you to understand. Okay, so yeah, if you understand all of this, then you will step ahead one step on the ladder of becoming a good, I can say, at least for now, I can say good web developer. Okay, I can't say professional, because as a beginner it's not easy. It's not like you can become a coder in 30 days. That doesn't happen. I have seen folks talking about take this course and you can become web developer in 30 days. That doesn't happen. It took me 2 to 3 years to understand just CSS positioning. How does it work? Relative, absolute, man, these are very confusing. Okay, so yeah, it is going to take time, but you are going to understand all of this. Okay, so the first thing first, yeah, we'll have to understand that why do we name the root of the file index.html, and why not something else? Why can't I name it home.html, or can I? Is it legal, illegal? We are going to discuss about all of them. We'll also see what is the correct folder structure, dividing HTML code in parts using semantic tags. BEM code, what is BEM code? Block element modifier code. Power of comments, reusable CSS with variables. This one is really important. If you understand this, then creating high-end serious projects will be really very easy for you. Again, I said very easy. I should not use this word, because there is nothing easy in development. It's all about how much you practice. Okay, but again, these are some basic steps, and then I have written this advanced comment. So advanced steps for high-end serious projects: understanding hard resetting, importing Google fonts, declaring reusable CSS classes, and then understanding responsive web design principle and media queries, and of course the difference between mobile versus desktop first. So all of this approach, if you have clear understanding about this, then the path to becoming a professional web developer or front-end developer or full stack developer, it becomes relatively easy. Okay, so I'm going to show you few of the things. So if you go to this codeblock-johnwick.netlify.app, this is the main portfolio website that we are going to develop. Okay, so if you right click and if you go to view page source, right click view page source, I think I'm already navigated here. Let me show you a demo. See, can you see this? These comments. So here I've imported favicon. Then this is the CDN for the icon set that I have used, that is called as remix icon. Oops, I mistakenly clicked that link. And then here I have imported the CSS and I have written the comment. I have documented that hey, this part is header, although it is self-explanatory that here we have used a header semantic tag. Still I have written the header comment. Okay, and then here I have written that here I have a very simple close button, toggle button, then the main part of the website starts. Inside the main tag we have this home section, and then after this home section again insert your profile photo, and here we have this about section. So you can see that each step of the website is documented clearly. So even if I give you this file, you will be able to understand by yourself that okay, so here favicon is imported, here remix icon is imported. See, I'm not here to tell you, but still by looking at the comments you are able to figure it out on your own, right? So this is the power of comments. So this one, power of comments. Then what is this reusable CSS with variables and this BAM code? Again, we are going to do all of this practically, but let me show you a little bit in a, I can say, closer way. Why not? Can you see this, the naming convention? So header class, header has been given a class of header and an ID of header, and then each subsequent elements or following elements or child element have been separated with underscore. So this anchor tag is a logo, so I have called it nav underscore logo. By the way, this logo is inside this nav tag, which is also semantic tag, and I have given this a class of nav. Okay, so the logo inside of a nav is called nav underscore logo. Then a div that holds all of the unordered list inside of this nav tag is called as nav underscore menu, then nav underscore list, then nav underscore item, then nav underscore link, then active dash link. Okay, so this is BAM code, block, element, modifier. So this entire part that you see is a block, and then all of these are element, and then if there is a certain element that will be modified a little bit, you call it modifier, such as this anchor tag has this active dash link class, which means that by default this home tag, can I call it tag? Now this home link will be activated, so this is a modifier. Again, this is over the top explanation, we are going to see all of this. Okay, so this is BAM, and then I'm going to show you the CSS file. So this part, reusable CSS with variables. So you can see here again I have written the comments, Google Fonts, imported Google Fonts. We have declared some variables, so dash this header dash height 3.5 rem. A lot of variables has been declared, responsive typography, base. Okay, so all of these are declared with variables that can be reused in our markup. I can't say markup, in our stylings. Okay, so yeah, these are some of the advanced steps that we are going to talk about. And hard resetting Google Fonts, we already see Google Fonts. Here I have imported Google Fonts. Okay, and then declaring reusable CSS classes. Okay, I think I'm done here. Whatever I had to talk, let's start understanding all of this one by one from this first line. Okay, I'm going to see you in a moment. Okay, let's now talk about all of these approaches one by one, starting all the way from why do we name the root file of our website index.html and why not something else. Most websites are made up of several pages. In fact, website means collection of web pages. For example, a website may contain a home page, about us page, contact us page, etc. Right? And also some additional files containing styles. For example, style.css, which we saw in CSS section, and maybe a scripting code like JavaScript file, right? We have seen all of this when we were learning HTML. We created several additional pages and then linked those to the index file to make it an overall website, right? Now, when a connection is made to a website without specifying a specific file in the URL, most servers return a default page. That default page is known as the landing page, and most servers will provide by default a file named index.html. Thus, a connection made to any website, for example google.com, turns into google.com/index.html. So both URL points to the same location, which actually gets displayed by the browser. Okay, so generally a server can be configured to use a different file. So the question is solved. why not something else? You can name it something else, no need to name index.html, but then you will have to tweak the server and will have to tell the server that, hey, my default file is not index.html but this, okay? But the most common and typical name is used, that is index.html. But again, you can change it unless the developer or administrator has a reason to configure the server, okay? Otherwise just keep it index.html. But yeah, you can change it, okay? Now this is just the over the top explanation of why our root file should always be called as index.html, because this is eventually server returns us. Now related to, I have an advanced article here that you must read. I will give the link in the description, okay? See, when I say that, when I give you links to additional URL, don't think that I'm just jumping over the topic. It is really not convenient for me to discuss all of these. I will say it is important, but maybe showing practically how all of this works is more important than explaining you this article. You can go through this article and you can read it all of this on your own and you will understand it. So let me show you what do I mean by this when I say that going to google.com or going to google.com/index.html both means same, and server responds us with index.html file, which is the default file that should be sent when the user is browsing the home page of the website. So if I open a new tab and if I say google.com, you see we get redirected to Google's homepage, right? But what if I say google.com/index.html, again you will see that we are again redirected to this very same page. Did you see that? Of course the URL did not change, but even if you write index.html or if you do not pass index.html, Google's server is configured to give you this index.html by default. Now backend engineers at Google, they can decide to change the homepage directory from index to home.html, my home.html. It can be doable, right? But again, it doesn't make sense to do, okay? You can do it, but let's keep it by default, because this is how internet is configured by default. Back in the days, indexing simply means that we are indexing a set of files which should be browsed by the users by default, okay? Again, I don't want to go into too much details at this point. For a beginner this may become complicated, but again you can read this article and most of these things that I just talked about, this will become crystal clear, okay? So next up is, so this one is done, so I'm going to say just plus, okay? And next one is correct folder structure. By the way, if you want to know, now many of you may ask that what is the extension that you are using that brings you this functionality, and it's really not that difficult to figure out on your own, but anyway I'm going to tell you. So the extension that I'm using, it's called as to-do tree. So install to-do tree and then I'm going to give you my settings.json extension. So I'm going to press command and comma, which will bring me to my settings tab. From here I just have to click this file that will bring me to settings.json file that contains all the configuration of VS Code. And so the configuration for this to-do tree is this part and this part, okay? So from here you can see that I have this prefix which is minus, so the background is red, which means things to do, and once it is done I change the minus to plus, and then it means that the task is already completed, so the background changed to white. For advanced, I have this advanced text, the background for that advanced text is purple. Of course you can create your own prefix as well. For example, you can say do this first, okay? Do this first, and then here you can define the set of rules that should color this do this first text. So here I can say the background should be blue, okay? And then you'll have to add this here as well, okay? So just take this and add that in this list, and of course under double quote, if I save this, and now if I use this text will be marked with a background of blue. So if I come here and if I say do this, and here I can now define my task. So I will say shoot this lecture, okay? So something like this. So this is the extension that I am using here. Of course, this extension has some advanced configurations as well, which at this point I'm not going to go into details, but of course we can use this to-do tree in much more broader way, so for tracking the files and untracking the files. But again, we are going to keep all of this in a relatively harder section like maybe backend development, but for now just keep it as simple. Just download this to-do tree. Now the next thing is setting up correct folder structure. When you are planning a website, you cannot just randomly create a file and then keep it at a random location. To become a really good developer, you must understand how to create the correct folder structure that should separate our code in a more logical way. What do I mean? Let me explain you all of this in great details. For example, our website is made up of several elements. Maybe I will have images. Definitely I will have images, right? Maybe some scripting code. I'm talking about JavaScript code that brings some life to our web page. Okay, and then yeah, why not styles.css file? So we cannot just create these files and keep it at random location. I can do that, the website will work completely fine, but this is not a good practice. So we should always separate these files and keep them in their own directory. Directory, by the way, simply means a folder. Okay, so let's say that I have some CSS files. I can create a style.css, and this style.css will contain our CSS files, right? And I can link that here to index.html. So I can come here before the title, and here I can say link colon CSS, and it added this style.css, right? But this is not the correct structure. For example, most of the time when you develop advanced websites, then this simple style.css is not the only CSS file that will be available in your website. There could be additional CSS files. For example, I can have what mixins.css. Mixins, I'm not going to talk about this mixin term. This is related to advanced front-end development. So we are going to take care of mixins in that course, where we are going to talk about SCSS. How do we actually create advanced websites with fancy animations and lightings? Okay, yeah, mixins.css, and then this will contain all of the codes that gets reused over and over again. Mixins simply means that you use mixins repeatedly on your website, and you just create a very simple code that can be reused. Okay, okay, so again you can see that it very quickly becomes unmanageable and it will become more unmanageable if I have one more CSS file, preloader.css. okay, and now you can see that all of them are randomly sitting at a location. Okay, now this is same as we saw in when we were learning about HTML. All of our script, again I said script, all of our markups were sitting randomly. So first we have this navbar, then section. We did not have any section, by the way, just navbar, and then some bunch of link tags, paragraphs, heading. None of them had any parent. Okay, all of them were independent, and then we kind of made it semantic by using semantic tags. We pushed the respective code into their respective blocks. So the navbar went into the header, so the main of the website went into the section, okay, and then the footer of the website went into the footer code. So we made our website look semantic. You can apply the same logic here as well. So all the CSS files should go into a CSS directory. So let's now create a directory called as CSS. Directory again simply means folder. Okay, so again just call it CSS. No need to call it my CSS, your CSS. Just call it CSS, and then take all of these files. Can I do all of them at once? Yeah, I can select by pressing command. Okay, take all of this and then just drop it inside CSS, and now you can see our website is looking cool. Well, not our website, but our tree is looking cool. I can just minimize and maximize this. So on the root we have just index.html, and then all of our CSS related stuffs are in this CSS folder. Okay, similarly we can have JavaScript as well. Now again I almost forget to talk about one thing, is that you can see that now you will have to change the location, so href. So now this is not style.css, but this is css / style.css, because now our style.css is in this CSS folder. Okay, so now this is the correct path from which you should fetch this style.css. okay, now same way we can have JavaScript files as well that will bring life into our project. We will be able to click, we will be able to add dynamic effects. For that I can again create one script.js. okay, but again doing this is not recommended. Just create one JS file and again just call it JS. Don't need to call it my JS, your JS, just call it JS, and then just drop this JavaScript right here. And now if you want to just add this JavaScript file, just come here and say script, and here just using this source attribute you just have to say js/script.js. okay, so this is the correct way of including different directories into your website, and this becomes really manageable. So now I can minimize it to show you. okay, similarly if you have images, just call it img, and inside this image you can have, inside this image folder you can have all your images. okay, now I can tell you one more advanced steps. Now this CSS, images, JavaScript, all of these are public assets, so it would be really very important, or I can say it would be really very convenient for us if we move all of these folders into a more higher directory called as public. So I can create a public folder. By the way, this public folder can be called as something else as well. Someone calls it assets. I like to call it public, but I can call it asset as well. okay, so public is more kind of a term that is related to backend development. When we will learn about backend development, you will see that all of our public assets are inside this public folder, and then we are rendering some views based on that. But again, these are going to be covered in backend development. I can take this JavaScript, I can bring that inside this public folder. I can take this image as well, bring that inside public folder, and then I can take Java CSS as well, I can bring that into the public folder. okay, and now if you want to change this public to assets, you can call it. How about doing that? Let's do it. okay, I can call it assets. okay, good. Now this assets folder contains all of our asset that has been used in our website. Moreover, you can call it public as well, and I just told you why. okay, and now again I will have to change this hyper reference. So now it is assets/css/style.css. this is assets/js/script.js. okay, so this is the correct folder structure. Now you can see that our website is really manageable. On the root we just have index.html, and then that is connected to the CSS files, and then we are using these images. We do not have any image, by the way, and then this JavaScript file. okay, and then if I go live, how about I show you as well? Open with live server. Okay, we already have this contact us. If I go to right click, inspect, I'll go to console, I will zoom, and if I just say body, BGC, background color, orange, if I save this, you see orange is loaded, our background turned orange, and then I can do some script related stuffs here. For example, I want to add dynamic effects when someone clicks a button. For now I'm just going to do a simple console.log that should appear here. I will say I am from script.js file, more like I was loaded from a script.js file. If I save this, I was loaded from a script.js file. okay, so this is the correct folder structure for developing a high-end website. This becomes really manageable for us if we do so. okay, so setting up a correct folder structure becomes really good, or it is also a good practice to always consider before taking up on any project, be it a high-end project or maybe a simple project. If you separate the content in their more logical directory, it becomes really manageable for everyone. Who knows that the website that you are developing just for fun may become the next giant social media. So why not take care of managing all the directories and all the files from the start itself. okay, next up is dividing HTML code in parts using semantic tags. The next thing is dividing HTML code in parts using semantic tags. This should not have been code, this should have been markup. So what does it mean? Dividing HTML markup in different sections from top to bottom and then attaching them to a more meaningful container is really good for multiple purposes. First is SEO, and the second one is readability, and it comes under the principle of good codes. So let me show you this by practically, not practically, first I will show you with an example and then I'm going to teach you how to do it. So if I show you the source code of this portfolio website, it's pretty simple. You can see that all of the navbar related stuffs, they are put into this header container. Header is a semantic tag which simply tells the parser that hey, this part contains all the header of the website. So the thing that you are saying here, this entire part, let me highlight this. So this entire navbar is part of the header. Sometimes you will see that this entire area is considered as header. Different developers like to put it in different way. I mostly try to put header for the navbar. So this is the header, and this then comes under the maybe main section, not maybe but definitely main section. Okay, so this is entire part, the navbar, entire nav part is a header, and then comes the main part of our website. So first you create this main tag, and then inside main tag you create different sections that contains, of course, different sections of the web page. So something like this entire part that you're seeing is a section. Let's see what is the name of this section. So this is the home section. Okay, and then after this we again have section, maybe this will be intro. We'll have to go down because this is another section. Okay, this is about section. Okay, so this entire part is about section. After that we have skills section. Let's see if I have named it skills or not. Okay, this is a skills section, and same way this will be services, this will be projects, and then this will be get in touch, maybe contact. Yeah, and in the last we have this footer section. So if I navigate directly into the last, you will see that this will not be any section. Now we are out of the main tag. Now we have created a footer semantic tag just like the header, which is an independent element. Of course you can put header inside the main as well if you have, for example, if you have a nav bar somewhere here, although it doesn't make sense, but still if the design says that okay, you need to have a nav bar here as well inside of the main, then you can consider having a header, and then inside that header you can contain a nav bar, so that you can tell that okay, so this is the nav bar of this section. Okay, so that's completely doable. But again, just for a simple website, a header on the top that contains nav bar, and then this is the main section. This entire part is the main section. Okay, so this is one section for your intro, so the landing page, so the main focus where the user will be navigated when they will go to this URL. Okay, so the first thing that they see is this entire part here, from nav bar to this landing part here. Okay, and let me show you the footer part. So this is the footer part that contains the footer of our website. So what is footer? I've already told you this in HTML, but let's go through it again. So footer is all the, how can I say all the, what is footer? Well, simply the very last of your website where you contain essential informations, maybe your social media links, maybe your logo, and maybe some additional links where you want the user to be navigated once they click. Mostly you will see that they are having vertical links that upon clicking it will take you to different locations of the website. Okay, so yeah, but here we just have a very simple footer. So this is dividing the content of the website in multiple parts. Let me show you all of this practically. So here, come to index.html, and here I already have this anchor tag, but don't worry. So first you create this header tag, and then inside this header you can have all the navbar related stuffs. Okay, let's now comment this, and then after header we have this main part that is actually the main part of our website, which is containing informations for the users to absorb. And then inside this main section you can have multiple sections, you can give it a class of home, and then again you can have multiple sections about my projects. Okay, I hope you are getting my points. And then maybe what, anything, testimonials, and then once the main part is done, now you are going to create one footer part that will contain all of the additional links that you want the user to be navigated to once they click it. Okay, so this is a very semantic structure of a website, should be, at least should be. Okay, it's not like that if you do not use this main tag then none of this is going to work. This is going to work, but again, if it is going to work, then why not follow the proper structure that would make the website look readable, not just for the programmers or the developers who would be refactoring the code, but also for the crawler, search engine optimizations. Okay, so yeah, see, this part is the header that contains navbar, this entire part is the main part of the website, and then this part is the footer. Okay, so now you can see that the content is separated and it looks readable as well. So instead of doing something like div actually everywhere, div and then div, they are called as DVTs. Don't do it, use semantic tags. Okay, so this one is clear. Let me comment this out. This is footer, main section is done, and then header, and we will see this structure just in a moment when we will develop our form website. I will then show you the major implications of it, how it helps us to create more readable code, and it also helps us to actually visualize that what part of the website is containing what content. Okay, so the next is, let's see, the plan.txt file. It is done. BEM code, write BEM code, block element modifier code. Next up is write BEM code. BEM is a naming convention methodology for naming meaningful classes in HTML and CSS to keep your code organized and maintainable. But what exactly does maintainable code means? Well, it simply means as your codebase grows, your code should be maintained in such a way that it takes less time to make additional changes in your projects. And for that, we must understand few ways that will help us write clean code. And for that, we will understand BEM convention to declare proper names to CSS classes. For smaller projects, it may not be a big deal, but for a larger project, or I would say at least for a professional project, it becomes necessary to follow a correct and well-defined pattern. If you want to become a good developer, you should start using it, because when you will be working professionally in any company, you will be working in a team with other developers in large projects, and then you will have to follow a well-maintained pattern that is used by your team and across the formats. And even if you don't work professionally or do not like to work professionally, or it is not your aim, you just want to create or develop websites as a hobby or do freelancing, it is always a good practice to have a well organized code. So let's now discuss about BEM. BEM stands for block element modifier, and if I keep talking then I will just keep talking, so let me show you everything with example and all of this will make sense. Okay, so to explain BEM, I have created this very simple card component. Okay, and by looking at this card component, we are going to understand about BEM. So again, the full form of BEM is block element modifier. It's a naming convention. It gives us a proper structure of how should we name our CSS classes, how should we give proper names to HTML markups. Okay, so let's assume that we want to create this form. So how would we write the markup of this form, and how would we write CSS classes for the markup? So let me show you. Again, you don't have to do it, you just have to watch me explaining things and all of this will make sense. But again, if you want to follow things as I'm explaining, if you want to write the markup that I'm just going to show you, feel free to do that. Okay, so I think I'm super zoomed. I'll go one step back and then I will go to index.html. And should I close the sidebar? Let's close it. Okay, so you can see that this is the entire markup for this card component or card block. When I say component or block, both means same. It's just an independent code base. Okay, I'm just going to take little space here so that the entire card is visible. Okay, so now you can see that we have this entire div that has been given a class of card. Now you can ask me, why have you created this div? Didn't you mention earlier that creating too many divs is not a good option? Again, I said creating too many divs is not a good option. I never said that you should altogether skip creating div. So you could have said that instead of creating div, just create a section. Why have you created div? Again, see, I created div because I know that this is an independent block which has a meaning of its own. It is a card, a simple card component, and a component is nothing but an independent large block that contains few elements together so that it will have a meaningful outcome of its own, that is it literally being a card. Okay, so that's why I created div, because div itself means division. Now moreover, if you think that I should have called it section, then just go back and remember I told you that section is a semantic tag which means creating blocks on the web page. So for example, this can be a home section, and then here we can have testimonial section, then about us section, then contact us section. Okay, so legit section tag helps us to divide multiple sections of a web page. So using section, figure, other semantic tags does not make much sense. Although if I change this div to section, you will see there will be no major changes, because changing the tag name does not impact our view, it only impacts the SEO. Okay, so let's shift back to div. I hope the thing just got cleared what I wanted to explain. Okay, now this is a div which has been given a class of card, because of course we are developing a card. Inside this card we have image, we have h1, we have paragraph, then we have two generic buttons. Now just see how have we named the elements, inside of this block. So this card is an entire larger block. So the way BEM works is that it has few rules. The rule says that the larger component, whatever name you give it, that's fine, we have no issues with that, but whatever element that is sitting inside that block should be named properly with a prefix of the component name itself. So if you have an image, then the class name for that image should be component underscore underscore element name. So that's why here you can see we have said card underscore underscore image. Again, I could have said images, my image, anything, but card underscore underscore image is a very clean CSS class name. Okay, so card is the name of the component, and then image is the literal element that is inside this card component. Again, component and block both means same. Okay, similarly the h1, which is the heading, eat, sleep, code, repeat, this is also given the similar class name. So it starts with card and then separated by double underscore we say title. Again, I should have said card underscore underscore heading, there should have been no problem, but again title is also a fairly simple name. Okay, and then again this is card underscore underscore subtitle. Again, I could have called it card underscore underscore paragraph as well, but again doesn't make much difference. Okay, so how would you name an element is totally dependent on you, but you should always attach a prefix, the name of the component itself. Okay, and same we have this button as well, but here you can see little difference. We have this independent button class, and then we have this card underscore underscore button, because eventually these two buttons are also the element of this card component or card block. So that's why we have said card underscore underscore button. But now what is this? Well, this is modifier. This entire part is block. These individual pieces put together to create the data of the card is element. And now when we have two elements which are appearing similarly, but if we want to tweak any of the element just slightly, for example, if you want to modify element just slightly, we can give it a modifier class, and then by preserving all the previous declared styles we can modify it a little bit. For example, here you can see we have said card underscore underscore button dash dash primary. So the simple goal of this class is to modify the active button. So my goal is to simply draw the attention of user to this tutorials button when they navigate through this card. Okay, so I want their attention to be grabbed on this tutorials button. Mostly if you are creating an e-commerce app, you would be trying to highlight the button buy now or click me or get help maybe, but here I've just, for an example, I've explained you that I want their attention to be grabbed on these tutorials. So I have modified this button, and the name for this modifier is primary. So how would you declare a modifier? So to declare a modifier, you again write the name of the component, the complete component, which is the card underscore underscore button, and then you add a modifier class by separating double dash. So you say dash dash, and then we have given it a name which is primary, which means that, which indicates, this class indicates that this button is the primary button on which we as a developer wants the users to first look into. Okay, so we want to draw their attention right here. Similarly, we have button dash dash secondary, which does not have much different stylings applied to it. Now you can ask me, what is this button? So let me now show you stylings that I have written for this card component, and then all of this will become crystal clear. So here you can see we have this card component. So the card component has been given a background color of this one. If I change this, should I? Okay, if I change this, you can see that the color changed. Okay, height is 600 pixel, width is 320, border I have given 1 pixel of solid white. If I increase this to 10, you will see the changes reflecting here. Okay, I'm giving 10 just for few minutes, or let's keep it. Then padding of 1.2 rem. So this entire part here, from here to here, this is padding. Okay, and then border radius is 8 pixels. So the cornering of the border is border radius. And then now you can see I have written the comment for this element. We know that this card is an element, right? So that's why we have said dot card underscore underscore image. So this is the exact class that we have given to this card. So this image, card underscore underscore image. And then we have defined the styles of this image card. So not image card, but the image itself. We have said width of 100%, and when since percentage are relative unit, if you say 100%, then it means that 100% of the container. So the container is 320 pixel, so the image is going to be contained within the container. Okay, and then we have the padding. Okay, and then the image has also been given a border of 1 pixel, and the border radius is 8 pixel. Similarly, we have card title, which is eat sleep code repeat. So we have just not increased, but we have made the font weight to be bold. Margin from top and bottom 1.6 rem, and left and right 0. Okay, so if I increase this to 3, you'll see we have this margin from top and bottom increased, but again let's keep it to 1.6 rem, which is 16 pixel. Okay, by default it should be 16 pixel. No, 1 rem is 16 pixel, so it would be somewhere around 22 pixel. Okay, and then card underscore underscore subtitle, we have font size of 1.2 rem, margin again 3.2 rem from top and bottom, 0 from left and right. And now here comes the interesting part. Here we have created this reusable button class, which is called as .btn. Now the reason why I did this is I do not want to create multiple buttons with different styles. For example, let's assume that we have these two buttons, right? I want to create another button, maybe not inside this card, but maybe on a different location. I do not have to again declare styles for that button markup as well. We can simply copy this button class and we can put that there, and then we are going to get all the stylings that is declared here. So that's why I have created a reusable button class. Let me explain you in a little bit depth. So you see that we have two buttons, button primary and button secondary. So instead of styling, since both of these buttons are going to have same style, styling both of them individually does not make sense. So we have created a reusable button class. We declared the default stylings without any additional colors and other things that we can modify. We have just gave it a generic style. We have said that, hey, dot button, your padding should be this, font size this, border this, and border radius is this one. Okay, so this is the blueprint for creating a button. And now here we have tweaked the button. So we have said that dot card underscore underscore button is going to have a margin of right of 1 rem. So here you can see this margin of right of 1 rem. So this is the margin. So if I comment this out, you will see both of the button will touch each other, but no, we want margin from right, so 1 rem of margin. And then cursor is pointer, which means that when I hover over them, you can see the hand gesture. There. Okay, now here you see that we have created this modifier. So modifier simply means modifying each button with their specific purpose. So since I want to draw the user's attention on this tutorials tab, tutorials button to be exact, I modified that button. See, we are preserving the original stylings declared for the button in this .btn class, and now we are just changing the background color to this orange. Okay, so this way we modified the button just a little bit, but we are also preserving the original styles. Of course, I can give a background color here as well. So I can say BGC. Why the shortcut is not working? BGC. Yeah, I can say green. Okay, if I save this, nothing happens, but if I comment this part here and this button as well, you'll see their background will be green. You see this? Because this background green is declared within this .btn class itself. But now if I want to override it, I can override from here. So I can say that my primary button is going to have a background color of orange. Did you see that? It turned orange, and then the secondary should be white. So here we have declared the blueprint for button, and here we are modifying it, and that we did by writing this class name in a more semantic way. So dot card underscore underscore button dash dash primary. Okay, now let me show you one more thing. Now if you want to create a button somewhere on the web page, you just have to say button and just give this button this btn class. So let's call it click me. Okay, if I save this, you will see we get one more button with all the styles that we just declared for btn class, and we got the button. So we do not have to create a button and then give it a class and then style that button in a different way. We can do that, but it is also a design pattern that you should always be consistent with your component design. For example, all the buttons should have equal width and equal height, but again, different theory, different design patterns. Okay, this is normal. But if you want to style it individually, you can again give it different name. You can call it maybe what, this should not be a good example, so I'm just going to skip this. I'm going to delete it, otherwise I will be confusing you. Okay, so this is pretty simple block element modifier. Now all we have to do, if you want to create another card, just take all of this markup, duplicate the entire markup, and now when you will save this, you'll see we will have multiple cards. You see we have 2 cards, and if you want to have little distance, then you can give this card the margin from top of 1 rem. Did you see this? Okay, so this is what we do in React.js as well. We create one component, and then based on our design or based on our usage, we render those components again and again. So this is the exact thing that we do in the React.js. So when we learn React.js, I'm going to explain you these things a little bit in more depth. But since we are talking about block element modifier, and we already somehow created the same example, so I thought that why not discussing something related to React.js as well. Eventually we are going to learn that well. Okay, so I'm just going to come here, gonna delete this. So this is block element modifier. Now we are not done yet. I'm going to explain one more thing. Now imagine we are having multiple link tags here. How would we then create the name? For example, I can have, let's say, a div with lists, maybe list. I'm just taking it generally. Okay, and then inside lists I can have few anchor tags, hash. How would we name then? So do you think we would have to say card underscore underscore lists, and then here, since it is a link, I will just give it a name. I will say home randomly. I'm doing it randomly. I'll duplicate it, 3 home links. So how should we give it name? So do you think we should call it card underscore underscore lists underscore underscore links? No, not at all. You do not do this. Simply say card underscore underscore maybe inner links. That's it. Okay, and just repeat this class for these two as well. So here card__lists, and now you are done. So always remember that no matter how deeply nested your code is, do not try to add the previous block to it. Always take the component name as the prefix, and then separated by double underscore, you write the current name that you want to write for the code, for the markup. So this is inner links. This is the proper way to structure your code. Okay. Alright, so now I hope everything made much sense. So I think let's go to plan.txt. Write BEM code. We understood this. And we also understood the power of comments. So let me show you. See, what have we done here? We have documented each step of our development. So here we have modified, we have declared the style for our modifier class. So I have documented it properly here. So even if I'm not available while refactoring, other developers can read this comment and then they can figure out that okay, so they have modified each button with their specific purposes. So this is the power of comments. So I'm just going to mark this one finish as well. And now all of these four related to advanced sections. So now we are going to build the login form, the sign up form that we discussed in the intro, and by building that by okay, so far we talked about the best practices to consider when developing a website, managing more meaningful folder structure, using semantic tags for laying out the content of the website, and using BEM to give class names to elements are few of them. We also understood why comments are very important, and we use it to document each important stages for possible clarification of the thought process behind the code. Next was to understand CSS variables or CSS Custom Properties, both means same, understanding hard reset, importing Google fonts, and understanding media queries, including the mobile first versus the desktop first approach. And I promised you that we will build a practice project to understand all of this. But now the plan is changed. I am skipping that section. Well, not because I want to skip, but because I have to escape. There is no other way if I have to stick to the course plan. I wish I could do that, but I can't. The reason is little different but pretty simple. So far I have completed almost 6.5 hours of recording. And this video that you are seeing here, it does not include the grid section. So if I add the grid part, it would probably be around somewhere 8 hours. Now the real gotcha here is YouTube does not allow videos to be uploaded that goes beyond 12 hours. At least for my channel it doesn't. I have seen many folks uploading videos that goes beyond 12 hours. Some of them have uploaded videos up to 36 hours. But somehow I am unable to do that. So I can't upload a tutorial that is more than 12 hours long. Otherwise, the practice project is already completed. But I can't include that here because then the video will probably be more than 12 hours long. And also I don't want to make this course a multiple part video. I didn't plan this course that way. I want it to be a one short front-end course. And after including the grid, I will just have 4 hours of window left. Now if I trim some parts of the course to fine tune it, which I will do anyways, I do little post refactoring before uploading videos to YouTube, then I will have half an hour more, which means I will have a window of probably 4 or 5 hours left, but not more than that. So covering a practice project and a highly detailed portfolio project in 5 hours is almost difficult for me. And I don't want to compromise your learning that you will be getting by developing the John Wick portfolio project just for the sake of a practice project. So this is the clear reason I am skipping that. And we are not going to develop the practice project. Instead, we are going to start the final portfolio project and we will be covering all of the rest topics. I guarantee you, as long as I'm here, in no way I will compromise your learnings. I started the recording of front-end in early May and it is already the end of September. So I know what it takes to be a highly patient guy. I could have released all the completed videos that has been sitting in the front end folder since May one by one, but no, that wouldn't be too impactful, right? However, I may upload some of the videos in this course individually as well because of the learnings they contains, plus for the growth of the channel. But the real intention has always been to produce a one shot long course. So enough talkie, let's see what we are going to cover in this wholesome section that will truly put you on the path of becoming a good front-end developer. So we are going to start by understanding CSS Custom Properties. Then we will understand responsive design principle with media queries. Here we will also understand the difference between mobile first approach versus desktop first approach. Then we will see the complete mechanism of modern website development, such as hard resetting and creating reusable CSS classes, writing BAM code, designing reusable containers to minimize section code repetition, understanding how to use icons, external fonts, using minimal external APIs. For example, if you look at the John Wick portfolio project, you'll see that we can actually use the contact form that I have created in that project. So there we are going to understand how to create a very simple API, actually not create, but how to use a very simple external API for doing things like sending and receiving messages. So after we finish developing our portfolio project, we are going to host it on internet, and we will be hosting it on Netlify. And then we are also going to perform Lighthouse test for checking website efficiency. Now I'm not going to explain all of these in details in this presentation because I'm going to talk about all of them in great details in the course itself, in the video lectures itself, right? So I have very limited time left, so let's straight head over to the learnings. I'm gonna see you inside. So I'm on codepen.io. It's a very famous browser based code editor that helps us to create online code, and then we can do some practice direct. So instead of setting up a local development environment by creating a folder and then creating multiple files again and again, it is better to go to any website like codepen.io. I will always suggest you to use codepen.io. There are many websites like codepen, like Sandbox, Replit, but I will just suggest you to go to codepen.io. User interface is pretty neat, and here you can see we have one pen for HTML, CSS, and then I have one for JavaScript as well. I'm just going to minimize this one because we are not going to use JavaScript, gonna take some space. So yeah, go to codepen.io and you will be able to create a similar CodePen like this one. Maybe try to create an account. That way you will be able to create many CodePen for free, and you will be able to share the link as well. Okay, so yeah, let's understand CSS custom properties. So here I'm going to so I have already written a very simple example here, which at this point it should not be really very difficult for you to understand because we have gone through codes like this in the past as well. All I have is a very simple nav bar. I've used the nav semantic tag that says I'm a nav bar, and then I have a main section that contains two individual sections. One is testimonial that says testimonial section, and the other one is a very simple contact section that says fill this form to contact us. You can imagine that here we will have a very simple form which we can fill to contact. Okay, now as for the stylings, again nothing fancy. The nav tag has been given this background color, and it has a padding of 1.2 rem. Okay, so this is the padding. And for testimonial, again background color, it has been given a margin of top of 1 rem. So this is the margin. So this one is margin from top of 1 it's 1 rem, and then the padding of 10 rem. So 10 rem of padding is equivalent to 16 into 10, which is 160 pixels. Okay, so I hope you are getting the conversion of rem to pixel. We have already discussed how rem and pixel differs. Okay, yeah, for the contact, again we do not have very fancy styling, just the same thing. So background color is a little bit different, but margin of top is again 1 rem, so this one, and then padding is 10 rem, this one. Okay, now what is CSS custom properties? How are we going to understand CSS custom properties or CSS variables? Both are same by this example, by looking into this example. See, CSS custom properties allow us to create a variable that we can use again and again. Now what does that variable contains? So if you learn JavaScript or any programming language, a variable is just a block of data that contains few data in it. Okay, for example, it's just like a box. It's just like a gift box inside which you can store some item. But in CSS, a variable does not contain some item, but a variable contains some predefined stylings. Again, the logic is pretty much simple, but in programming language we say that okay, so this is my name variable which is going to contain my name. Okay, and then this is the age variable which is going to contain age. But in CSS, variables or custom properties work in a little bit different way, and all it stores is just a default style which we can import anywhere as the value for any property. Now too much English, right? Let me explain you everything. Now you can see that we have this margin top of one rem and margin top of one rem defined at two places. Now I know that there is a margin of one rem between each section, right? So instead of creating margin top one rem, margin top one rem again and again, we can create this one rem value, and then we can host this value into a CSS variable, and then all we have to do is we have to refer that variable name here, and then it will work all fine. And I will tell you the advantage of using CSS custom properties here. So first of all, to declare a CSS variable, come at the top, and here you have to write colon and then say root. Again, I'm taking very simple example. Okay, so no need to panic. Again, why would you even panic? Okay, but again, now here open a very simple code block. Now let's say that we know our design. As per our design, we know that the distance or the margin of each section is one rem, right? So we can create a very simple custom property called as section margin. Okay, now how do you create that property? So in programming language, a variable is declared using the var keyword. In JavaScript, at least we have let and const as well. But in CSS, we don't have to do anything. We just have to say dash dash, and now you can write the name of your variable or custom property. So here I can say section and dash margin. It is pretty much a convention. I won't say convention. It is pretty much a well choice to use the kebab case. So this is the camel case, but this is kebab case. Okay, so each word is separated with a very simple hyphen, but make sure to open double hyphen and then write your custom property name. Now here you can write your value. So let's say that section margin is one rem, right? So I'm just going to say one rem. Now this is a very simple variable that we have created, and now we can use this variable again and again, and then this value will be updated for the property. So I'm just going to take this entire variable, I'm going to copy it, and now instead of saying margin top of one rem manually, here I can simply say that margin of one rem of this section margin, but nothing will happen, and the reason is you do not use this value. Again, CSS custom property is nothing but just a value that is provided to a property. Okay, so here instead of doing something like this, no, you don't do this. You say, you use this var keyword, and then you refer this value here. Now what does this section margin holds? It holds the value of one rem. So this one rem will be here. So this var is actually calculated to be one rem. Okay, now again the same thing can be done here as well. So margin top of one rem. Okay, and now we know that our design has a section margin of one rem. Now you can ask me that, tell me, what advantage do we have of creating a custom property and not writing the variable, not writing the value manually? Well, the reason is, let's say that after 1 or 2 years, our design needs refactoring, and the new design pattern suggesting us to have a margin of 1.5 rem instead of 1 rem. So instead of going at each section and say, hey testimonial, your margin top is 1.5 rem, hey contact, your margin top is 1.5 rem, Instead of doing this manually for multiple sections, again we just have 2 sections, we are completely fine with that. But if we have 10 or 12 sections, imagine we'll have to go to each section manually, and each section we'll have to say your margin top is 1.5 rem, your margin top is also 1.5 rem. Instead, you just create a helper class which is section margin, and now you just change the value here, and now you say 1.5 rem, and now the changes will reflect for each section. Now tell me which one is good, writing the default value or creating a helper class? Of course, creating a helper class. Okay, so if we have another section, I'm just going to create a very simple section. I will say, let's say footer, although footer itself is a semantic tag. I'll say I am a footer, and let's give these footer also these stylings. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, so here I have this footer. Okay, now you can see that our sections margin is semantic, but if we do not create this section margin class, then we'll have to manually come here and we'll have to change the value. We'll have to update the value 1.5 rem here, margin top, and then 1.5 rem here and 1.5 rem here. Okay, so this is CSS custom properties. It helps us to create variables that we can use at many places. Now this is a very simple example of CSS custom properties. Now let's take it to one more step. Okay, one step further. Okay, now you can see that our text is not visible. Did you notice? I hope you noticed. I said I am a navbar, but I am a navbar is not visible by default, and testimonial section is also not visible. Fill this form is visible because background color is slightly light, that's why it is visible, but these two are same, so you cannot see it. You'll have a hard time seeing this. Okay, now let's say that my website has a default text color of white. So again, instead of saying that hey nav, your color is going to be white, and your color is also going to be white, your color is also going to be white, and your color is also going to be white. Now did you see that we manually said that each section has a color of white? The better thing to do is create a color. So I can say color class. I'll say default color of the website is white. Okay, and now I can take this default color, and here I can say variable default color, and now I can take this entire thing, and instead of manually hard coding the value for color, we are going to refer the CSS custom properties. Now again you can ask me, now tell me what advantage do we have again by creating this default color property, CSS custom property? Because again you can see that we are already creating this color property, we are repeating this color property. So it's not like that we are saying color and then we are just referring color and we are getting the value. No, we have to say color and then we are passing that a CSS custom property. So instead of doing this again and again, why can't we just write white 4 times? Because we are already writing this variable 4 times. So we are saying variable here as well, here as well, here as well, and here as well. So instead of writing variable 4 times, why not I can write color to be white? White is a very short letter, and this default color is a very big letter. Now let me tell you that what do you think if I will tell you to implement a dark mode? Now you'll have to manually come to all of these sections and you'll have to say that hey, now your color should be black or gray or blue, anything. But if you have created these custom properties, all you have to do is you have to change the value at one place and then it will reflect everywhere. So you can see the default color of our website as per the web design is white, right? Now I can just change this to gray and now it will reflect everywhere. Did you see? Did you see that? It is reflecting everywhere. Similarly, we have this padding of 10 rem for each section. So I can create section padding custom property and I can say 10 rem. And now I can take this section padding property and instead of writing 10 rem manually, again I can just say variable section padding, and now this way I actually have a basic idea. So if another developer will read our code, they will be able to figure out that okay, so padding is given for section padding, so section padding is 10 rem. Oh, okay, so this is section padding. Okay, so instead if you just write 10 rem, it doesn't make much sense, although they can understand that the padding for testimonial is 10 rem. But if you have created a custom property, if any developer will read it, they will understand that okay, so section padding is 10 rem, which means that each section has a padding of 10 rem, right? Now they can actually refactor your code in much easy way. Okay, so again I can do the same thing. I can copy this entire part and replace it with the manually written this padding class, padding property actually. Okay, and now if you want to increase the padding, instead of increasing the padding everywhere, just come here and say that now my section padding is 20 rem, and you will see that all of these sections has a padding of 20 rem, which will be equivalent to 20 into 16, which is 320 pixel. Okay, so this is the power of CSS custom properties. I hope that this thing became pretty much clear to you. Now you can ask me that why did you not created the padding for this property as well? See, CSS custom property is definitely a very helpful thing, but we do not create CSS custom properties for each values. No, sometimes all we have to do is we have to write the values on the fly. Okay, so here we have written padding of 1.2 rem. Okay, so this is manual padding. We can do that as well. Now you can ask me that can you explain me a little bit more? Yeah, I can. So let's say that I want all of these sections to have a border, so I can create the border class as well, or why not the font size. So I can say dash default font dash size to be, let's say, 2 rem, just for the testing purpose. Default font size to be 2 rem. And now I'm just going to take this, and now here I will say, hey nav, your font dash size is where dash default font size. You'll see that our font increased, and now I can take this and I can paste it here as well. So all of your font size is this one. Or maybe if you do not want to repeat this font size 4 times, all we have to do is take this main class, because eventually these sections are inside this main class, and refer font size here. Now you can see that our font size increased to be 2 rem. Now if your designer says that no, we need to again change the design in future, if you want to change the design of your website, and now your designers decided that hey, I think this font size is too big, so I just want to lower the font size. So again you just have to change it here, and now you'll see that entire website is reflecting that change. Okay, so this is a very simple custom property. Similarly you can also create a border. So you can say border to be, let's say, 2 pixel solid, maybe purple. I don't think how would purple look. I think I have color palette here, so let's take a very simple but stupid color. I'm using analogies here as well. Okay, so let's take this one. Okay, I've already used this one, so this one. Okay, or maybe this one. Okay, doesn't matter. And here I'm going to say hash this one, and now I can take this border property, and on this main itself I can say all of the section is going to be have no, this border will not work. Okay, we'll have to manually tell the nav to we have a border of variable this default border, and you see that our nav bar will have, okay, border dash border is not working, 2 pixel solid border. I hope it should have worked. So oh, I forgot the semicolon here. Okay, and if I will save this, our nav bar will have a border of 2 pixel solid this color. Okay, the color is similar, so let's try to just write maybe orange red, because the color is not visible. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so I can increase the border to 12 pixel, and now I can take all of this border, and wherever I want this border to be applied, I can just do this. Okay, and I can control the size of border as well. Okay, so this is CSS custom properties. Now This is the very simple explanation of CSS custom properties. Now I'm going to leave you with homework, and that homework is reading these 3 articles. If you read these 3 articles, trust me, understanding custom properties is going to be really very, I won't say easy, but really very handy for you. One is a complete guide to CSS custom properties from Chris Square. Remember, I told you when I was learning CSS, I used to go to CSS tricks and I used to read a lot of articles of CSS tricks. Nobody taught me nothing. Of course, I used to refer to YouTube for explanations, but again, when I used to read the blogs and then apply all of these stylings, all of these examples, then it used to make much sense to me. Okay, instead of watching someone explaining things, I used to read these articles and I used to apply all of these examples by myself. Okay, so please read these 3 articles. Trust me, please do not skip it. Okay, don't take my words lightly. Read this one and then read this pattern for practical CSS custom property use. I think this is by Tyler Childs. Okay, and then this one, Smashing Magazine, a strategy guide to CSS custom properties. Okay, and if you read all of these 3 articles, understanding custom properties will be very easy for you. Again, I said easy, but I hope you are understanding my feelings. Okay, so this is CSS custom properties. Now the slide that I'm going to show you is a pure replica from one of the premium courses that I was enrolled in, and I could not think of any better approach than this to explain you media queries. So if any one of you may recognize where this example is taken from, no need to get confused. Enjoy. Since we are developing a real world website, we need to think about responsive web design principles from the very beginning, even if we initially build and test for big screens. So these principles are really ingrained in the entire development process, and so therefore before we actually start to building the site, let's quickly learn what responsive design is all about. So responsive design, or responsive web design as it's been more traditionally called, is essentially a technique that we can use to make a web page adjust its layout and its visual style to any possible screen size. And with screen size, we don't just mean the entire screen of the device that is being used to consume the page, but it might also just be the window or the viewport size of the browser. So in practice, this means that responsive web design makes websites usable on all devices, no matter if you are using desktop computers, tablets, or a mobile phone. A responsive website will be easily consumable on each devices. Now it is important to understand that responsive web design is not a separate technology. So instead, it is really just a set of best practices and techniques that we use in our regular CSS. Now finally, we also need to talk about the 2 opposite strategies of building responsive sites with CSS. So the first one is the desktop first approach, in which we optimize our interface for large screens, and so therefore we start writing CSS for these large screens into our main CSS file, and then later when we actually want to make the website responsive, we simply write media queries in order to shrink the design to fit to smaller screens. Now on the other hand, in mobile first, we start writing CSS code for smaller screens in order to basically optimize our layout and our website for mobile small screens. Then from there, we can move up to large screens, of course, and again that is also using media queries. So basically, it is the complete opposite of desktop first. Now the idea that is behind this strategy of mobile first is that we as the designer, we really have to think about the mobile experience of our users, and basically we can do that by reducing our website to the absolute essentials and stripping away everything that is not entirely necessary. And since we live in a mobile world now, this has actually become the more modern way of building websites these days. But again, doing desktop first is also a fine approach you can take. It's more of a personal preference, like if you want to develop your website for desktop first and then optimize it for mobile sizes or vice versa. Let's now understand media queries and how it works. Now the example that I am going to show you is max width property that we use in desktop first approach. But you need not get confused. You just have to understand what media queries are and it will all make sense. when to use max width and when to use min width. Nevertheless, we are anyway going to develop our website. There I will give you more in-depth explanations. So let's say we want to apply a certain styles for the range between 0 to 600 pixel. So then we could write a media query like this. So we would write at media and then max width colon 600 pixels. So basically this media query checks if the current viewport is smaller or equal than 600 pixel, and if it is then all the CSS code that is in this media query will apply, and if no, then that code that is in this media query will not apply. So what this means is that the max width is 600 because 600 is the maximum width at which the media query still works, so where it still applies. Now after 600 pixel, for example at 700 pixel, it stops working, so the code is no longer gonna be applied. Now let's try another one, because of course we can create more than just one media query. So for example, if we wanted to cover the space from 0 to 1200 pixels, we would write a media query like this. So now we have max width to 1200 pixels, and so this media query basically asks the question, is the width less or equal than 1200 pixels? And so if it is, then of course this code that is in this media query will be applied. Alright, now inside these media queries here, we simply override some of the specific parts of the global CSS, so the code that is outside of any media query, but all the rest of the code will still apply. And so you can think of any media queries as tools for basically overriding specific parts of our CSS at certain viewport width. Okay, but anyway, switching back to our two media queries example here, maybe you are wondering what happens if, for example, a certain phone has a width of 400 pixels. So which media query will apply now in this situation? And that is of course an excellent question, and the answer is indeed simple. So both queries will apply because both of the conditions are actually true, right? So these 400 pixels are of course less than 600 pixels, and they are also less than 1200 pixels, and so the code in both media queries will be applied. Now if you have conflicting CSS declarations in these queries, which is in fact usually the case, then the one which appears last in the code is the one that will apply. But now another example, this time with the phone of 1000 pixels of width, or maybe actually a tablet. So here only the 1200 pixels media query applies because only that condition is true. So 1000 is of course less than 1200 pixels, but it is not less than 600, and therefore only this 1200 pixel media query does apply here. So with that, I hope you understand now how the media queries work. So let's now understand by writing few lines of code. I have a very simple markup here with this style.css file, and I'm going live here. So in the markup I don't have too much fancy code, just a very simple header that contains one h2, a main tag that has one section container that contains one h1, and a footer with a paragraph. So let's now understand media queries. So there are two preferred ways of developing a website. Either you can develop your website with desktop first approach and then a mobile first approach. In desktop first approach, you keep your screen this much wide, so you develop for your desktop first. You start your CSS, global CSS, by looking at this screen this much wide. So your menu bar will be somewhere here, then you have this much wide, you can say header, okay, and then you design your website and develop your website as per this much of width. And at the same time we have mobile first approach as well, in which you shrink your website to fit for the mobile point of view. So let me do that now. Right click, inspect, and then I will toggle this responsive mode. Well, it is already toggled, so just click it, and now you will be able to toggle this responsive mode by simply dragging this button across. Okay, so now we have control over how much wide our website gets. Okay, you can also control the width by manually typing the pixel values. So I can say 400, I don't have to say pixel, I just have to say 400, hit enter, and there you go. You can also increase the width by clicking the up arrow on your keyboard, up and down button on your keyboard, and you can also click this button here. Okay, so this will increase and decrease the width. So this is the mobile point of view. Okay, and yeah, you can also select for your preferred device. For example, iPhone XR, it would be this much wide, but then you will not be able to control the width. So for that, again, you'll have to go to responsive mode, and then you can actually control the width, and you can see that, okay, so at my device, at this width, how my website is going to look. Okay, but this is overall structure of mobile first approach. You keep your website, you keep your browser at this point, at this wide, and then you start writing global CSS for mobile screen. And then once it is done, then by using minimum width, you keep increasing your website width of website, and then adjust their layout by writing media queries. Okay, so let's now write media query and understand it. Okay, so let's say that on global CSS, I will say that my body will have a background color of blue. Now our entire website will be blue. Okay, so blue doesn't look too accurate. Let's go with this color. Okay, just pardon me, I couldn't select any better color, so I'm doing some random stuffs. Okay, so this is our overall structure of website. Let's keep it to 400. Now let's say that this is my mobile website. Now when I increase my website to 500 pixel, I want the look and feel to slightly change. Okay, so I can use minimum width. So when you say media screen and minimum width colon 400 pixel, in English, this means that the styles that you are going to write here will be applied if the screen is at least 400 pixel wide and above. So here you can override all of these. So here you can again select the body, and now you can say that, hey, now I want my background color to be orange red. Okay, so if I save this, and now you see that our background is orange red. At 400, this is our mobile first, this is our mobile's design, but when I go above, now the design completely changed. Similarly, you can also say that now I want my header subtitle to be not like this. I will say font dash size to be, let's say, 2 rem, and I also want to change the color to white. If I save this, and now you will see that, yeah, font size increased and the color changed to white. But if I quickly get it under 400, now you see that our by default CSS, so global CSS, is applying. Okay, so this is media query. This is very simple media query. At the same time, we have max width. So max width approach is taken when we are developing our website with desktop point of view. So now I'm just going to assume that this is our desktop width 1320 pixel, and so now we designed our desktop, and now we want to make this website responsive on every screen size. So let's say from 1300 I went to 800 and my screen is breaking. So now I want to adjust the layout of my website for 800 pixels so that I can control with max width. So here I can say that for 800, now you are going to write your styles. So this media query in English means that the styles that you are going to write here, it will be applied till the screen width is maximum 900 pixel or 800 pixel wide. Okay, for 801 it is not valid. Why? Because that will be overridden by our global CSS, because this is desktop first approach. Okay, so let's keep it at 800 because this will probably be the view for tablet, screen resolution for tablet. I'm just assuming this can be up and down. You can control that by selecting from here. So iPad Air, it is 820. Okay, but I'm going to go to responsive mode because that way I will be able to control its width and height. Let me drag it down. Okay, and no, I do not want this much. I want only 800, and I think I need to zoom. Okay, anyway, let's keep it here. Now here I'm just going to say that in tablet I want my header subtitle to look little different. So now I can say that text dash decoration to be underlined. I'm just doing some random stuffs. Okay, and I'll say color to be, yeah, let's change the color to white, and font size to be 3 rem. I don't know what I'm doing, but let's just keep doing it. Okay, and so now you see that on our tablet the website looks completely different. This is our by default, this website is by default. What have I done? If I reload it real quick, no, nothing happens. Oh, this is 60/100, so I need to keep it at 100%. Okay, so now I will say that at 800, you see that from this is desktop, and now we are adjusting our layout for tablet. So on 800 our website will be completely changed. Now these designs come into play. If you go further for mobile, you can again write a media query, so you can just duplicate all of this, and now you can say that now at maximum width of 400 I want my body to be painted with green. Okay, and now yeah, let's keep the header subtitle, or header subtitle, let's say header subtitle to display none. I just want this to be not visible on mobile, display none. And if I keep it to 400, let's go to 400, you see that our, let's fix it to 100%, and now our header underscore subtitle is not visible, but if I expand the width it is visible after we go to 401. Okay, so this is media query, max width versus min width. Now we also have one better approach, that if you want to control the layout between one particular point to another particular point, for example I want to design my website specifically for 500 pixel to 800 pixel, then I can also do that. So that I can do that by combining two media queries. So I'm just going to copy this, and now here media screen and max width and media screen, this one, and here I can write and, oh actually not, here I will have to write and as well, and max width, and here I'll have to write one more, min width, and maximum width is 500, so I will say at 500 pixel, and minimum width to be 800 pixel. And now here I can control the design between these points. Okay, so for maximum width, oh no, it should be minimum width. Okay, so minimum width is 500 and maximum width should be 800. Now between these the website should look completely different. So I'm just going to select the body and I will give it a background color of black. Let's keep it black. Okay, and now our website between 500 pixel to 800 pixel will look black. So if I go to 500 to 800, see, from 500 to 800 our website is completely designed differently. Why? Because now I have specifically said that hey, from 500 pixel to 800 pixel I want my website to look a little different, and then after that you can carry on. So below 400 do this. Okay, and yeah, maximum width for 800 do this. After 800 you can do this, not after 800 but below 800 you can do this. But you can see I am overriding these styles as well. So here I have specifically said that minimum width between 500 to 800 pixel I want my website to be a style like this, and after 800 pixel you can design my website like this. Okay, so actually I have used max width here. It means that the screen width is maximum 800 pixel wide. For 801 not valid, so this code simply does not have any value here. But again, just to explain you, these are the differences between min width, max width, and you can also combine multiple media queries to adjust the layout as if you want to adjust for a particular width of the device. Okay, now I'm not going to set you free very easily. Yeah, I have again very simple article. So Andres Galante, thank you Andre. So a complete guide to CSS media queries. Go through it and read it. So this is the anatomy of a media query. This is media, this is at rule. So at media is rule, screen is media type, and then here you write the media feature, and then we have an operator and then media feature. So this is multiple operators at works. Okay, so we are using multiple width size for minimum width and maximum width. Again, you can read it further right here. Okay, so this is very simple media queries, and let's now start to understand what responsive web design by creating our project. And yeah, I was reading few articles on React.js because I'm practicing it. I need to create one React course as well. But anyway, let's quickly shift our focus to final portfolio. In the approach for modern website development, so far we understood what are CSS custom properties and responsive design principle with media queries. Alongside it, we also understood the two preferred approaches that we can follow to develop our website, that is mobile first approach and desktop first approach. And now we are going to talk about all of these important topics by building a portfolio project. And by building that portfolio project, you are actually going to understand the professional mechanism that we can follow to build modern websites nowadays. Okay, so yes, this time we are going to go full project mode on. Okay, and now we are not going to set up anything from scratch because that would take a lot of time and I have limited time. So this time I'm going to provide you a starter file. So if you go to in the description, there is a link. So the first link of the description of this video will navigate you to this page. From here you can download the starter file for the John Wick portfolio project, and you can see that the last commit that I made, it was 5 months ago. So yeah, I really take a lot of time, but whenever I come up with courses, these courses are full packed with high-end materials. So I do not produce courses randomly. I plan a lot and then I bring them online. Okay, so yes, just go ahead and download it. And if you do not want to download, you can fork it as well. So just click it. Since I own this repository, I cannot fork. You can see it says that cannot fork because you own this repository. Okay, so if you are unable to fork, which by the way won't be happening, you will be able to fork it because you do not own this repository. Just download it from here. Click this drop down and then download the zip file. And since you are here, make sure to provide this star. Should I? Yeah. Okay, so yep, this way you are going to help me. And now I think you can read more about it, what we are going to build. And if you want to see, just click this, and here you will be navigated to the live page of the website. So this is the website that we are going to build. Again, I have already given you a fine preview of this one. So yes, let's now go ahead and start working. So just click this and click download zip and let it download. Extract this zip and then we are going to open it in VS Code and I will see you inside. Alright then, now before we get into the development mode, let me tell you all that in this section we are going full experiment mode. By the end of this section, you will be using all the best practices that we have learned so far in this course to craft this portfolio website. Now, what do I mean by full experiment mode? Well, it means some of the steps in this section may go over your head. That is done deliberately to let you figure out steps on your own. I call it reinforced learning. You go and dig deep into steps on your own, and then some steps will be overly explained multiple times so that I can give you more clarity on it. I have done this on purpose. Now, as a cool teacher, I give you this leverage to disagree with the method of teaching that I am going to use in this particular section, that is experimental mode. So if you think at any point that the explanations are not clear and you need me to explain everything, no matter how much time it takes, you want me to explain all of the lines one by one, write it all together, and you are unable to figure out the details on your own, then head over to the Discord or Telegram and let's discuss there. There we will have a chat and then I will teach you everything from scratch. Yes, pure scratch. Or together we are going to craft a course, or even better if I prepare a complete course that will be probably called as something like Frontend Developer from designing to development. So there I will be teaching you how to design a website and also create custom properties and then develop that as well. Isn't this cool? So yes, going full experimental mode for now in this course, but for all of you I will go full explaining mode real quick. Okay, so no need to worry if things really start to become little cumbersome for you to understand, although I have tried my best to explain everything that is in this course in this section particularly, but still, if anything does not make sense, head over to discourse, wow, head over to Discord or Telegram, and let's have a chit chat. I reply very quickly, bro. I reply very quickly. Okay, and there, then by together we are going to talk about some stuffs. And from my experience, although I'm not a designer or professional designer, but at least I will try to craft few website in Figma. I will teach you how to craft a website and then probably build that website as well. Okay, so I'm going to explain you everything, how to come up with custom properties, why to come up with custom properties, how to think about responsive design principle. Okay, and then we are going to code along. Okay, so yes, let's now start our journey. And yes, have fun and chill. Don't worry, I will make you all a good front-end developer very soon. That is my promise. Hey everyone, so I hope you all successfully downloaded the file from GitHub repo and opened that in VS Code. Let me explain you what is going on here. So I just have complete assets folder, inside which I have all the assets, CSS, images, and then the JavaScript code that we are going to use. Okay, and again global index.html, and I'm going live right here. Also I have opened the inspect panel and shifted it on the left side, because if needed we are going to do some serious debugging here. Well, I wouldn't say debugging, but serious looking into the code, which will then explain further steps related to what is going on in the development process. Similarly, I also have this pane open here. So this is the complete code block website that is hosted on Netlify, and along this is the mobile view, by the way. Okay, and wow, what a great explanation. This is mobile view, by the way. You all can figure it by yourself, but anyway. And with this I have the HTML code. Open it, view page source, so right click and view page source. Okay, and then I have the CSS file that is used, and this I open by clicking this one here, right click and open in new file, open in new tab. And then I also have the JavaScript that we have used. Okay, so yeah, I have access to everything. You also do if you want to do it. Nevertheless, I'm going to explain you each and everything. So my focus is going to be on explaining you this markup. How have I written this markup and why have I written this in this way, instead of writing all of this on my own. You can write it on your own, but my goal is going to be on explaining steps rather than just writing the markup, because I think that explanation at this point is much needed. We have already done little practices, so you can code along, but I will be explaining you steps. So yeah, let's first start with understanding what is this hard resetting and creating reusable classes. Okay, and I'm going to take it very relaxedly. I'm not going to, is relaxedly a word? Anyway, I'm going to take it very simple. I'm not going to put too much editing to this video, so that you can actually understand if an error comes, how well we do not get errors in front-end development. When developing a website, we do not get error, but we get unnoticed error. So visually it will not be clearer that what is going on, but somehow you will require to figure out that what's the problem. Okay, why the output is not looking as per the design. So then you will have to do some tweaking to these inspect panels by using these inspect panels, and also probably looking into the final file right here, and then probably coming up with the correct solution. Okay, and somehow I have put a deliberate problem in this website, which I hope you will be able to notice, but nevertheless I will be introducing you with that error. Well, again, I just said error, but that little problem, and then hopefully we will be fixing that as well. Okay, so first thing first, let's open this index.html. Well, let me close the sidebar for now, and I'm just going 2 steps back. Okay, I hope the zoom level is clear. Don't worry, we are going to zoom back in, but for now, again, very simple thing, meta viewport. We need this because if you want to develop responsive website, you need to have this one, so that you can actually tell the browser that hey, my initial scale is 1.0, and then I am using the responsive mode of HTML. So by providing this meta attribute of viewport, you are telling the SEO and the browser that yeah, this website is responsive. We have used favicon. Gonna explain you what is favicon. Then this is a remix icon. We have used some icons, so let me show you. This one is icon, so this is icon, so this is nav toggle, and this is nav close. Okay, so these are some external icons that we are using, and that is coming from this external API. And then again I have linked that styles.css to this file, and again I have this header semantic, and then everything is wrapped in this main tag. And then we have multiple sections, so section for home, section for about, skills, services, projects, which we are going to develop one by one. Okay, all of them also has or have, all of them also have an ID. Okay, so we are going to make use of these ID as well. I don't think, okay, section does not have an ID, so let's provide it an ID, section. Okay, now everything is cool. And then in last we have footer is not part of the main tag, so footer is kept separately. Again, we understood all of this in previous classes. And then scroll reveal, gonna explain you this one. And then we have linked the JavaScript file. For email.js we are going to use the API, and then we are going to write some code here. Let's now start developing our header. So I'm going to zoom right here. Okay, right here. So first of all, let's understand the code here. So this is the output, this is the complete website, and this is the code. So I have a header, so this entire thing that you are seeing here is a header. So this part is header, this is not the header, only this part is the header. Okay, and then inside this header it has well, not inside, but this header itself has a class of header and an ID of header, which will become clear in a moment. Then this header contains this entire nav bar, so nav tag, which has a class of nav and then container. Why have I provided this nav bar a class of nav and container? Well, because I want to utilize the code reusability purpose for developing a professional website. Let me explain you that. So close this part, open this CSS files, style.css file. I am again going one step back, and now you can see again a very simple import font. This is the font, and I have few custom properties written already here. So these are hue, first color, which means primary color, alternate, title color, text color, so the color of the text. This title color means that the color of the h1, the body color, so this is the body color. Then container color, so the entire container and the body has little difference. So here you can see, let me show you. You see there is a difference between the color, so this is the difference. This is body color, this may be container color. Okay, so yeah, right here. And then body font Poppins, fallback font is sans serif. Again, these are going to become much clearer in a moment, but now you can see that here I have written the base value, which also comes with a little warning that do not update values without understanding them. So again I have resetted it, box sizing border box, padding is 0, margin is 0. The scroll behavior for HTML is smooth. This will also become clearer once we get to write some content, and we will be able to scroll. Right now we cannot scroll because we do not have enough content, but anyway. And then what I have done is that I have minimized the code repetition that we would be doing otherwise, which means that we know that input, text area, button, these all has default behavior. So what I have done is that I have each time, instead of each time setting font family on them, we have just said that okay, so I know input, text area, button are going to be designed in a specific way, so I've just changed their font family to the font that we are using, which is Poppins. And we have also already said that your font size is going to be normal font size. And then the body has a background color of this one, color is variable. And not to forget that we are following mobile first approach, so we are going to design our website for this specific screen, and then we are going to make it larger to make it available, make it responsive. Okay, and then input, text area, button, we know that by default input, text area and button, it has an outline. So I have said that your outline is going to be none, and you also not going to have any border. Okay, let me shift it little here. You see I'm taking it too much raw. Okay, oh no, not this much, let's, okay, till here. And now we are going to use multiple h1, h2, h3, h4 a lot of times. So instead of again setting a value for each section and again redesigning multiple h1s multiple times, we have already said that hey, all of your h1, h2, h3, h4, your color is going to be title color, because we are going to use h1, h2, h3, h4 for specifically to mention titles, and that is why we use headings for, right, to write the specificity of the titles. What is the specific h1 that we require in that section? So h1 for the largest heading, h2 for the subheading. Okay, so color is title color. So if you click command and hit this property, it will take you there. So title color is this one, which means that if you write any h1, then the color is going to be this one. So you see, instead of randomly setting it a value, I have already defined their correct stylings. And then font weight is font medium, which is 300 or 500, okay. And then okay, since unordered lists are styled, so I've already said that all of the unordered list on my web page is going to be list styled, none. All of the anchor tags, text decoration, none. Images and SVGs, SVG stands for scalable vector graphics. I'm going to explain you this one in a moment. So maximum width is 100%, and then height is automatically defined by the browser. And then I have created reusable CSS classes, which is very basics. So I have created a very simple container class which has a maximum width of 1120 pixel and margin inline, which means margin starting from left and margin ending from right, is 1.5 rem. You can understand it as the equivalent of margin from left and right. Okay, and then I have created a grid. Again, I have set the display to be grid, which means that the container child is going to be placed like a grid item, and then the gap between the row and column is going to be 1.5 rem. Again, I have created a section, which means the padding block, again padding starting from left and padding starting from right, well ending from right, is 5 rem and 2 rem. And then all of the section title, section subtitle is aligned center. Let me show you. This is section title, this is section title, this is section subtitle, and you can see that by default all of the section titles are aligned in the center. So instead of going to each section and aligning them in the center again and again, I have already said that hey, section title class, and no, I don't want to copy section title, come on, section title and section subtitle is going to be text aligned to the center of the web page. Their color is going to be the title color, and font weight is going to be font semi bold. So 600, well 600 is semi bold. Anyway, let's do not worry much about specifics right now. And then the title itself has a font size of highest font size and margin from bottom of 1.5 em. Now you can ask me that wait a second, here I have designed, here I have styled section title, and then here I have again styled section title. So if we are doing this, why are we not getting all of these styles right here and pasting it here? Well, we cannot do this because right here these styles are also available for this section subtitle, but I do not want all of these styles for section subtitle. That's why we have said that some parts of section.title will be designed with these styles. Of course, we are sharing these properties with section subtitle and section title, but this is not yet. We need few more styles to be applied on section title, so that we have defined in a separate CSS class, which is section_title. And then, well, this is not a separate class, but again I have just applied few additional properties. So this one will already be available in both of these, but in section.title we are adding few more properties, which is the font size is going to be h1 font size, which is the highest font size, and from bottom we want a margin of 1.5 rem. So I hope it become clear for you. And then subtitle, again you see that subtitle has also got some specific classes again. So these are shareable classes, which is getting shared between section_title and subtitle. And now we are providing few more styles to it. So font size is a small font size for subtitle. So this is subtitle, this is subtitle. Where are you? Are you the subtitle? Okay, anyway, we are going to figure out, but the subtitle is font size small, margin from bottom is 0.25 rem. And then the spans has been designed differently with first color. So what is a span? This is a span. So this is a span. So this part here weak, this is into a span. So this intro, this is a span. Similarly, we have this skills. This is a span. Okay, so this span has been given a color of first color, which is somewhat maroon. So this one, first color. Again, I'm going to tell you about the color combination here, what is going on here. Okay, just relax. I told you that we are going to keep it very simple and we are going to keep it very easy. Okay, so span and main is overflow hidden for animation scroll reveal. This will also become sense once we will have much content here. So let's now start to build the header and nav. So what I'm going to do is open this index.html and close the sidebar for now, and I'm going to go into this header section, header part, and then let's come here and let's now analyze what is going on here. So again, this nav bar has a this nav. Well, did we see the nav class here? Let's check styles.css. I'm going to say command F to search for nav class. Well, I do not have any nav class, but anyway, we are going to write it if we do not have any nav class. Okay, so let's close the sidebar now. So this nav class has this class of nav. So this nav has a class of nav and container, and then it has an anchor. So this entire nav bar, so it has an anchor tag. So this one, John Wick, and then here we have a div. Why div? Well, this div is containing this nav __ menu, which has a nav dash menu, and this div is containing this unordered list and this div class. So let me show you. So this is an independent anchor tag, and then we have this div that contains all of this unordered list and this cross, which means this nav close icon. So that's why we have kept all of this into a div, its own div. And then independently we have this toggle button. So this needs to be independent because we do not want to use this one inside this div. See, when our this section is coming from the right side, all of this is contained within this container. So this entire container is that div. Okay, and this one is appearing independently. So yeah, let's now copy all of this, or let's copy just the nav part here. Copy this one and paste it here. Save this, and I'll have to refresh it once. Yeah, there you go, we see it. Okay, now we are not saying these because I'm not connected to internet for now. Once I will be connected to internet, you are going to see all of these icons. But let's go to a styles, and well, not here, but right here on these styles. So let's now see how have we styled our header. So again, I have this container grid. Okay, we already saw this. Okay, so this one is our stylings. So first of all, we have said that, hey header, your position is going to be fixed, width is going to be 100%. So your width is going to be 100% from left and right, and then background color is this one, container colors. Now if you say position is fixed, then you also have to say where. Well, top 0, left 0, we have already understand this in positioning. G index is G dash fixed. So let's now select all of this, copy it, and if you paste it here in this styles.css, we are getting somewhat output. Okay, and then we have this nav bar. So entire nav bar has a height of header height. So we want our header height to be how much? Let's see, we have this variable. We would be having some variables here, header height. So header height we will be having somewhere here. Let's make a search, header height, header height, header height. So in root, I have defined header height to be 3.5 rem, which means the height for this header. So from here to here. Okay, so this one. Okay, so this is header height. So if I copy this one, let me close this part here. This height is header height 3.5 rem. Display is flex, so that all of these items which is appearing right in this block should appear next to each other. And then justify content, space between, align items, center. Pretty basic code, much needed explanation, not much needed explanation. Let's keep it here. Okay, so now our nav is appearing like this. Of course we are unable to see these what do you say, icons, but it will become visible. Let me take a moment, and I'm going to see you in a moment when after connecting the internet. Alrighty, so now I'm connected to internet, so now you can see the icons here. Okay, so the next class that we are going to apply is on the logo itself. So we are going to design the logo, we are going to change the color and font weight. So let's take it. Come on, I just want to take this one, and if I paste the logos stylings, now our logo, so John Wick, is going to have color of white and then font weight of font medium. And next up is logo span. So the span that we have written right here, gonna explain you, wait a second. So this is a span inside this nav logo class. So let's see, the span will be weak. So if you see the markup, we are going to have this span. So inside this anchor tag we have this class of nav __ logo, and then John Wick is inside this span. John is sitting independently, but Wick is inside a span. So that's why we are saying that, hey, the span that is inside nav __ logo, please color them red. Okay, so now you can see that this anchor tag is sitting independently. Then all of these service, projects, contacts, they are a div with this cross icon as well, and then this close button right here, this toggle button, is sitting independently. So now that's why we have said that display to be flex, so that all of them are going to be on one line. So here this nav has these styles. So nav has 3 children, so we have said that display flex, justify content space between, align items center. Okay, and after this we have this nav toggle and nav close. So both of these, so nav toggle, this is nav toggle and this is nav close. Let's see what have we done here. So first of all, I'm going to copy this one. Again, I'm going to explain you each and everything. So instead of writing something, I feel like that I should explain you what is going on here. Okay, good. So display is flex. Why display flex? It will become in a moment. It will make sense in a moment. Font size, I increased it little bit. Color, changed it to title color, so white. And then cursor is pointer, so which means that if I now hover over it, now my cursor will turn to pointer. If I comment this code, this property cursor pointer, you'll see that my arrow is not changing. Okay, it is not changing, but I want this, so that's why I have changed the I've written cursor to be pointer, and now my cursor will be pointer every time I hover over these icons. Okay, and where are these icons coming from? Of course from the this one. So well, not here in the, we have that in the markup. So this remix icon. Okay, so remix icon, you can copy this entire part and right click and open with not open with live server, but copy it and open it in a new page. Let me show that you why to again not go into something this much important. So I'm gonna open a new tab, cdn.js deliver. Well, what is happening here? Just search for remix icons and click the first link, let it load, and okay, let's continue. Once it will load, let it load in the background. Okay, and so right here, next up that we have to do is to come over here and we are going to style it further. Okay, after this we have this media query. So we are saying that navigation for mobile devices. So we are simply using a media query, and then here we are doing something very odd, which at this point may not make much sense to you, but once I explain will become crystal clear. So I'm copying all of this code, all of this media query, and I'm going to write it here. So I'm saying that when the screen width is maximum, if all of this code, for all of this code, understand it as this, that for all of this code to execute, I want the maximum width to be only 1023 pixel, which means that now the nav __ menu, so all of these nav _ menu, well, not here but in the markup. So this nav __ menu, you see this div class, so the class that is gone right here. So all of this unordered list project section, you see right here we had this project section, it is gone now. Why? Because we have said that for them to be visible our maximum width needs to be 1023 pixel, which isn't right now. But if I quickly shift to 1023, you see 863, 864, you will see after 1023 now it is visible, but on mobile screen we do not want this to be visible. So that's why I have said that hide it. So nav underscore menu, position is fixed, top 0, right is 100%. So we have sent it negatively, so out of the desktop minus 100 pixels. So if I said 100%, it will be visible here, you see. Well, you cannot see it, but it is visible here. But if I quickly change it to 0, now you can see that, okay, it is here. But now we are saying that no, minus 100, and by writing the JavaScript we are going to control how it is appearing. So let me show you. This is nothing right now, right is minus 100, but when I click this, right is 0, and now we are seeing it. So when I say right is 0, now we are saying it. So this we are controlling, we are going to control using JavaScript. By using JavaScript we are going to change this value from 0, which means it will be showing up, to minus 100, which means it is going to be hidden by clicking this button. So when I will click this button, then these values are going to be changed. So 0 and then minus 100, okay. So it will become crystal clear. Background color, well, why have I commented this? Let's see. And if I change this to again 0, okay, so now it is appearing. So let's keep the background color right here. Width is 75%, because okay, let me keep it here and then explain it. Width is 75%. 75% of what? 75% of the available browser width. Height is 100%, so from all the way from top to bottom. Padding from left and right, well, not left and right, from top, bottom, top, right, bottom and left, okay. And then backdrop filter is blur 24 pixel. So this one, which is not visible here, it will be visible after applying some styles. Backdrop filter somehow is not applying, but anyway, we are going to care about some of these things little bit later, okay. So on this media query we have hidden this one, so let's keep it minus 100. Minus 100, just go away. And then after that, so this is the blur radius. So this is blur radius, it will become clearer in a moment. And now let's style this. So nav list, so this entire nav list, so this is the nav list. Let me show you this entire nav list, so the unordered list. Oh, I cannot click it here, so I'll have to show it here. So all of these unordered list. Now we are going to style this one. So nav underscore list, let's keep it to 0 so that it will be visible, okay. So nav underscore list, display flex, we change the flex direction from row to column, and each row has a gap of 3 rem. So this one, it is the row gap. And after this I have the nav link. So all of the links itself, just go into the markup and figure out what is the nav link. If you apply this one, all of the links will have the color of title color, font weight, and then transition. Again, I forget to mention the transition. We are going to understand this one as well. Just hold on for a moment. And then hovering effect. So when I hover over the links, each links, I want the color to be changed. So if I hover over this, you see that color is changing. What is this color? Well, this color is the first color, okay. And then after this we have the close. So nav close, so the cross icon that you are seeing there. Oh come on, I keep copying wrong class. Anyway, let's keep it here, paste it. So nav close is position absolute, which means it will be just gone from the document. So right here position absolute is gone from this width. If I save this, and it will be positioned 1 rem away from top and 1.5 rem away from right. So it will be somewhere right here. So if I save this, yeah, you see it is here because we want to keep it here, okay. And then after this, okay, so now we are seeing this show menu, right. So which means that now we are going to write the JavaScript class, and then we are going to understand all of these codes. So for now we do not need to write all of these, we do not need to copy. So now we are going to understand the JavaScript part. So menu, let's understand what is this code. So these all code is responsible for getting us the feature of this one, tick 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 tick. Okay, so let's now understand what is going on here. So first we are, again by the way, all of these are related to document object modeling, which I have explained in my JavaScript course, so make sure to watch this will become much clearer. So I have said nav menu, I have selected all of the tags, so let's copy it, all of these tags with this. Again, I cannot put too much explanation into this, forgive me, because that will again be like utilizing our time for some unnecessarily random steps that I would be repeating. So do make sure to watch the JavaScript course. I'm just selecting nav menu, nav toggle and nav close. So this entire nav menu, this is nav close, and then the one was the nav toggle, so below it the nav toggle. Okay, and then all I'm doing is saying that if nav toggle is available, then we are adding an event listener, that is click, and adding this show menu class to it. So if I copy this one and I will paste it here, if I save this, by default nothing is going to happen because we need to do something, because this show menu class will be added once we click this nav toggle. But now let's complete the code. So the code is to hide. For hiding, we are going to write this code. So if nav close is appearing, then add this show menu on nav close. So this one, and now all I have to do is I have to change by default. Let's see if I will be able to click it. Well, not really, I am able to click it, but nothing is happening because now I need to change the value of this to minus 100%. So if I save this, it is gone. And now let's see what is the styles. So menu of right 0, so let's copy it, and now we are going to add this one here, show menu right 0, which means that once someone will click this, then this show menu of right 0 property will be added here in this nav menu class. So if I save this, if I now click it, you see we are seeing this one, and if I, which means now nav close is active, so I will be able to click on this one. So if I click, it is gone. Let me show you. If I expand this header class, the container show menu, this one, if I close this one, so this is the overall by default the appearance of our website. But if I click this, observe what will happen here. If I click this, you see that show menu class was added. So what does this show menu class does? Well, this show menu class right here is simply overriding the right of 100% to right of 0, and we saw that right of 0 is this one, right? This one, this is right of 0. That's why we are overriding this one using JavaScript. So by JavaScript, with the help of JavaScript, we are saying that hey, when by default this is okay, but when I click this toggle, add show menu with right of 0 property to nav underscore menu, which means that this will appear, and now this close is visible, which means that if I click this one, then it will be removed. Okay, so this is what is happening behind the scenes, and let me explain you this one again. So here we are applying this on nav toggle. How did we get the nav toggle? We get the nav toggle from this one, document.getElement by id nav toggle. Now all of these has an id already given. So you see this will be having this entire nav menu has an id of nav menu, this nav toggle, this close button has an id of nav close, and then this toggle has an id of nav toggle. Okay, so that is we are getting from here, and then we are saying that if nav toggle is visible, then nav toggle dot add an event on it, which is going to observe a click event and then execute this function, which means that nav menu, so this entire nav menu, so this one here, so the nav menu, inside this nav menu, we are simply saying that inside this nav menu, by using this class list property, add this show menu class to it. So what does this show menu does? Well, this show menu is this one, this show menu class. Show menu has a right of 0, which means that this property right here inside this media query of minus 100% will be replaced with this right. And when will it be replaced? It will be replaced when I am going to click this button. So this is our very simple header. And next up is remove menu mobile. So what does it mean? Well, it simply means that each time we click any of these links, it will take us to that section, but now the entire menu is gone. So let's now implement this feature. So again, we are going to have very simple code for this one as well. So let's copy it and paste it here. So we are creating a variable called navlink, which we are on which we are getting access of all of the nav links. So all this menu has this nav link. Okay, so let me show you all of these anchor tags. So you see all of these anchor tags have nav link, nav link, nav link class. Okay, so we are saying that on nav link we are just saving all of the links, and we are taking an action. That action is simply by in this function we are simply saying, we are simply again getting hold of the nav menu. So the entire menu, let me show you this entire menu. So expanding it, header, unordered list. So this nav menu, so this entire nav menu that contains all of these home, services, projects and contact. Okay, so we are simply saying that nav menu dot class list dot remove. Right now what is added here? Well, so menu is added here, but now when someone clicks any of these links, we are simply saying that remove the show menu class from this nav menu. Okay, clear? Let me explain you again. Click each nav underscore link to remove the show menu class. When we add this show menu, what does happen? Well, when you add show menu class, then right of 0 is added. When you add right of 0, then all of this menu will be visible. So we are going to remove this so that it will be removed. So now we are simply saying that navlink dot for each on for by using for each. Again, we are looping over all of the events at once. That's why we have called it event. We could have called it e as well. And then we are saying that e dot add event listener. So the event that we are going to listen is for click, and the action that we want to perform is this link action function, which is this one. So each time someone will click on any of these links, this for is going to check that if the event that has been clicked is on this click event, and that is observed on this link nav link nav link markup, nav link tag. So now we are simply saying that on each nav link, just do this event dot add listener, observe click and apply this function. So any of this link, if you click, it will be popped up from the stack. So if you save this, again as it popped up from a stack, JavaScript is coming on my mind. But anyway, if I click about, it is gone. So menu is removed. If I click services, it is gone. So menu is removed. Let me show you. Not here, but header in menu, right here, nav menu, focus here. If I click this, you see so menu is added, which means so menu means right of 0 is showing us here. And now if I say about, so menu is gone. Okay, so this is what happening when I click then remove so menu. Next up is adding blur header. So what is this blur header? This one. If I click it, now can you see this blur, background blur? Now before moving forward, I can see that something is a little off here. So if I click this one, you can see that our menu is little bit blur, but this menu is not blur. The reason is pretty simple. I have added this background color, so I need to comment this one. Well, initially I added this background color so that I can show you that what is this width, how much it is occupying the space, how does all of this menu appears. But now I do not need this, so I'm gonna comment this, and then all of this code are going to work. So by using backdrop filter, we have applied blur of 24 pixel on this nav underscore menu class, and then this code is for Safari browser. By default, some of the CSS are not working in or does not work in Safari browser of MacBook. So to overcome the failure of the code compilation, we have added this -- WebKit backdrop filter of blur 24 pixel. So this one is for all of the browser, and this one is for Safari browser. So Safari browser is like that stubborn kid in our family that needs special attention. But anyway, if I save this, now somehow you can see that this one, you can see, can you observe this little blur here? Okay, now this will start to look like this once we will have content. Right now we do not have content, that's why you cannot see the blur, but you will see it once we will be filling our home with content. Let's now try to add blur header. Okay, so the next is adding blur header, right? Before adding blur to our header, let's now build our home section, because if you really want to understand how the blur is working, then there must be some content right here. So let me give you an overview of what we are going to do now. So we are going to build this home page, and when I will be scrolling, you see right there, did you see that our header is getting blurred? So that functionality we are going to build next, and you are going to understand it only if you build this home page, because if we do not have this home page, then we won't be able to scroll. Okay, so it means that if we will not be able to scroll, then how our header is going to be blurry. Again, if I scroll, you see that a new blurred as header class was added to this header, and so now we are getting our header to be blurred. So write this one, and so to understand this one, we must need to build our home page with this home section. So let's now build our home section, and then after that we are going to add the blur effect on our header. So let's now build our home page, and so I'm going to expand the viewport so that I can actually explain you what is going on here. So on desktop, our website is going to look like this. So this is what is showing up. Okay, now so our home page is this one. So let's inspect this one. So this content, so this entire part is a container section, and this section has two div, one div that contains this part and the other div that contains this image. So let's now observe what is going on here. So this is this entire div, the blue part. So that is the class with home underscore container. By the way, this entire part is a section. Okay, that section contains the div which is called as container, and then that container has two childs. One is for home content and the other is home image. In home image we just have this image, nothing else, but in home content we have this home data and then this home social, and inside this home data we again have few more content. So we have this subtitle, h1, h3, and then we also have little paragraph explaining about ourselves, and then an anchor tag that will take us to the contact section. Okay, so this is the structure of our home page. So let's now try to build this one. So again, I'm not going to write the code, I'm going to explain you. So this entire part is a section, home section, and it also has an ID of home. So again, I already have written that here. So section home, section, and ID is home. Okay, so now we are going to copy this part here. So from here, class to home underscore container to, let's keep it going till here. That's it. Don't copy this home image for now. Home image is a different section. Okay, for now let's keep it to home content itself. But again, wait a second, yeah, we are in the parent div, so we will have to close the div as well, but that is very simple. So let's paste it here and copy this one. So copy, write this so that we can close this div. So if I save, we have all of these texts right here. Okay, so what is going on here? Well, very simple. I have the left part done, so this part, left part done. So again, let me explain you. So this entire thing is a container. How have I made it a container? By using reusable CSS classes. Hard reset, we already understood it, and now by using reusable CSS classes we are doing section code repetition. So let me explain you. If I go to styles.css, first of all, if you observe, you can see that in section we have this home class which also has a class of this section, and then this div has a class of home underscore container which has a class of container, and it is a grid, and we have already defined all of these classes right here. So somewhere here above, right here you can see that our container has a maximum width of 1120 pixel, which will make our section, this div container, so the container that contains this both code, only 1120 pixel. So if our browser width is larger than 1120 pixel, then the content will not become as big as the browser width. It will just consider that the maximum width is always going to be 1120 pixel. It is never going to be, the container is never going to be wide enough to accommodate the width. So even if you watch this website on 4K resolution, so the maximum width for the website is always going to be 1120 pixel. So if I increase this to 2000, which doesn't make sense, 2000, you can see that if I let's just do the inspection. You can see that our nav container has a maximum width of 1120 pixel. So just focus here. Can you see 1120 into 80? So our max width is 1120 into 80. Same, our this home container is also 1120 into 677 depending on the height of the content. And then this section is also, well, this section is 2000 pixel, but this container here, right, this one looks like I have missed something. And yeah, so this container, about container, is also just 1120 pixel wide. Okay, so this is the max width property. Max width simply says that no, the maximum width is going to be this one. Even if you increase the browser window, no, maximum width is always going to be this one. So let's shift it to 1120. Okay, goody. Okay, and so again we have a grid class which will make our child grid, and between them the gap is 1.5 rem. Then the section has this class. So you see that these are some reusable CSS classes which we have already created, so we don't have to style each of the section differently, because we need to follow modular approach. All of our sections needs to be equally aligned. All of these sections needs to be 1120 pixel. If our main section is 1120, all of the sections needs to be 1120 pixel. If not, then the entire personality of the website will completely change. Imagine that this section is 1120 pixel, this one is 1200 pixel. If you design separately, then there can be possibility that you somehow override some of the styles. So that's why I have created these section classes, container, and we are sure that the container is 1120 pixels. So if we are going to hand over our project to someone else, so another front-end engineer, they will be able to figure out that okay, so this container, all of the container is 1120 pixel wide. Okay, I'm cool with that. And margin inline has been given 1.5 rem. Okay, so this is not just for you but for also to understand that okay, so we are following a modular approach. Okay, and again these all are very clearly seen. Home data contains S3 and John Wick home underscore education, and then description. And now let's try to style them. So right here in this home part here, all I'm going to do, gonna copy some styles, some styles, home. I'm not going to copy all of them individually, gonna copy all of them at once. Home description, copy this one, so to save time, and just go to each classes one by one, and you will be able to understand what is going on here. Okay, and then after this, what do we have? We have home social and home links. Okay, so you'll have to copy them one by one, or don't copy, write it and understand how all of them are actually appearing. So yeah, we just have to copy this home description. We already copied home description, and so home social and home social dash link, and this hover. Let's copy this one, paste it, and let me now explain you what is going on here. So now you can see that home underscore description, so this one is margin block 1 rem 1.5 rem. Okay, and this is a start of margin, this is end of margin. Home social is display flex, so this one, if you do not do flex, all of them will be like this. Ooh, very bad, very ugly. If I comment all of them, this is how it is appearing. Okay, but that's why we need display flex, justify content center, column gap between them is 1.25 rem. So this is column gap, so this is column gap. Okay, or this is a row gap. What is row? This is row and this is column gap. So let me, but we have changed the direction. No. So if I comment this one, let's see what happens. Yeah, so this is column gap. So this 1.25 rem, this is the column gap, okay. And then link home underscore social dash link. So the entire link itself. Display is flex, background color is first color alternate. Which one is this? Well, this one, okay, little bit different. And then padding is 0.5 rem. If I comment this out, very ugly. Padding is 0.5 rem. Color is title color, so white. Font size we have increased to 1.5 rem. Wow, what is this clip path? Well, this clip path is polygon to create this shape. If you want to create your own clip path, just search for clip path generator, and then you will be able to create your own clip path. So these are some demo. So the square, this is triangle, make it like this and it will become like this. You are getting this code right here. What do you want? You want a hexagon? This is a hexagon. This is a hexagon, okay. So to make it a hexagon, just copy this one and your content will be clipped into this format, okay. So that is what, oh, that is a polygon, not a hectagon. Okay, looks like it will ask for money if I create some other sizes or not. Let's do not worry about that. But this is how you create a clip path. Clip path is used to clip some certain stuffs on your web page. And then again we are applying transition. Now let me explain you what is transition. Well, transition simply means little animation when something happens. So that is to transform on 0.4 second. Now what does that mean? It means that when I apply this hover effect, then it means that let me show you. If I hover over this one, you see, can you see little animation? It is going above. So that is transition. We are simply saying that translate y. So when you say translate y, it means that translate y. If I hover over this, you see that a two-dimensional transformation is applied to an element through the transform property. The property contains a list of transform function similar to those allowed by SPG. Don't worry about that. Translate y simply means that move it little bit upwards. So minus 0. So this is x-axis, this is y-axis. So when you say minus 0.25 using this translate y property, then when we are going to hover over home underscore social dash link, so on this one, then this will move slightly upwards. So if I hover minus, what is this? Minus 0.25 rem, okay. So this is transform. But when we say transition on the main class, on the main link, then by using this transition we can apply a smoothness to it. So if it is transforming, then it should transform on 0.4 second, okay. So very smoothly. If I comment this out, you will see that our transform will be ugly. Let it load. Can you see this? The effect? Wow, it looks really ugly. So that's why we are saying that the transition is going to be smooth. For what? For transform. How much time do you need to transform it? Well, 0.4 second. So now the transition is going to be smooth. You see how smooth it is, okay. So this is transition, okay. And after this we are going to build this part here. So the blow up part here. So this image part. Now this image contains let's see, again this home underscore image class, which has an SVG. SVG stands for scalable vector graph, which means that if you expand this website, then the SVG is going to be adapted to the view of the screen automatically. So you do not have to select the width and height. SVG simply means scalable vector graphics, okay. And so by the way, you do not have to understand too much about this, okay. The reason is SVGs are you can also build your own SVG, but again, building SVG is kind of boring stuff. So you can always create one online. So the next is, okay, this container is done. After this we are going to build, after this div we have this part here. So this image part here. So let's now copy this home underscore image. So if you see this SVG has a class of home underscore blob. I'm gonna explain you what does this mean. Let's copy this one. Whoa, where are we going? Oh, I have too much spaces. how many SVGs do I have? Okay, I looks like I went really far, but okay, till here. Okay, till here. Do not copy the last div. I'm gonna save it and paste it here. Save this, and now we have our image here. So let me now explain you what is going on here. So first I have this container home underscore image, home underscore image, which has a SVG. SVG has been given a class of home underscore blob, and this, and then we are using again just ignore this one. Then we have this part here, rectangle. Then here we are adding an image to SVG. So that image is this one. It has a class of home underscore image, ID is image blob, width is 740 and height is 1225, and then the image is coming from this part here. So from this link, insert your profile, recommended size 640 into 940, because by default this is going to appear as our portfolio. So that's why I have written this comment here, so your image can be really clear. Okay, now we need to style this. To style this, we are going to write the styles. Wow, very simple. But now let me show you something. If I go to image, this is the blob, this is the blob SVG, this is the SVG. So this entire black part is this SVG, and which is actually created with this code. Again, even I don't understand this code, I just randomly generated a blob SVG from SVG generators. Okay, so then here you insert your image. The image ID is image blob, width is 740, height is 1125. You can control the width and height from here within this SVG. By default I have kept the SVG to be height of this and width of this and height of this, and href is blank because we have already given the href on this index.html. So here I have called the SVG home underscore blog SVG, which has a class of this one, and view box is this, mask ID, rect, pattern, and then it contains this SVG. So this is this entire code. So this entire code here. Okay, so I've just copied this entire code like this and pasted that there and changed the href. Okay, so this is the SVG that we are using here. For the stylings, I think I do not have much stylings, and home, for home we are, oh, I forget to style the button, the chat button. Anyway, we are going to keep the care of that. Okay, so this is the button code, and but for now let's style this one, home underscore image. So let's copy this one and paste it here. So home image, it justifies self, it's centered, blob width, we just control the width to 320 pixel because this is mobile. Fill is where first color. What is this fill? Well, this SVG, you can fill the color of SVG. By default SVG was black, so you can control the fill of the SVG using the fill property. So that is what we are doing here. Fill is variable first color, this is the first color, so that is what we have been using so far. And then the filter is drop shadow, we have applied some drop shadow right here, so that is the drop shadow property here. And let's keep it commented here. If I uncomment this, what is this? If I save this, okay, so this is animation. Let's comment this out. Let's now build the button. So button is very simple. This one we already understand about all of these steps, so this must not be that much difficult to understand. Again, I am skipping all the already understood steps. So the button is display inline block, background color is this one, padding is this, border radius, we have some colors, font weight, transition of box shadow of 0.4 seconds. So because when we hover over button, we are applying some box shadow, so we are applying the transition as well. So if I hover over this, you can see some box shadow there. If I zoom, I am unable to zoom. Why? Now if I hover, can you see little bit of box shadow down there? So that is what we are doing here. So these are random steps, that's why I'm not putting too much effort to explain you this, but this is our home section. And now let's now try to understand, let's now try to add the blur effect. So let's now go to main.javascript, and here we are going to add the blur. So let's now select this blur and apply that here. And if I save this, now if I move, our header is blurry, and if I expand, can you see this blur effect? Now let me explain you this code. So we are simply creating an arrow function blur header, and we are saying that header, we are actually getting hold of the header, and then we are saying that if we are using a ternary operator here, by the way, okay, let me close the sidebar. We are using a ternary operator. Again, you will have to understand JavaScript to understand all of these steps. So yeah, DOM is pretty necessary, and I've covered DOM in my JavaScript course. Little bit promotion is always good. So we are saying that if this dot scroll y position, again scroll y is this one, so when you scroll like this in that axis, upward y axis, this is scroll y. So we are saying that when the scroll y position is greater than 50, then add this class to the header. If not, then remove the class from the header. So when I go there, and then the scroll position is greater than or equals to 50, which means that this one is 50 50 50, this is 50 pixel, right? So it means that when our website will go on almost 50 pixel upwards, then our header is going to be blurred. So now if I expand the header, you see that blurred header is added, okay? And if not, then blurred header is gone. If it is, then blurred header is added. If not, then it is gone. So we are saying that this dot scroll position, if the position is greater than 50 pixel, if the position is greater than 50 pixel, it is, because now we moved 50 pixel upwards. So now this class will be added. This class will be added on which part? On header part, by using this class list dot add property, and if not, then the class will be removed. And then on window, we are listening for an event which is scroll, and then we are passing this callback function. So when this event is submitted, which this event is going on, then it will keep listening for this function to execute, and when the condition matches, then this function will execute. What is the condition? The condition is this one. So this is blur header, okay? So next up is building this about page. So I'm going to take little bit of break, and then I will see you in a moment. Let's now build the about section, and so let's now observe it first. So this section, again, ID of about, class is about, and then it is also a section, okay? And now it also has a parent container. So this div that contains two children, one is the data and another one is the image. Further, this data children also has few childrens, so h3, h2, a paragraph, and again an anchor tag. So this section is also similar to our main section. The only difference is the order is changed. Here image is in the right side, data is in the left side, and here image is in the left side and data is in the right side. For mobile view, in mobile view we do not have anything very fancy. Both of them are same, okay? So data, image, okay? And so now let's see. So this is a section. So this section has this section of padding block, which means padding from top of 5 rem and bottom of 2 rem. So if I deselect this, you see the padding from bottom is gone, and surely padding from top is also gone. So padding block simply means padding block from top, padding from top, and padding from bottom. So if I increase this quit Grammarly, quit. So if I keep increasing this 2 rem to 7 rem, you see that we are increasing the padding from bottom. So let's keep it to 2, not 2 but 2 rem, okay? And so yeah, this is the mobile mode. So let's now start developing for our mobile. So first we are going to see the markup for it. Well, it all requires little reloading. So let me zoom a little bit, and this one, keep it at 100%. Okay, so this is pinch zoom, okay? So again, this is the div. So let's now copy this entire div, the entire container. Whoa, where are we going, bro? only till this point. So this one, okay, copy this and let's now paste it here inside this about section. So if I paste it, now we are going to have something similar to what we have for the main section, and all we have to do is to style it. Okay, so this entire div is a container, about container. It is a container, which means 1120 pixel of maximum width, and this is grid. So what happened? Do I need to reload it? Yeah. Okay, so now we get it again. We are going to fill it very soon. So let's now observe. So now this is a grid. So this is a grid, which means that this grid class will be applied. So we'll have to go a little up. So the grid is this one. So display is grid, and between each column and row we have a gap of 1.5 rem. Okay, so pretty straightforward. And then what have we done? So we have this about data. So this one, about data, it contains this S3 section subtitle. So this subtitle, and it has a span of intro, then about me, and then description. So everything just as above. Okay, so let's now write the stylings for about. See the stylings that we need to apply to this about part. Okay, so this is about container, about data, about description. Let's copy these three first, and let me explain you what is going on here. So this about container, so this entire container has been given a row gap of 2.5 rem. So if I quickly switch on this grid part, so this is the row gap, so 2.5 rem. Okay, if I quickly deselect it, now you can see that we are losing some part of the gap. Okay, and then this about data, so this entire container, about data container, has this section subtitle, and then this section title, and then this about description. So all of them are text aligned to center, and then this description, so the last one, this one, the paragraph, this huge description, has a margin bottom of 2 rem. Okay, so if I click it, margin bottom, if I select and deselect it for real quick, you can see that we are getting the effect. So no margin from bottom is this one, margin of bottom is this one. Okay, so now we have this anchor tag, so we need to design the, well, it is already designed. Okay, so next up is this image part, so we need to fix this image as well. So I think we wouldn't be having too much styles. So about image is justify self, it is centered. Blob has been given a width of 320 pixel because of course we are on mobile view. Okay, and the path, we changed the stroke of the path with this color, with this variable color. So let me copy this, gonna explain you this one as well, no need to worry. Okay, so now you can see that, so this here you can clearly see that this part here is little bit different than this one. So here if you see this one, about underscore blob, so this blob.svg, I have this blob border.svg. so this is the same blob, but this time I do not have the entire blob in this blob, in this svg to be exact. I don't have this entire part, but this is a transparent svg which is developed with just the border property. Okay, so this is the stroke, so this is the border. Okay, this is a transparent svg with this shape, with the same shape. This one has the background color that we changed using the fill property, but this one we did not change using the fill property because we do not even have the fill value. We just have this border, and now I can change the border, the color of the border, using the stroke property. So if I comment this, by default it will appear black, but by using the stroke property we changed it to be the first color, and then we shifted the width for 320 pixel because of course we are developing for the mobile first approach. Okay, so this is about us. Again, all of this is very simple, very easy. You just go through all of this. Okay, let me tell you, you just comment this code, comment these code, and comment all of these code. Okay, save this, and now see that, okay, so now our website is looking like this, and now start to uncomment it. So uncomment it, and now see the change. Okay, this one is cool. And then how about underscore blob, width is 320 pixel, and then this path we are changing the stroke to this one, What is this path? Well, path that is inside this about underscore blob. So let's now go to about underscore blob, and so this is the path. This entire part is the path, which has a stroke of by default black. Stroke width is 10. You can also increase the stroke width to 20, and now it will be, you see that stroke width is 20, but now let's keep it to only 10. Do we have something else? No, we don't have many things. Okay, so this is very simple SVG. So that's how we use SVG. And next up is skills section. Okay, so skill section is pretty simple. Skill section, we do not have much things in skill section. Let's see. We just have this much stuff. So let's see the skills part. Okay, so I have again a section which has been given a class of skills section, and again looks like the ID is not been given here. So let's see if I quickly shift to, okay, I do not even have skills on this main page. Okay, so somehow I forgot skills, but no need to worry. Okay, so I will not be having skills here as well, which means so I do not have skills here as well. So now I need to fix something, and that is creating one more anchor tag, nav link about services. After about we have skills. So after about we have this skills, and let's change the anchor tag to skills. It will become crystal clear in a moment. And now we will be having skills as well. So if I click skills, it will not take us to a skill because right now it does not have any skill section. And so now let's copy this code. See, this is what happens sometimes, and I can also see that I have not provided these skills an ID, which is really important. It has an ID of about, it has an ID of home, but skills does not have an ID of skills. So now we know that there is something off. So let's copy this code. So first let's understand. So this is a section which has been given a class of skills, and this is a section. So somewhere here, so this is the skills part. Let's go to about, and after about we are going to find skills. This has been given an ID of section, and okay, so this has been given an ID of section, and this should not have been section, but this should have been skills. Righty. Okay, and now here we are going to write these codes. Firefox. So let's copy this entire div from here to here. So this is the container, skills container, which is a container, and it is also a grid, and it has three children, div, two children, div and this div. Okay, this div contains an h3, an h2, and a paragraph and an anchor tag, and then this children contains the skill group. So this is an ordered list which is li and li. Okay, so let's now copy all of this. Understanding the markup is relatively easy. So this is how you should actually understand. So all of these steps I have already explained you in the HTML part, that how are we going to write the markup. Okay, and so this is the very simple markup. And so now let's understand how to style it. So pretty simple stylings we are going here. So the background color is this one. Skills container, padding bottom of 2 rem and row gap of 3.5 rem. Data is text align center, skills description, margin bottom 2 rem, and then the content and group is displayed as grid. Okay, and now here we have little different styling. So first let's keep it till here. Okay, let's paste it, and there you go, somewhat refactored. And now here we have some advanced steps. So the skill content has been given this grid template column of repeat 2 rem and as per its maximum content. So here we are using the template column. We are actually defining columns. So again, what is column? This is row, and this is one column. Okay, and then this is two column. So here this is one column, and this is the second column. So we have created the skills content. So this skills content, we need to go to skills part, skill container, skill data. Let's quickly do this part here. Okay, so this skill content is a grid, and this skill content has been given the grid template column. We have two column with its maximum content. Okay, if I comment this, wow, very ugly. Now all of them are in row. So we have created two columns of maximum content. The column gap is 4 rem. So this here column gap is 4 rem. Justify content is center, align items is baseline. Okay, justify content is center, column gap is 4 rem. Okay, everything is becoming crystal clear, and of course the display is grid. Okay, so this is the power of CSS grid. And then I have this skills group. So the group, and so let's copy this, and I'm going to explain you simultaneously. So skills group, so this skills group here, if I expand this, this is an ordered list. So this skills group has been given a class of row gap of 1 rem. So you can see 1 rem of row gap between all of them, and list style is decimal leading 0, which means that our styles are going to be the list. So li are not going to be numbered from 1 but 0 1 0 2, decimal leading 0. So that is why you are saying 0 1 and 0 2. If I comment this out, then it will not appear as such. It will be 1 2 3 4, but no, I want decimal leading 0. So that's why 0 1 0 2. Okay, so decimal leading 0, remember this. And then skills items. So skills items, so this one, item, all of these items has been given a font weight and the color of the title color, which is white. And then the marker, so marker simply means 0 1, this text itself, the text itself. So the text itself has been given a color of first color. So 0 1 0 2, this is the marker. If I change this to, let's say, pink, 0 1 0 2, and all of the texts will be pink. Okay, so that you can select using this colon marker pseudo selector. And okay, so this is my skills section, it is done. Next up is services. So let's now build services. Let's now build the services section. Services section is also very simple. We don't have very much code, so the markup is here. So this is services, entire section has been given services class, and then it is a section, and the id is services. Now this id is services. Okay, I haven't mentioned about why have I provided these sections with an id. This will become clear. Okay, this will become clear after building this website. We are going to analyze it. Okay, so all of this is going to make sense. So again, it has an h3, this one, h2, this one, and it has then this div, this entire div. So this entire div that contains all of these three services container that we provide. Okay, which is an article, by the way. So article has been given a class of services __ card. So this entire card, okay. So let's now copy this one, and this time I'm going to do little different thing. So come on, no, don't go away. Okay, and inside this section paste it, but this time just get rid of the other two cards, delete this card. First we are going to build the first card, and then we are going to duplicate some of the stuffs. Okay, so let's save this, and now we have the only simple design here. Okay, so I'm gonna go to style.css, and let's now write the style for services. So the services container, let's copy this. The container is given this row gap of 2 rem, padding block of 1 rem. Okay, so this container here, let's go to services, expand this. So services __ container, I don't seem to find it. Oh, this is sections. Oh, section services, this isn't a container. Yeah, there you go, here we have the container. So this is the container. So the container is container grid. If you expand it, this container has been given these classes. So row gap of 2 rem, padding block of 1 rem from top and bottom. Okay, so now let's build the card, and then it will be much smoother to understand. So the services underscore card, so this here, so this entire card here. Okay, so this card, let's first paste the styles. So card, inside the card, text align is center, background color is container color, padding is 3 rem from top and bottom, 1.25 rem from left and right, border radius is 1 rem, border is this one, and then we have applied transition. And you know why? Because we are going to apply some hover effects as well. So this is a very simple card, but this does not look very good. If you see this card, this is different. We also have a color of when we hover over it, the border is colored. So okay, so now we need to add the hover effect. So let's now copy the hover stylings. Well, we have icons as well. Okay, so we need to design this well as well. So let's now do this. Services underscore icons. So what are icons? These are icons. So this is icon. Okay, so icon display block font size, we increased it, color, and we just applied a little margin from bottom. So from bottom, and so this is the margin from bottom. So this is this margin from bottom. Okay, and then so these icons are coming from remix icons. Okay, and then we have the title. So services underscore title. So this one. If I save this, why have I written this dot? Okay, title. So font size is H2 font size. So let's see, services underscore title, and let's do this. Okay, so this web developer somewhere here. So this is the title and this is the description. So this title has a font size of H2 font size, and then the margin bottom of 1.5 rem. So this is the margin. So right here, this yellow part is the margin from bottom. And after this, what do we have? We have the services card. So card, when I hover over this card, we are going to apply 1 pixel of solid border, and the border's color is going to be first color. There you go. And now when I hover over this card, you see that we get this fine border of 1 pixel solid first color. Okay, so this is very simple one card. Now all we have to do is we have to repeat this article part here. So if I repeat this 2 times, now we are going to have 3 cards with the same data. There you go, you see this 3 cards with the same data, and we are getting these row gap because this container is a grid. So this container, service container, is a grid, so the row gap has been applied. Okay, so that's why we are getting these styles, of course. And you can also see that let me go to the styles, these font size. So for every heading we have different font. So for H2 we have H2's font size, for H1 we have H1's font size, which is bigger font size. So we have already written these predefined classes in our markup so that we don't have to repeat these steps again and again. Okay, so we know that these are subtitles, these are service titles, these are going to be H2 because we can only have only one H1 per web page, per home page. This is not like forced rule. This is more kind of an opinion in front-end development world that on every web page you just need to have only one H1, because of course that is the primary H1, and if there is something primary, then it must be unique, and you cannot have multiple primary things on a web page. I've explained this in my HTML course. Okay, so not course, but in the HTML video itself in this same course. Okay, and so yes, so this is services, pretty simple services. And next up is this project section. So let's now see. Okay, so again we are going to build this first card, and after that you are going to build the we are just going to repeat the same cards multiple times. Now here I almost forget that we have to change the content. Okay, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these articles from here, because this contains the real code, and I'm going to replace this article with this code, and now our content will be changed. Of course, for you the content is going to be completely different. If you are a web developer, write web developer and write your own little summary here, and whatever you know, just you write it. And if you want another thing, if you want to add another experience, major work that you do, just repeat this article. You will have one more card, and there you can add some more steps. And make sure to find out go to remix icons, and remix icons, I forgot to show you, open source library, and there make sure to find out about the icons as per your work. Okay, you are going to find about them. So here you just have to search for let's say, okay, I am unable to click, so Flutter. I hope that I get this Flutter. Click this and just copy this entire thing here. Okay, copy this part and paste it right here, and then do make sure to provide this class services of services _ icon, or maybe just copy this class here, ri-flutter-fill, and then write it here, ri-flutter-fill. And now here you just say flutter development and develop high-end, just write develop high-end Flutter apps. And now you can see that you have one more card in your major work section that you do. Okay, so next step is this project section. So let's now build this project section. Pretty simple, this one as well. So again, this is also a section, project section, ID is projects. I have this H3 and this one. Let's copy it. No, don't go away, bro. Why are you doing this to me? So H3 and H2, we have already defined it, so we are getting it. Section _ subtitle with this, section _ title with this. And let's now create our first project. So first I have this div, so let's copy this div and paste it here, and I need to close this as well. It is automatically closed. Inside this div we are going to first build this first article, so let's copy this one and paste it here. Very simple. I have an article which has a class of project _ card, which has an image of our project that is coming from source/asset/image. So this one, source/asset/image/project1. So this is the project. It is loaded here, so you can already see it. Okay, and then after that here we have the project model. So the model is this one. If I hover over this, you can see this. Can you see this red part here? So this is the model, which will contain the link of external link. It will contain the external link, which upon clicking will redirect our possibly viewers of our portfolio to the project of this. So the project, very simple. Okay, so if you click view demo, it will take you to this project. So let's now see. Yeah, okay, project model is project subtitle, which is this one, web, and then this is project title, modern website. So project title is modern website, and then a link, and then this link, anchor link, project _ button, view demo with this class of remix icon. So this one, view demo, and this one. Okay, so yeah, let's copy this one, and then yeah, I've already pasted it. Okay, so let's now style it. So inside this projects, going to style it. So the project's background color is container color. So we have container, we have changed the container one by one. So the container color is black this time, and do not go to index.html. Next style is the container itself, so the project container, so the grid, so this one, this entire part here, so this entire container, this entire div. Okay, So here we are going to apply this styles. The container has a row gap of 2 rem because we have multiple cards. Justify content in center, padding block of 1 rem. Okay, so this one, so far so good. This is also appearing here, view demo. And now all I have to do is projects card. We have to make it position relative so that we can actually control the movement. Overflow is hidden by default. We are not going to show it border radius of 1 rem. So project card, let's copy it. Position is relative, but when we say position of relative, then relative to its original position. Okay, so from here, so the card itself. And then project's image is going to be width of 100%, height of 100%, the image. So this one. Okay, good, we get it little bit. And then we have this model. So we are making this model absolute. Just get out of the DOM, and from left 0, bottom of minus 100%. This will become clear because we need to apply some animation to it. So by default this is not going to appear minus 100, and by when we hover, we are just going to change the bottom of 100% to 0 so that it will be available for us to see. So let's copy this one and paste it here. And now it is gone. It is somewhere here. It is hidden. So bottom is minus 100, width is 100, height is 100, background 100%. These are 100%, which means 100% of the available container, not of this entire width. And then the background color is linear gradient. So the background color is this one, this linear gradient. So the red one, linear gradient. Okay. And then backdrop filter I have applied. Border radius, display flex, just flex direction column. So these properties for these all terms here. Okay. And then align item center, and then we have applied a transition from bottom of 0.4 seconds. Now all we have to do is we have to what do we have to do? We have to use JavaScript to not now. We don't have to use JavaScript as of now. We are going to do the same thing with the CSS itself. So let's now go to CSS, and yeah, so this is the hover effect. Okay, so no JavaScript. So project subtitle, project __ button. So the subtitle and the button is not visible. Is it visible? Let's see the HTML here. Have we copied the button? Where is the button? Okay, no. So the button is the clickable link. So this is the button. Okay, which will redirect us to our project. So this one, projects __ button. So that is what we are doing here, project __ subtitle. So this one, the subtitle, the web, and button. So this styles. And then the subtitle has been given a display of block so that we can apply it margin. So let's do it. Subtitle, display block, and wait, let me do it. Let's apply this one 0 so that we can actually see it. So this is appearing here. Okay, so now we can actually develop it. And now project title, let's copy this font size of this. Font size of title, we increase the font size of the title, this one, modern website, and margin of bottom of 0.75 rem. And let's copy these two as well, __ buttons and all. Flex align items, column gap of 0.5 rem. Font weight, we increase the font weight. Okay, so this is project __ button. Okay, and then now by using this, we are going to say bottom of 0, but now I have to say minus 100%. So this is minus 100%. Just get out from here, and it is gone. But now by using this property here, this class here, projects card when hover, then project sort model bottom is 0. So now when I will be hovering, then this one inside this projects model we are going to just update the bottom property from -100 to 0 so that it will be visible. Okay, so projects card, when we will be hovering over it, then the projects model should be bottom 0. If I save this, when I hover, I'll have to click it. When I hover, you see it, we are getting the data from the bottom, and that's why we have applied the transition as well. If I do not apply transition, then the process of animation will not be smooth. See, very rough. So that's why I have applied transition from bottom of 0.4 second. I want this transition, this animation to be loaded in 0.4 seconds. So in 0.4 seconds we get it. If you do 10 seconds, this will probably not look good. 10 seconds. If I do this one, you see this, very slow, very slow. This will come over here, this will be fulfilled in 10 seconds. So let's quickly shift it back to 0.4 second. Okay, so this is services section, and now all I have to do is I have to repeat my cards, this article, multiple times. Okay, and so what you have to do is in your anchor tag here you have to provide the path of your external file. Okay, so that the project, so the Git repository, or if you have hosted the project, then the link of the project should go here, so that when someone clicks they will be redirected to this link. As of now I don't have much projects, so I'm just providing it a pound symbol so that it will not bounce back. So if I can click it, I can click this link, but it will not take me anywhere, it will just take me to the top of the web page. Okay, and now all I have to do is I have to repeat my cards. So these articles, how many articles do I have? I have 4. Okay, I have 5 actually. Let's copy till here all of the articles, which means all of the cards, and then paste it here after the article. And now I have multiple projects. So again, if you want to have your own project, just create one more card and just add that right there. So you see it, I have how many projects? 1 2 3 4 5 6 projects. Okay, so our project section is also completed. So this is front-end development. How cool is this? What are we doing is that we are developing one article, we are developing one card, and then we are duplicating that card. So this is how you should approach development. You develop one block and then you repeat those blocks to get all of the stylings inherited automatically. Okay, so do not write all of the markup all at once. Write the first markup, because all of them are article, all of these are cards. So I don't need to write markup for all of them at once. I'm gonna write markup for one article, gonna style it, and then duplicate this article, and all of these styles are going to appear here. Okay, let's now build the contact section. So this is also going to be relatively easier. So this is the code. So I just have h3 and h2. I'm gonna copy it and not here but here, paste it. So now I will get in touch and contact me, and after this we need to create this form. So this form, very simple form, not much fancy. So I have a div which has contact __ container. This is also container and grid. So this entire form here. Okay, and so this form has again a div contact group. So group is this one, input type, which is required. So the type of the input is text, it is required. Autocomplete is off. Autocomplete simply means that sometimes when you click this form, then all of your pre-entered texts in any form, they appear here. So that's why you use autofill and just make it off, so that it does not start suggesting us that, hey, do you want to use this email, this name? No, that's why I've said autocomplete to off, for some privacy reasons as well, to be honest. Okay, why to hide anything? And placeholder is enter your name. So this is enter your name. name is user underscore name. This will become sense in a moment when we are going to use JavaScript to use the external API, so that we will be able to use this form. And then the class is contact input. So let's copy this entire part and then I will explain you on fly. Well, not outside of the section but here. Okay, and so this is the text area. Let me show you. So this is our input bar, this is email type, and this is text area, which I can control like this. Okay, and you can see that our button is already styled because we have already applied all of the predefined classes on this button, send message, which has a type of submit. Okay, and then this okay, this paragraph is the empty paragraph which we are going to fill using JavaScript. So when this form will be submitted, we are going to input something in this paragraph dynamically that would show up here. And then this is text area, so this is the text area. Okay, so let's now start one by one. So this is the contact. Let's now see the stylings. Where are we? Okay, contact. So the container has a padding top of 1 rem. So the contact container, so this entire container contact, let's expand this contact, this container here, contact container. So this entire part that you see here. Okay, and then inside this we have this form which has no action as of now. So this form does not have any action set to it. We will be setting it little bit later. Right here, let me show you. So form action is none, class is contact group, contact form, and then we have one div here, then text area, paragraph, and button. Very simple. So let's now copy this next one. So contact underscore form and group is displayed grid. So contact underscore form and group. So this one, contact underscore form and this group. Display is grid, row gap of 1 rem. So display is grid and row gap of 1 rem. Okay, so this is row gap. There you see it. If I quickly switch the grid lining, grid areas, then this is display grid. Okay, so next up we have is contact form. Position is relative. Okay, position is relative. So by applying position relative, nothing is going to change. So we need to apply something as well, some different specs. So contact input. Okay, so contact input, let's do it. So contact input, so this one is contact input. This is contact input. Okay, contact group, if I expand this contact input and contact input. So enter your name and enter your email has been given a class of contact input. Let me close this grid. Where is it coming from? Okay, so background color is container color and color is title color. So if I start to write something, you can see that the color is title color. Okay, and anything else? No, nothing. Let's move forward. And then the placeholder. So the placeholder is styled like this. So the placeholder, this one, enter your name, has been given the color of text color. So this one, if I say red, just for some cool research, you see now, do you see that? So let's get it back to text color. And then contact form. So the text area that is inside contact form, we are going to set its height, resize none, margin bottom to 2 rem. So pretty simple steps. Okay, it wants me to copy all of this, so let's copy it, paste it here, and there you go. So now our form will be designed. So by default it has this style. Okay, and so justify self is center, cursor pointer, and contact underscore button, and then we have this text area. Well, message has been styled, but message is not appearing because, well, message, this paragraph here, this paragraph which has a class of contact __ message, this will make sense when we are going to actually implement the functionality of dynamically putting values on our web page based on some click events, okay, which is sending the message. So styles.css, contact _ is button, it's centered, text area is height is 10 rem, resize nothing, margin bottom 2 rem. So should I say text? Well, not text, justify self to make it center as well. Okay, now this one looks really cool, okay, but let's now check this one, the created. Okay, now what if I say resize to be this one, and okay, so what I have to do is see this one, just do this and then say resize to be none, and now it will be this one, okay, so it will not be resized. What I did was so by default you have this functionality to resize this form, so you can resize it, okay, but if I resize it and then if I say resize none, then it is always going to remain at this point. So no, I want this to go all the way, not this much, but only this much, and then I say resize none, and so now my text area is going to be this much wide, okay. Wow, see, this is how you figure out some of the steps on your own, that what is going off here. That's why I'm keeping this part of this course very raw, very raw, okay. I'm not even skipping some of the fumbling words that I am making, okay. And then yeah, so our form is completely done. So now we have to understand the implementation of external API. So this one, using minimal external API such as for receiving messages and doing DOM manipulations. Other than this, we have already understood. So far we have already been writing BAM code, designing reusable container to minimize section code repetition. See, container width, the section itself is a container, okay. So grid itself is a reusable container that we have been using again and again, okay. So using minimal external API is next. So what I have to do, yeah, I'll have to use this JavaScript file, okay. So here we are going to use email.js. I'm going to tell you about this in a moment. So let's now see that. Let's now make this contact form work, so that if anyone is interested in talking to us about our project or in general, they can use this contact form to contact us. And so to make this contact form work, we are going to use a tool, an API, or a service that is called as email.js. So tool, API, external API, or services, in this context all of it remains same. It means that we are going to use a tool, external tool, that helps us to build this functionality, okay. So up to some extent the service is going to be free, and the service is called email.js. So just make a very simple search for email.js.com, and then from there you don't need to sign in right now. Click docs and then click creating a contact form. And so this is the code, this is the overall code that we will be replicating to build the functionality. But again, as a beginner, all of these code can be little daunting to understand. So we are going to create a very simple function, and I'm going to simplify most of these confusing steps into that simple function, and it will all make sense. Okay, so as a beginner, understanding window.onload function, I understand this can be a little tough. Okay, so a very simple function we will be creating, and then that function is going to do all of these steps. Of course, we are going to write our own code, but the logic is going to be similar to this code. Okay, but yeah, the code is not going to be same. We are going to write our own code, and I will explain you as well. But the first thing that we have to do is we load our email.js SDK, And then SDK stands for Software Development Kit. It is an external link that helps us to include our external APIs so that we can use this in our project. So take this entire code by double clicking, select all of it, copy it, and then paste that here, email.js. If you save it, now this is your external script that is connecting email.js service, and now you can use it. And so to use it, just the first thing that you have to do again is now go to main.js, because here we are going to create our email.js email.js service. We are going to write the code. So let's now see the code, and I will be explaining you. So here the first thing is, again, we have got hold of the contact form and contact message. So I'm going to take this and paste it here. So what have I done is, I have first accessed the contact form. So this entire contact form, let me show you this, let me show you right here itself. So this entire contact form, this contact form. So okay, so this contact form, so that I have access here in this variable by using get element by id. So this must be having an id of contact dash forum. So yes, contact dash forum. Okay, and then contact message, so this one, so the paragraph, where are you, little paragraph, there you go, contact dash message. This paragraph, as of now it is completely empty, but we are going to inject dynamic values in it. So message sent successfully, if service error, then message was not sent successfully. Okay, so this is a dummy p that I have created. We are going to inject values in this paragraph dynamically using JavaScript. Okay, so now here we are going to write the code. So let's now see the code. So this is a very simple function, const send email. So let's now create it. So here I'm going to say, and this time instead of copying, I'm going to write it so that this really becomes crystal clear to you. And this is going to be a very simple arrow function, and it will accept an event, because by default this forms have tendency of reloading every time. So from preventing this form to reload, we can say e.prevent default, and now automatically it will not be loaded. Okay, e.prevent default, and I have done it here as well, right? Yeah, I have done it, e.prevent default. And now to make this form work, we need few things. So service id, template id, form, and public key. Okay, so now let me write this comment here, and now let's try to figure out where are we going to get all of these details. So to get service id, you will have to sign up, and once you will sign up, you will have to sign up email.js. So sign up for free, and once you will be signed up, you will be brought onto dashboard like this one. From here you have to click add a new service, click Gmail, because most probably Gmail would be your preferred email service that you would be using. Click Gmail, and then copy this service id and just keep it here. So this is your service id. Okay, and now connect your account to your own email address where you want the messages to be received. I want my messages to be received right here on this email. I'm gonna click it, and automatically it is going to build the connection. I just have to say continue, and we are almost done. Yes, so you can see it says connected as codeblockdev@gmail.com, and now this create service. Okay, so you can see that this service is created. So this is the recent one, this one, so the last one, this E1. Okay, and now next up is getting this template id. So to get template id, go to email templates, click create new template, and then click edit content, and then click design editor, and then delete all of this and write this code exactly as I have written this. Okay, write this code, name colon 2 curly braces, user underscore name, and then close it like this. Same for email and same for project. Okay, and then apply changes, and then click save. And now we have successfully created a template. Now from here, go to settings and copy this one, template ID. Okay, so now paste it here. So this is your template ID. Now to get public key, go to accounts, not accounts but account, and this is your public key. Copy this one and paste it here. So this is your service ID, this is your template ID, and this is your public key. Okay, and so now let's save it, and now we are going to use it. Okay, and yeah, do not forget to complete the steps. Okay, let's go to email template because I want to show you the last one that I've created. So what have I done here is that I have set the content of the form. Let me show you again. So the content that you are seeing here, this is the exact format of how we are going to send our email. So we are going to receive their username. So this one, username, email, and then the message. Okay, so username, email, and this is user __ project. Okay, so the data, let me show you the code, HTML code, and it will make much sense. There you go. Here you can see user _ project. Okay, so in this text area they are going to define if they need some projects to be done. Okay, and then input is contact __ input. So contact __ input. So for name I have given it the value for user __ name. So enter your name, text, enter your name. So name is user _ name, and for data to be filled in this input box of email is user _ email. Okay, so we are going to get the value from this form using this name attribute. Okay, so name is user _ email. So whenever we are going to type anything in this form, then that data is going to be accessed using this name keyword here, this name variable here. So that's why here we have said that name is coming from this user _ name, and which by the way is this name. Okay, so in input, name is username. So the data that you are going to write here, it will be saved in this user _ email value. That is what we are getting here. Okay, so user _ name, email, and then project. Okay, so that's why we have to write this. Let's apply changes again, and now we are going to write the code. So the code is pretty simple. email.js.send form. Copy this, come to main.js, and let's comment this for now. Here I have to say email.js.send form. So the first thing is we have to pass this service ID. Let's copy this, paste the service ID, and then we have to pass the template ID. So let's copy the template ID and let's paste it, and then you have to pass the data for the name of the form. So the name of the form is this one, contact dash form. So here I just have to write contact form. Oh no, I have to write this contact form like this, contact form. Okay, let's cross check. Okay, so I have to include the hash as well. Okay, so hash contact form, on which we are going to use all of these API data, and then in last I have to use the public key. So this is the public key. Okay, make sure to create your own, don't use mine. Okay, and then this email.js.send form, this receives, this actually what sends us a promise. So then I can say then this one. Okay, and so now here we are going to use this one, so this message. So then we are going to say so sent message. Once it is done, then so sent message, and after this, or let's write the else block as well. So after then we are going to have catch. So here I can write that first of all I will have to press the space, and then here I'm going to create one more function. So this is the catch block. Okay, so in then we are going to do all of the steps. If failed, then catch it here. Okay, so in catch I'm just going to show this show error message, or let's keep doing it. So I have to listen to the admin as well. So let's copy it here, contact form dot add event listener, and the event that we are going to listen is for submit. So that submit event is on this button, and then when this submit was fired, we are just going to execute this send email. Okay, and so the send email is this function, and now in this then block we are going to write. So in this then block we are simply going to do this one, so sent message. So okay, prettier is doing its fine stuffs. Okay, and so contact message dot text content is message sent successfully. So here I can do this one, so contact message, so this one contact message, which is the paragraph, and by using this text content we are going to push this text into that paragraph. So when the form will be sent, this paragraph, this message will appear here. Okay, and after this we have to clear the form. So remove message after it is sent, so we can do this one, and clear input fields of form, and that we can do using this one. So let's copy both of these texts, and there you go, save it. And so we are just using set timeout of 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, contact message dot text content will be gone, so the message that you see here, and all of the input fields will also be cleared. So that we can use by that we can do by saying contact form dot reset. So this contact form, all of the data on the contact form right here, it will be reset to default, and if any error is there, then we are going to do this one, contact message dot text content message not sent. Okay, so if I do this, there you go, this is how our form is going to work. Okay, so yeah, let's not try to send the message. So I will say code@code.com, and my mobile is not in vibration mode, so hopefully I will be receiving the message, hello code, I loved your courses, I am subscribed, love you. Okay, and if I hit send message, hopefully, fingers crossed, I can see some error here. So I can go to console, it says this is not defined at HTML 49, so line 40. Oh, I need to comment all of this, send form. Oh, this should have been in a string, I'm really sorry. Okay, so now it should work. Okay, so the error is gone, code@code.com, I loved your courses, I subscribed. Okay, and now fingers crossed, send message sent successfully. Wait, listen to it, my mobile will be speaking in a moment. Let me get my mobile closer to the mic. I haven't received message so far, hopefully I will be getting the message. Oh, actually I got the message, but it didn't made a sound, why? But anyway, let's not keep into that, stay there. Okay, and now let's see that if the service is creating problem, is somehow any code broke, then how the error is going to appear. So let's now create the problem here. So I will say UPPP. Okay, so this is not the correct service ID, which means that our code is broken. So now if I try to do this, you will see that we will generate an error. So if I say code@code.com lol, if I hit send message, we are going to get service error, message not sent. You see, it says that this one, send form, bad request 400. So now we know, because this is not the correct ID. Okay, so this is what is happening with our contact form. So we have successfully build our contact form. Okay, so let me explain you again what is happening here. So when this send form method is called on this email.js object, then contact message dot text content is going to be message sent successfully. This then block only executes if everything right here is correct. Okay, and if not, then the catch block executes. which means that we are already catching the error right here. So we are simply saying that first text content should be updated with message sent successfully where on contact message, which is the paragraph, and then set timeout. Using this set timeout function, after 5 seconds we are going to just remove this message sent successfully, and then after 3 seconds we are going to reset the form as well. Okay, and if not, if any error is there, then we are just going to push this message into this contact message, which is the paragraph. So this contact message right here, go to elements, this paragraph, contact __ message. Okay, so yes, this is how we have successfully built our contact form. Okay, let's see if I have to show you something. No, contact message ID is contact message. Okay, nothing, contact form. Do I need to explain you? No. Using DOM, we have accessed contact form with its ID, contact message with its ID, which is contact message, and then we are doing some fine steps here. Okay, add event listener. On submit event, we are simply executing this send email function. Okay, so this is very simple. We have successfully built our contact form. Next up is footer. So yeah, let's now build our footer. Okay, so footer's markup is also very simple. All we have is a div, container div, that contains two divs and one span. Okay, and so again the container div is footer __ container, and it is also a container and grid. Okay, so let's now copy all of this stuff, pretty simple, and let's paste it here. Okay, and there you go. Yes, let's see it, we get it here. Okay, and as for the stylings, we are not going to have much stylings for footer as well. So let's see this. We are at the JavaScript section, so this is footer. Okay, so footer has been given a background color of this one, padding block is this. So let's do this one, copy this, and we got it. So background color is container color, padding block is this one, and then footer container, footer title, title span. Let's copy all of this. So the container of the footer, since it is a grid, it has been given this row gap of 2 rem. Text is aligned to center. Then the title of the footer, which is this one, John Wick. Font size this one, font weight, and margin from bottom is 0.25 rem. So footer __ title, let's quickly check it. So footer, expand this one, footer __ title, this title is John Wick, footer education is this one, and then we have social and footer copy. So let's see. So footer education is this one, social is this one, and social link plus with some hover states as well, and then the footer copy. So let's copy all of this and let's paste it here. So okay, so education, we just have a normal font size. Okay, social links is display flag so that we can get all of them in one line. Justify content center, column gap between them is 1.25 rem. So this is column gap, this part is column gap. Okay, you see that most of the steps that we do here, they are repeated. Okay, so the same thing has been done here as well. So here you can see column gap of the same thing is applied here as well. So this is development. In front-end development, most of the time you reuse classes. Okay, now you could have done all of these things differently as well, like redesigning the footer by writing the same code again and again. Then you would have repeated all of this code multiple times, but since we created reusable container class, we can use all of them at one place. You see, we understood clip path earlier as well, right? And now we are using the same almost similar code to create the same functionality. Did you see this? This is front-end development. Again, I'm not saying that it is easy. You will have to understand the mechanism, but once you understand the mechanism, understanding the code and understanding this CSS that is getting applied on these elements will be fairly simpler. So that is why I am taking the markup and I am copying the code. Okay, so plus I am also running out of the time. This is also the reason, but again, you and I both will get bored if I start to write all of the same code again and again. Okay, and then footer dash social dash link on hover, we are just saying transform translate minus 0.25. Again, we have also seen this one. So if I hover over this, it is going upwards. And then footer copy is this one, and it has been given a margin of top 2 rem. Okay, why have I commented this? Oh, okay, so no, I do not want margin top of 2 rem, because somehow this will already be having a margin of bottom. So let's see, let's check. Footer underscore social link background. Okay, no, we do not have any margins, but row gap, it must have a row gap. So footer container has row gap, so this one container has a row gap. So if I delete this, can you see this? We are somehow minimizing it, and so from here we are getting all of these gaps from text align center. And then footer title has margin bottom of 0.25 rem. So this is margin bottom for footer title. And then this is a span, week is in a span. Okay, education is normal font size. This is education front end developer. Then footer social, all of these styles, footer copy, then this one. Okay, so this is pretty simple footer. And next up is designing the scroll bar. So what is a scroll bar? Well, if you try to scroll up and down, can you see this bar right here? So we can use this bar as well to scroll up and down on our web page. So this is a scroll bar. So let's now try to design it as well. Now designing this scroll bar is really not that mandatory, but we do it just to look little fancy, to make this website look little to give it a little fine touch, so that everything matches up. Okay, so something does not seem odd. So designing a scroll bar indeed is a good stuff. So it can give a really nice fine touch to your website. So it can enhance the overall website personality. So let's now do it. Doing it is very simple. So first of all, we have to design the background of the bar. So this one, so this background, so this line, this entire big rectangle, and then this thumb itself. So this is called as thumb, and this is the background. Okay, so that, how have you done that? That we can do it. Okay, so by using this WebKit scroll bar pseudo class. So WebKit scroll bar width is 0.6 rem, wide, border radius is 0.5 rem, and background is this one. So let's copy this, let's paste it. If I save this, let's see. Okay, color is changed a little bit. If I change the color to this green, you will see that the background will be green. Okay, and then after that we can design the thumb itself. So I want the thumb to have this stylings, and so let's now do it. So the thumb will have the style of this. So this is thumb. I can again change this to really this one, orange. So this will probably look like the orange. Okay, but no, let's keep it here, and let's change the value to for this green as well. I do not want this to become really very greeny. Let's keep this one. Okay, and let's now take both of these code and paste it here. So thumb, and when we hover over thumb, then this one. So this is thumb by default, but when I hover over the thumb, then you can see that the color is changing a little bit. If I increase the width of this scroll bar, it is going to be, let's say 10 rem, just for the experiment. Wow, 10 rem of scroll bar. We don't want that. Okay, we can increase the width of this thumb as well. So if I say width, I haven't done this earlier. Can I do this? 10 rem, let's do it. Some experiments are again worth doing straight away with 10 rem. Oh, I cannot do this because we already do not have this much width on our scroll bar. So if you want to increase the width of the thumb, then you'll have to increase the width of the scroll bar itself, which means that writing this code does not make any sense at all. Okay, yeah, no sense at all. So let's keep it back with 0.6 RAM and this one. Okay, so this is designing the scroll bar. Next up is creating this scroll up. What is this scroll up? Let me show you this scroll up. So when I yeah, this is scroll up. If I go above, by default nothing is appearing other than the content, but when I start to slide, when I start to go little down, after a few moments you will see that now we have a button which we can click to navigate to the top of the web page. And this is a very simple, but this is a very common style that you are going to find in many websites. They will simply give you a way to quickly navigate to the top without sliding using your thumb. You can click this button and it will take you to the top of the website. So let's now try to create this. So the stylings are pretty simple. So the code is also pretty simple. I just have an anchor tag with the class of scroll up, with the ID of scroll dash up, and it has a remix icon of this one, ri dash arrow dash upline. Okay, so let's copy this and paste it in this HTML code somewhere here. I already have pasted this. Okay, so let's go to styles.css and scroll up. Okay, so the styles for scroll up is also going to be pretty simple. Okay, not much. Scroll up's position is fixed, where away from right 2 RAM and bottom is minus 50%, and by using JavaScript we are going to override this bottom and we are going to make it 0 or 3 RAM, maybe 3 RAM. Okay, so from bottom it is going to be 3 RAM away, and from right it is already 2 RAM away. Okay, so I can take this and I can paste it here, and okay, it is not showing up. So if I do 0%, it will show up. See, it is showing up, but by default I do not want this to show up. At this point I want this one to go minus 50%, and then by dynamically when we will be sliding, we will be scrolling, after a few point we are going to then change this bottom from minus 50 to 3 RAM. So we want this to appear somewhere here. So then I can inject this 3 RAM value using JavaScript, so that when we will be scrolling up we are going to see this scroll bar right here, not scroll bar but scroll up code, scroll up button here. Okay, but for now by default I want it to hide. And then again, very simple stylings, you can understand it yourself itself. And then scroll up transform is translate. Again, this is animation, a very simple animation. So if I hover over this scroll up button, well, I cannot see it, so let's leave it. And then this show scroll up, so let's copy this class show scroll up, and using JavaScript we are going to change this. We are going to add this show scroll class on our markup, on our this button. So on this button, when we will be sliding little bit, then we are going to add, we are going to upload, we are going to update this bottom of 3 RAM instead of minus 50%. So main.js show scroll up. So the code for show scroll up is this one, so scroll up. So we just have a very simple function, so scroll up, const scroll up by ID. When the scroll is higher than 350 VH, add the show scroll class to the header tag. So that we can again do that using ternary operator. So we are saying that if scroll up dot class, if this one, if this dot scroll by position is greater than or equals to 350 pixel, which means that if I would have scrolled almost 350 pixel upwards, then show me this scroll up. Okay, so that is what we are saying here. So in plain English, this means that if this question mark is ternary operator, if this condition matches, then run this code, which means scroll up dot class list dot add show dash scroll, else remove show dash scroll. What does this show scroll does? This show scroll right here, so scroll simply adds bottom of 3 RAM. Okay, so on header we are going to add this. So let's now come to styles, not styles.css but main.js. Here I'm gonna copy this entire code here and this is a very simple function. And now we have to execute this using this window dot add event listener, and let's save this. So on window dot add event listener, we are listening for an event that is scroll, and we are going to execute this scroll up function. So if I go upwards, see, we are getting this scroll button, and when I click it, it will take us to the top of the web page. Why? Because this scroll up has this class of this one, and the href is hash. So the target element, so the target of this button is this hash. So if you just say hash, it means that this entire web page itself. So if you click hash, it will take you to the top of the web page. Okay, so this is how this code is working. Let's now talk about scroll sections active link. What does it mean? So if I quickly expand the nav bar, and if I start to slide down, you will see that when I will move to the about section, our about is the current active link. And if I further move down, slide through the web page, when I will be at the services section, now the services link is active. Let me give you a more clear example of this by quickly switching on the desktop mode. So you see that services is active. If I click about, we are taken to about, and about is active. And now if I slide to services, services is active. Now if I slide to project, project is active, and similarly it will happen for contact as well. So this is scroll sections active link. Okay, both things is happening. If I click it, it will be activated. If I click about, it is going to remain activated. But if I slide to services section, again it is going to be activated. So if you look at this code somewhere here in this header, if I keep navigating, will we be able to figure out from here? Let's see. If I expand it, okay, no, we are unable to figure it from here. Okay, that is blur header. Okay, okay, let's not worry about that. Let's quickly switch on the mobile mode, and now let's start understanding the code. And but before that, I can see something is off here. I lost my original color value. Somehow I would have changed the original text color. So if I go above in styles.css, the text color, okay, so this is the wrong text color. So let's now see what is the HSLA value for the text color. So this one. So let's copy it. I would have mistakenly just overridden the values for text color, and now hopefully we will be back. Okay, so now it is looking as, yeah, so we are now back at our original color. Let's now go to main.js. Let's now talk about scroll sections active link. But before we start to talk about scroll sections active link, let's now see one thing that we have been doing so far, but we don't know how is that happening. So if I expand this menu bar, if I click about, you can see that we are taken to the about section of our web page. If I click skills, we are taken to the skills section. If I click services, we are taken to the services sections. So how are we building this functionality? How am I clicking projects and I am being directed to that project section? So let's now understand that. You see the same thing happened for contact as well. So understanding this is very easy. So all we are doing is we are simply saying that hey about, or hey skills, or hey any of you. If someone clicks you, then take them to the section which has an ID of skills. Understand? If I click services, I will be taken to the section which has an ID of skills. Let me show you. If I go to index.html, you will see that our anchor tags has href, which means hyperreference, which means that if you click this, it will redirect you here. Okay, so this is hyperreference. So if you click home, it will redirect you to the home page of the website. So the home section, so this one. And then if you click about, then it will take you to the section which has this ID of about applied to it. So if you observe, then for about we are redirecting the user to the section which has the ID of about. If you have multiple page websites, then for about you will be linking the about.html page here. Okay, we have seen this in HTML. Okay, now for projects we are going to redirect the users to the project section. Now all of these sections will be having the same ID. You see that our section, home section, has the ID of home. Okay, and similarly our about has the ID of about. Okay, so each time we click these menu, these nav links, it is going to redirect us to the section which has the ID associated to it. So this is how we are getting the functionality. Let me explain you again. So you can see that this skills section has the ID of skills. So we have said this skills menu bar, not menu bar but menu, that hey, skills anchor tag, skills anchor tag, when someone clicks you, then where should you redirect them? Well, you should redirect them to this hash skill. Do not miss this hash. If you miss this hash, let's save this. Let's try to see if we will be redirected to skills. No, we are not redirected to skills. So make sure to provide this hash. Hash simply means the current page location. Maybe I'm just making a guess. Okay, let's delete this one. Okay, so this is what we are doing here. And so let's now understand this scroll section active link. Now what does this mean, scroll section active link? So if I click this menu bar, if I click about, you will see that now the about menu is the current active menu and it is highlighted with this primary color, so the first color. Okay, if I slide down, when I will move to services section, now services is highlighted. It is just notifying us that right now you are in this services section. Same will happen for projects if I navigate to projects, and the same will happen for contact as well. Okay, let me give you a more clear example of this by switching on the desktop mode. So if I click home is activated, but I can slide. When I will move to about, now about is activated. When I will move to services, now services will be activated. I can click as well. If I click projects, I am for sure being taken to the project section, and now project is the current active link. If I click contact, now contact is the current active link. Okay, so now we are going to build this functionality. Now let me tell you one very important thing in advance is that the code that you are going to see here, as a beginner, it is not going to make much sense to you. So I'm not going to explain you too much nitty-gritty details of this code. We are just going to copy it and we are going to paste it, because if you do not understand document object modeling, understanding these codes can be really daunting. And if I start to explain you, then I think I would be one step forward to confusing you all. Okay, so yes, instead of putting too much explanation to it, I'm just going to copy these codes and I will give you an over-the-top explanation. Okay, it is not that I will not explain these steps, I will explain, but over the top. So we are simply saying that sections, we are getting all the sections with this section, and we are also getting this ID right here. So all the sections with the ID. Then we are figuring out the scroll Y position with this window dot page Y offset, which is now deprecated, but it will still work. And then on all sections we are looping and then finding out the current section. So what is the current section? So for each section, what is the current section that right now user is navigating through, and then we are figuring out its section height, section top, and then the section ID. We are getting the ID of that section. So section height, we are getting that using current section dot offset height, and then section top, we are figuring out the top position of the section by current section dot offset top, so the top of the offset of the section, right, like this. And then we are subtracting minus 58. Why? Because our header already has the height of 58 pixels, so header height is somewhere around 3.5 rem. And then section ID is holding the ID of the section. So if I navigate to services, then here we are going to get the services ID. So this will literally become services. Okay, and then we are creating the class, section class. So we are simply saying document.query selector. This section class is simply going to be nav.menu, so anchor tag, which has this ID class actually. So the ID for services is going to be services, so this will be services. This will exactly be as dot a href equals to services, like this. Okay, so anchor tag which has this services under nav menu. Let me show you. So these anchor tags which is inside this nav menu. So these anchor tags which is inside this nav menu, we are selecting that, and then here we are simply checking this. If scroll y, so scroll y is greater than section top, so section top, the current top position of the section, and scroll y is less than section top plus section height. Now again, too much mathematical calculations. I understand this, that this may not make much sense to you, so just ignore it. Okay, let's keep it for some another advanced steps. We are simply saying that if this position for the section is matching, then what are we doing? That we are creating an active link class and we are adding that to the section class. So right here we are adding that to the section class. So now we need to create this active link, and if this condition is false, which means if I will be not inside that section, then that active link will be removed. So what we need to do, n plus window dot add event listener, listen for a scroll event, and then just put this function. So execute this function and listen, keep listening for the scroll event on our web page. Okay, which is the window, literally window. I have explained these steps in JavaScript sections. So now we are going to create this active link, and then we are going to just change the color. So somewhere here I would have written a comment for the current section active link, and let's just change the color to dash first color. If I save this, okay, if I now expand the menu bar, it is taking time to load. Why? Active dash link. Oh, because I'm not connected to internet, so that's why I'm unable to see the. Let me quickly switch on the Wi-Fi and I will see you in a moment. You can see that it says that this cdn.jsdeliver.net remix icon error internet disconnected. So I'm not connected to internet, so that's why I'm not seeing the icons here. So let's connect to the internet. Okay, so now I'm connected to the internet. So if I refresh, you see now I see the icons. So if I expand, if I click about is currently active, skills is currently active, and this will work for this one as well. Mobile, not mobile, but I'll have to expand this little further. So this projects, contacts, services. Okay, now we are going to fix the responsiveness of the website. So and indeed that is the same thing that we are going to do next. Okay, so the next thing is yes, we are going to understand about a scroll reveal animation, but next up is writing media queries for our website. Okay, so let's now start doing the responsive design of our website. Let's now start writing media queries for different breakpoints so that we can make our website look more structured on different screen types, and starting all the way from the small devices. So I think the small devices are in the range of 320 to 360 pixels. So let me switch on the responsive mode, and the current dimension is 472. So let me check what have I written for the website. Okay, so we are checking for max width of 320 pixels. Okay, and so let's now shift to 320 pixels, and let's now analyze this website at this dimension. And so yeah, so far everything is good. We can make all of this instead of two columns, we can keep them in one column. Okay, and maybe we have padding issues. Okay, this seems fine to me, and the contact is also good. Okay, so we are going to probably have some. Okay, let's see what have I written for the original media query. So the container has a margin inline of 1 rem. Okay, so we have just subtracted the margin for the container. So this one, so this container that contains everything. Okay, so yeah, let's now copy this. Let's now copy this media query come on, at media screen, and maximum width is 320 pixel, container is margin inline. Let me show you. If I comment all of this one by one, what changes do we bring on our website? Nothing much. So if I quickly uncomment the container, which has a margin inline of 1 rem, now our container has the inline margin of 1 rem. Okay, let's see, let's check it. So the container, entire container, this container here, if I deselect this, okay, so we increased the margin on both sides. Okay, you see this is margin inline of 1 rem and this is by default. So we have increased the containers margin little bit. And then for skills underscore content, that wraps all of these our skills. We are simply saying that the grid template column is going to be maximum content. Previously we said we are going to have 2 columns with maximum content, but now we are saying no columns, only maximum content, and we have provided the grid gap of 1 rem. If I save this, there you see it. Okay, so let's observe it. So gap is 1.5 rem. We'll have to figure out some steps. So this is about container, no, this should be skills. So let's now go to skills container, skills content, indeed, yes, and grid gap of 1 rem. Okay, so right here, so this is the grid gap because both of them are divided into 2 parts. Okay, so grid template column is maximum content and the gap between these grids are 1 rem. And then for services card, we have just have increased or decreased. We have decreased the padding block to 1.5 rem. Okay, so again let's do the inspection here. Services card padding block, this is the default and this is we have overridden. Okay, so at 320 pixel our website is going to look like this, and rest of the steps I find it, yeah, it's completely fine. Okay, and so let's now move for medium devices, which has a range width of minimum width is 576 pixels. So all we have done is that we have just taken all of the container and have shifted, actually manually said that all of the columns are going to be 360 pixels. Okay, and justify content center, nothing much fancy here. So let's copy it and paste it here for medium devices 576, and we need to shift this one as well. So 576 pixel, we need some space. And let's take some space. 576, let's write it 576. Okay, good. So what are we doing here? So home container, about container, all of them are grid template column. By default this was like this, so all of them were like this, but this is looking little ugly. So we have just said that no, your width is going to be 360 pixels and justify content to center. Okay, fine, perfect. Let's see what else do we have. And then we have written for minimum width for 768 pixel. So here okay, let's copy this. Anyway, we are going to do it. I'm going to explain you. 768, let's copy from top. Oh, I copied all of these. So let's copy media query, this one, and let's shift it to 768, and I need to have some space here. So this is 768, let me write manually 768, and then here I'm going to paste that at media, this one. So in this section we have just said the nav menus width is going to be 55%. So this one, let me save it first and then I will show you. So if I expand this nav menu here, then width is 55%. Previously it was 75% or 77%. What was it? Let's check. So if I now it is coming till here, so you can see that it is coming till here, so it is 70%. But now here we have controlled the width for nav menu, which is 55%. So on tablet screen our nav bar is only going to appear at half of the screen. And then home container, about container, skills container, this time I have just said that yeah, now both of you are going to be in 2 rows, actually 2 columns. Okay, so 2 columns, all of them are in 2 columns, 2 columns, 2 columns, both of them are 2 columns, and align items center, all of the items are aligned to center. Then home data, about data, skills data is containing all of these class and also containing all of these section subtitles, text align initial. Let me show you. See, this text is initial, right? So if I comment this, you will see that our text will be aligned to center. You'll see that our text is aligning to center, right? No, we do not want our text to be aligned to center. We want our text to start from initial position. So that's why we have written this code here. So home data, about data, skills data, that contains all of this and all of this, their text should be aligned to initial position. So now our text is going to be aligned initially at this position. Okay, so this is what is happening right here. And then home __ social, so this social right here, this one, maybe this, yeah, this is home social icon. So this is also initial. If I comment this out, it will be somewhere here in the middle. You see it, it is in the middle. So we have said that justify content to initial, and then we have increased, wow, then we have increased the blob and about blob's width to 400 pixel. By default it was very small, but now I have increased the width to be 400 pixel. So and about data, so this about data, well, wait a second, this home blob and about blob, yes, so both home blob and about blob has width of 400 pixel. Okay, and then the about data's order is 1. So this about data, so if I quickly deselect it, you will see that now you can see that the text is in the left side and image is in the right side. But using the order property of Flexbox, we can actually control their order. So I've said that, hey, about data, so this data, your order is going to be 1. So that is how we are getting this text moved in the right side. So this is at 0 index, so the 0 order, and this is the 1, so 1 is greater than 0. So this is going to be positioned after this initial blob container. Okay, so this about blob. Okay, so that is what we are doing here. About __ data, your order is 1. We just changed their order, and that is why we are getting this output. Image for home is in right and image for about is in left. Okay, and then services container and projects container, again we have said that services and project, both of you are going to be having a column of 2, and this time we have fixed their width. So if I comment this out, okay, now you can see that all of them are aligning in 1 column, but here we want 2 columns of this 352 pixels. You can also say 400 pixel. Let's try to do it. 400 pixels, but this time now we are overflowing the container, so let's keep it at 352. And now I will have this very nicely contained padding around this projects container. Okay, so this is for the tablet viewport. I don't think we have anything else to do. Yeah, nothing much. And so let's see what else do we have. And now we have media query for larger device that has width of more than 1023 pixel. So let's copy this one here, and this is for large devices. Okay, so let's keep it here. So we'll have to change this one as well. So 1023 pixels, and I think I need little more space here. Okay, 10 23. So for the screens that are 1023 pixels, the section has a padding block of 7 rem and 2 rem. So padding, starting of the padding for block, so from top and from bottom. Okay, so this one, let me show you. So all of these sections has this padding right here. This is the start of the padding and this is the end padding. So let me show you. If I go to this each section, right, so all of this which has a class of section, so this section, it has a padding block of 7 rem and 2 rem. Deselect it and now you see that the padding from start and padding from end is gone. Okay, but now if I apply it, now the padding is back. So padding from right here. So again let me do it. Did you see that we are getting some padding? Okay, so this is what we are getting right here. We have increased the padding, and then underscore subtitle, we have increased the font size of subtitles. So this is subtitle section, subtitle, these subtitles, my intro, this subtitle, font size, normal font size. Okay, you can see that we have just increased their font size. Navbar has been calculated by using the calc function, variable header height, and then we have added 1.5 rem to it. Why have we done that? So that when we navigate plus 1.5 rem and plus I can also not see the navbar here. We are going to fix that real soon, but for now you can see that the height of the navbar is calculated using this calc function, where we have the header height which is 3.5 rem and I have added 1.5 rem to it. Okay, so yes, so now the height of the header is little bit increased. Nav close is nav toggle, nav close and nav toggle is display none. That's why you cannot see any cross or toggle button here. List is flex direction row, column gap is 3 rem. So nav underscore list, but we are unable to see nav underscore list here because I think I have clicked somewhere. So just get rid of this hash and now probably we will be getting it. Okay, we did not get it. Why did we not get it? 1023 pixel, and what if I say 1022 or 1024? Yeah, okay, so 1024 we got it on 1024. Okay, so till 1023 all of our media code for 768 will work, but after 1024 this code will be working. So let's keep it at 1022 only. Okay, so at 1022 wait a second, what just happened? So 1022 1021 1022 1023 1024, so let's keep it at 1024. Okay, and hopefully we will be fixing it. At 1023 we have our all of these code, and at 1024 we get all of our menu. Okay, and so that is the same thing happening. Flex direction is row, column gap is 3 rem. If I comment this out, you'll see that our nav list will appear very ugly. Okay, so now it is appearing in this column. So we have changed the flex direction to row, and each column has a gap of 3 rem. So this one, let me show you. So this is the nav bar. Height is calculated. We have added 1.5 rem to the height, I told you, and then this nav container, so this nav, this div here, flex direction of row and column gap of 3 rem. So nav underscore list, we'll have to go to the list itself. So expand this one and this list here. Okay, so there you go. You see flex direction row, now we made it column, and column gap between all of these are 3 rem. Okay, so this is how we are actually making our nav bar. And then the width is initial, so starting all the way from beginning. If I comment this out, okay, so now it is touching all the way from right. Okay, so I can uncomment this, and now we have little space, not much but little space. Let me show you. Nav underscore menu, this nav underscore menu, width is initial. Okay, so we are starting all the way from right here. And then the blur header after backdrop filter, again 25 pixel, nothing else. If I navigate little, now our header is getting blurry. Okay, and all of our sections are then automatically adjusted. Okay, and so this is our media query for large device. And the last one is pretty big one. So this one, so minimum width for 1152 pixel and higher. So the container is margin inline, automatically selected, automatically select how much margin you require. And then home container, so the container, this home container, so this home container, grid template column 455 by 550. So we have manually defined the width. Okay, so let me copy it and I'm going to explain you one by one. Media query, last one. Understanding media query is really not that difficult. Okay, so let's now understand. So the container is margin inline auto, so 1152, let's go to 1152 pixel. 1152 is this one, and I think I need to increase little bit more. Let's keep it till here. Okay, more than 1152. So we have said that our container is margin inline auto. So this container here, margin inline auto, automatically selected. If I select and deselect, you see that there is little difference. Okay, here margin is not selected automatically, but here margin is selected automatically. Let's try to do that again. Margin inline, what happened? So we are selecting the margin from both sides, so start and end automatically. Yes, that is the same thing that is happening here. Okay, and then home underscore container, so home underscore container, grid template columns 455 pixel and 550 pixel, column gap is 7 rem. So this one, this is this part here, this is one column, this is another column. Okay, so let me show you home underscore container. I'll have to expand the main, and inside it I'm going to find the home container. Okay, so home container, so this one is grid template column, so you see this one. Okay, so I have defined the width manually, so if I increase it, you will see that I will be increasing the width. So here you can see it is going outside of the width, outside of the container indeed. Okay, so if I say 4 pixel, wow, 500 pixel, now this is going to be 500 pixel, but no, I don't want this. I want it to be 455 by 550 pixels. Well, these are some additional controls you get hold of by manually figuring out that how much width you require to make the content look structured in center. Okay, and then padding block is 2 rem and 3 rem. So 2 rem from let's hover over it, padding block. So padding block CSS property defines the logical block starting and end padding of an element. So logical block is starting, so right from here, and ending right here. Okay, so padding block is starting at 2 rem and ending at 3 rem. So this one, you see that now here, right here, focus here, padding block. So each block is going to have this much padding, so starting at 2 rem and ending at 3 rem. And we have just increased the width of the blob to 550 pixel. Home, the content has a row gap of 4.5 rem, so right here this is 4.5 rem of content. This content has this 4.5 rem, home underscore content. What is this? This is okay, so this is home underscore content. So I'll have to go to home, so this one, expand the home underscore content. So right here the row gap of 4.5 rem, so right here. Okay, so home content has row gap of 4.5 rem, and then description has this margin. Then home social has column gap of 1.5 rem, so this is the column gap, and then about underscore container, we again made the container. This time we flipped the sizes. So earlier we had 455 by 550, and this time we have said 550 pixel by 460, because we also flipped the order. And then column gap, so this one is 4.5 rem, and then padding from bottom is 1.1 rem. Okay, and then about underscore blob, width is 550 pixel. About description, so this description has a margin bottom of 3 rem. Okay, let me show you that. Margin bottom of 3 rem, this one, margin bottom of 3 rem right here. And then the skills container, so the skills container, this entire skills container, grid template column 340 by 445, so 340 by 445, and then column gap is 10 rem, so this is column gap, this is 10 rem, and then padding bottom is 4 rem. So this one, let me show you. So column gap, this is column gap, this is padding from bottom, and then grid template column. Okay, and then we have skills description, we have margin bottom of 3 rem, so this one. Skills content, so the content of skill has column gap of at 8 rem, so this one content has a column gap of 8 rem. Let's figure out column gap. So this is skills content, column gap of 8 rem. Okay, so you can see the column gap of 8 rem right here, this here in between. And then, well, what happened, it did not loaded. Sometimes I need to refresh them to get the stylings back. And okay, let's have some space. Okay, and then skills item, so skills item, all of these items have font size of S3 font size. Then services container, again repeat 3, this time I have 3 columns, each has a width of 352 pixels. Padding block is 2.5 rem, start and end is 4 rem. Services underscore card, so these services underscore card, padding of 3.5 rem from top and bottom, and 2 rem from left and right. Then projects underscore container, this entire container is 3 columns, so all of these columns are 350 pixel wide. Then row gap, this one, this is the row gap, 3.5 rem. And then the button of the projects, so recent projects. Okay, projects button I forgot. Oh no, this one, if I hover over this, you can see this one, this is the project button, view demo. Font size is normal font size. And then the contact container, this one, grid template column 630 pixel, padding block, a start of 2.5 rem, end of 2 rem. So this one, and this one. Okay, and the contact form itself has a row gap of 1.5 rem, so this one right here. And then contact group, repeat 1 fr, so contact group, this one, this, enter your name and email, 1 fr. And then column gap is again 1.5 rem, so right here, this is the column gap, 1.5 rem. Contact input, so the input of the contact has padding of 1.5 rem, so this one. And contact form itself has a padding of 1.5 rem. So let's see the contact form. If I expand this, we are going to see this is the contact form itself has a padding of 1.5 rem. Okay, and then text area has a height of 20 rem. Footer, this one, so the last one, has a padding block of 4.5 rem to 4 rem starting and ending, and then the entire padding is 10 rem. Footer container is also repeated with 3 columns, so 1, 2 and 3, and with 1 fr, which means that decide your width as per the available space in the container. Align item center, text align initial. Okay, so if I comment this, or let's do the inspection straight away. Footer container, grid template column, you see this, text align center text align center, and then text align initial. So this is the differences. Okay, and then footer title, we have just increased the title to bigger font size, so this one, John Wick. Footer social, column gap of 1.5 rem, column gap of 1.5 rem. footer copy is margin 0, justify, flex, end. So just in the right side of the web page. Scroll up, right 3 rem. This scroll up is staying away from right of 3 rem. Okay, so this is the media query for this width 1292. Now maybe you can say, and I can understand that there may be some complaint related to the explanation. You may say that you just explain me stuff, but you did not write the code. See, it is not about writing the code, it is about understanding the media query. So your job is going to be write the media query, copy media query. I have no problem with that. Just copy this entire media query, but comment all of this code and then uncomment all of this code one by one and see what changes does it bring on our web page. Okay, and so this way you are going to understand that how media queries behaves on multiple screen sizes. Okay, again, since I had limited time plus I'm almost fatigued, I decided to do this way. If I would have written all of this markup, all of this code line by line, then it would have taken almost 4 to 5 hours for me to explain all of these steps. But now you can see, you can understand it by yourself. What difference will I bring to you if I say that this home.blob has a width of 550 pixels? This is self-explanatory. Home.content has a row gap of 4.5 rem. This is self-explanatory. So that's why I decided to write the media query this way. Okay, so no need to worry. If you just follow the approach that I just discussed, write the media query, copy it, I have no problem, but then comment all of the code and then start to uncomment them one by one and see what changes does it bring on the web page. This way you are going to understand media query in much broader way. And try to refactor them. Okay, so try to refactor them and try to understand the context of media query on your own as well. Okay, now before I go to hosting, I want to show you something very important. If I go to styles.css, let's come over here. Can you see these color combinations? Well, these color combinations are HSL. HSL stands for the combination of the hue, saturation and lightness. So saturation is like the dark point and lightness is the light point of a color, and hue is the original color format. So if you change this hue, for example, I want my website to look little different color, just change the hue. For example, for yellow you can use the hue of 61. So if you say 61, you will see that the entire personality of our website will completely change. Did you see it? The entire personality of our website completely changed. So this is the power of reusable CSS classes. Okay, so just changing hue will reflect everywhere. So what is happening here? So first color is HSL variable hue, which is 61. The combination of 61, 100% saturation and 40% lightness will bring you this code. If you write 100%, then it is going to be 100% light, which will look little, okay, so this looks whitish. I don't want this one. Okay, so let's keep it back to 40%. And same way we can also increase the darkness. So if you say 70%, it will be much darker. So the saturation, you can see the saturation went down. So this is what we are doing here. Now if you want to figure out your own color, just go to colors.dopely.top/color.pedia, and from here you will be able to generate the color combinations of HSL. So this is hue, this is saturation, and this is light. Okay, so this is how you actually create a website that you can control by changing one particular values of a variable, and that value is going to impact the entire personality of the website. Again, if I do this 161, our entire personality will be completely changed. Okay, can you see this? Okay, so this is hue, not view, this is hue 70% and 40%, and similarly we have also created the alternate color, so that is also getting generated with this value. Okay, so this is dynamic values in action. The next thing that we have here is to do the Lighthouse test, and then we are going to host it on Netlify. So see you soon. Now the only thing that is left for us to do in this portfolio is to apply a scroll reveal animation. So if I reload this website, you will see that we are getting an animation, and as I scroll through the web page, we are revealing our content. So this is a scroll reveal animation. Okay, and so to get this effect in our website, we are going to use an external library that is called as scroll reveal js. So just go to scrollrevealjs.org, and then from there click guide, and you can read it. You'll have to copy this code and paste it somewhere, but I have more authentic way to include it, and that is including the native file itself. So go to GitHub repo, and from there go to dist distributions, and from there probably let it load, and then click this scroll reveal.min.js, and then copy all of this code, click this raw here, and then copy all of this code and create a new file, JavaScript file, and paste that here. So here you can see that I have already given you that code. So scroll reveal.min.js. okay, so this entire code, so where scroll reveal equals to function, where scroll reveal equals to function, everything is given here. So instead of importing this one, importing an external link, so this one we are just going to download the package itself. So download the library itself and keep it here. Okay, and you can use this in another project as well. Now all we have to do to use it is to do this one. So yeah, adding this file here. So script source assets/js/scroll reveal.min.js. okay, and now we will be able to use this effect. So if I go to scroll reveal home page, if I scroll, you can see that animations, the contents are revealing itself. Okay, so now we are going to use this effect, we are going to build this effect. So all we have to do is let's go to the CSS, and not CSS but JavaScript. So we have to create a constant equals to sr. Well, this sr is the variable, and then here we have defined, let's copy it, and I will explain you on the fly. And so let's go to main.js. okay, let's close the sidebar. So we are simply setting the origin from the scroll, origin for the scroll that is going to reveal. So it is going to reveal from top. Distance is 60 pixel. Let's not bother. Duration is 200. Delay is 400. So it is going to slowly show us the content. Where do you want to apply? We want to apply on home data, home social, contact container, footer container, and then on home image, I want the origin from the bottom. Okay, and then sr.reveal about data, skills data, origin from left, which is the origin of the animation, from where it is going to originate. Here it is going to origin from top. Here we have manually set the origin. All of these are going to originate from top, but this home underscore image, they are going to animate from the bottom. Similarly, these two are going to animate from left, this is from right, and here we just have put an interval of 100, which is 0.1 millisecond. Okay, so now if I look at our website, we just have applied this animation on all of the containers. Okay, so all of the containers we have applied this animation. So we have said sr.reveal home data, home social, and with this key value pairs. Okay, so now if I again, you see we get this. If I go there, if I go little down, well, if I now come here, we are showing all of our contents. Okay, so my skills is not shown, data skills underscore data, origin is left, about data. Let's try to reload. Probably by the time we are moving here, it is already shown. Okay, so now yeah, you can see that we are getting this effect. So now our website is complete. So all we have to do is we have to host it online. So let's now do it. Alright then, we have successfully crafted our portfolio website. We understand all the good practices to follow while developing a website. Now let me tell you that once you are done developing a website, that is not the end, that is just the beginning. So from now you'll have to understand the responsibility of analyzing and improving the performance of your website, because technology changes every day, and so you will have to catch up with that as well. You simply can't just develop a website and call it the end. No, if you are really serious about your project, you'll have to learn to optimize your website and keep checking the website performance. However, you don't do it every day, but quite often you must look into the code base to figure out if things are working correctly. It's just like we all do services for our car. Like it's just like we all service our car after a while so that it keeps running smoothly. Okay, and so now we are going to do the same thing. We are going to analyze our website and check if things that we have done so far are as per the industry and standards, and then we are going to host it on Netlify. And so to check the performance, Google Chrome provides us this very amazing tool that is called as Lighthouse. So right click, inspect, and then from here just navigate to, let me expand this so that I can have space, and then click this Lighthouse pane. Let me take this down, click this Lighthouse pane, and then click Analyze Page Load. So this is going to analyze this entire website and its performance as per the Google standards, and it will generate a report for you. That report, you can read it and you can figure out some steps on your own, that what are the areas in which you can improve your code base. Okay, so this is very simple tool. Let it generate the response. Down here you can see that it is generating the response for mobile. You can generate the response for desktop as well. So it is going to check a lot of steps. Okay, now we are almost done, almost there. Lighthouse is now generating our report, and then we are going to look into the report. Okay, so it audited this website, and now you can see that performance is not that good. It says performance is 53. It means that we need to improve it. Accessibility is 89. Best practices, so we have used best practices. The score for best practices is 92. SEO is 92. Amazing score, amazing. Okay, most of the website they do not follow the clear markup plan. For example, separating our content into header, main and footer. So if you try to analyze their Lighthouse test, the SEO score will probably be bad. Okay, but yours is going to be good. Now of course performance is 53. Don't worry about this as much at this point, because we are just developing a portfolio. So yeah, performance 53, it's quite good. And so accessibility is 89. So anyone who would want to access our website, the score for accessibility is 89. Okay, and overall score is 53. And here you can see total blocking time. Here you can read more stuffs about your website, but this is just a very simple tool that gives us this handful option of testing our website. Now do not worry if this performance 53 is bothering you. As you will grow as a front-end developer, you learn all the best qualities of how you can write the code that would increase the performance of a website. As of now, don't just think that in a month or two you are going to learn everything that is going to be 100% right here. No, it is not going to happen. It will certainly take time. Okay, and yeah, since it is not a progressive web apps, it did not compile the data for this website being a progressive web app. Let's now quickly test for the desktop as well. How can I test? Can I test it again? Plus, yeah, this time for desktop, analyze page load, and now our website will be, let's check how our website performs for desktop viewport. So Lighthouse is really very important tool. Okay, you can read the average user device cost less than $200. Okay, what was that? 1 second to become interactive. User lose attention and their perception of completing the page task is risked. Okay, so by reducing the response size of it is moving too fast. Lighthouse is gathering information. Okay, let it gather. It simply means that your website needs to really perform well. If there will be 2 seconds of delay in page load, you are going to lose a lot of revenue. Amazon, when it started, it was losing a lot of revenue because their website was not responsive that much. And so yeah, they fixed it, and what happened? Okay, so they fixed it and their revenue really surged a lot. And let it out. Okay, so the performance for desktop is 75, again accessibility is 89, best practice is 92, and SEO is 90. Okay, but the performance slightly improved on our desktop mode. So in mobile mode our performance is little low, but let's not worry about that. It keeps happening sometimes. Okay, but we can fix that as well after learning some of the most important steps that will actually enhance our now this is not yet. If you navigate down, you will actually get a complete report of why you are getting this low score. So diagnostics will tell you that page prevented back forth cache restoration, one failure. You can read about this. Minimize main thread. Okay, these are some technical steps. So accessibility is 89, background and foreground colors do not have sufficient contrast ratio. Okay, so here you can see you have the complete details. Wow. Okay, so it really gives you in complete details of what went bad. Links do not have a discernible name, a.home-link. Okay, okay, interesting. And then heading element are not in sequentially descending order. Wow, didn't know that. It gives us this detailed report. And then display image with incorrect aspect ratio. Wow, we need to fix this as well. Okay, so it certainly impacts our practices. Okay, and if you go to SEO, document does not have a meta description. Wow, man. Additional items to manually check. Structured data is valid. Okay, so you can see that progressive web apps, this is not a progressive web apps, past audits has a meta name viewport. This is for responsive mode. Remember I told you that we need to have this meta viewport so that we can tell the SEO that yeah, our website is responsive. Document has a title, page has successful HTTP code, links have descriptive texts, so the alternate text. Links are crawlable. Images elements have alt attributes. Yes. Document has a valid href lang. Document avoids plugins. Okay, so this is the overall detail of your report. You can read and you can dig deep into it, but as a beginner I don't want you to really put too much time in understanding all of these steps. Just try to become good at understanding how to craft a responsive website. For performance you can look at it anytime little bit later. Okay, so yeah, we are done with this, and let's now host our website online so that we can share the link, and then we can share it with our family members to tell them that look how cool I am, I developed this portfolio on my own. And maybe if you want to use this portfolio for your own, feel free to do that. Just put your own picture here, change your name to your name because you probably isn't John Wick. John Wick is just one. Okay, change your skills, update your skills, and yeah, I told you how to add your own card, add your projects, and then add the link right here, and they will be able to contact you because we have already built the contact page. And on this social link, maybe provide your own link. So right here, let's go to index.html. Let's expand it. On your link somewhere down here, this is, oh, let's go to footer because that is in footer. So right here, anchor tag here, provide your own Twitter link, maybe what, Instagram link, and then this is for Facebook link. Okay, so if you want another one, you can just duplicate this, and maybe if you want LinkedIn, you can say LinkedIn. Let's see if I get this for LinkedIn. Yeah, we get it for LinkedIn as well. Okay, so this is how you actually develop a website. Let's now take few moments to host this website online. About the fav icon, so fav icon is pretty easy to understand. So fav icon is this little icon here, right here, so the icon of this web page. So here if you click fav icon, you will be able to see we will have different images, different size of images for each tab size, and so that is the fav icon. Okay, so now I've generated this fav icon online. There are a lot of fav icon generators, you can use any one, and then just keep all of the files that you get into this fav icon folder, and then here in index.html just do this one. So relation is shortcut icon, href is the fav icon folder of the fav icon, and in that folder you are going to find this file favicon.ico. just link this file, and then you will be able to have, and of course type equals to image x icon, and then you are going to have this simple fav icon right here. For remix icon, this is the fav icon. Okay, so this is fav icon. Let's now go ahead and host our website. Let's deploy it on Netlify. We are going to use Netlify to host our website. So just go to netlify.com, and from here you can read, it says Netlify is the modern web development platform for enterprises to realize the full potential of a scalable, customizable web architecture. Okay, if you want to read, you can read more about it. But for now, we are just going to log in. And since I already have an account, I am logging. You need to create an account. Okay, so I'm just going to, from here, click sign up, and you will be able to sign up. Netlify provides us free hosting plan up to some extent, and if you really want to use the advanced features, then you can again subscribe to their premium plans. But for a beginner, hosting a beginner level simple static landing page, Netlify is enough for that. Okay, I'm going to log in, and then I will be brought on to this dashboard, from where I just have to go to this sites. Probably it's been a while since I have been to Netlify. Click add new sites, and then I will say deploy manually because I have the folder, and then I have this folder here, John Wick starter file main 2, and then drop it here, and that's it. Just in a moment your website will be live, so let it reload. Okay, we also got the URL right here, so now our website is almost complete. Okay, so now if I click preview, this is the preview of our website. You can see it is hosted, so you can take this URL and you can share it with your family and friends, and you can tell them that you developed this website. So congratulations. But now we are not done yet. You can see that the URL is little uncomfortable to read, so you can change that one as well. So probably that you can do by, where can I do that? Options, maybe options, deploy settings. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to click site configuration, and then here click this change site name, and from here you can change the site name to your initial. I'm just going to call it code block. That's it. If I save this site name is already taken. So how about John Wick retaliates? Save it, John Wick retaliates, and now our website will be johnwickretaliates.netlify.app, and now this URL seems to be pretty cool. Okay, and now you can take this URL, open a new private tab, and just check it. Open this private tab, and hopefully everything should work completely fine. And let's check the responsiveness. Right click, inspect, check the responsiveness. Probably it is going to be responsive as well. Sure, it is responsive. Let's now check the contact form if it is working. It should work. Code at code.com. I loved your all courses. Keep them coming. Okay, if I hit send message, our message probably will be sent, message sent successfully, and after 5 seconds field will get clear, and the message is also, so the notification is also popped off. Okay, and hopefully I will receive a message. I did received a message. Okay, so let me take a screenshot, and I will probably include that there. So doing it right now. Okay, I will include this screenshot right here. You can see it. Okay, so this is it, and so congratulations on successfully completing this website development process, and you also hosted it. Okay, so I'm really happy for you all. Now I'm going to leave you all with little words of wisdom,
and I'm going to take a little break, and after that I'm going to give you some words of wisdom.
So this course is already almost 12 hours long. So whatever words of wisdom I had, I gave you all in the course itself. So no extra words of wisdom for now. Okay? So now let's continue with other courses, and yes, enjoy a lot and all the best for your future endeavor. Keep learning and keep growing. And as always I say, stay safe and happy coding.